Chapter 581 Huitzubing and Temujin. A sandstorm swept across the sky, flying sand and rocks on the Gobi. The Han army hid behind the camels and horses, and connected the camels and horses into a line of defense to prevent them from being swept away by the sandstorm. "It's really fatal." Huitzubing's Lieutenant Zhao Pono hid behind a camel, complaining incessantly and covering his mouth and nose with gauze. The terrible sandstorm lasted for a short while and then stopped. All the helmets of the Han army, the saddles of their horses, and the humps of their camels were covered with thick dust. The Han army stood up, patted the gravel off their bodies, and counted their water bags and weapons. "Mongolian cavalry!" a group of scout cavalry exclaimed and signaled. Sure enough, after the sandstorm, Temujin's Mongolian cavalry appeared again and launched an attack before the Han army had time to form a military formation. Last time in the Cheshire Kingdom, Temujin attacked the Han army that had already set up a square formation. But this time, he took advantage of the sandstorm and led the cavalry to launch a surprise attack. He was sure of victory. "Sure enough, it is consistent with what the general said. Temujin will make a sudden attack after the dust has passed. All cavalry, mount up and fight Temujin. The rest of the infantry, with Modeo team as the center, form a formation immediately." Huitzubing got on his horse and led his cavalry to meet the enemy. Serving as the front army was the 40,000-strong Western Region Protectorate Corps. Huitzubing led the 9th-level Han Empire Hussars and a group of 3rd-level Han Empire light cavalry to attack Temujin's cavalry from the flanks and try to lure away Temujin's main force. Li Sai led the Tang Dynasty Modeo team and a group of heavy infantry from the Western Region Protectorate, and hurriedly formed an array. Wang Xuanz's Tibetan cavalry and the 36 Kingdoms cavalry protected the flanks of Tang Dynasty's Modeo team and heavy infantry, waiting for the Chinese army to come for reinforcements. "The dust here is really real." Qin Liangyu shook off the sand and dust on his armor, and there was dust everywhere. The soldiers from the Nanzhong region had never seen such a harsh environment and suffered a lot. "The former army may have engaged in battle. Let's rush forward to support." Muk was anxious and rode forward to support the front army. Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu followed closely. The Tingjia soldiers and the White Pole soldiers were tenacious, even though they were almost buried by the sandstorm. After the sandstorm fell, they followed the general and accelerated their march. "Crush this group of Han troops!" Temujin gave an order, and 100,000 Mongolian cavalry launched a wave offensive to attack Li Sai's Modeo team and heavy infantry. However, Temujin was not Subutai, and he had not seen the terror of Li Sai's Modeo team. When the first row of Mongolian light cavalry approached the Tang Dynasty Modeo team and thrust their spears at them, the Modeo team took 2 steps forward and slashed with the Modeo team in their hands, cutting off both the light cavalry and their horses. A touch of blood dyes the desert sand red. The Modeo team and the heavy infantry stormed forward, cutting down the light cavalry, attacking the military formation one after another. Offense is the best defense. Originally thinking that the Han heavy infantry would stick to their original position and use crossbows as their main means of killing the enemy, the Mongolian light cavalry were completely dumbfounded. This special group of heavy infantry, together with a group of ordinary heavy infantry from the Western Region Protectorate, armed with heavy weapons such as Mo Dao and long axes, and led by the madman-like General Li Sai, stepped forward to counterattack the Mongolian light cavalry. Attack cavalry and war horses at the same time. Caught off guard, many Mongolian light cavalry who rushed forward to test the Han army's formation were hacked to death, and hundreds of them were killed. "Don't use spears. Shoot them with horseback arrows." Temujin found that the tactics of spears and bows and arrows were not effective against the Modeo team, so he switched to mounted shooting. When he was about to approach the Modeo team, he used his superb riding skills to turn his horse's head, turn around and shoot flatly at the Modeo team. The Mongolian light cavalry formed an oval formation and took turns shooting at the Mo Dao team. The Modeo team gathered into a dense Modeo phalanx and used the dense Modeo to deflect the incoming arrows. There were still arrows shot into the dense Mo Dao formation, killing the soldiers of the Mo Dao team. "Heavy cavalry, attack from the flank." Temujin mobilized heavy cavalry. Even if the heavy cavalry were to attack the Modeo team head-on, they would probably be killed by the Modeo team. Temujin planned to break through the flanks of the Modeo team and destroy the ordinary heavy infantry, causing the Modeo team in the middle to collapse together. "The mounted shooting of the Mongolian cavalry is truly outstanding." Wang Xuanzi found that Temujin was difficult to deal with, and his bonus to cavalry was too high. The cavalry commanded by Huitzubing was not inferior when facing the Mongolian cavalry, But Huitzubing, unlike Wei Qing, lacked the halo of the entire army. Li Sai's Mo Dao team and the Tubo cavalry temporarily commanded by Wang Xuanzi only relied on the bonus of the chief general. Even so, Wang Xuanzi still dared to fight Temujin because they still had a Chinese army. Tubo cavalry, protect Mo Dao team. Probably sensing that Temujin planned to flank the Mo Dao team, Wang Xuanzi dispatched the Tibetan cavalry to protect the Mo Dao team's flanks. About 10,000 Mongolian cavalry gathered on the flank. But a group of Tibetan cavalry took the initiative to fight against this group of Mongolian cavalry, attracting its attention. Break through the enemy formation! Huitzubing's cavalry suddenly attacked, breaking the unfavorable situation on the battlefield for the Han army. Huitzubing's cavalry, about 10,000 men, suddenly charged at Muhuali's Tanmachi. That cavalry team doesn't have many people. Could it be that he doesn't want his life? Temujin noticed Huitzubing's cavalry charging, and found that Huitzubing's cavalry was hardly affected by the terrain, and quickly charged towards Muhuali's Tanmachi. Huitzubing's cavalry. Rushing at the front are Huitzubing and his 9th Order Han Empire Hussars. Subutai once mentioned the Han Empire's Hussars to Temujin more than once. Although this group of Hussars was small in number, it possessed the speed of light cavalry and the impact of heavy cavalry. Qi Laowen, Borshu, you lead Qieshua's army to support Muhuali. Temujin immediately mobilized Qieshua's army. Only the cowardly Shui army and the Zhongshu army can stop Huitzubing's cavalry. Huitzubing's cavalry was extremely fast, and by the time Temujin reacted, it had already broken into Muhuali's Tanmachi. Huitzubing used a spear to trigger the Bravely Champion 3 Armies feature, stabbed several riders in front and killed them. The 9th level Hussars were harvesting all the way, and even Tanmachi, a high-level light cavalry, looked vulnerable in front of Huitzubing's Hussars. Huitzubing's Deal the Wolf and Su also has a suppressive effect on Tanmachi. Hundreds of Hussars attacked ferociously, and quickly penetrated Muhuali's Tanmachi, killing hundreds of Tanmachi. Kill back! Huitzubing killed more than 10 cavalry by himself and came out. His eyes suddenly became clear, but he still felt that it was not enough. So he led the cavalry, turned around and fought back again. Tanmachi fell into chaos, not only due to the chaotic effect brought by Huitzubing and the Han Empire's Hussars, but Tanmachi himself did not expect that Huitzubing and his hundreds of cavalry would be so fast, and their impact was much higher than that of high-level heavy cavalry. No less impressive. In the Battle of Mabe, Huitzubing used 800 Hussars to pierce through the 300,000 cavalry of King Zuxian of the Xiongnu. At this time, there were less than 800 Hussars, but they could also pierce through Muhuali's cavalry. Muhuali's Tanmachi, in addition to assigning a small team to each commander for liaison, suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Chaisher Kingdom, and was attacked by Huitzubing, causing complete chaos. A General Tanmachi held a mace and hit Huitzubing in the melee, because he discovered that Huitzubing was the soul of this cavalry. If Huitzubing is killed, the Han Empire's cavalry may not be so unstoppable. Huitzubing fired the mace with his long spear, leaving a scratch on the shoulder of Kwekwabuhua, one of the 5 pioneers of Tanmachi. When Huitzubing charged, he was as powerful as a rainbow. With his characteristic of being the bravest among the 3 armies, he wounded Kwekwabuhua in 1 round. The horses were galloping, but Huitzubing and his cavalry did not stop. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by the Mongolian army. Only by working hard can we penetrate Muhuali's cavalry troops again. Hundreds of Hussars galloped all the way, fought out again, and joined the 10,000 light cavalry in the rear, preparing to attack Muhuali's cavalry for the 3rd time. Temujin's face was gloomy. Huitzubing actually dug through Muhuali's Tanmachi twice in a row under his eyes. Again and again. Huitzubing thought again and again. Qieshua's army had already moved forward, but at this moment, Huitzubing saw that the situation was not good. So he led his Hussars and light cavalry to bypass Qieshua's army. The power of Qieshua's army was greatly affected after changing its equipment, and it was unable to catch up with Huitzubing's light cavalry. This is the advantage of light cavalry. Temujin had a huge headache when Huitzubing kept wandering around in front of him. He could only use Mongolian Qingqi and Tanmachi to try to flank Huitzubing. However, Huitzubing has high-level light cavalry, the Han Empire's Hussars, who can easily penetrate the light cavalry chasing him. Huitzubing's ability, coupled with the unprecedented 9th level light cavalry, brought the light cavalry tactics to its peak, and Temujin was unable to catch Huitzubing. As long as Huitzubing does not challenge Shui's army head-on, Huitzubing on the move will be almost invincible with the same force. The Great Khan must not mess up his position because of this. The general of this cavalry should be Witzubing, the powerful enemy mentioned by Subutai. The Great Khan drove it away with light cavalry, and then concentrated the cowardly Shui army and Zhongxia army to destroy the Han infantry. Witzubing will definitely come to save us. Yelu Chukai provided advice to Temujin. Temujin also realized that he could not be led by Witzubing. So he transferred the Qingxia army and the Zhongxia army to deal with Li Sai's Modeo team and Wang Xuance's Tubo cavalry. These two people seemed to be easier to deal with. As for Witzubing's cavalry, it temporarily gave Mu Huali a headache. Jie Shui's army and Zhongxia's army were ready to attack. Monk Wan Yinshan put on his iron bag and held a horse spear, and led the Zhongxia army to attack again. What we have to deal with this time is Li Sai's Mo Dao team. After being exhausted, the number of Mo Dao team was reduced to less than 400. As long as they attacked from the side, Li Sai's Mo Dao team would be completely wiped out. Suddenly, a group of cavalry came from behind. After this group of cavalry approached the battlefield, they immediately dismounted and formed a formation. The female General Qin Liangyu led the White Pole soldiers to form the left wing of the Mo Dao team, and the sharp White Pole spears formed a dense phalanx of spears. Wu Tugu led the Tingjia soldiers to form the right wing of the Mo Dao team. The Tingjia soldiers also had spears and had the mobility of light infantry. The culprit is Temujin. Muk gritted his teeth with hatred. If Temujin could be killed here, the siege of Luntai would be lifted. Temujin saw the arrival of Muk's 30,000 reinforcements. The 30,000 soldiers were an unprecedented force, and he stretched out his hand to stop all the cavalry's offensive. The Nanzhong army arrived faster than he expected. Before he could defeat the Han army's front army, the Han army's central army had already sent reinforcements. More importantly, Temujin could already see the war eagles of the Iron Eagle scouts soaring in the sky, and Chuqian's legions had also arrived. Retreat. Although Temujin was unwilling, he still had to withdraw his troops. Once again he failed. Wang Xuance saw Temujin retreating and waited for Witzubing to return with his light cavalry. He hurriedly said to Witzubing, "General Hua, use your light cavalry to quickly raid Yanqi Kingdom at this time. Maybe you can occupy Yanqi Kingdom before Temujin returns to Yanqi Kingdom. Open the passage to Luntai." Chapter 582. Surprise Attack on Yanqi Kingdom. Temujin saw reinforcements arriving and retreated. Witzubing, Wang Xuance and others took advantage of Temujin's retreat to attack the Yanqi Kingdom. When Chu Tian led the white-robed army, heavy cavalry guards and other cavalry regiments to catch up with the former army, Witzubing, Wang Xuance and others took the initiative to attack. It really fits the fighting style of Witzubing. Li Sai, Wang Xuance and others. We will follow immediately and go to support. Chu Tian learned that Witzubing and others took advantage of Temujin's retreat and took the initiative to attack. He knew that these generals were all offensive generals, so he was not surprised. In the rear army, Subutai's cavalry cooperated with Temujin to attack and fought with Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi. Wind! Wind! Strong wind! Qin Ruishi shouted a strong command. His nasal voice resonated, and he fired his powerful crossbows. The crossbow arrows were thrown out of the sky, like a violent wind and rain. Many attacking Mongolian cavalry were killed by dense arrows. Subutai's cavalry was helpless against the tightly defended Qin Ruishi phalanx. Attack its flanks! Subutai mobilized his cavalry to attack both wings of Qin Ruishi's phalanx, and fought with Meng Tian and Lu Bu's cavalry. Fall into camp! Fall into camp! Zhejiang Lao Qin sent an unknown heavy infantry, after Gao Shun's trap camp was completely annihilated by Chu Tian in the Battle of Yuzhou. He returned to Guanzhong and re-established the trap camp. At this time, he participated in the Han Empire's expedition to Luntai. They dispatched from the trap camp and attacked fiercely forward, killing the cavalry they encountered along the way. All the cavalry fell down. Gao Shun stood ready, personally holding a long spear and commanding from the front, knocking down a light cavalry who was attacking the trap camp. The rain of arrows shot from the Mongolian bows hit the heavy armor trapped in the camp, making a clanging sound. But few arrows could penetrate the heavy armor trapped in the camp. A group of heavy cavalry tried to attack the trap camp. Spears and carbines clashed, and soldiers on both sides fell. The heavy cavalry relied on the impact generated by the high-speed charge to try to defeat the trap camp. But the trapped camp remained motionless. No matter how the Mongolian cavalry collided, they would not retreat. More than 300,000 troops from both sides competed in the rear. Zhejiang Lao Qin personally took charge, providing a defensive halo for the entire army and blocking the impact from the Subutai cavalry. Subbutai's cavalry was second only to Temujin's cavalry. Otherwise, they would not have been able to engage in a head-on battle with Witzubing and Wang Xuance's 100,000-strong army of the Western Region Protectorate. And they would have caused heavy casualties to the army of the Western Region Protectorate. Father, please let me lead 30,000 iron cavalry to destroy the Golden Fire cavalry on the opposite side. Wu Liangatai took the initiative to ask Subutai for a fight. Allow! 30,000 Mongolian cavalry gathered under the general's banner at Wu Liangatai. Wu Liangatai, as Subutai's most talented son with military talent, possesses good command and force values. He led 30,000 Mongolian cavalry to attack Ming Tian's thousands of Golden Fire cavalry. With clanging iron hoofs, the Mongolian cavalry roared in. The horses covered with thick armor galloped, turning up sand and dust, covering the sky and the sun. Wu Liangatai holds a spear and goes straight for Ming Tian. Not to be outdone, Ming Tian led the Golden Fire cavalry to counterattack the Mongolian cavalry. The two torrents of steel met head-on. Boom! Ming Tian's halberd collided with Wu Liangatai's spear, and the Golden Fire cavalry in the rear fought with the Mongolian cavalry. The sounds of weapons and armor colliding one after another. The heavy cavalry in the front row of Wu Liangatai were knocked down by the Golden Fire cavalry, and many cavalry fell off their horses. The Golden Fire cavalry was also killed by a steady stream of Mongolian cavalry coming from behind. The number of Mongolian cavalry brought by Commander Wu Liangatai was as many as 30,000. Rows of cavalry fought, and the fighting between the two sides was fierce. Both the Subutai army and the Kanjong army suffered thousands of losses. Flying Bear Army, attack its flank in a roundabout way! Li Ju and Guisi joined the battle. The Flying Bear Army, known for its speed, made a quick detour with the dust rolling, intending to cut into Wu Liangatai's cavalry from the flank. Zhang Xiu led Zhang Ji's old Xiliang troops and joined forces with Li Ju and Guisi. Because Zhang Ji was killed, he harbored hatred for the Mongolian Empire and fought bravely, eager to join a group of heavy cavalry. Don't take risks easily. Li Ju and Guibang saw Zhang Xiu taking the initiative to attack, so they had no choice but to lure away the Xiliang army, and then launched a fierce attack. The Xiliang cavalry fought with the Mongolian cavalry. The Flying Bear Army threw javelins and killed a row of Mongolian cavalry. Then, they took off their spears and fought with the Mongolian cavalry. Suddenly, more and more Mongolian cavalry attacked the Flying Bear Army. Li Ju and Guisi found that their cavalry troops seemed to be stuck in a swamp and gradually lost their mobility. Subutai appeared among the Mongolian cavalry and personally led the Mongolian cavalry to besiege the Flying Bear Army. The cavalry led by Subutai himself was a battle-hardened force. The pressure faced by the Flying Bear Army increased sharply. The cavalry of the Flying Bear Army were shot by Mongolian bows and rolled off their horses. Zhang Xiu, withdraw from this place. Otherwise, our entire army will be annihilated. Li Ju and Guisi called on Zhang Xiu to withdraw from the encirclement. Subutai had noticed their movements and personally commanded the cavalry to fight. If you continue to fight here, it will really be a fight to the death. Zhang Xiu's body was dripping with blood. He realized that Commander Subutai had arrived in large numbers, and the situation was critical. So he immediately led his old Xiliang troops to break out. There were rains of arrows shot from Mongolian bows everywhere, and weapons such as spears, bones, maces, and sabers roared in. The old Xiliang troops around Zhang Xiu suffered more casualties, from more than 1,000 to hundreds. After a fierce battle, Li Ju and Guisi's Flying Bear Army only had 1,000 men left. They wanted to attack Wu Liangatai's flank, but Subutai personally went to fight to support his son, causing the Flying Bear Army's surprise attack to fail. The real main force fighting Wu Liangatai was Ming Tian and his Golden Fire cavalry. Subutai should be Temujin's first commander. Temujin allowed him to command the troops alone, which shows his trust in him. Zhejiang Laoqin found that the number of losses of his Guanzhong Legion was rising sharply, but his heart was calm. Whether it was an expedition to Luntai or a battle with Subutai, Zhejiang Laoqin was prepared to suffer heavy losses. This is the price that must be paid. Subutai is known as the king of field battles. In the wild, especially in the western region, which is suitable for cavalry operations, Subutai is undoubtedly very beneficial. Its bonus to cavalry is also quite high, second only to Temu, who has the characteristics of a monarch. Real. If Subutai also had the characteristics of a monarch, the cavalry might be stronger than Temujin. Currently, the Guanzhong army is on the defensive, taking advantage of their bows and crossbows to defend. Lu Bu is unparalleled among the Mongolian cavalry, killing hundreds of them. Bundles of arrows from the camels were removed by the 5th Colonel of the Northern Army and used for shooting. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. One side had powerful infantry, and the other had powerful cavalry. Although Lu Bu and Meng Tian's cavalry were elite, they were not as numerous as Subutai, and could not completely drive out Subutai and Wuliangatai. The Great Khan failed again. Subutai received from Tan Machi the results of Temujin's attack on the Han army's front line. Qin Ruishi stepped forward, while the Mongolian cavalry moved back. Qin Ruishi did not dare to pursue deeply, because Subutai's nickname of King of Field Battle mostly came from luring the enemy deeper. Once the pursuit for dozens of miles turns into a long snake formation, Qin Ruishi's square formation will be full of loopholes for the mobile cavalry, and Qin Ruishi can be cut off at any time. Facing the harassment tactics of the Mongolian cavalry, Zhejiang Laoqin could not bear the harassment and had no good solution for the time being. So he had to order Lu Bu, Meng Tian, Li Ju, Guisi and others to expel the Mongolian cavalry in turn, but not to pursue them. After Subutai received the news of Temujin's retreat, he gave up the decisive battle with Laoqin's Guanzhong army and chose harassment tactics. In the Yanqi kingdom, Temujin left Ali Haig to defend the city, waiting for him to successfully attack the Han army before returning to the Yanqi kingdom for supplies. However, at night, the Western Region cavalry led by Huitziubing and Wang Xuanzi arrived at the Yanqi kingdom faster than the retreating Temujin and launched a fierce attack on the Yanqi kingdom. The Mongolian defenders of the Yanqi kingdom did not expect that after the Han army was attacked by Temujin, the first thing they did was not to rest and recuperate, but to seize the opportunity to march ahead of Temujin. The Western Region cavalry dismounted, and under the leadership of Wang Xuanzi and others, they piled up mountains of earth overnight, attacked the city wall, fought with the defenders on the city wall, and then took advantage of the situation to sweep the entire city wall. The Mongolian defenders in the city didn't know how many Han troops there were. The defender Ali Haig hurriedly led the Mongolian army to counterattack. Li Sai's Tang Dynasty Modeo team blocked the streets and killed the attacking Mongolian cavalry. Huitziubing and Zhao Pono led their cavalry to clear out the defenders in the city. Ali Haig was retreating steadily and had to withdraw from the Yanqi kingdom. The Yanqi kingdom was occupied by Huitziubing, Wang Xuanzi, and others who were attacking for hundreds of miles. The Yanqi kingdom was close to Luntai city and was originally under the control of the Western Region's Protectorate. When the civilians of Yanqi kingdom saw the generals from the Western Region's Protectorate arriving, they all supported Huitziubing, Wang Xuanzi and others. Wang Xuanzi executed a group of nobles of the Yanqi kingdom who had betrayed the Western Region Protectorate, and then recruited troops, horses, and supplies in the Yanqi kingdom. The next day, when Temujin led the cavalry that blocked the Han army and returned to the Yanqi kingdom, the city walls of the Yanqi kingdom had changed their flags. The Western Region's Protectorate regained the Yanqi kingdom. Now, Luntai, Chaisher, and Yanqi are all under the control of the Han army. At any cost, capture the Yanqi kingdom. Temujin couldn't help but be angry when he saw that Huitziubing, Wang Xuanzi, and others took advantage of his defeat to take a detour to raid the Yanqi kingdom. The anger that keeps accumulating will sometimes explode. Great Khan, the morale of our army is low, and the Han expeditionary force from the rear is about to arrive. If we waste time on attacking the fortress and the Han army should cooperate internally and externally, our army will definitely be defeated. It is better to withdraw from Luntai city. Kucha and other kingdoms are still with us. Under their control, we can obtain supplies from these kingdoms. Yelu Chukai stopped Temujin's impulse to attack Yanqi. Huitziubing, Wang Xuanzi and others have always had prestige in the Yanqi kingdom, and the Yanqi kingdom they held on to was not so easy to conquer. Once the storming of the city fails, and the Han army from behind comes to join forces, Temujin's army is expected to be completely annihilated. After listening to Yelu Chutsai's advice, Temujin calmed down a little. Go to Luntai country and meet up with Ajadai and Shagatai. This revenge must be avenged. Temujin was very angry that Huitziubing, Wang Xuanzi, and others adopted a sneak attack to regain the Yanqi kingdom. But for now, he could only suppress his anger and get to Luntai city to take revenge on Huitziubing and others. The armies of Luntai city, Ajadai and Shagatai are all here. They will be the Great Khan's weapon to turn defeat into victory. Please be patient for a while. Yelu Chukai was still worried that Temujin would make an irrational decision and once again advised Temujin. Temujin stretched out his hand to stop Yelu Chukai. I understand what I am doing. Let's set off and go to Luntai city. Temujin's cavalry left Yanqi kingdom and marched towards Luntai city. Wang Xuanzi stood on the city wall and watched Temujin's cavalry leave in force. Their marching direction was Luntai City, where Huan was besieged. Temujin retreated again and again, and Luntai City was already his bottom line. If Luntai City is recaptured, Temujin will have no choice but to flee to the Ili Valley. Wang Xuanzi could already foresee Temujin's route. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire pushed Temujin to the limit. So much so that the powerful Temujin had to retreat again and again, and was driven from the Chaisher Kingdom to the Luntai Kingdom. The Luntai Kingdom has assembled not only Temujin's cavalry, but also the cavalry of the two Khanates, Ajadai and Chagatai. It may be very difficult to break the siege of Luntai City. Huatsubing lost his hand. After years of experience, he was no longer a fierce general who only knew how to attack. Chapter 583 Gan Yinshuo's request for help. Huatsubing, Wang Xuanzi, and others actually took over the Yanqi Kingdom. They are worthy of being offensive generals. Chu Tian joined forces with Mu Ke and Su Fengyan. When they arrived at Yanqi Kingdom, Huatsubing and others' cavalry raid tactics achieved results and drove away the garrison of Mongolian General Ali Haig stationed in Yanqi Kingdom. At the same time, Temujin lost Yanqi State, a supply point at the southern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains, and had to withdraw to Luntai City, the front line of Chaisher State. Yanqi State and Luntai State has been opened up, and there is no city to stop the Han Empire's expeditionary force from relieving Luntai State. As long as you rest and resupply in the Yanqi Kingdom, you can reach the Luntai Kingdom, fight the main force of the Mongol Empire, and lift the siege of Luntai City by the Mongol Empire. Luntai City has been besieged for quite some time. According to the judgment of Chu Tian and other Han princes, if the Mongolian army attacking the city used counterweight trebuchets and other siege equipment, Huan's Luntai City would be destroyed. It is also difficult to hold on for a long time. The number of Mongolian cavalry currently assembled in Luntai Kingdom is hundreds of thousands, which is equivalent to the main force of all the Mongol Empire in the western regions, as well as the main cavalry force of the two Khanates, all assembled in Luntai City. This time, even crazy people like Huatsubing, Wang Xuanzi, and others did not dare to lead tens of thousands of cavalry to raid Luntai. Otherwise, they would easily be trapped by hundreds of thousands of Mongolian cavalry and eventually be defeated and die. Not only would it be impossible to lift the siege of Luntai City by the Mongolian army, but the entire army would be annihilated. Lord, there is a Han cavalry squad coming from the direction of Luntai City. It should be the cavalry team sent by Huan to deliver information to us. Hurry and greet us. The city gate of the Yanqi Kingdom opened, and a Han cavalry broke into the Yanqi Kingdom. The leading Han general was severely wounded. After entering the Yanqi Kingdom, he collapsed from his horse. General! The Han cavalry quickly dismounted and helped Gan Yinshuo, who was dripping with blood. Go and ask for the miracle doctor. Chen Qingji led a small group of white-robed troops to greet him, and found that Han General Gan Yinshuo was injured and fell from his horse. At this time, only the miracle doctor Hua Tuo could bring him back to life. The miracle doctor Hua Tuo went on expeditions with the expeditionary force, saving lives and healing the wounded, and was highly respected among the expeditionary force of the Han Empire. The general was hit by 6 arrows. Fortunately, he did not hit any vital points. His life is not in danger. He just needs a period of recovery. Otherwise, the injury will not be fully recovered. Hua Tuo examined Gan Yinshuo's body and applied herbs and healing medicine to stop his bleeding and prevent his injuries from worsening. The situation in Luntai City is critical. How can we waste time on healing? I want to see the general. Gan Yinshuo was entrusted by Huan and came to ask for help. He didn't care about so many things. He just wanted to see Chu Tian as soon as possible and asked for rescue of Luntai City as soon as possible. Well, Hua Tuo found that many military generals had very bad tempers, especially some who regarded death as a matter of course and did not care about their injuries. This makes it difficult for doctors to do this. General Gan took the risk to break through. Please don't worry. I will lead my troops to rescue Luntai City. Chu Tian arrived with Dian Wei and other guards. He had already learned from the surviving Han cavalry that Gan Yinshuo led 300 cavalry to break out and came to look for the Han Empire's expeditionary force. On the way, they encountered Temujin's cavalry and intercepted them again. Gan Yinshuo's cavalry suffered another loss. 300 cavalry set out from Luntai City, but only 13 cavalry successfully joined Chu Tian and others, with a death rate of over 90%. This cavalry team almost risked the entire army to be annihilated to deliver information. Chu Tian was in awe of this. The Western Region Protectorate has single-handedly withstood the months-long offensive from the Mongol Empire and the two Khanates. And all generals have tried their best. Gan Yinsho was almost killed in battle. What is the specific situation in Luntai City? The information Huan sent through War Eagle was extremely brief. It would be better to get the details of Luntai City's defense situation directly from Gan Yinsho. The Mongolian army used a powerful trebuchet that could throw boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms, fireballs, and smoke and herbs that paralyzed the defenders. Luntai City was in danger. We need a support army to enter Luntai City to assist in the defense, and at the same time boost morale. Otherwise, Luntai City may not be able to hold on. Please send a support army in advance. General! Gan Yinsho saw Chu Tian, and couldn't wait to ask Chu Tian for help. After the sneak attack on the Ajudai Khanate, Huan was left with 40,000 main troops remaining to guard Luntai. And the rest of the soldiers were temporarily recruited low-level soldiers, or local warriors. The Xiangyang artillery destroyed the fortifications of Luntai City. Huan's main force was lost. And the temporary recruits found it difficult to defend the city in the face of the powerful Khanate army. Therefore, Gan Yinsho took the risk to break out of Luntai City, and came to look for the Han Empire's expeditionary force, seeking reinforcements to enter the city and assist in the defense. Chu Tian thought for a moment, and realized that the goal of the Han Empire's expeditionary force was to rescue Luntai City. If Luntai City was breached, the Han Empire's expeditionary force would be stuck in a dilemma. Later, Luntai City was occupied by the Mongolian army. Once the Han Empire's expeditionary force was unable to recapture Luntai City and ran out of food, water, and arrows, the entire 400,000 strong expeditionary force would be lost in the western regions. If they retreat, Subutai's cavalry will follow behind and intercept them. Temujin and Ogodai will pursue them. And the Han Empire's reinforcements will also collapse. Who can go in advance to help defend Luntai City? Chu Tian considered sending a support army into Luntai City to strengthen the defensive force of Luntai City. At the same time, the defenders defending Luntai City can leave the city at any time to attack the Mongolian army. I'm going to Luntai City. Myuk took the initiative to ask for help. Chu Tian shook his head. It must be a cavalry to use mobility to break through the Mongolian army besieging the city and enter the city. Otherwise, your infantry will be heavily surrounded by the Mongolian army. Not only will it not be able to enter the city, but the entire army will be annihilated. Myuk bit his lip. Both the Vine armor soldiers and the White Pole soldiers were infantrymen and were not good at horse fighting. When fighting, they needed to dismount. With the horse fighting capabilities of the Rattan soldiers and White Pole soldiers, it is really impossible to break through the Mongolian defense line outside the city and successfully enter the city. Give me a cavalry and let me enter Luntai City to defend the city. Su Fengyan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Myuk lacked cavalry, but Su Fengyan's Xiliang soldiers were good at cavalry assaults. With Yubing and others need to stay and fight Temujin head-on. I will give you 10,000 light cavalry to defend the city. Chu Tian handed over 10,000 light cavalry from the White Robe Legion to Su Fengyan, and asked Su Fengyan to have 30,000 troops and go to Luntai to defend the city. With Huan's troops, plus 30,000 reinforcements, defending Luntai should not be a problem. I'll lead the way. Gan Yinsho received a group of reinforcements and couldn't wait to return to Luntai City, leading the reinforcements to Luntai to boost the morale of the defenders. Your injury is serious. Is it no problem? Chu Tian couldn't see Gan Yinsho's attributes, but he knew that Gan Yinsho's strength must have declined due to injuries. But Gan Yinsho became more courageous and planned to follow Su Fengyan back to the city in person. The general has been entrusted by hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Luntai to go out of the city to seek reinforcements. Now that he has received reinforcements, he will naturally lead them back to Luntai. Please allow me. General, that's all. Chu Tian finally agreed with Gan Yinsho and the remaining 12 surviving Han cavalry to follow Su Fengyan to Luntai City. Su Fengyan summoned his generals Wang Yinzheng, Ma Chao, Ma Tung, Han Sui, Yang Shiho, Li Hu, and the newly joined Gan Yinsho to command 30,000 cavalry to assist Luntai City. Before Gan Yinsho set off, he explained the details of Luntai City to Chu Tian. The enemies besieging Luntai City were not just Wakuatai and Yeludashi, but also Shagatai from the Ili River Valley. The Shagatai Khanate may have a group of Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm servants. The four great Khans possess the characteristics of monarchs, and are mostly related to controlling the servant army. Yeludashi is the founder of Shiliu. He may also have the characteristics of a monarch, which is equivalent to fighting the four Khans in Luntai. Chutian's defense against Yellow-Dashi was even higher than Chagatai. Perhaps the military capabilities of Chagatai and Ajudai may not be comparable to Yellow-Dashi. Yellow-Dashi should be one of the most fierce Khitan people. The city of Luntai will be left to you. While guarding the city, wait for the opportunity to leave the city to attack the Mongolian army and contain Wokuatai and Yellow-Dashi. Chu Tian warned Su Fengnian, Gan Yinshou and others before they set off. The defenders of Luntai city not only defended the city, but also served to threaten and contain the Mongolian army. As long as we enter Luntai city, we will definitely be able to defend Luntai. If we cannot break into Luntai, it means that our entire army will be annihilated. Su Fengnian held a gun and led the Shiliang army and 10,000 Central Plains cavalry, one step ahead of Chu Tian and others, to Luntai. Huitsubing, Wang Xuanzi, Li Sai and others from the Western Region Protectorate were left behind by Chu Tian. In Chu Tian's view, the generals of the Western Region Protectorate were suitable for the offensive and could play a greater role if they remained in the expeditionary force. When Temujin joins Ajudai and Chagatai, he will most likely choose to fight the expeditionary force in the wild. Su Fengnian and Gan Yinshou's cavalry galloped away, and Muk stationed his sword. If Su Fengnian and Gan Yinshou successfully broke into Luntai city could hold on. On the contrary, Luntai city is quite dangerous. After Chu Tian and others supplied supplies in the Yinchi kingdom, it took a long time for Jiuzhou Laoqin's Guanzhong army to arrive at the Yinchi kingdom. Looking disgraced, Subutai is really tricky. No wonder it keeps holding Huitsubing and others back. Jiuzhou Laoqin took off his helmet and kept panting. Subutai's harassment tactics were an experience for the Quanzhong army. In order to reach the Yinchi kingdom, the Guanzhong army suffered heavy losses, and generals such as Li Ju, Guisi, and Zhang Xiu were injured. Gan Yinshou. Jiuzhou Laoqin heard that Gan Yinshou came to the rescue. He thought about it for a while, and said to Chu Tian and Muk, in the decisive battle of Luntai city, more than 100,000 people may die. If we win, the initiative is in our hands. The Ajudai Khanate has been destroyed. As long as the Chagatai Khanate is destroyed and the Western Region Protectorate resumes its rule over the Western regions, Temujin can only retreat to Mabe. Chu Tian, like Jiuzhou Laoqin, realized that the closer the Han army got to Luntai city, the closer the decisive battle with Temujin would come. It was not so much a decisive battle with Temujin as it was a decisive battle with the Mongol Empire and the two great Khanates. Temujin, Ajudai, Chagatai, Yellow-Dashi, Subutai, Muwali, Krasu and others were in one camp, while the Han Empire's expeditionary force received generals such as Huitsubing, Wang Xuanzi, Qin Liangyu, and Wu Tugu joining with troops is equally strong. As long as Temujin refuses to give in and give up Luntai city, a battle between the two sides in Luntai city is inevitable. The supplies of the Han Empire's expeditionary force were getting less and less, and Temujin's side had lost Yinchi state as a supply point and relied on Chiotsi state for supplies, which also faced logistical problems. The supply situation of both sides forced the time for the decisive battle between the two sides to approach. Chapter 584 Reinforcements from Luntai city. Kill. The Mongolian army outside Luntai city was attacked by a 30,000-strong Han cavalry force. Their shouts of killing alerted the defenders inside the city. The defenders of Luntai city climbed onto the city wall one after another, looking at the Mongolian army besieging Luntai, trying to see what happened. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. Suddenly, a burst of cheers broke out among the defenders of Luntai city. The morale of all the defenders increased because of the appearance of reinforcements outside the city. In addition to characteristics, specific events on the battlefield will also affect the rise and fall of morale, such as the death of a general and the arrival of reinforcements. Gao Xianji, follow me out of the city to meet you. Huang could already see the war eagle of the Iron Eagle Scout and the battle flag of the Western Region Protectorate General Gan Yinshou in the hand of the Western Region Protectorate. This group of cavalry arriving contains at least 20,000 to 30,000 people. Tan Maki of the Mongolian army discovered this cavalry in advance, and Wokuatai and Yellow-Dashi, who were besieging the city, immediately dispatched troops and horses to attack. The main force of Temujin's cavalry went to Kucha Kingdom for supplies, leaving Muwali to join Wokuatai and Yellow-Dashi. At this time, only the cavalry of Wokuatai, Yellow-Dashi, and Muwali surrounded Luntai city, and the defensive force was relatively weak. Yellow-Dashi personally led a group of cavalry to intercept Su Fengnian's cavalry. The two sides fought fiercely under Luntai city. The battle resulted in more and more cavalry deaths. Han General Gan Yinshou's original wound burst due to the fierce battle and was injured again. However, he slashed the ring sword and killed several enemy cavalry one after another. He slashed hard and tried to break through the blockade of Yeludashi and enter the city. Yeldashi's Central Asian cavalry were more terrifying. They used Turkic bows to shoot on horseback. Gan Yinshou was hit by 2 arrows. The gates of Luntai City were opened, and Huan personally went out with Gao Xianji to support Gan Yinshou and Su Fengyan, while Wukutai ordered 2 captains of 10,000 men to come and besiege them, and tens of thousands of cavalry fought in a melee. The general will fulfill his mission. Gan Yinshou saw Huan coming out of the city to meet him. He knew that Huan was okay for the time being, and reinforcements had arrived. Luntai City could probably be defended. So he shouted to Huan, "Reinforcements have finally arrived." Huan and his general Gao Xianji fought hard and successfully joined Su Fengyan's reinforcements. Huan also knew this Chutian trading partner in previous epic battles and national wars. Although the two sides were not very familiar with each other, they were considered allies at this time. It's okay to defend Luntai City and discuss Temujin and Ajudai for such a long time. After Su Fengyan and Huan joined forces, they retreated towards Luntai City with great momentum. At the city gate, Huan had already deployed a group of heavy infantry and crossbowmen to respond. Yeludashi took off the crossbow from the saddle, pointed it at the retreating Gan Yinshou, and triggered the crossbow. The reaction force made Yeludashi's arm shake slightly, and the crossbow arrow shot out of the air. Ugh! Gan Yinshou had already joined Huan, but when he was about to be safe, he was shot by Yeludashi. His eyes lost all energy. His pupils were dilated, and he fell from the horse. Gan Yinshou! Huan originally planned to reward this hero after entering the city, but Gan Yinshou was shot by Yeludashi at the end. A famous general of the Western Region's protectorate died on the battlefield. Huan's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Yeludashi among a group of Khitan cavalry and Central Asian cavalry. Yeludashi's eyes were cold. He was 300 to 400 meters away from Huan, and was already out of the range of the crossbow. Only vague figures could be seen, but both sides felt that they were lifelong enemies. General Gan Yinshou of the Protectorate of the Western Regions, Dewan nobleman Mi Jian, and King Luan all died under the attack of Yeludashi. The strategy of the Western Region Protectorate represented by Huan was undermined by Yeludashi. Yeludashi, who served the 2 Khanates of the Mongol Empire, became the most troublesome enemy of the Western Region Protectorate, even above Wukutai and Shagatai. Enter the city! Although his heart was bleeding, Huan knew that he could not act on his will at this time. Otherwise, he would only live up to Gan Yinshou's sacrifice. With Huan's support, Su Fengyan lost thousands of cavalry and finally entered Luntai City, adding more than 20,000 elite soldiers and more than 10 historical generals to the Luntai City defenders. Wukutai also has a group of military generals from the Khanate under his command. But the pressure on Luntai City has undoubtedly reduced at this time. After Yeludashi shot Gan Yinshou, he was ordered to show him to the public to frighten the defenders of Luntai City. Gan Yinshou, I will kill Yeludashi! Huan hated Yeludashi even more. Yeludashi killed the generals of the Western Region Protectorate in succession, which made Huan hate him. Yeludashi has become Huan's inevitable enemy. It's Xiangyang Cannon again! Su Fengyan entered Luntai City, and found that the walls of Luntai City were in devastation, and many wall sections were broken. Huan ordered people to repair them, and set up parapets, or wooden fences, which prevented the Mongolian army from attacking the city walls. Su Fengyan personally experienced the power of the Xiangyang Cannon. A section of the city wall at Yumen Pass was destroyed by the Xiangyang Cannon. The city wall of Luntai City may not be stronger than a specialized pass, like Yumen Pass. In other words, according to Su Fengyan's estimation, some of the walls of Luntai City may not last long, and will collapse to the ground. It's better to try to leave the city, burn the Xiangyang Cannon, and delay it for a while. To deal with the Xiangyang artillery, Su Fengyan considered leaving the city to attack. No! Yeludashi has set up traps such as horse pits and horse traps outside the city. Once they attack the Xiangyang Cannon, the entire army will most likely be annihilated. Huan shook his head. Su Fengyan looked at Wang Yanzheng, Ma Chao, and Hua Xiong and others sent to him by Chutian. If these fierce generals are the vanguard, they may be able to successfully burn down the Xiangyang Cannon, but under the siege of more than 100,000 Mongolian cavalry, especially Yeludashi, who also set traps such as ballistae and powerful crossbows. Even the 5 Tiger generals will be killed. Large siege engines have the potential to kill generals. unless Su Fengnian wants to sacrifice Wang Yinzhong, Ma Chao, Hua Xiong and others in exchange for the opportunity to burn the Xiangyang cannon. Such a price is not worth it. Outside the city, Wakutai and Mu Huali stood on a high place, and couldn't help but remain silent when they saw Yeludashi fail to intercept Su Fengnian, and Su Fengnian's cavalry successfully entered the city. Yeludashi's cavalry is already pretty good, but they still can't intercept this Han cavalry, which shows how powerful the Han cavalry is. The princes of the Han army, who are qualified to participate in the expeditionary force, are not just ordinary people. Strengthen the defense of the Xiangyang cannon. If they go out of the city to attack the Xiangyang cannon, fire thousands of crossbows to kill them. The crossbows deployed next to the Xiangyang cannon are enough to kill its generals. I have 20 more built. Xiangyang artillery, this time, must destroy Luntai city before the Han Empire's expeditionary force arrives. Wakutai waved his hand, and 20 large counterweight trebuchets joined the sequence of siege equipment, forming an even larger siege camp with the original Xiangyang artillery. After Su Fengnian entered Luntai city, Wakutai's offensive against Luntai city became more fierce. The Xiangyang cannon roared, and huge rocks, fireballs, smoke, and even corpses were thrown into the city by the Xiangyang cannon. Damn it! The attacks here are more terrifying than those at Yumen Pass. Su Fengnian looked up at the sky, and pieces of high-speed rotating boulders and fireballs fell down, making the city wall tremble. The number of Xiangyang artillery and siege equipment used by Wakutai to attack Luntai city was more than the trebuchets used by the Mongolian army to attack Yumen Pass. Yumen Pass is narrow, and not many troops can be deployed to attack the pass at one time. This is also the advantage of Xiongguan. However, the four walls of Luntai city are within the attack range of the Mongolian army. The Mongolian army can deploy more trebuchets, siege towers, and ladder trucks, and mobilize more troops to attack the city. Defending Luntai city is more difficult than defending Yumen Pass, which is why Huan needs a new force to help defend the city. The armies and servants of the Ajadai Khanate all over the mountains and plains once again besieged Luntai city. The rain of arrows intertwined into a net and fell, harvesting the lives of the defenders. My son! Ma Ting discovered that Ma Chao had been hit by an arrow and was injured in the battle. Wang Yanzhong's iron spear swept across, blocking the rain of arrows for Ma Tung and Ma Chao. The attack and defense of Luntai city was quite brutal, even more brutal than the Yumengwen battle. Ma Chao, who assisted the Western Region army in defending Luntai city, was quickly injured by a dense rain of arrows. Thousands of arrows rained down, and anyone can get hurt. Kucha Kingdom is located to the west of Luntai Kingdom. Temujin's cavalry is temporarily resting and replenishing here. Although Temujin suffered successive defeats in Chaisher and Yanqi, Temujin was still the biggest threat to the Han Empire's expeditionary force. A cavalry group from Central Asia arrived in Kucha and joined Temujin. Father Khan! Jagatai met his father, the conqueror of the world. However, Temujin looked a little haggard at this time, and Temujin's confidence was hit by successive defeats. It was not until Chagatai arrived that Temujin regained his momentum as a great conqueror. The main force of the cavalry that Chagatai came to support was the Mongolian cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate, followed by the cavalry of the Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm. I have learned the result of the battle in the Ili Valley. You, OGDI, and Yeludashi did a good job. The blood of the Central Asian coalition forces stained the Ili Valley red. The Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm must have surrendered. The Sultan of Khwarezm has surrendered after we beheaded him. But the Seljuk Empire is still gathering coalition forces to try to regain its position as the overlord of Central Asia. Therefore, most of the servants brought by the children are from Khwarezm. Cavalry. The stupid Seljuks will realize how insignificant their military power is. When we annihilate this expeditionary force of the Han Empire, the next one will be annihilated and the Seljuk Empire will be razed to the ground. Temujin snorted coldly when he heard that, after the Seljuk Empire was defeated in the Ili Valley, its sultan still dared to resist the rule of the Chagatai Khanate. As long as he can annihilate the Han Empire's expeditionary force in Luntai city and then conquer the Seljuk Empire, he can gather the power of Central Asia, the western regions, and Mabe to launch another offensive against the Han Empire. Perhaps the time for us to fully attack the Han Empire is not yet mature, and we are too impatient. Temujin's voice was low. We should take the lead in conquering Central and West Asia, obtain an army of millions of servants, and then fully attack the Han Empire. Chagatai said respectfully. What Father Khan said is absolutely true. The Han Empire is our most powerful enemy. The most powerful enemy should be saved until the end and then annihilated. On the contrary, conquer the Seljuk Empire and quark the kingdom of Zimo is simpler than we imagined. Temujin stood up. But now that all the troops are concentrated in Luntai City, we have no choice but to fight to the death with the Han Empire's expeditionary force. If we win, we will gain access to the western region and even the fertile pastures in the pass. If we fail, we must withdraw from the western region and wait for another opportunity. Chagatai, we have to rely on your troops this time. Children's cavalry is at the mercy of my father. Chapter 585 Temujin Chagatai Allied Forces. The entire expeditionary force gathered in Yinchi State to recover their strength. After putting clean water into water bags, they set out again for the expedition to Luntai. This time, Chu Tian left part of Li Yi's army behind, and then used the teleportation array of Yinchi Kingdom to dispatch the 5 good generals in Jizhou to Jin to Yinchi Kingdom. Command this part of the troops, and defend Yinchi Kingdom. Currently, the Han Empire's expeditionary force controls the Chaisher Kingdom and the Yinchi Kingdom, and has a total of 2 teleportation arrays. The Han Empire's expeditionary force receives a steady stream of supplies. Without the teleportation array, it would be even more difficult for the expeditionary force to move forward. The troops were allocated to Su Fengnian to support Luntai City, and some troops were left to defend Yinchi Kingdom. In addition to the troops and horses lost in small-scale battles with Temujin and Subutai, the 400,000 expeditionary army became 300,000 expeditionary troops. Although the scale of the expeditionary force has been reduced, the defense of Luntai City is stronger, and the expeditionary force has obtained retreat routes such as Yinchi Kingdom and Chaisher Kingdom, which is considered more secure. The yellow sand wears golden armor in 100 battles. Chu Tian discovered that part of the durability of his armor had fallen off. Chu Tian himself did not go into battle to kill the enemy, so the durability of his equipment was partially lost by the yellow sand. Sure enough, Hua Sha Baijan can really wear golden armor. Sister Joan of Arc is becoming more and more obvious. After Luntai City is recaptured, she can no longer be allowed to fight. Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan discovered that Joan of Arc had a child. They were on an expedition, and were not safe at this time. Chu Tian nodded, helpless as Joan of Arc took the initiative to follow him. And the Han Empire's expeditionary force needed some of her abilities. Even a 1% bonus may be able to reverse the situation of the battle at a critical moment. Hui Qing rode over and said to Chu Tian, between Yinchi Kingdom and Luntai City, close to the Taklamakan Desert, according to past practices, maybe Temujin will make a comeback. And this time, he will bring at least one Khanate with him of military strength. Hui Qing followed the princes of the Han Empire, and after experiencing 2 wars, he also understood Temujin's tactics. Temujin often launched surprise attacks with the help of sand and dust, using the mobility of the cavalry to attack and retreat to defend, to consume the Han Empire's expeditionary force. Sun Bin said, perhaps Temujin will be waiting for us at the end of the desert. As we pass through the desert, our morale and physical strength have declined, and the water sources have dried up. We will definitely seek a fight as soon as possible, and then Temujin will have a chance to win. Whether Temujin chooses to wait for us in the desert or at the end of the desert, be on alert. The temperature seems to be getting lower and lower. If the battle continues, more and more soldiers and horses will freeze to death. Chu Tian realized that the temperature dropped sharply, and the climate was extremely unfavorable to the expeditionary force coming from the pass. If it were the Liaodong army at Mingguan, it might be able to withstand the harsh winter in the western regions. But few soldiers coming from the central plains and Guangzhou could adapt to the cold winter in the western regions. The most uncomfortable thing is for Muku's Nanzhong Legion. The local area is hot and rainy all year round, and there is no snow. The cold winter in the Tian Shan Mountains may cause the Nanzhong Legion's combat effectiveness to plummet. The climate actually has a huge impact on the Legion's combat effectiveness. Historically, the Mongolian cavalry's attack on Indochina failed because they could not bear the hot climate of the jungle. The cold winter in Tian Shan is coming. After staying in Yujin to defend the Yinchi Kingdom, the 300,000 expeditionary force passed through the edge of the desert. At night, the temperature dropped sharply, and the expeditionary force lit a fire in the desert to keep warm. Because of the special treatment, Joan of Arc was able to sit next to Chu Tian and lean on Chu Tian's shoulder. Even if it's cool in summer, it's time to give way to Joan of Arc. Hui Qing used branches to stir up the burning firewood, his eyes wandering, and he was temporarily distracted because he was worried about Hua An's safety. Nyuk sat next to Hui Qing, also lost in thought. Jiujiang Lao Qin's face looked a little haggard. According to Jiujiang Lao Qin, He was not very willing to participate in this expedition, and it seemed that he could not bear the climate here. Xuerigui and Zhao Yun led the White Robe Cavalry to conduct a reconnaissance 50 miles ahead and returned, but did not encounter any enemies. Dian Wei led the patrol of the Tiger Guards, and Yang Dian, who was also in charge of the patrol, looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Although Yang Big Eyes is named Big Eyes, his eyes are not as big as Dian Wei's eyes. The two fierce generals each have their own master, and they dislike each other. Qin Liangyu was talking to Hua Mulan, and the two seemed to get along very well. When Qin Liangyu mentioned Chu Tian, Hua Mulan would always look at Chu Tian from time to time. Now Hua Mulan's talking point was her own daughter. In the past, Hua Mulan was very cold and not good at talking. Under Xiao Liang's training, she finally became a normal person and established friendship with Qin Liangyu. Chu Tian is also willing to let Hua Mulan and Qin Liangyu become friends. And when the time comes, he can lure Qin Liangyu over without any bloodshed. Wang Xuanzi, Hu Qibing, Li Sai, Zhao Ponu and other generals from the Western Region Protectorate gathered in a small circle, and most of the discussion was about relieving the siege of Luntai City. They had a strong sense of belonging to the Protectorate of the Western Regions. Even though the Protectorate of the Western Regions only had 2 pieces of land left, the Luntai Kingdom and the Cheshire Kingdom, they did not defect to the Mongolian Empire. All the soldiers were aware that the decisive battle with Temujin might break out on the edge of the desert or at the end of the wasteland. In the Battle of Mabe, the Xiongnu Yazixi Chanyu chose the time for a decisive battle with the Han army when the Han army left the Gobi. Therefore, everyone is recharging their strength and preparing for the final decisive battle with Temujin in the expedition to the western region. If they win, the soldiers of the expeditionary force can return to the Han Empire to recuperate. If they lose, corpses litter the fields outside Luntai City. The entire 300,000 expeditionary force is wiped out and becomes food for vultures. If we are defeated, I am willing to follow the Lord and die in battle, Joan of Arc whispered to Chu Tian. The decisive battle has not yet begun, so you cannot say such unlucky words. Chu Tian had no intention of defeat. The Han Empire's expeditionary force numbered 300,000, and Luntai City still had tens of thousands of elite troops. The Mongolian Empire must simultaneously besiege Luntai City and engage in a decisive battle with the Han Empire's expeditionary force, investing more troops. In addition, Chu Tian also left a hand, which may not lead to failure. I was wrong. Joan of Arc was not willing to fail. After all, the child was not born yet. Xiao Liang looked at Chu Tian with fiery eyes. Chu Tian felt her wolf-like eyes, and he probably saw that Joan of Arc had a child and wanted a second child. What a competitive woman. It was more difficult to deal with Temujin, and Chu Tian found that he was really powerless. It was a cold night in the Tian Shan Mountains, and the Han army rested in their tents. The next day, when a ray of sunlight crossed the foothills and fell on the Han army's camp, 300,000 Han troops embarked on an expedition again. The War Eagle soars in the sky. The flag covers the sky. The Iron Horse is fierce, and it swallows thousands of miles like a tiger. On the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, the allied forces of Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate used more than 300,000 cavalry to block the Han army from the front. At the rear of the Han Empire's expeditionary force, Subatai's cavalry was like ghosts, following the Han army. Countless Mongolian cavalry and Central Asian cavalry gathered, and the Chagatai Khanate brought a large number of camels and pack horses. In Central Asia, both camels and pack horses are not uncommon. A commander of the Chagatai Khanate led a group of cavalry on patrol. This commander had a resolute face. Although his status was not high in the Chagatai Khanate, which had more than 100,000 troops, he relied on his military merit to climb the ranks step by step, the position of a captain of thousands. In the Battle of the Ili Valley, he served as 100 households, led more than 100 Mongolian cavalry, beheaded 500, contributed his share to the Chagatai Khanate's victory over the Central Asian coalition forces, and was promoted to 1,000 households for his military exploits. The position of Qin who cannot use my talents. Give me tens of thousands of cavalry. Maybe I can help the great Khan win. The young commander of the Chagatai Khanate seemed extremely confident in his talents. Chagatai, the Khan of the Chagatai Khanate, did not pay much attention to this newly promoted commander. Chagatai currently has more than 100,000 households, and more than 100,000 households under Chagatai's command. A new 1,000 households will not attract Chagatai's attention. Chagatai, at this time, was with Temujin, gathering troops and recharging his strength. As for Wokuotai and Yeldashi, they launched a fierce offensive against Luntai City. The Mongolian Empire plans to achieve results on two fronts: capture Luntai City at the same time, and annihilate the Han Empire's expeditionary force. Temujin received reinforcements from the Chagatai Khanate, and his confidence increased. He summoned generals such as Mahwali, Krasu, Ali Haig, Qi Laowen, Borshu, and Monk Wanyanshan to block the Han Empire's expeditionary force. Unlike the previous two temptations, Temujin had no retreat. Taking another step back, the Han Empire's expeditionary force arrived at Luntai City. The Mongol Empire's strategy of attacking the Western Region's protectorate completely failed. Huan, relying on his status as the Western Region's protectorate, could soon resume his rule in the Western Region's protectorate. 30 years of the Western Regions, the Six Kingdoms, will return to Huan's rule. Crassus led the Roman legions into the battle. The Roman legion lost half of its strength in the Battle of Human Pass, leaving only more than 2,000 men. Roman citizens in Mabe were sent to the Western Regions to supplement the losses of the Roman legions. Crassus's Roman legion barely recovered its size, but its combat strength declined due to the addition of new soldiers. The scale of the war in the East has become more and more tragic. If it continues like this, maybe I will die in the East. I can't die here like this group of madmen. I must find a way to escape back to Rome. Crassus served Temujin for 2 years, but what he wanted to do was escape back to Rome. If Temujin hadn't sent a group of Mongolian soldiers to personally protect Crassus, perhaps Crassus would have been able to return to Rome. Crassus was different from the young and ignorant Joan of Arc. As long as he had money, he had many means to return to Rome. All warriors, if you win this battle, you can get all the pastures: gold, silver, grain, women, cattle, and sheep in the Western region. If you kill more enemies than you lose, the commander of the army will be promoted to king. If you have 10,000 households, you will be promoted to the commander of the army. If you are 1,000 households, you will be promoted to 10,000 households. And if you are 100 households, you will be promoted to 1,000 households. An ordinary soldier who kills 5 people will be promoted to 100 households. Servant army. Whoever kills 3 people will be free. Before the decisive battle, Temujin boosted the morale of the army and planned to distribute all the property in the Western regions to the soldiers participating in the battle. And at the same time, he would appoint officials on a large scale. Temujin's decision made more than 300,000 cavalry excited. Those who excel in this battle can even be crowned kings. 10,000 households. The young head of 1,000 households in the Chagatai Khanate found a way to be promoted, and his fighting spirit was high. As long as I kill more than 1,000 troops, I will be a 10,000 household. Chapter 586: The Decisive Battle of Luntai Kingdom. 300,000 Han troops were about to leave the desert. A strong wind swept over them. War flags and robes were fluttering. Chu Tian stretched out his hand to block his eyes. Stop the march and rest. It's time for our decisive battle with Temujin. Chu Tian ordered the entire army to stop marching. The war eagles of Iron Eagle Scout have discovered the Mongol Empire army deployed in the front, with a strength of about 300,000. Such a strong force cannot be hidden. The Chagatai Khanate must be the reinforcements of the Chagatai Khanate, supplementing Temujin's troops. Otherwise Temujin would not have so many troops. The main force in Mabe has not yet been mobilized, and he is worried that we will deploy it in the cavalry from Monan made a surprise attack on Mabe from thousands of miles away. Chu Tian met with Jiao Lao Qin and Nyuk before the decisive battle began. Temujin's military strength was stronger than in the previous 2 battles. There is only one explanation. Temujin received reinforcements from the Chagatai Khanate, and finally decided to fight the Han Empire's expeditionary force on the edge of the desert. 300,000 cavalry. Not only that, but there are also 100,000 cavalry from Subutai in the rear. We used 300,000 troops to fight against Temujin's 400,000 cavalry. Jiao Lao Qin counted the strength of both sides and could only smile bitterly. After Temujin received the support of the Chagatai Khanate, his troops were larger than the expeditionary force, and they were all cavalry who were good at fighting in this kind of terrain. Among them, the Chagatai Khanate may also have brought camel cavalry. You divide a group of troops and guard the rear. Myuk, Huaqing, I will attack Temujin head-on. Chu Tian knew that this was a tough battle and many people might die, but they have no choice. If this battle is won, Temujin's Western region strategy will fail. Temujin's power will shrink in an all-round way, and the Han Empire will enter the stage of strategic counterattack. You two sent troops to rescue the Western region protectorate. Nuke will remember this kindness. Nuke knew that Chu Tian and Lao Qin had risked their lives in the expedition to the western regions, and their strategic vision was far beyond that of ordinary princes, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. Lao Qin disagreed. The western region has been lost, and the Guanlong area will be attacked next. I am not here just to have friendship with Huan. I'm here for points. It would be better if I could destroy the royal city of the Shagatai Khanate and get generous rewards. Chu Tian was also unwilling to let Nuke bear a huge favor. The expedition to the western regions raised Chu Tian's points to first place, and at the same time reduced the pressure on the Mongolian Empire. Generally speaking, it was beneficial to Chu Tian. If the western region is lost, it will not only be Guanlong but also Monan and Hetao that will suffer. Monan and Hetao are already Chu Tian's sphere of influence, and Temujin is not allowed to gallop with his iron hoof. Let's go! Nuke gripped the sword tightly. In this battle, the fate of the Eastern Han dynasty was staked. Zhejiang Lao Qin personally defended the retreat, in order to strengthen Chu Tian's strength. Zhejiang Lao Qin led Gao Shun's trapped camp, Li Ju's flying bear army, and Zhu Jun's 5 schools of the northern army to Chu Tian. The frontal battlefield is Temujin and Shagatai, and the rear battlefield is Subutai. Relatively speaking, the frontal battlefield is responsible for offense, and the pressure is greater. The rear battlefield mainly relies on defense to block Subutai's cavalry. Subutai followed the Han Empire's expeditionary force. If Subutai were to attack the rear of the frontal battlefield, the entire Han Empire's expeditionary force would be annihilated. On the frontal battlefield, there were 5 troops: Chu Tian's Guards Corps, Li Yi's Offensive Corps, part of which stayed in Yanqi State, Hua Qing's Corps, Nanzhong Corps, and Zhu Jun's Corps remnants. On the rear battlefield, Lao Qin only used Qin Ruishir, Golden Fire Cavalry, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, Sanha Cavalry, and Northern Wei Armored Cavalry to stop the Subutai army. Lao Qin's troops seemed to have many types, but they had already suffered a lot of losses. The total number of these troops was only 50,000 or 60,000. What Lao Qin had to do was not only to block the Subutai Legion's attack, but also to prevent the Subutai Legion from bypassing its defense line and using cavalry against cavalry. You can imagine the difficulty. Chu Tian, Nuke, and Hua Qing led more than 200,000 Han troops to advance, leaving Lao Qin behind. We can't die fighting! Zhejiang Lao Qin could already see the rear. Subutai's cavalry appeared, and the yellow sand was rolling. Array up! Wang Jian drew out his long sword, and Qin Rui's soldiers were ordered to form a formation on the edge of the desert in uniform order. Lu Bu carried Fang Tian's painted halberd and led a team of Bingzhou Wolf cavalry to confront the approaching Subutai. When it comes to military force, Subutai is inferior to Lu Bu. When it comes to commander-in-chief, Subutai, who went on an expedition to Europe and razed many civilizations, is far superior to Lu Bu. The Guanzhong Legion can block Subutai mainly by relying on Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi and Zhejiang Lao Qin's defensive aura. Zhejiang Lao Qin satisfied Lu Bu's desire for conquest, and the continuous conquests gave Lu Bu no time to consider stabbing Lao Qin in the back. Moreover, Lao Qin controls the emperor and can continuously improve Lu Bu's official position. At present, Lu Bu has no intention of betrayal. Ming Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry was on the other side, dragging a halberd. This was his second confrontation with Subutai. Lao Qin was accompanied by a group of Sanha cavalry and the Northern Wei heavy cavalry who had changed into armor. The armor of this heavy cavalry was engraved with tiger patterns and showed murderous intent. But Lao Qin never used it. Both the Golden Fire Cavalry and the tiger pattern cavalry have extremely distinctive appearances, which is also a characteristic of the old Qin force. With Yang Dian here, we will ensure that the master is safe and sound. Yang Dian is holding a horse in his hand. Although Lu Bu was the most powerful general under Lao Qin, Yang Dian, who was second in strength, was Lao Qin's trusted guard. Jia Su followed Lao Qin. Wait for good opportunities. Turn from defense to offense, and you can win, Lao Qin said. I hope Chu Zimu will not trick me. The decisive battle between us and Subutai is only a matter of one move. Guanzhong Legion. Qin Ruishi. Subutai once again faced off with Zhejiang Lao Qin's Guanzhong army. Subutai had to admit that Qin Ruishi's combat power, combined with the light cavalry's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry and the heavy cavalry's Golden Fire cavalry, was not inferior to the legion he commanded. It's time for a decisive battle. Sun Bin deduced the changes in weather and believed that the expeditionary force should step forward to fight Temujin and Shagatai coalition forces. Chu Tian gave the order. The sand and dust were flying. and the more than 200,000 expeditionary troops continued to march. The allied forces of Temujin and Chagatai lined up on the edge of the wasteland to wait for the Han army. Temujin and Chagatai's soldiers and horses are recharging their strength. As soon as the Han army comes out, exhausted, they will launch an attack. The Han army could already see 300,000 cavalry waiting for them in front. Temujin's cowardice of Shui's army and Zhongqi's army were already old rivals. In addition to Temujin's legion, there is also a cavalry from Central Asia, whose uniforms are slightly different from Temujin's cavalry. Not only that, the appearance of this cavalry is different from Temujin's Mongolian cavalry. This is a servant army from Central Asia. The war eagle that probed Maki was hovering in the sky. Temujin and Chagatai squinted their eyes and looked at the Han army, who still dared to advance. "Is that the Han army that defeated Father Khan?" Chagatai said to himself. Chagatai was responsible for conquering Central Asia. The Seljuk Empire and the Khwarezm coalition were defeated by him, and the Han army could make Temujin suffer. This shows that the strength of the Han Empire's expeditionary force is even higher than that of the Central Asian coalition. The commanders of tens of thousands and commanders of the Chagatai Khanate, with their morale high due to their victory in the Ili Valley battle, generally despise the Han Empire's expeditionary force and believe that they could defeat the Han Empire's expeditionary force just like they defeated the Central Asian allied forces. There was only one commander of the Chagatai Khanate, looking at the Han army lineup in front of him with eyes like an eagle's dove. He could feel that most of this Han army was elite and had experienced hundreds of battles. Compared with the army of the Chagatai Khanate, they were not inferior. In a sense, they were more elite. "It would be fine if we win. But if we lose, once the Seljuk Empire and the Kingdom of Khwarezm counterattack, the Khanate might." This young captain was thinking about the impact of the defeat of the Chagatai Khanate. In addition to the war eagles scouting the cavalry on both sides, there are also vultures watching the battle. No matter which side wins, it will be a feast for them. "Temujin!" Chu Tian stood in the middle of the army, and it seemed that Temujin Khan's flag could be seen from a long distance away. The war in the western regions has come to an end. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire successively conquered Chashur State, Yanqi State, and came to Luntai State. As long as Temujin's army is severely damaged and the Mongolian army's siege of Luntai City is lifted, then Huan can rely on his influence in the western region and the strength of the expeditionary force to quickly regain the entire western region and firmly control the western region in Han Dynasty. Within the territory of the empire, Muk's Nanzhong army and Li Yi's offensive army were located in the center. Chu Tian's guards army, Hu Zibing's army, and Zhu Jun's northern army's 5 schools were located on the left and right wings. This kind of deployment was different from usual. Chu Tian adopted the tactic of breaking through from both wings and penetrated Temujin's army from both wings. The Nanzhong Army Corps was almost all infantry, suitable for serving as the backbone. 20 tall war elephants were deployed in the middle. The Mongolian cavalry needed to consider how to deal with such behemoths. War horses have a natural fear of war elephants. Qin Liangyi's white pole soldiers, the abrupt vine armor soldiers, and Li Yi's Yinjia soldiers formed an airtight line of defense. Chu Tian separately deployed the Sheshenjing and Jianyin crossbowmen to strengthen the Chinese army's long-range strength. The Western Region Protectorate Corps served as the right army. Li Sai's Datong Modeo team and ordinary heavy infantry. Zhu Jun's 5th School of the Northern Army served as the defensive force, and Hu Zibing's cavalry served as the offensive force. The Guards Corps serves as the left army. The Infantry Armor Heavy Infantry, the 5th School of the Northern Army, the Shinji Battalion, and the Detachment of Women serve as the defensive force, and the White Robe Corps and the Heavy Cavalry Guard serve as the offensive force. When Sun Bin sets up a chariot formation, he has a characteristic that can improve the effectiveness of the formation. Therefore, Sun Bin is the favorite of all generals, and the formation has bonuses. The chariot array is mainly located in the central army. According to the idea, the 2 wings are responsible for offense, and the central army is responsible for defense. Once the 2 wings are victorious, the Chinese army attacks fiercely. Qin Liangyu held a long spear, and behind him were 3,000 white-armed soldiers. This group of white-armed soldiers, equipped with similar rattan armor, had a tenacious fighting will, similar to the Zhongxia army. They dared to fight the 8 banners cavalry head-on until they died in battle. Wu Zibong was holding a wooden stick, which weighed dozens of kilograms. If he was hit by his wooden stick, the bones would probably be shattered on the spot. It is estimated that even Temujin did not know that Nanzhong Lord Muk would send a group of rattan-armored soldiers to support Luntai City. so he did not deliberately deal with the Rattan armored soldiers. The Vine armor soldiers, who have not been attacked by fire, have a combat power equivalent to the 7th level light step. If attacked by fire, the Vine armor soldiers may be almost the same as lower level soldiers. 1. I will definitely lift the siege of Luntai City by the Mongolian cavalry. Myuk personally supervised the battle in the Chinese army. Lui, who was also in the Central Army, looked calm. 10,000 Yinjia served as the front row. Liang Hongyu led the Jianyan crossbowmen and Shisheng battalion to form a long-range attack system with bows and crossbows. Some of the Yinjia in the back row are also equipped with divine arm bows, which are used to strengthen the long-range arrow rain offensive. The divine arm bow manufacturing blueprints Chu Tian obtained from the Battle of Jingkong generally improved the legion's long-range damage. What Temujin and Shagatai have to face is the baptism of the divine arm bow. Expel Temujin from the protectorate of the western regions. Huatsubing had been at war with the Mongolian Empire for a long time. The first thing he thought about at this time was to defeat Temujin and restore the western region's rule over the western regions. Schwerin-gui, Zhao Yun and others led the White Robe army, echoing Huatsubing's cavalry. Regardless of Schwerin-gui, Zhao Yun, Huatsubing, or Zhao Ponu, their cavalry is extremely sharp and is perfect for the task of breaking through the left and right armies. Chapter 587 Bloody Battle Luntai. Boom! A huge boulder hit the city wall of Luntai City, causing the wall to tremble. The boulder shattered into several pieces and flew around, causing the morale of the surrounding garrison soldiers to drop. The Mongolian army launched a decisive battle in the desert and Luntai City at the same time. There were as many as 70 Xiangyang cannons used by Wokuotai and Yeldashi to attack Luntai City. 70 large counterweight trebuchets bombarded the brick-clad city walls of Luntai City day and night. All the gate towers and arrow towers of Luntai City were destroyed by the trebuchets, and thousands of soldiers were killed or injured. Spider web-like cracks have appeared on the eastern city wall. The bricks of the city wall have shattered, exposing the rammed earth layer inside. Moreover, the rammed earth layer cannot withstand the continuous bombardment. The soil is splashing and is about to collapse. Su Fengyan, who was supporting Luntai City, had experienced the collapse of the city wall at Human Pass. So he noticed that the east wall of Luntai City was in danger of collapsing. So he hurriedly found Huan. The walls of Luntai City simply cannot withstand this level of bombardment. It may collapse at any time. Once a gap appears, and the Mongolian army marches straight in, Luntai City will surely fall. After being reminded by Su Fengyan, Huan summoned Chen Tang. You lead a group of infantry, use the blueprints, and build earthen ramparts and wooden fences behind the east city wall to prepare for emergencies. Once the east city wall collapses, immediately seize the gap, and at the same time defend the earthen ramparts and wooden fences, and do not allow enemy soldiers to advance straight in, Chen Tang solemnly said. The last general will take orders. Facing the all-out attack from Wokuotai and Yeldashi, the defenders were under pressure and frantically built earthen forts and wooden fences while fighting with enemy soldiers on the city walls. Wang Yanzhang killed hundreds of people, and his armor was covered with blood, almost all of which was the enemy's blood. Wokuotai and Yeldashi seemed to be going crazy, urging large armies to attack Luntai City. The previous offensives were not so fierce. It is obvious that even Wokuotai and Yeldashi realize that this is the time for a decisive battle with the Han army. If they relax a little, the fate of the Mongol Empire and the various khanates may end here. Boom! A stone weighing 300 kilograms hit the rammed earth, causing the earth to collapse. A piece of city wall weighing dozens of tons suffered a landslide, and rubble and soil rolled down. Dozens of defenders and enemy troops attacking the city were killed by rubble and flooded with mud. The east wall of the city where the Xiangyang artillery bombardment was concentrated could not withstand the day and night bombardment of the Xiangyang artillery and had begun to collapse. This is just a precursor to the collapse of the east wall, probably sensing that the durability of the east city wall had reached its limit. Wokuotai ordered the Mongolian troops who attacked the east city wall to retreat, and then used Xiangyang artillery to bombard the east city wall. Take down the wall! Su Fengyan urged the defenders on this section of the city wall that he was responsible for defending to withdraw the city wall. Soon, a section of the city wall will collapse, and any defenders who remain on the wall may die. Dozens of boulders were thrown into the air by large trebuchets, and then fell, giving the eastern city wall the final blow. Boom! The east city wall once again withstood violent bombardment. The wall collapsed when it reached its limit, and dust was thrown into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. The defenders covered their mouths and noses. When the sand and dust receded, a 30-meter wide gap was revealed in the east wall. For the defenders, such a gap is fatal. Wang Taijian, hold the gap. As you command? As the most ferocious general under Su Fengnian, and the one who has followed Su Fengnian for the longest time, Wang Yanzhang made great contributions to Su Fengnian. When a gap appeared in the city wall, he immediately led his troops to block the gap. Whoever attacks Luntai will be rewarded with 10 cattle and sheep. Wakuatai discovered that a 30-meter gap was exposed in the solid Luntai city, and urged the cavalry to step forward and seize it. A captain of 10,000 led the cavalry to attack the gap, hoping to make military exploits in front of Wakuatai. Ajadai is the candidate for the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire. If he can get Ajadai's support, his status may be higher. Continue bombarding other walls. Yeludashi seemed not satisfied with opening a 30-meter gap. The Xiangyang artillery continued to bombard other broken city wall sections, intending to raise the east wall of Luntai city to the ground. Hold them off! Wang Yanzhang pointed his iron spear forward, and hundreds of powerful crossbows were fired from the gap. The sharp crossbow arrows killed the light cavalry rushing at the front, and more than 100 light cavalry were killed. The ruins of the city wall blocked the horses of the Mongolian cavalry. The captain could only dismount and fight with his companions on foot, trying to open a gap. Die! Wang Yanzhang stood in the gap and killed a centurion with one shot. The heavy iron gun, which weighed 100 kilograms, had no armor to stop its penetrating power, and the impact could even kill someone. With the heavy infantry and crossbowmen led by Wang Yanzhang blocking the gap, tens of thousands of Mongolian troops were unable to open the gap. Wang Yanang was like the god of war. He hit an enemy soldier with his iron spear, and the enemy soldier flew backwards. He hit another enemy soldier coming from behind, and both of them suffered severe head injuries. The Lord ordered me to come to help you. Yang Shiho led the remaining Yinqiang Xiaojia to come to help in the battle. The Yinqiang Xiaojia were all high-level spearmen who were good at attacking and defending, and they sawed with the Mongolian cavalry at the gap. Since the Mongolian cavalry did not have the advantage of horses, it would be difficult to advance even if they used Xiangyang artillery to blast a gap. However, even so, a collapsed city wall is infinitely better than a standing wall. The towering city walls are daunting. A young general in silver armor and white robes held a spear in his hand and killed the Mongolian cavalry surrounding Wang Yanzhang. Blood spattered on his white robe. Seeing the critical situation, the injured Ma Chao stepped forward to rescue Wang Yanzhang. Disciple, this place is dangerous. Your injury has not healed, so you cannot stay for a long time. Wang Yanzhang killed a few more enemy soldiers and urged Ma Chao to leave. Ma Chao's military strength was not at its peak, and he had been wounded by a stray arrow not long ago. The Mongolian cavalry attack at the gap became more and more urgent. Even Wang Yanzhang was in danger of being killed, let alone Ma Chao, who was only injured. As a man from Xiliang, how can I give up the fight so easily? Ma Chao's spear penetrated an enemy soldier. The killing on the battlefield not only did not frighten him, but actually made his blood boil. Maybe he was born for the battlefield. Caution comes first. Wang Yanzhang did not stop Ma Chao, but worked with Ma Chao to kill the enemy. On the battlefield, everyone from the emperor to the small soldiers may be killed or captured. Those who can survive must not only use force, but also luck. With Wang Taijian, Ma Chao and others guarding the gap, the Mongolian cavalry cannot enter the city for the time being. The construction of earthen fortresses and wooden fences must be accelerated. Chen Tang urged the craftsmen. If Luntai city had special talents like the craftsman Li Jia of the northern Song dynasty, the speed of building fortifications could be increased. Unfortunately, Luntai city did not have special talents similar to Li Jia, so Chen Tang could only urge anxiously. An earthen rampart and wooden fence were quickly formed behind the gap in the east city wall. Wakuatai commanded the cavalry to fight for the gap. He frowned when he found that thousands of his troops had been killed, but they were still unable to enter Luntai city. If Su Fengnian's reinforcements had not entered Luntai city, perhaps the east wall collapsed this time, and the Mongolian army could have taken advantage of the declining morale of the defenders to capture the Han Empire's Luntai city in one go. However, Su Fengnian's fierce generals blocked Wakuatai's cavalry. Yeludashi, lead the cavalry to capture the gap. Wakuatai pinned his hopes on Yeludashi. The ability of an ordinary captain of 10,000 men is far inferior to that of Yeludashi. Yeludashi shook his head. Even the last general, lacking strong generals and high-level heavy infantry, will not be able to capture the gap. Yeludashi murmured in his heart. With Wang Yanzhang's force and Yang Shiho's high-level infantry silver spears, he was no match for Wang Yanong and Yang Shiho when the cavalry came to attack the gap. So, how do we capture this city? After Wakuatai used Xiangyang cannon to destroy a section of the city wall, he was unable to take advantage of the situation and captured Luntai City. So he couldn't help but feel disappointed. It's not like this. Yelu Dashi took the initiative to make suggestions for Wakuatai when he was in trouble. Wakuatai's eyes were cautious. After listening to Yelu Dashi's suggestion, he immediately issued an order in accordance with his suggestion. The Mongolian army that originally attacked the gap retreated, and it was the servant army mainly composed of Wusun soldiers who attacked the gap. The combat effectiveness of Wusun servant army is far lower than that of Mongolian cavalry, and their offensive is much weaker than that of Mongolian cavalry. Wang Yanshang and Ma Chao can easily kill Wusun servant army, regardless of Wang Yanzhang, Ma Chao, or Yang Shiho. The pressure suddenly decreased. The Wusun kingdom was a major country in the western region and was good at cavalry. However, the Wusun kingdom's cavalry dismounted to fight for the gap, and its combat effectiveness plummeted. Su Fengnian held a horn bow and shot a Wusun soldier. He shouted to Huan, who was commanding not far away. These servants were originally supposed to be servants controlled by your western region protectorate. How did they become nests? Kuatai's servant? Huan responded dissatisfied. His uncle. The 36 countries in the western regions are all weaklings. Whoever is strong will follow the other. Now King Wusun is captured by Wakuatai. I should kill the old King Wusun and choose his nobles to become the new ones. King Wusun. I didn't expect that he would dare to betray me. The way your Western region protectorate controls the 36 countries needs to change. You think I don't want to? If you don't set up a noble to be the king, how can you rule the 36 countries in the Western region in a few years? When I regain control of the 36 countries this time, I will have an excuse to purge the nobles of the 36 countries. Huan was also angered by the repeated attacks of the 36 countries in the Western regions. Temujin attacked the Western regions, and many nobles from the Western regions betrayed him, which just provided him with an excuse to reorganize the order in the Western regions. However, everything can only proceed after the Western region protectorate regains control of the Western region. It's strange why Wakuatai was replaced by Wusun servant army with low combat power. Could it be that Wakuatai doesn't want to compete for the gap? After Su Fengnian discovered that Wakuatai had replaced the Mongolian cavalry with Wusun soldiers, the pressure was reduced. Even Huan didn't think highly of Wusun soldiers. Huan even had the ability to suppress Wusun soldiers and weaken the Wusun soldiers' combat effectiveness. Suddenly, Su Fengnian looked at the Xiangyang cannon standing outside the city, as if he thought of something terrible. His face changed. I understand. Chapter 588: The Fall of a Hero. Dozens of Xiangyang cannons stand like behemoths. Each large trebuchet is controlled by hundreds of soldiers, and is filled with ignited fireballs and boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms. These dozens of large counterweight trebuchets were aimed at the gap where the Han army and Wusun soldiers were fighting. Yelu Dashi personally came to the trebuchet formation, commanded the trebuchets, and destroyed the defense of the Luntai defenders. Have you corrected the placement? Yelu Dashi summoned Arab craftsmen and strangers who were good at mathematics and asked them to adjust the landing point of the trebuchet. Although it cannot create large instruments, the giant objects thrown by the trebuchet generally comply with the rules of physics. Basically hit the area. Arab craftsmen and foreign craftsmen were all terrified, because the stones used have different weights and shapes. The distance and impact point of the trebuchet is actually difficult to accurately judge. At this time, experience is often required. If you fail to hit the gap correctly, you will all be executed. Yelu Dashi's words made the craftsmen tremble. This is the method used by Wakuatai, Yelu Dashi and others to enslave the servant army and craftsmen. If they win, they will be rewarded. But if they lose, they may be quartered by 5 horses. Throw boulders and fireballs there. But General, the soldiers of Wusun are still there. Die. Or do as I say. Yes. Yelu Dashi drew his sword and threatened the soldiers operating the trebuchet. Dozens of Xiangyang cannons simultaneously threw boulders and fireballs. Dozens of boulders and fireballs fell like meteorites. This time, the target of the bombardment was the collapsed city wall. The Han army and the Wusun soldiers were fighting fiercely here, with both sides suffering casualties. However, Yelu Dashi commanded the trebuchet phalanx and attacked the two armies indiscriminately. Boom! A huge boulder fell and smashed a Wusun soldier who was holding a bow to shoot Wang Yanzhang into a pulp. A boulder weighing several hundred kilograms fell with the help of gravity, enough to create a dent in the ground. Crazy. Crazy. Wang Yanzhang held the iron gun and found that the Mongolian army's trebuchets had even killed his own servants. Boom! Boom! Huge boulders and fireballs roared down, and 2 spearmen with silver spear effects were hit by the fireballs and killed instantly. The damage of the Xiangyang cannon is enough to destroy city walls and arrow towers, once hit by thrown boulders and fireballs. Even generals will be killed instantly. The gap in the city wall was filled with wolf smoke, and the Mongolian army once again used weapons such as herbs and wolf dung to paralyze the defenders. Well, Ma Chao was half kneeling on the ground, supporting his body with his spear. Just now, a fireball fell to the ground. The gravel broke apart, and a piece of gravel covered with flames hit Ma Chao's knee, causing Ma Chao's leg to be injured. Ma Chao's forehead was covered with sweat. The fireball not only hurt his calf, but also had a burning effect. He felt heartbreaking pain in his knee. You can't cry out in pain. Ma Chao gritted his teeth. Wang Yanzhang had taught Ma Chao spearmanship, loyalty, and bravery in the past few years. Even if he was about to die in battle, he could not say a word. This is the man from Xiliang. Boom! The Xiangyang artillery fired a second round of boulders and fireballs, and bolides once again covered the defenders in the gap. A Xiliang soldier was hit by a fireball in front of Ma Chao. His flesh and blood were bloody, and his whole body was directly obliterated. In Ma Chao's current state, if he is hit by a large 9th level siege equipment, he will definitely die. Chower! Ma Tung spotted a blazing fireball falling in the direction where Ma Chao was standing, and shouted hurriedly. He wanted to block Ma Chao's scorching fireball, but the distance was too far, and there was nothing he could do. Ma Chao looked up at the high-speed rotating fireball. He gritted his teeth and tried to avoid the fireball, but his injured calf could not use any force. What made Ma Chao even more helpless was that he found that he had temporarily lost consciousness. It is said that when people are most afraid, their body can no longer keep up with their consciousness. Ma Chao closed his eyes and could only wait for the fireball to fall. Boom! A burly figure stood in front of Ma Chao, blocking the huge fireball with a 100-pound iron gun. Puff! Wang Yanzhang's body flew backwards, hitting the collapsed ruins heavily, and he vomited blood. Wang Yanzhang's shirt was burned by the flames splashed by the fireball, and the flames even spread to his beard, and the goggles on his chest had shocking cracks. Wang Taijian! Su Fengnian led a team of soldiers to support him. He saw Wang Yanzhang, who was fighting bloody battles, being hit by a fireball thrown by the Xiangyang cannon, a 9th level siege weapon. His eyes turned red. Wang Taijian, in the 2nd year, has been following Su Fengnian, fighting for Su Fengnian in all directions. And at this time, Lord, this place is dangerous. Dangerous. Wang Yanzhang's sternum has been broken, and the brightness in his eyes is quickly disappearing. Quickly! Carry Wang Taijian to a safe place. Doctor! Doctor! Su Fengnian is hysterical. Although he was prepared for the casualties of his soldiers, he did not expect that Wang Taijian would be damaged. Ma jumped up and took away the injured Ma Chao. In order to capture Luntai City, Yelu Dashi had used trebuchets to bombard the Han army and Wusun soldiers crazily and indiscriminately, completely treating the Wusun soldiers as cannon fodder. If the Han army wants to hold the gap, they will have to withstand the frontal bombardment of Xiangyang artillery, without city walls as fortifications. The defenders suffered heavy losses in the face of the boulders and fireballs projected by the Xiangyang cannon. No one could block the trebuchet head-on, except Wang Yanzhang. But Wang Yanzhang also paid a heavy price. Master! Ma Chao realized what had happened and dragged his injured leg to crawl to Wang Yanzhang's side. His eyes were red, and tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. Ma Chao is still too young after all. Don't rush in the future. Impulsive. Wang Yanzhang looked at Ma Chao. Before the life in his eyes was about to disappear, he seemed to have reached the harsh hiding conditions and transferred part of his abilities to Ma Chao. Successor. Someone. Lord. Wang Taijian can no longer serve. Serve. For you. Blood kept rising up his throat, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Yanzhang's eyes were completely dim. There was deathly silence among all the Xiliang soldiers present, except for Ma Chao's cry. Su Fengnian did not shed tears, but instead a senseless anger filled her chest. Su Fengnian now wants to go on a killing spree, and his anger and violent emotions are suppressed. Kill! Su Fengnian took away Yang Shiho's silver spear from the capital, fought with Wusun soldiers in the gap, and stabbed more than 10 Wusun soldiers to death himself. Blood splashed onto Su Fengnian's white robe. But the anger in Su Fengnian's chest still couldn't be relieved. Boulders and fireballs fell from time to time, killing the Han army or Wusun soldiers in the gap. The fire spread and black smoke billowed, turning this place into a purgatory. "Take the Lord with you!" As the commander of the Yingqi Anxiadu, Yang Shiho was worried that Su Fengnian would be killed by the Xiangyang artillery. So he ordered the Yingqi Anxio to take the out-of-control Su Fengnian off the battlefield. No one was closer to Su Fengnian than Wang Yinzheng, one of Su Fengnian's earliest military generals. Even in normal times, Su Fengnian only calls Wang Yinzheng Wang Taijian, not Wang Yinheng. But now, the generals who had been fighting on the battlefield were killed in front of their eyes. This feeling of despair was devastating. Su Fengnian was forcibly taken off the battlefield by Yin Qian Shaojiedu. Su Fengnian was still struggling hysterically, wanting to avenge Wang Yinzheng. "I'm going to kill Wakutai and Yelu Dashi." Ma Chao wiped his tears, dragged his injured leg, grabbed Wang Yinzheng's iron gun, and limped toward the gap. To him, Wang Yinzheng was both a teacher and a friend, passing on his spear skills and life skills. However, he died in battle to protect Ma Chao. The anger in Ma Chao's heart was no less than that of Su Fengnian. The main generals of the Mongolian army who besieged Lantai City were Wakutai and Yelu Dashi. They must die! Ma Chao's eyes were filled with endless hatred, and anger filled his chest. "Chao! No! If you go out now, you are going to die!" Ma Teng held Ma Chao down and did not allow him to step forward. Outside the city, more than 100,000 Mongolian cavalry gathered. If Ma Chao was in his current state, a centurion could lead the troops to capture Ma Chao alive. "Dad, I'm not willing to give in." Ma Chao fell into despair. Seeing the collapse of the Xiliang army, Huan ordered Chen Tang to lead his troops to take over the Xiliang army and defend the gap. Yelu Dashi used dozens of Xiangyang artillery to bombard the gap. This tactic was a bit crazy, and there were not many generals who could hold the gap under the bombardment of Xiangyang artillery. Huan changed his defensive tactics in order to avoid being bombarded from the front by Xiangyang artillery. Huan let some Wusun soldiers enter the city and then shot them with powerful crossbows instead of holding on to the dangerous gap. The simple earthen fortifications and wooden fences built by Chen Tang in the rear were completed, and a simple earned city structure was formed in the gap. Even if the Wusun soldiers invaded the city, they would still have to face a semicircular fortification, the earthen fortifications, and wooden fences behind them. Crossbowmen will shoot enemy soldiers who enter the gap. Su Fengnian was restrained by Yin Qian Shaojie. After calming down a little, he leaned behind the earth barrier and remained silent. Huan came over to comfort his ally. "Generals died in hundreds of battles, and no one dares to say that he can survive hundreds of battles. Gan Yinsho, Jian Mi, and King Lulan, they are all my generals. But now they have all died in battle. I can understand your feelings." Huan sat down and handed a cowhide water bag to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian couldn't bear such a loss, and Huan could somewhat understand Su Fengnian's feelings. The Mongol Empire is an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. The war with the Mongol Empire has resulted in the death of too many famous generals. The Mongol Empire has also lost a number of famous generals and tens of thousands of households. After this expedition to the western regions, I plan to withdraw from the ranks of the princes and become a civil servant, or live in seclusion in a city in the back. Su Fengnian was disheartened after Wang Yanshang was killed in battle. The failure to compete with Lao Qin for Liangzhou had almost no impact on Su Fengnian. However, this time, Wang Yanshang was killed in battle. But it made Su Fengnian plan to give up his status as a prince. Before giving up the identity of Bingzhou Mu, how about killing Wakutai and Yelu Dashi and avenging Wang Taijian? At that time, I can lend you the soldiers and horses of the Western Region Protectorate. I think Chu Zima should also. I will lend troops to avenge you. Huan persuaded Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian still has a group of generals under his command, who can be the key to defeating Wakutai and Yelu Dashi. Kill Wakutai and Yelu Dashi! Because of Huan's words, Su Fengnian's heart surged again, and anger filled his chest. Wang Yanzhang died under the offensive of Wakutai and Yelu Dashi, so Wakutai and Yelu Dashi must pay a heavy price for it. Huan took out a special recruitment order. The cooldown period of this recruitment order will end soon. I can recruit a general and join forces with your general to lead troops out of the city to attack Wakutai and Yelu Dashi and kill them, to avenge Wang Taijian. Su Fengnian's eyes sparkled. I promise you. Outside the city, Yelu Dashi was still commanding the Xiangyang artillery to bombard Luntai City. But he did not know that his tactics killed a fierce general of the Han Empire and angered Su Fengnian and his Xiliang army. Chapter 589 Camel City. In the Battle of Luntai City, thousands of defenders were killed. And the battle between the Han Empire's expeditionary force and the coalition forces of Temujin and Chagatai broke out east of Luntai City. On the edge of the desert, the Mongolian cavalry and the Khwarezm cavalry launched a probing attack in an attempt to shake the Han army's formation. Chu Tian looked in the direction of Luntai City and suddenly had a bad feeling. It seems that some generals were killed in the battle. The war between the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire was too brutal, and famous generals on both sides died in the battle. This national war may be the one in which the most famous generals of the Han Empire were killed. In the past national wars, if the warring states period was unfavorable, you could withdraw from the battlefield. But this time, the national war breaks out in the main world. You must fight to divide the territory, and you cannot take a step back. Lord! Joan of Arc carefully reminded Chu Tian, who was distracted. Chu Tian is the commander-in-chief of this decisive battle with Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces. If he misses the opportunity because he is distracted, the Han army may be defeated. Luntai City is holding on. We can't hold back. Chu Tian focused on the frontal battlefield. On the frontal battlefield, the total number of troops on both sides reached 500,000. Fighting in the wilderness, Temujin was not all on the offensive. Chagatai from Central Asia used the camel city tactic to lie on the ground with camels tied to their hooves, carrying wooden boxes on their backs, and covering them with wet felt to form a camel city to protect the two wings. Then Temujin used his cavalry to attack the Han army in turn, trying to shake the Han army's formation. Both sides are elite divisions, and the battlefield is extremely stalemate. The Han army planned to launch an assault on the flank, but Chagatai's camel city blocked the Han army's offensive. The Han army's chariots had the same defensive effect as the camel city. It was difficult for the Mongolian cavalry to break through the chariots, and the Han army was also helpless against the camel city. The fighting between the two sides was inextricable from the afternoon until nearly sunset. Kill! Shuaragui and Zhao Yun led the white-robed army to fight in front of Tuaching. They killed the Mongolian cavalry, who could not escape in time. The crossbowmen who were ambushing behind Tuaching fired thousands of arrows, and the white-robed army was covered with arrows all over the sky. Fong Tian swung his painted halberd and Jinshin bright silver spear, knocking away the incoming arrows, and countless arrows splashed around. Dozens of white-robed cavalry were unable to withstand the dense rain of arrows and fell to the ground. We must find a way to break through Camel City. Otherwise it will be difficult for the two wings to break through. Chu Tian faced the Central Asian cavalry tactics for the first time. The city walls made of camels were as defensive as military chariots. Sun Bin said, gathering together the 20 war elephants brought by Miss Muk may have a miraculous effect. War elephant. Chu Tian thought that Muka had brought such a behemoth, which seemed to be the key to breaking the situation. In addition to the war elephant, I also want to borrow the Wutu bone from Muk. Chu Tian thought that Wutugu, a fierce general who was as tall as a camel, might be able to break through the camel city with the help of his strength. General, Miss Xiao requested to use the Shinji battalion to attack Tuaching and destroy it. When Chu Tian and Sun Bin were discussing how to deal with Chagatai's Tuaching, Xiao Liang Shinji battalion requested to attack Tuaching on the left. Shinji camp. I understand. Let's ask Muk from the Chinese army for Qin Liang's White Pole soldiers. We need an infantry to capture Tuaching. Chu Tian wanted to leave Muk and many of his elite soldiers, and then said to Dian Wei, Dian Wei, you lead the Tiger Guard and go to the left army to help in the battle. Here. Dian Wei made a loud noise and led a group of Tiger Guards to the left army. Military advisor. When will the time come? Chu Tian has been waiting for the opportunity. Sun Bin said, it's almost here. Before that, we need to break Camel City. Chu Tian could only choose to believe what Sun Bin said about the timing, and patiently fought with Temujin. Both sides were very calm. Even Temujin no longer tried an aggressive offensive because Temujin found that his cavalry could not break through the Han army's formation and chose to engage in attrition with the Han army. Yelu Chukai said to Temujin, according to the marching route of the Han army, they do not have much water source. As long as it continues to be delayed, the winner will definitely be the Khan. It can put us half on the defensive. This Han army is no small matter. Temujin recognized the strength of Chu Tian's expeditionary force. Few legions allowed Temujin and others to defend while attacking. After some discussion, Temujin and Chagatai decided to block the Han army in the wilderness, exhaust the Han army's water sources and arrows, and then attack in one fell swoop to destroy the expeditionary force. If it were just an ordinary opponent, Temujin would not be allowed to use delaying tactics. A wave-like impact is enough to break through the enemy formation. The Camel and Camel City tactics brought by Chagatai from Central Asia effectively protected the flanks of Temujin and Chagatai's coalition forces, making the Han army's tactics of breaking through from the flanks ineffective. The Han army was eager to relieve the siege of Luntai City and had limited supplies. The Mongolian army had hoarded a batch of grain, grass and water resources here. If they were consumed, the Mongolian army would definitely win. Although the way of victory was not in line with Temujin's expectations, it could annihilate this new force of the Han Empire, and Temujin did not mind using this tactic. Qin Liangyu. Wutagu. We move to fight against the left army. The 5th school of the Northern Army will take over from us. Myuk took Wutagu and Qin Liangyu to fight against the left army, and took away 20 war elephants as reserve troops. Dian Wei, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, Xueren Gui, Zhao Yun, Tai Shirzi and others gathered in the Zhuo army. When Qin Liangyu and Wutagu arrived, they found that this group of people was extremely powerful. Zhu Tian plans to gather the fierce generals together and break through Camel City. The existence of Camel City seriously hindered the Han army's offensive and must be broken. Using the heavy infantry as cover, the Shinji battalion fired, broke through from the middle, and cut the Camel City into 2 sections. Xiao Liang was in charge of the left army's front line. As the commander-in-chief, Zhu Tian not only mobilized the soldiers and horses of the left army, but also issued military orders to the right army, asking Wu Xubing to prepare for the attack. In the left army, Mu Guiying led the infantry and heavy infantry to form a dense phalanx and attack Tuocheng. Behind the heavy infantry, the Shinji battalion advanced. The Han army plans to attack Tuocheng. Monk Wan Yanchen. Your loyal and filial army. Go and stop the Han army. Temujin discovered the intention of the Han army. The Han army obviously wanted to demolish the Camel City, blocking them. Monk Wan Yanchen led the Zhongxi army and the Heli army to support Tuocheng. Behind Tuocheng, tens of thousands of crossbowmen threw rain of arrows at the Han army. Even the Shinji battalion would be shot. Bang! After the Shinji battalion approached Tuocheng, thousands of matchlock guns fired volleys, and white gunpowder smoke filled the air. Tuocheng was hit by lead bullets, leaving bloody wounds. The few archers who emerged were killed by lead bullets. The Shinji battalion of the Han army suffered heavy losses from even the Khan's cowardly Shui army. But the number of Shinji battalions is small. My Camel City will not fail. Chagatai personally defended Camel City, led the archers behind Camel City, and used arrow rain to cover the attacking Han army Shinji battalion and heavy infantry. Even though the matchlock guns of the Shinji battalion had strong armor-breaking capabilities, they could not penetrate the camels. Moreover, the number of people in the Shinji battalion was not large, so they could not suppress the number of archers, who were several times the number of the Shinji battalion. Behind Camel City, there are still cavalry gathering. Do you think the role of the matchlock gun is only to suppress the archers? It can also block the field of vision. Xiao Liang will supervise the Shinji battalion from behind, but will not rush to the front. When the matchlock guns of the Shinji battalion fired, the smoke produced by the burning black powder obscured the sight of the enemy on the opposite side. 20 huge armored war elephants, driven by the elephant slaves, used the smoke cover to launch an assault on Camel City. Wutagu, Dian Wei, Xueren Gui, Zhao Yun, Tai Shirzi and other fierce generals followed behind the armored war elephant and then rushed forward. In the rear are Qin Liangyu's white pole soldiers and Rattan armor soldiers. Further to the rear, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's black armor army, Artoria's night army, and Chen Qingji's white robe army are waiting to break through the Tuocheng opposite, and then decide the outcome in a battle. The sound of matchlocks from the Shinji battalion came one after another. When Temujin heard the familiar voice, he felt inexplicably irritated. Not long ago, it was the Shinji battalion that shot and killed many cavalrymen of the Qixue army, and even the general of the Qixue army, Boru, was killed in the Battle of Chaisher Kingdom. Temujin was extra careful in places where the Shinji camp was haunted. White smoke filled the air, blocking the view. Temujin discovered that the direction of the Shinji camp was difficult to judge for a while, because the smoke from the burning black gunpowder obscured his vision. Shi Laowen and Boru support the Chieshua army and inform Chagatai to be careful of a surprise attack by the Han army. For some reason, Temujin was afraid of the unknown offensive of the Han army in the smoke. Shua's army mobilized immediately. However, it was too late. Amidst the smoke and thick fog generated by Shinji camp, 20 armored war elephants gathered and attacked Camel City from a distance of less than 100 meters. Nuke seemed to have the ability to cause war elephants to go berserk. 20 armored war elephants braved the rain of arrows from the Mongolian army. After sacrificing 2 war elephants, they crashed into the Camel City. The camel blocking the front was knocked away by the war elephant, and the war elephant's fortress-like body broke through the Camel City. The Mongolian cavalry in the rear were stunned for a moment, and the remaining 18 violent war elephants rampaged, causing a bloody storm among the Mongolian cavalry. At least dozens of cavalry had no time to react and were trampled to death by the war elephants. Clawed the gap! Chagatai found that Tuacheng was attacked by violent armored war elephants. After a gap appeared, his face turned pale. This gap is located in the middle of Camel City. Once the gap is expanded, the Han army can cut Camel City into 2 sections. The huge Wutu Bone held a wooden stick in his hand and followed the armored war elephant into the gap in the Camel City. The wooden stick fell down and killed a war horse. The Wutu Bones are like giants. 2 cavalry generals, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun, rushed into the gap, followed by Dian Wei and the Tiger Guards. Chagatai became more and more panicked and ordered thousands of Warzimo cavalry to attack the Han generals who broke into the gap. He knew that the gap in Camel City could not continue to be expanded. Otherwise the Han army would march straight in and defeat his Chagatai Khanate army. Thousands of Warzimo cavalry armed with spears charged at Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei and others. These fierce generals and hundreds of Tiger Guards faced the attack of tens of thousands of cavalry and fell into a bitter battle. Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yaojin led the Xuanjiao army to support. On the side of the Chagatai Khanate's army, Monk Wan Yinchen's Zhongxia army and Helahe army appeared, giving Chagatai some peace of mind. Monk Wan Yinchen and his Zhongxia army caused a headache for the Han army. Xuerengui attacked the Baiwa Lazimo cavalry in formation. Zhao Yun did the same, and Dian Wei attacked the horses and cavalry on foot without any fear. When the Zhongxia army and the Heli army were assembled and prepared to charge Xuerengui and Zhao Yun, the 2 men had to treat them with caution. However, it seems that Monk Wan Yanchen does not plan to launch a direct charge, but wants to use the Khwarezm cavalry to consume the physical strength of Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei and others. Monk Wan Yanchen obviously also learned to conserve his strength. Knowing that the Zhongxia army and the Heli Hejuan army would charge early and suffer heavy losses in the face of the fierce generals of the Han army, Monk Wan Yanchen looked at several Han generals with his eyes, as if waiting for an opportunity. Fong Tian used his halberd to kill dozens of cavalry, and his Jinshan's bright silver spear stabbed the generals of Khwarezm to death. Thousands of Khwarezm cavalry died under the offensive of Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and other fierce generals. Dian Wei's Tiger Guard suffered heavy casualties, and the Xuanjiao army and the Night army began to break into them. Zhongxia army and Helahe army, charge with me! Monk Wan Yanchen captured the fighter opportunity, so he led thousands of high-level armored cavalry to charge against the exhausted Han generals. Chapter 590. The wind is blowing. The flags of the Han army were ringing. Chu Tian glanced at the Han army's military flag and found that the military flag pointed in the direction of the Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces. The last battle in Cheshire country also had a strong wind. Only this time, the Han army occupied Tianshire. Sand and dust were flying, and everyone looked in the direction of the wind. The Han army was upwind. Temujin's face turned pale. Not only Temujin, but also Yilu Chukai, Ali Haig, Mu Huali and others around him all looked pale. They all know what the wind direction means at this time. The Han army is about to attack. The entire army will stand firm and must not retreat. Anyone who retreats without permission will be killed. Temujin noticed the change in wind direction and immediately organized troops to defend. Temujin took advantage of him last time, but this time, Sunbin talked with the locals and roughly deduced the weather, giving the Han army the upper hand. Attack across the board! Of course Chu Tian would not miss this good opportunity, and Temujin used the strong wind to attack him in Cheshire Kingdom. This time Sunbin noticed the change in the wind direction here. The Han army had the upper hand, and could use the strong wind and dust to organize an all-out attack. The Han army's flag waved and issued an attack order to the 3 armies. At this time, Chao Gui activates the all-in-one-go effect, while Joan of Arc triggers the effect of restoring morale and fanaticism. The morale of the Han army was boosted, and Li Yi's army, which was used for frontal attacks, fell into a frenzy, and its combat power increased rapidly. The fanatical time has a time limit. During this time limit, Li Yi's army must attack with all its strength. Otherwise, Temujin may overturn it. Not only Joan of Arc, but Liang Hongyu and Li Xiaoning also activated the effect of restoring morale. The morale of the Han army returned to its peak, and its morale was like a rainbow. Wang Xuanzi was in the right army. When the wind direction changed, he said, "The time has come to counterattack. The general ordered me to make a detour. Li Sai and Wang Xuanzi, you two will lead the army to attack from the front." Hu Xubing excitedly jumped on his horse with a gun. The order he received was to attack Temujin's flank in a roundabout way and take Temujin directly. Hundreds of Han Empire hussars followed Hu Xubing. They are 9th level light cavalry. On this battlefield, with Hu Xubing's bonus, no light cavalry can compete with him. In addition to the Han Empire hussars, there were about 3,000 light cavalry following Hu Xubing. Using the cover of sand and dust, they could completely surprise them. Counterattack across the board. Li drew out his sword and pointed forward. Yin Jia held his shield and halberd and charged forward. The battle between the left army and the left army has entered a fever pitch. Monk Wanyan Chen led the Zhongxi army and the Heli army to attack Shuerengui, Zhao Yun, and other fierce generals of the Han Empire. There were Zhongxia army cavalry from all directions, and spears were thrust from all directions. Shuerengui caught several spears, broke them, and killed a Zhongxiu army cavalryman. Monk Wanyan Chen stared at Shuerengui, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and others who were fighting fiercely. He was waiting for the best opportunity to step forward and kill the generals of the Han Empire. However, he noticed that the wind and sand were blowing everywhere. The Han army was in the upper hand, and the white robe army of the left army had launched an attack. Not good! Monk Wanyan Chen's heart sank. The Shinji battalion was still firing fiercely at Tuaching, and the dense arquebuses finally suppressed the shaken Tuaching archers. Qin Liangyu's white pole soldiers then attacked, climbed over the Camel City, and fought with the Chagatai Khanate army in the rear. The white pole soldiers are mountain infantry, and they can climb over the Camel City with ease. The white spear is like a pear blossom in Qin Liangyu's hand. Wherever the shadow of the spear is covered, enemy soldiers are killed by it. Behind the white pole soldiers are the vine armor soldiers. The vine armor of the vine armor soldiers can effectively resist the bows and arrows of the Mongolian archers. If the Mongolian archers use rockets, they may be able to burn the vine armor soldiers to death. However, the Mongolian archers have never seen this kind of vine armor soldiers. Especially the Khwarezm cavalry from Central Asia have never seen the special infantry from the South Central region. The Han army took advantage of the wind and launched an all-out attack on the Mongolian army's front. And the Mongolian army's front quickly shrank. Great Khan! Chagatai calls for help again! Crassus, you lead the Roman legions to support us. Yes! Although Crassus was somewhat reluctant, he still led the Roman legions in the direction of the Chagatai Khanate's army. Everyone's focus is on the direction of the Han army's left army, where the fierce generals of the Han Empire fiercely attacked the Chagatai Khanate army. The Shinji battalion launched a 3-stage attack. White smoke filled the air, and the Camel City of Chagatai had collapsed. Not only the war elephants broke through the gaps, but more Han troops broke through the city wall composed of camels, and a steady stream of Han troops invaded from several gaps. Chen Qingji led the White Robe army to open another gap. The White Robe army's ring sword slashed and chopped down the oncoming Khwarezm cavalry. Each of the Khwarezm cavalry fell to the White Robe army's ring sword. Under King Arthur Ardalina led the Knight army to open the gap from the other direction. The Western Plate armor knights attacked all the way and defeated the Khwarezm cavalry with their full plate armor. The holy sword glowed with cold light. Before a Khwarezmian cavalry could react, he was killed by the holy sword. The Khwarezmian cavalry fell from the horse, and blood splashed onto King Arthur's expressionless face. When the knights from the west marched straight in, Qi Laowen led the Chieshui army to the battlefield of Chagatai army, and happened to meet the knight army led by King Arthur. King Arthur's holy sword slashed Qi Laowen's spear diagonally. Qi Laowen blocked it, and the spear in his hand was almost cut off by the holy sword. The western knights fought with the eastern Qiongxue army, and the Qingxue army gained the upper hand. Among the western knights currently commanded by King Arthur, there are cavalry types from all western civilizations. If it were the Knights of the Round Table, their individual combat power would be stronger than that of Shueishua's army. But King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table had been exhausted in previous battles. Overall, the Shui army faintly suppressed the mixed western knights. King Arthur was in a tough fight, but King Arthur was stronger in force and suppressed Qi Laowen. Wanting to kill Qi Laowen, I have served the Great Khan for many years. How can you kill me? Qi Laowen led the Qie Shui army to fight to the death. Xiong Shui's army and Qi Laowen fought side by side. And King Arthur faced the offensive of Qi Laowen and Qi Laowen's army at the same time. The number of Western knights around King Arthur is getting smaller and smaller. At this moment, there was a bang, and the familiar and frightening sound of gunfire rang out. And the Shinji battalion fired at Qi Shui's army again. The Shinji battalion was protected by the heavy infantry and the detachment of women, so it dared to deal with Qi Shui's army head-on. Among the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate that were constantly defeated, there was a Mongolian Qianhu who fought bravely and killed hundreds of vine-armored soldiers. This Mongolian Qianhu had only 1,000 cavalry. He saw Qin Qingji's white-robed army charging back and forth among Chagatai's cavalry. So he led his Mongolian cavalry to attack Qin Qingji's white-robed army from the flank. The weather is really favorable to our side, and one battle can determine the outcome. Qin Qingji witnessed the Chagatai Khanate's army beginning to collapse. He knew that this time the Han army had a very high winning rate. Suddenly 1,000-man Mongolian cavalry charged against Qin Qingji's white-robed army. The Mongolian cavalry penetrated Qin Qingji's cavalry from the flank and killed more than 100 cavalry. The combat effectiveness of this Mongolian cavalry was actually higher than that of the cavalry led by other Mongolian generals. The cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate generally receive bonuses directly from Chagatai. But this cavalry seems to be receiving the bonus from this young Qianhu. Is it possible that this young Qianhu's bonus to cavalry is higher than Chagatai's bonus to cavalry? Seeing the bravery of the young Qianhu cavalry in front of him, Qin Qingji became interested and led the white-robed army to besiege the young Qianhu cavalry. Qin Qingji wants to capture this hero alive. In Qin Qingji's opinion, he is not an ordinary Mongolian Qianhu. Thousands of white-robed troops attacked the Mongolian cavalry led by young Qianhu. Their swords raised high. Young Qianhu didn't seem to be afraid. Instead, he led the cavalry in a countercharge to attack Qin Qingji's white-robed army. This cavalry is the elite of the Han army. The moment young Qianhu clashed with the white-robed army, he knew that the white-robed army was no ordinary cavalry. On the entire battlefield, there were only hussars from the Han Empire, whose rank was higher than that of the white robes. However, the white robe army had a weakness. After Xuerengui and Zhao Yun went to kill the enemy, the white robe army's commander Qin Qingji's force was not high. This was the white robe army's breakthrough. Realizing this young Qianhu launched an attack on Qin Qingji, the coach of the white robe army. Young Qianhu held a spear in his hand, and the white robe cavalry who blocked him along the way died under his spear. However, the white robed army's ring-headed sword also wounded him. The cavalry fell in front of him one by one. And then, he did not feel sorry for his cavalry, but rushed towards Qin Qingji desperately. Even though they were injured, Qianhu from Mongolia still fought towards Qin Qingji, getting closer and closer to Qin Qingji. This man was extraordinary, and Qin Qingji became more and more certain that he was no ordinary hero. However, this Qianhu still underestimated the combat power and willpower of the white robe army. The white robe army, with Qin Qingji as their commander, risked their lives to protect Qin Qingji. Each of the white robe army cavalrymen looked at death as if they were home, and attacked the brave Qianhu in front of them, trying to kill him. Although Qin Qingji wanted to capture this Qianhu alive, he could not do so at the expense of his own white robe cavalry. Kill him! Qin Qing issued an order to kill these thousands of households. The white robe cavalry used mounted archery and sabers to attack thousands of Mongolian households, hoping to avoid future troubles forever. Qin Qingji is difficult to kill. Qianhu of Mongolia realized that it was impossible to kill Qin Qingji among thousands of troops. At least not with his force. If he had an elite cavalry, maybe he could succeed. But he didn't. Break out! Mongolian Qianhu led the remaining Mongolian cavalry to break out of the encirclement, and actually fought their way out of the encirclement among thousands of white-robed troops. His cavalry was depleted due to his risky behavior. He looked back at the entire battlefield and found that the sky was filled with yellow sand. The Han army attacked the Mongolian army on 3 fronts. The Mongolian army continued to shrink its forces, and was suppressed everywhere. Is this a defeat? Young Qianhu could not imagine that the Mongol Empire and the Chagatai Khanate to which he belonged would be defeated by an expeditionary force of the Han Empire. Qin Qingji was even more surprised after the Qianhu breakout. This person cannot be kept. He must be killed. Qin Qingji led the white-robed army to pursue these thousands of households. Qin Qingji had a hunch that if he didn't kill this person, he might become a huge threat in the future. However, when Qin Qingji was chasing this person, Xiao Liang asked Qin Qingji's white-robed army to support Artoria. Artoria was locked in a bitter battle with the Chosel army, and the Western Knights were suppressed by the Chosel army from the east. Xiao Liang didn't know that Qin Qingji was chasing a person who threatened the future of the Han Empire. She believed that the Shui army in front of them should be annihilated first. In the eyes of all the generals of the Han Empire, Temujin's cowardly Shui army posed the greatest threat to the Han Empire, and must be completely and severely damaged. Qin Qingji was silent for a while, and found that this 1,000 family cavalry had disappeared among the more than 100,000 cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate. This man was also cunning and successfully escaped Qin Qingji's pursuit. In the battle between the left army and the Han Empire, the Han Empire had the upper hand, while the right army Huitziobing led the light cavalry in a roundabout assault, bypassing Tuaching and raiding Temujin's rear. When Huitziobing led the Han Empire's hussars to emerge from the sand, the Mongolian cavalry panicked. Huitziobing had fought with the Mongolian cavalry for a long time, and was already familiar with their tactics. Huitziobing attacked Temujin's handsome flag and wanted to capture Temujin alive. Temujin was afraid of Shui's army, and went to support Chagatai. At this time, he only had Tanma Red cavalry in his hands. Facing the assault of the Han Empire's hussars, Temujin could only order Tan Maki to step forward to confront Huitziobing. Chapter 591 Target. Temujin. Team Mo Dao. Follow me to kill the enemy. Li Sai. Naked to the waist, with strong muscles, holding a Mo knife in his hand, chopped down a galloping war horse and cut off the horse's head. His brave performance was comparable to that of a ferocious beast. Li Sai's Mo Dao team took advantage of the wind and sand to pursue the Mongolian cavalry and kill them with extraordinary ferocity. In addition to Huitziobing and Shintang, Li Sai was also a troublesome general encountered by the Subutai army in their attack on the Western Region Protectorate. For General Huang Fusong, I will avenge you. Zhu Jun, said by Lao Qin, was arranged by Chu Tian to join the right army to strengthen its combat power. Zhu Jun's legion absorbed the remnants of Huang Fusong. After the Battle of Human Pass, their leader Huang Fusong died in the battle, holding back his anger. At this time, strong winds rose, and the Han army had the advantage. Their accumulated anger exploded. The 5th School of the Northern Army followed Li Sai's Mo Dao team and stormed Tuaching on the right. The increase and decrease in morale caused the defense of Tuaching to no longer be strong. The infantry of the 5th School of the Northern Army braved the rain of arrows from the Mongolian army to break through Tuaching. Chanshui Camp, Tunki Camp, and Yuechi Camp came from Tuaching. They drove straight into the gap in the city and fought with the cavalry behind Tuaching. As the last survivor of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty, Zhu Jun slashed enemy soldiers with his sword and avenged Huang Fusong, who died in the battle at Human Pass. Wang Xuance's Tubo cavalry attacked the Camel City on the right, and the galloping Tubo cavalry followed up and fought with the Mongolian cavalry. In the middle army, Li Yi's Yanjiashar attacked, and the 2 first generals, Li Jin and Zhu Yi, rushed to the front and cut down the enemy soldiers in front. The strength of the Chinese army is slightly weaker, because Chu Tian's tactic is to break through on both wings and strengthen the strength of the 2 wings. However, Li Yi's army also used the effects of timing and fanaticism to attack the Mongolian army in front. The 5 Tiger generals of the Northern Army led Chu Tian's 5 schools of the Northern Army to assist Li Yi in attacking the opposite defense line. Generals such as Mi Feng, Lu Kuang, and Lu Xian were at the forefront. Kill Temujin, and our 5 Tiger generals of the Northern Army will become famous. Make a name for yourself. The 5 Tiger generals of the Northern Army shouted. When fighting against the wind, no one is more expert than the 5 Tiger generals of the Northern Army. The 5th School of the Northern Army followed Li Yi's offensive corps to take advantage and gain military exploits. The left army, Xuerengui and Zhao Yun, were attacked by the Zhongxia army and the Heli army. High-level armored cavalry came with spears. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun faced the entire armored cavalry army. Almost all of Dian Wei's Tiger Guards were killed by the Zhongxia army and the Heli army. The infantry was ultimately at a disadvantage when facing the armored cavalry. Dian Wei was seriously injured. The existence of Monk Wanyanshan caused great trouble to the Han army. Monk Wanyanshan must be killed. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and others discovered that Monk Wanyanshan was under Temujin's command and had repeatedly inflicted heavy losses on the Han army. This person should not be retained. Leave it to our Xuanjiao army and Hubin army to deal with it. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin led the Xuanjiao army, and Taishur Ci led the Hubin army to block the Zhongxia army and Heli Hijuan for Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei, allowing them to kill Monk Wanyanshan. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei divided their troops into 3 groups and attacked Monk Wan Yanqin. Monk Wan Yanqin saw 3 fierce generals of the Han army coming toward him. After a moment's consideration, he chose to avoid the 3 fierce generals. He knew that his own force was not as powerful as these tens of thousands of enemies. Suddenly, a group of white soldiers intercepted Monk Wan Yanqin. A female general stabbed Monk Wan Yanqin with a gun. The shot came through the air, and the gun barrel was trembling. The strength of this female general is higher than Monk Wan Yanqin imagined. Monk Wan Yanqin stabbed the female general with his horse spear. The length of the horse spear was longer than Qin Liangyu's white spear. Qin Liangyu avoided the sharp spear, and the white spear turned into a thorn, hitting Monk Wan Yanqin's armor. Monk Wan Yanqin's arm went numb, and the impact of the white barrel gun almost injured him. When Monk Wan Yanqin was blocked by Qin Liangyu, a fierce man came on foot and hit Monk Wan Yanqin's horse with his halberd, killing his horse. Monk Wan Yanqin lost his horse and fell to the ground. The fierce man punched his helmet. Boom! Dian Wei's iron gauntlet hit Monk Wan Yanqin's helmet. Monk Wan Yanqin's vision went dark, and he fainted after being hit hard. Dian Wei picked up the stunned Monk Wan Yanqin and said to Qin Liangyu, "I will take this person away." Dian Wei remembered that Chu Tian said that Monk Wan Yanqin's cavalry was quite powerful. If he could be captured alive, Dian Wei would be rewarded by Chu Tian. Qin Liangyu was going to take down Monk Wan Yanqin, but Dian Wei took the credit away. But thinking that Dian Wei's lord was kind to his own lord, he didn't care about Dian Wei's taking credit. Chagatai discovered that the most effective Monk Wan Yanqin was captured. After the Zhongxi army and the Heli army lost their chief generals, their morale dropped and they were defeated by the Xuanjia army and the Huban army. Some Zhongxia army and Heli army were also captured. Cannot be defeated. Never. Temujin was unable to provide bonuses for 300,000 cavalry. The cavalry on this side of the battlefield mainly relied on Chagatai's bonus. But Chagatai was far from his father Temujin. His Chagatai Khanate cavalry were retreating steadily. A Mongolian family came to Chagatai and said to Chagatai, "Please give me tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Maybe I can turn the tide." Chagatai looked at the 1,000 households in his Khanate. This 1,000 households were very unfamiliar. "Why should I trust you?" Qianhu was not afraid and replied sternly, "A dead horse is treated as a living horse doctor." Chagatai's eyes lit up. "What, a dead horse as a living horse doctor? Okay, I'll hand over 30,000 cavalry to you. 50,000. 50,000? 50,000. Can!" Chagatai, who was seriously ill and sought medical treatment, handed over 50,000 Chagatai Khanate cavalry to this young Qianhu, and found that this young Qianhu could actually provide bonuses for the 50,000 cavalry. Providing bonuses for 50,000 cavalry shows that this person is an excellent cavalry commander. Maybe this person can turn the tide. If you turn defeat into victory, I can make you Wanhu. No, even deputy king. Chagatai pinned all his hopes on this 1,000 households that stood out. It's a deal. The Mongolian Qianhu commanded 50,000 Central Asian cavalry, counterattacked Camel City, and attacked the Guards Corps. The pressure seems to be increasing. Xuerengui killed a Central Asian cavalry, and found that the Central Asian cavalry's combat power had increased. It was more laborious to kill a Central Asian cavalry. Qin Qingti's White Robe army was also attacked by the Central Asian cavalry. This group of Central Asian cavalry had a similar momentum to the Mongolian Qianhu cavalry that they fought before. Could it be that the Mongolian general commanded the army on Chagatai's behalf? Qin Qingti regretted not being able to kill Qianhu Mongolia. 50,000 Central Asian cavalry entered the battlefield, and the Han army that invaded Camel City was likely to be pushed back. These 50,000 Central Asian cavalry were the reserves left by Chagatai, under the command of a commander who was probably an imperial cavalry hero. They counterattacked fiercely. Some heroes, originally just inconspicuous little people, can create miracles when they have enough troops. Wei Qing, the great general of the Han Empire, was just a slave at first. However, when Wei Qing commanded the cavalry of the Han Empire to attack the Xiongnu, he became famous in one fell swoop. And this 1,000 households in the Chagatai Khanate were originally inconspicuous among the many thousand households. But in critical moments, they turned the tide. Crassus's Roman legion, on Temujin's order, came to Chagatai's army to provide support and counterattack with 50,000 Central Asian cavalry. There seems to be something wrong with the left army. Chu Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that after the Zhou army invaded Tuocheng, some of the troops were expelled. Sun Bin looked in the direction of the left army. The morale of Chaghatay's army began to recover. An enemy general triggered the morale recovery feature. It seems that the chief general has been changed. The enemy's momentum is completely different from the previous one. Indeed. Chu Tian looked solemn. The leader of the Chaghatai Khanate should be Chaghatai himself. Chaghatai's ability is not as good as Subutai and Mawali. The left army of the Han army is the most elite guards corps in Chu Tian. Even if part of the guards corps is lent to Li Corps and Su Fengyan, Chaghatai has more troops. But Chaghatai's ability is not enough to organize counterattack. Among the 4 Khanates, some Khanates may give birth to some powerful heroes. Or someone may replace Chaghatai and organize a counterattack. However, the guards corps is not so easily expelled. Mu Guiying's infantrymen stepped forward to stabilize the line. The left army fought with the newly arrived 50,000 Central Asian cavalry and a Roman legion, and saw action in the Tuaching area. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Yan Wei's physical strength was exhausted in the battle with the Khwarezm cavalry and the Zhongxia army. Qin Liangyi's white pole soldiers, Chen Xingji's white robe army, the bulging vine armor soldiers, and Mu Guiying's infantry armor. The Huban troops of Changbu and Taisher Ci fought with the Central Asian cavalry, led by Xiao Liang, Li Xiaoning, and Hua Mulan, the Xinji battalion, the detachment of women, and the Iron Eagle Scouts, who were also members of the Guards Corps, originally acted together with the left army to assist the Cavaliers in defeating the Qishua army. There really is a gap in the army. So the Xinji battalion, the detachment of women, and the Iron Eagle Scouts acted as mobile corps and moved towards Temujin's central army. Temujin was attracted by Wutsyubing, who was attacking from the right wing, under the protection of the detachment of women and Iron Eagle Scouts. The Xinji battalion quickly approached Temujin. Hua Mulan swung the Tang sword with no less grace and killed a Mongolian cavalry. The detachment of women holds red tassel guns to protect the Xinji camp. The Han army is approaching. The Mongolian army, which was attacked from all directions, finally reacted. A highly mobile Han army interspersed between the Chagatai Khanate army and Temujin's army, aiming directly at Temujin. Wutsyubing's hussar and light cavalry were just used to attract the attention of Temujin and others. Assault on Temujin! Xiao Liang pulled out the Moi sword and commanded the Iron Eagle Scouts and the women's army to attack Temujin, who was commanding the army from a high place. Protect the Great Khan to break through. The civil servants and generals around Temujin woke up and immediately led their cavalry to protect Temujin from breaking out. The Iron Eagle Scouts and the women's army attacked fiercely, hoping to keep Temujin alive or kill Temujin. Temujin's cavalry is condescending. Coupled with Temujin's bonus, they are unstoppable and can break through the blockade of the Iron Eagle Scouts and the detachment of women, just as the Mongolian cavalry broke through the Han army. Below, the Xinji battalion ambushed by Xiao Liang appeared, shooting in 3 stages. The sound of gunshots that made Temujin frightened rang out, and the smoke filled the air. Rush out! Temujin raised his saber high, knowing that facing attacks from the Xinji battalions on both sides, only by using the speed of the cavalry could he avoid being surrounded by the Xinji battalions. Bang! A lead bullet hit Temujin's armor. Temujin hugged his shoulders, his face pale and dripping with sweat. The pain in the injured area is unbearable. Sweat! All the civil servants and generals who followed Temujin were horrified. Temujin, the great Khan of the Mongol Empire, was shot and wounded by the Xinji battalion of the Han Empire during the battle in the Luntai Kingdom. Temujin was injured, and both Temujin's own legion and the Chagatai Khanate's army were all affected, and their morale dropped rapidly. Chapter 592. Wei Qing arrives. He actually won. Chu Tian couldn't believe it when he saw the total collapse of the Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces. Because Temujin was injured, the opposing coalition forces lost morale and combat effectiveness. Temujin's army and the Chagatai Khanate army retreated backwards. Even at night, the Han army still pursued them across the board. Chu Tian did not dare to relax, and a royal cavalry commander suddenly appeared in the Chagatai Khanate, with the help of 50,000 Central Asian cavalry and Crassus Roman legion that had not been put into the battlefield. He fought with the Guards Legion that invaded Camel City. It is uncertain whether there are any special heroes among the Mongol Empire and the 4 great Khanates. There are many cavalry heroes related to the Mongol Empire and the Yuan dynasty. In the Yuan dynasty, there were heroes such as Wang Baobao and Boyan who had not yet appeared. And the 4 great Khanates also had their own heroes. The Han army pursued until night, annihilating 100,000 enemy soldiers and capturing tens of thousands. Temujin led the cavalry to retreat. The wound on his shoulder was an unbearable pain. Qi Laoan and Borshu led the Qishua army to catch up with Temujin. What's wrong with Khan? The great Khan was injured by what the alien said was a firearm. Go to Kucha Kingdom and order Ajadai and Yeludashi to give up attacking Luntai. We cannot suffer any more losses. Temujin resisted the heartbreaking pain, and his shoulders felt like they were being burned by fire. Quickly go and notify Wokuatai and Yeludashi. Soon the cavalry of the Shui army headed towards Luntai city. Where is Crassus? It was chaos and nowhere to be found. Catch it alive. Temujin discovered that the Roman hero Crassus had disappeared and sent another group of cavalry. After the collapse of the Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces, each legion retreated and was chased by the Han army, creating chaos. Crassus, the Roman giant, took advantage of the defeat to escape Temujin's surveillance guards and managed to escape back to Rome. This is the best opportunity. As long as I keep escaping to the west and sneak into a city with a teleportation array. With my ability, I can escape back to Rome. Crassus was keenly aware of this opportunity for escape. Suddenly, a group of fully armored cavalry galloped over. Qi Laoan caught up with Crassus and lifted him up, with a murderous look in his eyes. Crassus, what are you doing here instead of looking for the great Khan? Crassus was sweating profusely. Khan! Where is it? Go back with me. Qi Laoan used a little force and threw Crassus to the guard of a timid Shui army general. Crassus tried to escape, but eventually fell into the hands of Temujin and others. Chagatai was also retreating rapidly. Qianhu of the Mongol Empire failed to turn the tide and retreated with Chagatai. I can give you the identity of Wanhu. When you return to the Khanate, you will be Wanhu. Although Chagatai was defeated, he still chose to win over this young Qianhu. Tell me your name. The thousands of households in the Chagatai Khanate respectfully said to Chagatai. Timur. Timur. Very good. If you follow me from now on, I won't treat you badly. Chagatai recruited Timur, thinking that this person could be used, and his value might be higher than that of the Yellowstone. The rear army, the Guanzhong army of the old Qin dynasty, tried their best to stop the offensive of Subutai and his son. The cavalry and infantry of both sides fought, each suffering thousands of casualties. The strong wind also swept across the battlefield between Jiujiang Laoqin and Subutai, and the battle flags were ringing. Jiujiang Laoqin coughed violently, and Wang Jian was presiding over the battlefield. For the front army of the Han army, the strong wind was beneficial, but for the rear army, the sudden strong wind was quite bad. The Guanzhong army was in the downwind direction. Subutai and Wuliangatai took advantage of the strong wind to attack the Guanzhong army. Attack! This time Qin Ruishi no longer shouted for Gale, because Gale was helping Subutai's legion. Damn it! Facing the Mongolian cavalry that came with the help of the wind, Lu Bu was very angry. Fang Tian swept his halberd forward, and an enemy soldier was killed by him and flew backwards from his horse. The impact of the Mongolian cavalry increased, and thousands of cavalry attacked Lu Bu. Lu Bu gradually became weak, and there were too many enemy cavalry to kill him. Meng Tian's golden fire cavalry was blocked by wind and sand, and its speed was delayed. Ahem! Cough! Cough! Reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Jiujiang Laoqin couldn't help frowning when he saw that the wind and sand had weakened the power of Qin Ruishi's crossbow. Crossbow arrows were an effective means for Qin Ruishi to resist the Subutai army. However, the strong wind offset the power of Qin Ruishi's crossbow arrows, causing Qin Ruishi's army to fall into an unprecedented bitter battle. Jiujiang Laoqin rarely encountered such a dilemma. Warriors on the grassland, follow me to cut off the flanks of the Han army. Subutai's son, the famous general Wuliangatai, summoned a group of cavalry to cut between Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi and Meng Tian's golden fire cavalry. Subutai once again used his superior force to plan to swallow up Meng Tian's golden fire cavalry. The golden fire cavalry has gone through many battles, fighting against the iron kites of Shishia King Li Yuanhao, and fighting against Temujin's cavalry. There were not many in number. Meng Tian killed several people and led the remaining golden fire cavalry into a deadly battle. Several arrows hit Meng Tian. Meng Tian continued to fight with the arrows on his armor, side-attacking Wuliang Hatai's cavalry, and closing the distance with Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi. General, there are only 1,000 golden fire cavalry left. A low-ranking officer of the golden fire cavalry shouted to Meng Tian. After 3 wars, the number of golden fire cavalry has dropped to the point of collapse. The expedition to the western region is over, so the golden fire cavalry also needs to be recruited and trained again. Blood covered Meng Tian's cheek. part of which blocked Ming Tian's sight, and the entire battlefield seemed to turn red. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are about to arrive. Ming Tian swung his increasingly heavy halberd to kill an enemy rider and beheaded him off his horse. A group of tiger-patterned cavalry broke through the siege of Mingtian by the Wuliang Hitai cavalry. Yang Dian, holding a horse in his hand, rushed in and killed dozens of people. Many Mongolian cavalry, who were also heavy cavalry, fell to the tiger-patterned cavalry. Under the iron hooves, Yang Dian's warhorse trampled the fallen Mongolian cavalry, and the sharp horse spear shot out of the air, killing 1,000 households. The Lord ordered me to come to support. Yang Da had great eyesight and stabbed out his horses one after another, killing all the enemy cavalry fighting Ming Tian. The reinforcements I want are not you, General Yang, but you. Ming Tian and Yang Dian fought together, and the pressure was reduced. But they were not completely relieved yet. Subutai's military strength was 3 times that of the Kanjong Army Corps, which sent some of its troops to the front army. With Subutai as the commander-in-chief, there was no problem in providing bonuses to more than 100,000 cavalry. The cavalry commanded by his son also showed their sharpness. Behind the Subutai Legion, a cavalry group was marching quickly, and the cavalry commander's shirt rustled with a strong wind. In addition to this commander-in-chief, he was also accompanied by 2 lieutenants, Gongsun Ao and Shui Wanche. We must catch up as soon as possible, otherwise we will miss the battle. Gongsun Ao complained endlessly. General, the strong wind in the western region is too evil. With such strong wind, the marching speed will undoubtedly decrease. Wei Qing blocked the wind and sand with his arms. As Gongsun Ao said, the wind and sand in the western regions are unpredictable. This place is north of the Taklamakan Desert and south of the Tian Shan Mountains. Sometimes the wind and sand in the Taklamakan Desert will cross the Darim River and sweep in. Shui Wanche, you lead a group of cavalry as the vanguard. If you encounter the Subutai Legion, attack them immediately. At the same time, divide your troops and report back to me. Wei Qing said Shui Wanche, who was good at leading cavalry raids. Shui Wanche led 3,000 Yulin cavalry, accelerated their march, and went to attack. Most of Wei Qing's cavalry were enhanced by Wei Qing's characteristics, and their marching speed was not inferior, heading straight towards the rear of the Subutai Legion. Among them, the characteristics of General Chong Ping Ho, the aura of the whole army, the forced march speed plus 5%, cavalry tactical change, the march speed of the cavalry personally commanded by Wei Qing plus 7%, a total of 12% increase in the speed of the cavalry unit. At the same time, the speed of Wei Qing's cavalry marching in unfavorable terrain is not easily affected. Following Chu Tian's orders, Wei Qing secretly used the teleportation array to arrive at the Yinchi Kingdom from Monan to assemble. Approximately 30,000 light cavalry were assembled, including Wei Qing's special unit, the Yulin Cavalry, following the Subutai Legion from behind. Subutai had been following the Han Empire's expeditionary force, and after Wei Qing was assembled in the Yinchi Kingdom, he followed Subutai and entered the battlefield at the most critical moment. The Subutai army was in a stalemate with Lao Qin's Guanzhong army. Shui Wanche led 3,000 Yulin cavalry to rush into the rear of the Subutai army. Shui Wanche was holding a horse spear and wearing bright armor, wandering in and out of the sand. Before a Mongolian cavalry could react, the sharp horse spear had already stabbed him, piercing his armor fiercely. Shui Wanche swung it casually, and the body of the dead Mongolian cavalry was thrown out and hit the ground heavily. As light cavalry, the 3,000 Habayashi cavalry are good at running attacks. They cut into the Subutai Legion from behind, and the Subutai Legion fell into chaos. Further back, Wei Qing's cavalry force arrived and attacked Subutai fiercely. Reinforcements finally arrived. Jiujiu Lao Qin's Guanzhong army was at a disadvantage. After suffering heavy losses, Wei Qing's cavalry finally marched in. The Guanzhong army took advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack, and together with the Wei Qing army, they launched a pincer attack on the Subutai army. The injured Ming Tian ignored his injuries and led the Golden Fire cavalry, which had only 1,000 men left, to counterattack the cavalry of Subutai and Wuliangtai, and broke into the enemy's formation head first. A group of cavalry came from the direction of Yinchi Kingdom. Subutai used the reserve team prepared in advance to resist Wei Qing's offensive. However, Wei Qing's characteristics took effect. When the raid was successful, there was an additional 15% damage bonus, causing the enemy's confusion and being in the upper wind, giving him an advantage. It was only a matter of time before the Sukhothai Legion was defeated. Order Wu Liangatai to retreat. We may have been defeated. Sukhothai saw Mawali's War Eagle signaling in the air that Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate coalition had been defeated. Temujin ordered Sukhothai's army to retreat and try to join Temujin. The message that the War Eagle could not deliver was that Temujin was injured. Moreover, Temujin was not willing to let the Sukhothai Legion know that he was injured. Otherwise, it would shake the morale of the Sukhothai Legion. The Sukhothai army turned around and attacked Wei Qing's army, fought with Wei Qing, and broke out at the cost of tens of thousands of cavalry killed and thousands captured. The Sukhothai Corps had more cavalry than the Wei Qing Corps and the Kanjong Corps, but it was not as elite as the two corps combined, and Wei Qing was at an advantage in attacking, resulting in the Sukhothai Corps being defeated and unable to continue the fight. So they had no choice but to break out. Wei Qing was able to join up with Zhejiang Lao Qin's Guanzhong army, and at the same time ordered the Yulin cavalry to capture Sukhothai's cavalry alive. Sukhothai's cavalry were experienced warriors who were good at bows and horses. Capturing thousands of cavalry alive was equivalent to adding thousands of elite cavalry to his own power. If it weren't for these elite cavalry, the Sukhothai army would not have been able to severely damage the Guanzhong army. Chapter 593 Luntai City's counterattack. When Shutian and Lao Qin fought decisively with Temujin and Sukhothai, Luntai City also reached the moment of decisive battle. The Mongolian army Xiangyang artillery has destroyed 3 sections of the city wall, which is equivalent to 3 gaps in Luntai City. Even though Chen Tang built temporary earthen fortresses and wooden fences to block the gap, Yelu Dashi immediately mobilized a trebuchet to bombard the earthen fortifications and wooden fences. The high-speed rotating fireball hit the earthen ramparts and wooden fences, bursting with a bang, and the flying stones covered the flames, causing the wooden fences to burn fiercely and fall into the sea of fire. Wokuotai mobilized a large number of Mongolian soldiers, servants of the Wusun Kingdom, and servants of the Kutcha Kingdom to launch the final attack on Luntai City. Yelu Dashi led a small group of Khitan cavalry and 20,000 Central Asian cavalry, preparing to follow Wokuotai into the city. The banners of the Wokuotai and Yelu Dashi coalition forces were fluttering, and more than 100,000 troops were ready to go. As long as Wokuotai gives an order, more than 100,000 coalition troops will attack Luntai City and turn the city into a sea of fire. The whole army obeys the order. Wokuotai's eyes reflected the sea of fire in Luntai City, and he ordered more than 100,000 troops to prepare for the attack. Under the continuous bombardment of Xiangyang artillery, this solid city was already in dilapidated condition in Wokuotai's eyes. As long as more than 100,000 troops pressed forward, this city would be completely destroyed. Father Khan and second brother, they should have won the victory. I also need to show enough military exploits to make Father Khan look at me with admiration. Wokuotai held the golden knife tightly. The Khanate was destroyed, and he had to capture Luntai City before Temujin could convince Temujin that he was qualified to become the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Yelu Dashi took the spear handed to him by the Khitan cavalry. Although the number of Khitan cavalry beside Yelu Dashi was small, they were similar to the Han Empire's Hussars and Huitsubing. They were truly elite soldiers. Historically, Yelu Dashi led 200 Khitan cavalry into the western regions and established the Western Liao Empire across Central Asia. This small group of Khitan cavalry is not inferior to Chieshua's army, but the number is very small. The war eagle that was exploring Machi flew down and landed on Wokuotai's shoulder. Wokuotai subconsciously took off the note tied to the war eagle's talons. The Great Khan also has his second brother, Ajadai, who was about to destroy Luntai City, was stunned. It was hard to believe that the coalition forces of Temujin and Chagatai were defeated in a decisive battle with the Han Empire in the wasteland east of Luntai City. Temujin, who was the core figure of the Mongol Empire and the 4 major Khanates, was injured. The Battle of Luntai City could not be fought no matter what, and ended with the defeat of the Mongol Empire and the 2 major Khanates. The information conveyed by the War Eagle note was extremely limited. In addition, Temujin asked Ogodai to give up the attack on Luntai City, retreat to the Kutcha Kingdom, join Temujin and Chagatai, and then discuss the advance. Wokuotai took a deep breath and said to his generals, including Yelu Dashi, "Give up the attack on Luntai City and return to Chiyozi Kingdom." What? More than a dozen captains of 10,000 men had expressions of disbelief. It was clear that Luntai City was within easy reach. But at this moment, Wokuotai, the main general who attacked Luntai City, chose to retreat. Even Yelu Dashi, the most capable among these 10,000 households, showed an expression of disbelief. But then Yellow-Dashi realized that it was probably a decisive battle between Temujin, Chagatai and the Han Empire's expeditionary force, and the coalition forces were defeated. Got it. Otherwise, it cannot be explained why Wakuatai chose to retreat when the situation was favorable to him. Many heads of 10,000 households also reacted quickly, their faces solemn. Temujin and Chagatai were defeated in battle, and it was definitely not a good thing for the troops of Ajudai and Yellow-Dashi. It could even be said to be quite bad news. Ogodai knew not to tell this group of people the fact that Temujin was injured. The Great Khan and Chagatai suffered a small loss and were withdrawing to the kingdom of Kucha. The officers and soldiers obeyed the order and went to the kingdom of Kucha to join the Great Khan. Under the strong power of Wakuatai, thousands of households in the Mongol Empire had to retreat. The army of more than 100,000 used to attack Luntai city hurriedly prepared their bags and burned Xiangyang artillery, siege towers, ballistae, ladder trucks and other large siege equipment, leaving nothing for the defenders. Black smoke billowed outside the city, and the Xiangyang cannon, which made many lords jealous, was once again covered in fire. The craftsmen will go first. Yellow-Dashi, do you have the confidence to take the lead? Ajudai knew the importance of craftsmen to the Mongol Empire. Without precious craftsmen, the Mongol Empire would only be good at field battles, not at attacking fortresses. The Mongolian army forced Yumen Pass and Luntai city into a desperate situation, relying on a large number of siege equipment and servant troops, both of which were indispensable. Leave it to the general. Yellow-Dashi led the Central Asian cavalry to cut off the rear. The movement of the Mongolian army was noticed by the defenders of Luntai city. Wakuatai and Yellow-Dashi wanted to escape. Is it possible that Chuzemu, Lao Qin and others won the battle with Temujin? Huan saw the Mongolian army outside the city burning the Xiangyang artillery used to attack the city, and the 15-meter-high siege tower being engulfed in flames. It was easy to judge that Wakuatai and Yellow-Dashi planned to withdraw their troops. Su Fengnian clenched his fists, feeling annoyed. Wang Taijian died in battle, but he has not yet taken revenge. At this time, the Iron Eagle Scouts War Eagle arrived and landed on Huan's arm. Sure enough, Chu Zimu and the others defeated Temujin and asked us to wait for an opportunity to leave the city and attack Wakuatai and Yellow-Dashi who were surrounding Luntai city. Huan took off the note and felt excited when he saw the desired result. From this moment on, the Han Empire entered the stage of strategic counterattack. Su Fengnian said, "Go out of the city and chase him." Huan took out a recruitment order. That's what I meant. At this time, the cooling time of the recruitment order has expired, and Huan did not hesitate to use this special recruitment order obtained after the destruction of the Ajudai Khanate. A general wearing black armor from the Han dynasty appeared in front of Huan and Su Fengnian and saluted Huan. Ban Chao. It's actually Ban Chao. Huan was a little unbelievable. Many players in the Eastern Han dynasty may know the story of Ban Chao joining the army and traveling to the western regions. This was also a fierce man from the Han dynasty, who was sent as an envoy to the western regions. In 31 years, he recovered more than 50 countries in the western regions, defeated the Deyushur, and was granted the title of Marquis from thousands of miles away. Ban Chao's best method was to recruit servant armies from vassal states that had submitted to the Han Empire, and use them to attack vassal states that did not obey the Han Empire. Basically, he could pacify the western regions without having to use the Han Empire's troops from all the way, and save the Han Empire's cost of controlling the western regions. We can leave the city to pursue. Huan recruited Ban Chao to make up for his losses, and he and Su Fengnian gathered all the cavalry in Luntai city. On Huan's side, Chen Tang, Gao Xianji, newly joined generals from the western region protectorate such as Ban Chao mounted their horses and selected 20,000 cavalry. Su Fengnian summoned generals such as Ma Chao, Ma Teng, Han Sui, Hua Xiong, Li Hu, and Yang Shiho. The number of Su Fengnian Xiliang legions is getting smaller and smaller. Even the most powerful general Wang Taijian was killed in the battle. Su Fengnian has lost interest in fighting for hegemony. The only thing he wants to do at this time is to kill Wakuatai and Yellow-Dashi. Revenge for Wang Taijian. Another person with hatred is undoubtedly Ma Chao. Ma Chao harbored hatred and guilt for Wang Taijian's death. He knew that the commanders of the siege were Wakuatai and Yellow-Dashi, and his hatred for them was overwhelming. I can't wait to kill it. About 30,000 cavalrymen gathered in the city. The Mongolian army outside the city had set fire to the camp, and the flames shot into the sky. One step later, and all the Mongolian troops will leave. This is our chance to avenge Wang Taijian. Revenge. All the soldiers of the Xiliang army were filled with indignation. Huan put on a helmet with red tassels, held a spear in his hand, and said to the generals guarding the city, "Open the city gate and chase the enemy! Open the city gate and chase the enemy!" 30,000 cavalry filed out from the city gate, their horseshoes clattering, and they charged towards the coalition forces of Wakuatai and Yeldashi, who had been attacking Luntai City for days. The defenders of Luntai City were attacked day and night by the coalition forces of Wakuatai and Yeldashi, and there was already a rage in their hearts that was about to explode. When the Han Empire entered the stage of strategic counterattack, their anger exploded, and they moved forward without mercy. Avenge Gan Yensho! Huan also had a blood feud with Yeldashi. One of his generals, Gan Yensho, was shot dead by Yeldashi on his way back to Luntai City in order to request a support force from the Han Empire's expeditionary force. This revenge had to be avenged. Kill! The cavalry of the Xiliang Legion are at the forefront. Among them, Wang Yanzhong's special unit, Ho Lianglongxiang's eyes were red. They were already the last cavalry. After Wang Yanzhong was killed in battle, Su Fengnian could no longer recruit such cavalry. This special cavalry disappeared. Ma Chao took the lead and rushed to the front of the Xiliang army. Even Ma Teng could not stop the angry Ma Chao. Thousands of horses are galloping. The earth is trembling. And the high fighting spirit of the Luntai City defenders is terrifying. Yeldashi knew that the Luntai City defenders would not let go of the opportunity to pursue Wakuatai and himself, and would definitely go out of the city to intercept them. So Yeldashi was well prepared to resist the Han army. This time, he did not risk going into battle personally, nor did he send the most effective Khitan cavalry. Instead, he sent 20,000 Central Asian cavalry to stop the Xiliang army and the Western Region Protectorate army, who were fighting desperately. In Yeludashi's view, these Central Asian cavalry were just cannon fodder. Ma Chao broke into the Central Asian cavalry and pierced the oncoming Central Asian cavalry with a single glance. The spear penetrated his chest and brought out blood. Die! Die! Ma Chao seemed to be going crazy, charging fiercely among the Central Asian cavalry, and his force was much higher than usual. Dozens of Central Asian cavalry fell to Ma Chao's gun, and their blood stained Ma Chao's armor. At Ma Chao's age, it was simply a miracle that he could kill so many cavalry in a charge. Jin Tang and Ban Chao each led a group of light cavalry in a detour, trying to attack Yeldashi, who was commanding from the rear. Huan also held a grudge against Yeldashi, and at the same time was afraid of the threat Yeldashi would pose to the Western Region Protectorate. Yeldashi is a formidable enemy. You just spend your time here. The 20,000 Central Asian cavalry are enough to delay you. If it's not enough, there is also a group of cavalry ambushed in front. When Yeldashi saw that 20,000 Central Asian cavalry were fiercely charged by 30,000 Han cavalry, and would be annihilated sooner or later, he did not feel any distress. Instead, he led 200 Khitan cavalry, abandoned this group of servants, and pursued Wakuatai. Don't leave! The number of Central Asian cavalry killed by Ma Chao unknowingly reached 100 cavalry. However, Yeldashi had a premonition of danger and fled here. When Ma Chao charged out from the Central Asian cavalry with a spear in hand, Yeldashi disappeared. Chase! Ma Chao led Wang Yanzhong's remaining troops to chase Yeldashi one after another. At the same time, the generals chasing Yeldashi were Qin Tang and Ban Chao. Wakuatai ambushed a group of cavalry in front, intercepted Qin Tang and Ban Chao, and delayed the Han cavalry. Chapter 594. The teleportation array opened. Master Protector! The Protectorate beheaded thousands of people and captured tens of thousands in this battle. This group of Central Asian cavalry was almost all cavalry from the Seljuk Empire and Khwarezm. They were probably captured in the Battle of Ili Valley. Servant troops captured by the Chagatai Khanate and Ajadai Khanate. After cleaning the battlefield, Gao Xinji reported the losses and loot to Huan. Almost all of the 20,000 Central Asian cavalry brought by Yeldashi to attack the Western Region Protectorate were killed or captured. Yeldashi did not feel bad about this, because the 20,000 Central Asian cavalry were just ordinary servants to the Mongolian Empire and Yeldashi. Yeldashi was not yet qualified to become a core figure in the Mongol Empire, so the cavalry assigned to him was not very powerful. As long as you can save your own life, it's no big deal even if you abandon 20,000 servants and cavalry. The tens of thousands of captured servants could make up for the losses of the Western Region Protectorate in this catastrophic national war. The main force of the Western Region Protectorate was nearly crippled in the successive battles, and tens of thousands of servant troops joined in. Huan and the Western Region Protectorate generals strengthened and controlled the servant army, which could be put to good use. Split the captured Central Asian cavalry into several battalions, and distribute them to various generals to make up for the losses. Huan broke up the group of cavalry to prevent them from rebelling. Huan looked at the entire battlefield, which was full of broken walls and devastation. The battle in Luntai City was even more brutal than the main battlefield between Chutian and Temujin. In order to defend Luntai City, dozens of generals and tens of thousands of soldiers were killed. Almost all the fortifications were demolished. 3 strong city walls collapsed, and tens of thousands of civilians were killed. The cattle, sheep, grain, grass, and weapons hoarded in Luntai City were almost exhausted. The Mongol army camp outside the city was burned to the ground, with billowing black smoke swaying, and large trebuchets and siege towers turned into charcoal in the fire. The decisive battle on the main battlefield was decided at sunset, while the final battle in Luntai City began at night. Wokuotai and Yeludashi took advantage of the darkness to set up an ambush and retreat. Huan and Su Fengnian's legions gained a lot, but they still failed to catch up with Wokuotai and Yeludashi. The next day, Chen Tang, Ban Chao, and Ma Chao, who were chasing Wokuotai and Yeludashi, came back and captured several thousand more cavalry. Huan asked the two of them, "Can Wokuotai and Yeludashi be captured alive?" Chen Tang and Ban Chao shook their heads. Ma Chao's face was still gloomy, and Wang Yanzhang could not let go of his hatred. Su Fengnian didn't look good when he learned that Yeludashi had escaped. Yeludashi followed Ajadai, and most likely fled to the Chiyozi Kingdom, or even the Chagatai Khanate. If we want to pursue Yeludashi again, we may have to chase him to the Chagatai Khanate. However, the expedition of hundreds of thousands of expedition troops from Chaisher Kingdom to Luntai City was already extremely laborious. All the teleportation formations of the Chagatai Khanate are controlled by Chagatai's defenders, and the Han army needs to make a long march in the main world. First of all, the Han army's expeditionary force must consider the benefits obtained and the price paid. If tens of millions of taels of silver were spent on military expenses to kill Yeludashi, it would obviously be unreasonable. However, there is one person whose interests are directly linked to the elimination of Yeludashi, and that is Huan, who is the protector of the western region. The Chagatai Khanate appears within my sphere of influence, and the Ili Valley was originally my territory. When the Western Region Protectorate regains its strength, I will attack the Chagatai Khanate. If you are willing to join by then, you can move with me. Huan wanted to use Su Fengnian's power to destroy the Chagatai Khanate. In the current situation, the military strength of the Chagatai Khanate and the Western Region Protectorate were damaged due to the war, and both sides were racing against time to restore their strength. Su Fengnian has a group of brave and capable generals. With his help, it will be easier to destroy the Chagatai Khanate. The Chagatai Khanate was always a huge threat. If the Chagatai Khanate is not eliminated as soon as possible, the Western Region Protectorate will face another crisis. Although Temujin was injured and the Chagatai Khanate alone could not organize such a large-scale offensive against the Western Region Protectorate again, it was still a threat. Lord, I want to avenge my master. Ma Chao asked Su Fengnian for help. I will participate in the expedition to the Chagatai Khanate. After the Chagatai Khanate is eliminated, I will go to Livan Xiaoqing. Su Fengnian seemed to have made a major decision. Kill Wokuotai and Yeludashi, and then withdraw from the ranks of the princes. He was no longer qualified, and did not want to continue to be a prince of the Han Empire. Believe me, if we work together, we can destroy the Chagatai Khanate. I promise you, I will definitely take Yeludashi's head. Huan ordered the Western Region Protectorate Corps to clean up the battlefield, bury the bodies of the dead, and rebuild the city. After the disaster in Luntai City, people's morale and public order are recovering. The Mongolian army has fully retreated to the Kucha state adjacent to the Chagatai Khanate. The Chiyozi Kingdom was also a kingdom that submitted to the Western Region Protectorate, but was conquered by the Chagatai Khanate when it marched. With the national strength of the Kucha state, it was no match for the Chagatai Khanate's army in the Eastern Expedition. After the threat from Luntai City was lifted, everyone in the Western Region Protectorate was cleaning up the old mountains and rivers while waiting for the arrival of the victorious Han Empire Expeditionary Force. Su Fengnian led the soldiers of the Xiliang army to bury the fallen Wang Yanshang under a hill outside Luntai City. The general died in 100 battles. Wang Taijian has not fought 100 battles so far. From now on, you can guard Luntai. Su Fengnian poured wine, and all the Xiliang soldiers fell silent. Only a handful of people from Su Fengnian's legion have survived to this day. The Shiliang army may have no successors. The soldiers recruited by Jiujiang Lao Qin and Liang Zhou have been incorporated into the Guanlong army. In the eyes of Su Fengyan and others, their Shiliang army is the real Shiliang army. When Huan saw Su Fengyan and others sending Wang Taijin away, he felt complicated and unspeakable. The various generals and lords had deep or shallow friendships in private, and it was like their friends dying on the battlefield. This feeling is difficult to describe. Prepare food, water, and camps. The expeditionary force is coming soon. I hope there will be enough supplies to replenish. The teleportation array in Luntai City is open, and supplies can be transported from Guanyin, Cheshire Kingdom, and Yinchi Kingdom. After Huan rescued the siege in Luntai City, he was no longer so nervous. As long as the teleportation array in Luntai City is reopened, with the powerful blood transfusion ability of the Han Empire, the Western Region Protectorate will soon regain its strength. The worst he could do was ask Chu Tian for supplies. As for the reward, the worst he could do was compensate Huan to Chu Tian. Of course, he meant Huan's Western Region Protectorate, not Huan himself. Perhaps we can use Qingqing to pay off the debt. But no, this is not what a good brother should do. Huan briefly entertained the idea of selling his sister for glory, but quickly gave it up. Although it would be of great benefit to the development of Huan's power to have the Western Region Protector's palace marry the largest princes in the past to consolidate the territories of both parties, Huan is still a player after all, and his ideas are still very advanced. In the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Ekaterina received a report from her adjutant Sophia that the teleportation array in Luntai City was actually activated. It seems that the Mongol Empire siege of Luntai City has ended. Is Luntai City still holding on? Or has it been captured? According to the news spread by the Han Empire in Luntai City, Temujin was defeated, and the Mongolian army's siege of Luntai City has been lifted. Say H. Lo to the Western Region Protector of the Han Empire in advance. I want to go to Luntai City in person. Your Majesty, are you doing this for official business or private business? Of course. Business. Matters related to the Golden Horde. Ekaterina looked unconcerned. Then do you want to take the little duke with you? Ekaterina was silent for a while. Better bring it with you. Luntai City was cleaning the battlefield, and the Han Empire's expeditionary force, which was fighting Temujin and Shagatai's coalition forces, was also cleaning the battlefield. This time, only tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry, Khwarezm cavalry, and Seljuk cavalry were captured, including a very small number of special cavalry such as Chishui Jun and Tanmachi. Bang! Dian Wei threw a captured general to the ground like a sandbag, and the guards around Chu Tian immediately tied him up. Chu Tian could only see this person's simple information. Name, Monk Wan Yinchen. Level 70. Evaluation, a famous general in the last years of the Jin Kingdom. Leader of the Zhongxi army. Monk Wan Yinchen. Finally caught this troublesome guy. Chu Tian saw Dian Wei capture Monk Wan Yinchen, and a threat to the Han Empire was eliminated. Monk Wan Yinchen's Zhongxia army was quite troublesome, severely damaging the Invincible army and the Shiliang army. In this battle, they almost wiped out all of Dian Wei's tiger guards, and the leader of such an army fell into the hands of Chu Tian. Monk Wan Yinchen, like Chen Qingji, needs to be equipped with exclusive troops to be powerful. If Monk Wan Yinchen were to command the other cavalry, they might not be as terrifying as the Zhongxia army. Monk Wan Yinchen and Zhang Xiujun are indispensable. However, with Monk Wan Yinchen's diehard character, it was impossible for him to join the new lord unless he used a recruitment order to recruit him. Temujin recruited Monk Wan Yinchen with a recruitment order, which allowed him to ignore his personality. This is quite tricky. There should be a way to make him surrender. Detain him with the prisoners of the Zhongxia army and the Heli army, and keep him under strict guard. He will not be allowed to escape. Even if he can't get it, he can't let Monk Wan Yinchen return to Temujin's command. Otherwise, he will become a powerful enemy in the future. Qin Liangyu also contributed to the capture of Monk Wan Yinchen. Although Muka didn't want to argue too much with Chu Tian, she still chose to report Qin Liangyu's military exploits for the sake of Qin Liangyu's future. If Qin Liangyu hadn't led the White Pole soldiers to intercept Monk Wan Yinchen, Dian Wei, who was on foot, might not have been able to catch up. They are all included in the statistics. Chu Tian knew that Qin Liangyu was a fierce general, and all those who had achieved military exploits should be treated equally. Jiujiang Lao Qin joined forces with Wei Qing. After defeating Subutai, he led his troops to join Chu Tian. The water source of the Guanzhong army was almost exhausted, and they were unable to pursue Subbutai's cavalry. It's time for us to get to the wheel platform for supplies. Chapter 595, Reunion Stage. Luntai City has regained its prosperity, and hundreds of thousands of civilians have become active. Some herdsmen have returned to the pastures outside the city to graze, and some camel caravans travel between Luntai Kingdom, Yanchi Kingdom, and Cheshire Kingdom. The Western Region Protectorate initially resumed its rule over the western regions. After recapturing the Yanchi Kingdom and defeating Temujin's army, the Han Empire's expeditionary force finally arrived at Luntai City. The destination of the expedition. Hua Sha wears golden armor in 100 battles, and Lulan will never be returned until it is broken. Some ragged Han troops had already appeared outside Luntai City. They were escorting tens of thousands of prisoners, and their battle flags were damaged. The intensity of the expedition organized by the Han Empire was extraordinary, and the map of the main world had already expanded a lot. Huan and Su Fengnian led the Luntai City defenders and the people to greet the Han Empire's expeditionary force outside the city. Without the expeditionary force sent by the princes within the pass, Luntai City would definitely not be able to be defended, and the Western Region Protectorate would fall. The current situation is very good for the Western Region Protectorate, and the territory at the southern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains has been recovered. Elder brother, Hui Qing led the war horse, his face stained with dust and smoke, and galloped towards Huan, hugging Huan and sobbing constantly. Qing, you must have caused a lot of trouble to others. I won't die that easily. Okay, you can let go. Huan has already seen Nyuk, who specially led reinforcements from the Nanzhong area of Izhou to participate in the expedition. Huan's heart is hard to understand. Snort! Hui Qing found that Huan couldn't wait to meet Nyuk, so he had to let go and pouted. My dear sister. When Chu Tian saw Huan going to Muke and leaving Hui Qing aside, he knew that these must be brothers and sisters. After making sure that the other party was safe, he acted like a normal person. Chu Tian met with Su Fengnian, who was supporting Luntai City, and was silent when he learned that Su Fengnian's general Wang Taijian was killed in battle. Chu Tian was deeply impressed by Wang Taiqiang. Wang Taiqiang was at least one of the 5 tiger generals. He once had a powerful presence in Hulao Pass. In many battles, it was not uncommon for him to kill generals and capture the flag. It's just that Wang Taijian died under the bombardment of Xiangyang artillery, which is really sad. The Mongolian army Xiangyang artillery killed Wang Taijian, and the gravel severely injured Zhang He. Many famous generals died under this powerful siege equipment. In the future, we either try to get the manufacturing blueprints of the Xiangyang cannon, or we find ways to deal with it. Chu Tian became increasingly wary of the Xiangyang cannon. The damage caused by siege equipment is quite high. No general would dare to stand in front of a bed crossbow and be hit by an arrow from the bed crossbow. Zhao Yun was silent for a while when he learned that Wang Taijian, who had competed with him in marksmanship before, was killed in battle. What are you going to do? I will temporarily stay in the protectorate of the western regions to conduct an expedition against the Chagatai Khanate to avenge Wang Taijian and others. When the war here in the western regions is completely over, I will go to Xia City. Chu Tian did not deny Su Fengnian's idea. Huan's Western Region Protectorate is still in danger, and the military strength of the Western Region Protectorate has not been restored. The distance between Chu Tian's territory and the Western Region Protector's mansion was too far, and it was powerless. This expedition has consumed a lot of the Chu Tian force's savings. Huan has a ruling foundation in the Western Region Protectorate. He can quickly establish a new order at the lowest cost. Su Fengnian's group of Xiliang generals could join Huan in an expedition against the Chagatai Khanate to eliminate the huge threat of the Chagatai Khanate. According to what Qin Qingji told Chu Tian, during the decisive battle with Temujin and Chagatai's coalition forces, the Chagatai Khanate had a budding cavalry general whose abilities were still above Chagatai's. In Chu Tian's view, the Chagatai Khanate entrenched between the Tian Shan Mountains and Central Asia was very dangerous. The Chagatai Khanate was much more powerful than the Ajadai Khanate. You don't plan to go to Xia City and meet your family first? Of course. Ma Chao followed Su Fengnian silently and suddenly said to Chu Tian, the general wants to borrow troops from the general to destroy the Chagatai Khanate. Chu Tian looked at Ma Chao and found that Ma Chao's temperament was different from before. Not only can impulsiveness fail, but it is also easier to fail. If you want to avenge Wang Yansheng, then practice for 2 or 3 years first. Chu Tian knew that Ma Chao had not yet reached his peak state, and all his abilities were not at full value. Moreover, the expedition to the Chagatai Khanate meant intervening in the chaotic wars in Central Asia, which was quite troublesome. It was not a question of whether the Chagatai Khanate could be defeated, but an economic question. If you are desperate, you can certainly wipe the Chagatai Khanate off the map. Huan and Myuk met. But Myuk looked at him coldly. Do you plan to abandon our son? Guard Luntai City alone? Die in battle? And become a hero of the Han Empire? Kiki, I don't have such thoughts. Taichung must be defended so that the Western Region Protectorate can make a comeback. Facing the uncharacteristic Myuk, Huan didn't know how to please him. You two should stop flirting for the time being. Can our expeditionary forces camp be ready? Zhejiang Laoqin found that these young men brought their wives to fight even if they disagreed, which made him, an elderly man, feel a little sad. When it came to business, Huan immediately regained his energy. The camps of the expeditionary army have been fully prepared, enough to accommodate 4 to 5 million people. However, the food reserves in the Western Region Protectorate may not be able to support so many people. In this cold winter, the expeditionary army can be divided after the batches return to the pass. The next thing will be left to our Western Region Protectorate. Can the Western Region Protectorate withstand the Chagatai Khanate's counterattack? If the Han Empire puts pressure on Mabe and Temujin and Subutai return to Mabe, the power of the Chagatai Khanate alone will not be able to suppress our Western Region Protectorate. Huan has confidence in the Western Region Protectorate. The Ogdi Khanate has been destroyed, and the crisis in the Western Region Protectorate has been resolved. Temujin and Subutai have been severely damaged and may choose to return to Mabe to rest. The Western Region Protectorate has time to restore its troops. It is naturally best for the Western Region Protectorate to solve the remaining problems by itself. Of course, if the expeditionary force can send troops to recover the area north of the Tian Shan Mountains, I can pay for the teleportation array, as well as food and fodder. That's a nice thought. I won't bother you anymore. Zhejiang Laoqin shook his head, and then took Jia Su, Lu Bu, and others to check his camp. A banquet was set up in Luntai City for the arrival of the Han Empire's expeditionary force, and Huan specially entertained the princes, who were relieving the crisis for the Western Region Protectorate. I need the help of an elite cavalry to regain the north of the Tian Shan Mountains in this cold winter. In the spring of next year, our Western Region Protectorate can conduct an expedition against the Chagatai Khanate to contain the forces of the Chagatai Khanate. Don't worry. You can go to Mabe to deal with Taimu. Really, there is no need to worry about the Chagatai Khanate supporting Mabe. Huan sat in the main seat and told his plan. Huan had ambitions to compete in Central Asia, but his plan was disrupted by the Fourth National War. To the north of the Tian Shan Mountains were the tribes of Subutai, and to the west of the Tian Shan Mountains was the Chagatai Khanate. Huan planned to regain the territory north of the Tian Shan Mountains first, and then attack the Chagatai Khanate, which was mainly located in Central Asia. Zhejiang Laoqin said, I originally agreed with Chu Zimu and Mingwan that the three armies would respectively leave Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou, sweep across Mabe, and destroy the royal city of the Mongolian Empire. But Mingwan seems to be in trouble. He wants to deal with the Khitans and Jurchens at the same time. Not only that, we suffered a lot of losses during this expedition, and it will take a cold winter to recruit new soldiers and restore morale. Chu Tian's army also suffered heavy losses in the battle. The parties have not agreed on when to attack Mabe, especially Mingwan, which is still having a headache from suppressing the barbarian tribes in Liaodong. Liaodong's position determines that it is destined to bear tremendous pressure in this national war. How about destroying the Chagatai Khanate before the expeditionary force returns to the Central Plains? Or severely damaging the Chagatai Khanate? Chu Tian had a bold idea. Although he warned Ma Chao not to act on impulse not long ago, the situation at hand seems feasible. Temujin was injured. The Mongol Empire and the three major Khanates were panicked, and their military morale was shaken. They attacked the Chagatai Khanate and might have a chance to burn their capitals. Winter is coming. Let me think about it again. Compared with the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate, Laoqin was more worried about the climate in the western regions. If the Han Empire's expeditionary force were to expedition to the Chagatai Khanate, it would mean fighting the Chagatai Khanate in the ice and snow. And the goal of the Han Empire's expeditionary force would be even more crazy. Brother Chu, there is something I must tell you. Huan whispered to Chu Tian mysteriously. Ekaterina from St. Petersburg. She said low to us in Luntai City in advance. She will be here soon. Use the teleportation array to come to Luntai City and discuss matters with us about the Golden Horde. Ekaterina! Chu Tian often forgets that there is such a person. After Huan reminded him, Chu Tian was shocked. During the Second National War, Hua Mulan and Ekaterina did not deal with each other very well and had a bad relationship. Xiao Liang did not like Ekaterina either. Once Catherine comes to Luntai City will probably become a Shura field. A Shura field in another sense. In the Kucha kingdom, the Mongolian army was completely defeated. More than 300,000 cavalry retreated here to rest and recuperate. And their morale was low. Ajadai, Shagatai, Yeluchukai, Qi Laowen, Borshu and other close confidants of Temujin were anxiously waiting for news about Temujin. Khan, your life is not in danger. After confirming that Temujin was not shot by the Shinji battalion, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Temujin is the core figure of the Mongol Empire and the remaining 3 Khanates. If Temujin is killed in battle, the entire Mongol Empire and the 3 Khanates will fall into a power struggle, and their demise will not be far away. Because of Temujin's existence, everyone regarded him as the Great Khan, so that the relationship between the Mongol Empire and the Khanate could be maintained. Temujin came out with his wounds and glanced at the people present. You have all shown enough loyalty to me. I will not die before conquering the powerful enemy. Our military front is still sharp. Give up attacking the western capital. Protect the government and order the army to retreat to the Chagatai Khanate. We need time to restore morale and regain military strength. Chagatai's eyes flickered, hesitating whether to recommend Timur as a general to Temujin. But then he concealed the matter out of selfishness. Chapter 596 Chutian Shura Field. The teleportation array in Luntai City flashed with white light, and a group of boy cavalry appeared from the teleportation array. The Han army guarding the teleportation array subconsciously took another look at this group of cavalry, whose equipment was completely different from that of the Han army. As the noble cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the boy cavalry not only has different equipment from the Han cavalry, but also has different equipment from the Mongolian cavalry. Behind boys' cavalry, a group of heavy infantrymen carrying battle axes appeared, and the Han army's eyes widened. The Han army was not surprised by the uniforms of the boy cavalry, but the equipment of this heavy infantry made the soldiers of Luntai City look at them with suspicion. Except for Chu Tian, who has a Western servant army, and even his wife is a Western hero. The rest of the Han army rarely sees Western troops. The servant army of the Western Region Protectorate comes from the 36 countries of the Western region and Central Asia, not from the West. Heavy cavalry and heavy infantry appeared in the West, and their lord was Catherine of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Catherine brought several generals to the territory of the Han Empire and looked around with interest. This was her first time coming to the city of the Han Empire. Chu Tian was trying to recruit the captive monk Wan Yin-chen to surrender. As expected, monk Wan Yin-chen remained silent and unwilling to surrender. The Zhongxia army and the Heli army captured by Chu Tian did not surrender to Chu Tian even though their leader, monk Wan Yin-chen, was unwilling to surrender. Chu Tian had no choice but to confiscate their horses and armor. The horses and armor of the Zhongxia army and the Heli army were valuable. It was obvious that Temujin spent a lot of money to recruit a group of high-level armored cavalry for monk Wan Yin-chen. Even if the Zhongxia army and Heli army were unwilling to surrender, their horses and armor alone were worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Chu Tian's army suffered a lot of losses and recruited soldiers and horses in the pass. When monk Wan Yin-chen surrenders, Chu Tian will equip the Zhongxia army and Heli army with war horses and armor. Temujin's empire will collapse sooner or later. If you want your soldiers to survive, then serve me. Chu Tian put down the threat before leaving the dungeon. My soldiers will not give in easily. Monk Wan Yin-chen knew his subordinates very well. Without his nod, none of the Zhongxia army and Heli Hijun would be loyal. Even if Chu Tian has the God of Heaven trait, it will be difficult to surrender when facing troops with hidden loyalty traits such as the Zhongxia army, the Fallen Camp, and the Yuejia army. Military advisor. Is there any way to recruit monk Wan Yin-chen to surrender? Chu Tian discovered that monk Wan Yin-chen's loyal and filial army might have 9 levels, and the upper limit of the number was only more than 1,000 people. If monk Wan Yin-chen was recruited under his command, he would have another invincible high-level armored cavalry. Sun Bin shook his head. This person is loyal to the Lord, and there is almost no doubt that he will waver. We can only seek a special mechanism. Chu Tian was also mentally prepared. Monk Wan Yin-chen, like Yu Fei, Gao Shun, Zhao Yun and others, it is almost impossible for him to surrender to the enemy. However, in Lord, nothing is absolute. After all, some special props have unexpected effects. Monk Wan Yin-chen originally had enmity with the Mongolian Empire, and Jin Wushu had enmity with the princes of the Han Empire. But after he was recruited by the recruitment order, he would still be loyal to the person who recruited him. Depending on some special mechanisms, it may be possible to recruit monk Wang Yanchen. Chu Tian didn't mind that monk Wang Yanchen had served Temujin. As long as there were useful generals, Chu Tian could use them. Gao Xianji, a famous general of the Tang dynasty, who was born in Goguryeo, came to find Chu Tian. The general, Duke Ekaterina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, led a group of soldiers to Luntai City and seemed to have a confrontation with the general's wife and concubine. I see. Chu Tian's heart was filled with fear, as the most feared situation came. Near the teleportation array of Luntai City, Xiao Liang took Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc to wander around the city, and met Ekaterina, who came to Luntai City. Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc met Catherine during the Second National War, but Xiao Liang had never seen her. When two powerful women in the East and West meet, they are like fire and water. Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc feel the hostility of the two people, and they choose to side with Xiao Liang. With Ekaterina, there was her adjutant Sophia, and a group of burly generals and soldiers from the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The heavy infantry carrying giant axes, the well-armored boyar cavalry, and a few Cossack cavalry used to convey orders were all filled with the murderous spirit of conquest. This legion went on conquests with the Golden Horde. It had experienced hundreds of battles, and was also a powerful force. Catherine's rampage in Eastern Europe was not without reason. Her early primitive accumulation was too fast. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has a population of approximately 30 to 40 million, which is larger than the population of the surrounding civilizations. It can also mobilize more troops, and become the gendarme of Europe. Therefore, Yekaterina is not weaker than Xiao Liang in terms of momentum. Xiao Liang also has a high status in Chu Tian's power by virtue of her military exploits. Especially, in her eyes, Ekaterina is just a wild woman. Your Excellency, do you want me to go up and chop her? The general who commanded the Tomahawk heavy infantry was a tall man with a big beard. He probably saw the hostility between Yekaterina and Xiao Liang, so he took the initiative to ask Yekaterina. We can't cause trouble on other people's territory. Yekaterina is not ready to fight against Xiao Liang, although the invisible Shura field between the two people is more tense than the battlefield. As the Lord of Luntai City, Huang could only smile helplessly when faced with the conflict between the two forces. The two people represent the most powerful forces in the East and the West. Provoking either of them will have no good consequences for Huang. If the Protectorate of the Western regions marches into Central Asia, it might border on Catherine's sphere of influence. If she offends Xiao Liang, if she blows pillow wind into Chu Tian's ear, Chu Tian might fall out with him. This made Huang quite embarrassed. Xiao Liang looked at Ekaterina up and down, comparing herself secretly in her mind, and found that she was at a disadvantage, and snorted unwillingly. Dirty woman! It's better than that. Some people don't have such capital. Yekaterina deliberately raised her head and raised her chest, which made Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc grit their teeth with hatred. In a sense, they seemed to have lost the battle. Sonorous. The Tang sword at Hua Mulan's waist was 3 inches out of its sheath. As long as Xiao Liang nodded, he would step forward and kill the shameless Ekaterina. Don't act rashly. The coolness of summer stops Hua Mulan. Like Ekaterina, she is only in a stage of relative confrontation and alert, and will not draw a sword to fight. Otherwise the problem will be very complicated. The two teams of soldiers and horses faced off, and no one was willing to admit defeat. Waiting until Chu Tian arrived, everyone's eyes turned to Chu Tian. The tense atmosphere can finally be relieved. When Huan saw Chu Tian arriving, he secretly screamed for help. Chu Tian can divert the attention of these women. Sure enough, Yekaterina's eyes shifted from Xiao Liang to Chu Tian. Compared with the Third National War, Chu Tian had almost no changes. It was still the same as before. When Yekaterina saw Chu Tian, she felt hot, and seemed to want to have a discussion with Chu Tian. Xiao Liang saw Yekaterina's reaction and deliberately stepped forward to hold Chu Tian's arm and provoke Yekaterina. This time it was Ekaterina's turn to grit her teeth. Although this Eastern Han woman looks pretty good, her figure is incomparable. Chu Tian pretended to be calm. Duke Catherine of St. Petersburg came to Luntai City specially. Does she have anything to tell you? I reiterate, I did not want to come to Eastern Han Dynasty, but something went wrong, and I had to come to Eastern Han Dynasty in person. You happened to be in Luntai City, so I chose this city as the meeting place. Although Yekaterina was jealous of Xiao Liang's treatment, she still pretended not to care and talked seriously with Chu Tian. Could it be that the Grand Duchy of Moscow cannot withstand the attack of the Golden Horde? Do you want to ask for reinforcements? Humph! How is that possible? Our Grand Duchy of Moscow is about to be upgraded to an empire. This is not the city-state era of the weak Rus principalities in history. The Grand Duchy of Moscow will never succumb to the Golden Horde again, unless Temujin, the great Khan of the Mongol Empire, personally come and conquer Eastern Europe. But winter has arrived, and even Temujin cannot conquer the cold winter in Moscow. Ekaterina has strong confidence in the legion she is in charge of. Moreover, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has the coldest winter in the world, which is a natural barrier. Don't underestimate the Mongolian cavalry. The cold winter on the Mongolian plateau is also very uncomfortable. Chu Tian saw the heroes behind Yekaterina, including Dmitri, the Don hero of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and Nevsky, the glacier hero, as well as the heavy infantry leader carrying a battle axe, and a female general wearing Polish hussar armor. Obviously, Ekaterina is somewhat similar to Temujin, and has annexed many heroes from surrounding civilizations. This is also where Ekaterina's confidence lies. Her generals come not only from the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, but also from other civilizations. Chu Tian also has foreign military generals, but the number is not large because Chu Tian's forces are not very close to other civilizations. This is not the case with the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It is adjacent to civilizations such as Northern Europe, Poland, Lithuania, and the Ottoman Empire, and wars often break out. Therefore, it can capture a group of generals from surrounding civilizations. Chu Tian noticed that among Yekaterina's generals, there was a tall giant axe warrior. Is this the hero you obtained after capturing the main city in the Third National War? Chu Tian could feel that this general and his troops were extremely fierce. Heavy infantry equipped with battle axes are by no means good. Ekaterina acquiesces. Since we are just discussing business matters, Yekaterina, you shouldn't be talking to Chu Tian in private. Right. Xiao Liang tests Yekaterina. Ekaterina replied calmly. I am not familiar with him, so there is no need to talk in private. Then don't regret it. I don't. I'll regret it. Yekaterina found herself being surrounded by Xiao Liang. As a result, she could not meet Chu Tian alone. But she had no way to go down the steps. But I heard someone say before, Ekaterina, you will not come to the Eastern Han Dynasty. But why are you in Luntai City? I have serious business. Yeah, of course. After Xiao Liang was sure that Yekaterina was speaking out about her integrity, she was relieved that as long as she used this character, Yekaterina would not be able to bring any threat. Stop making trouble and summon the other princes to see if there is anything serious. Chu Tian was worried about the information that Yekaterina brought when she came to Luntai City. Chapter 597 Peter Tian Lovikchu. Joki and Batu of the Golden Horde are plundering gold and silver, shrinking their troops, and are unwilling to engage in a decisive battle with our Grand Duchy of Moscow. I suspect that they are deliberately conserving their strength. Ekaterina took a sip of fragrant tea and informed the princes of the Protectorate of Luntai City about the news of the Golden Horde. You mean that the Golden Horde might use the teleportation array to mobilize troops and, under Temujin's order, concentrate the forces of several Khanates at the same time to attack a target? Exactly. Temujin has already used part of the Chagatai Khanate's troops in this battle with the Luntai Kingdom. So your speculation is entirely possible and not a castle in the air. The Golden Horde has the Eldest Son army and the Khanate. Once the cowardly Shui army joins forces with Temujin and Chagatai, it will be a disaster for any civilization. And there is also the mind-trapping Ilkhanate. Chu Tian personally fought with Temujin and Chagatai's cavalry. Knowing that Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate had joined forces and already had a relatively terrifying military strength. Fortunately, Huan eliminated the Ajadai Khanate in advance. Ajadai could not make up for his losses and had no choice but to return to Temujin's account. The Golden Horde borrowed troops from Temujin, so Temujin's military strength was quite terrifying. In history, the Golden Horde owned millions of square kilometers of territory and dominated Eastern Europe, West Asia, and Central Asia, the predecessors of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Rus principalities surrendered to the Golden Horde after their resistance to the Golden Horde failed. This information about Catherine is very important to the princes of the Han Empire. Yekaterina continued. The Golden Horde may have 3 goals. Assist Temujin to eliminate you. Assist with mines to eliminate the West Asian coalition forces. Or wait for Temujin and Chagatai to attack my territory. Zheojiang Laoqin's expression was solemn. No matter what the possibility is, it is extremely dangerous for the Golden Horde to join forces with other Khanates. Or Temujin. Chu Tian, Huan, Su Fengnian and others all knew that the Han Empire suppressed Temujin so miserably that the Golden Horde might try to save Temujin. Temujin is the leader of the 4 great Khanates, and the 4 great Khanates still obey Temujin's orders. What are you going to do? Chu Tian believed that Catherine's arrival was not only to convey such information to the princes of the Han Empire, but also to seek cooperation with the Han Empire. The two sides had a basis for cooperation in the Second National War and the Third National War, and barely established an alliance. In the Fourth National War, they were more trustworthy than civilizations such as the Persian Empire. It's very simple. As long as the Mongol Empire and the 3 major Khanates are attacked at the same time, Temujin and the other Khanates will not be able to join forces. Once they choose to join forces, their capitals will be captured, and the public sentiment and public security in the territory will decline. Unable to collect taxes and recruit troops, eventually the army will be overwhelmed by insufficient supplies. The Grand Duchy of Moscow attacked the Golden Horde. The Persian Empire and the Arab Empire attacked the Ilkhanate. The Western Region Protectorate attacked the Chagatai Khanate, and the northern part of the Han Empire attacked the Mongol Empire. At the same time, they launched an offensive against 1 empire and 3 Khanates. Then, they will definitely not be able to work together. Ekaterina revealed a grand strategy. According to Ekaterina's idea, the Han Empire, the Persian Empire, the Arab Empire, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow concentrated the forces of the 4 empires to attack Temujin and the remaining 3 Khanates at the same time, making it impossible to defeat them individually. Such a strategy requires 4 powerful civilizations to send troops at about the same time. Hun has long had the idea of annihilating the Chagatai Khanate. When will we send troops? Ekaterina said. What will happen after the ice and snow melt? What do the Persian Empire and Arab Empire think? They are fighting Tolay, Hulagu and others, and they may not be able to gain the upper hand. In other words, they have no choice. Let's think about it. Chu Tian closed his eyes. Generally, the most suitable time to attack Mabe is at the beginning of spring, before the cold winter arrives. The main force needs to withdraw from Mabe. Otherwise, in the cold winter, the expeditionary force would be trapped in Mabe and would freeze to death on the Mongolian plateau. Temujin and others, who are already familiar with the cold climate in Mabe, don't care much about the cold winter in Mabe. Therefore, the time for the crusade against Mabe is usually set in March and April. In fact, Catherine's proposal undoubtedly had great appeal to the princes of the Han Empire. The princes of the Han Empire had the idea of expedition to Mabe, and after the preparations for the third epic battle, Battle of Mabe, many princes of the Han Empire were familiar with the roads in and out of Mabe, and there was basically no problem of getting lost. If the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Persian Empire, and the Arab Empire could cooperate with the Han Empire's offensive and put pressure on the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate so that they could not use the teleportation array to go to Mabe, it would undoubtedly reduce the pressure on the Han Empire's expedition to Mabe. The only problem is, the military strength of the Western Region Protectorate has been damaged. After just 1 winter's rest, the temporary recruits can only be trained to level 30. They should not be able to conquer the Chagatai Khanate. Chu Tian had such worries. The Western Region Protectorate can capture the Chagatai Khanate within 2 years, which is already good, let alone an expedition to the Chagatai Khanate immediately after the cold winter. One said, the Seljuk Empire has enmity with the Chagatai Khanate. It can completely use the Seljuk Empire's hatred to form an alliance with it and attack the Chagatai Khanate. I think the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire is an Ili. He must have hated Chagatai since he was defeated in the battle at River Valley. In this way, 5 civilizations will launch an attack on Temujin's forces. As the leader of the barbarian camp, Temujin would probably not be able to bear it if 5 civilizations launched an offensive at the same time. As long as the 5 civilizations cooperate with each other, it is completely feasible. Although Chuqian's legion in the expedition to the western region suffered some losses, the commanders such as Cao Cao, Li Mu, and Yu Fei and Monin have been training their troops. The cold winter can increase the average level of the legion from 30 to 40 to 40 to 60, further enhancing its combat power. Chu Tian also captured a group of servants. Several big shots who decided the layout of the main world discussed it, and Huan arranged for a residence for Ekaterina in Luntai City. Regardless of the relationship between Ekaterina and Chu Tian, just the fact that Ekaterina can deal with the Golden Horde alone is enough to have a place in Luntai City. Chu Tian! Hui Qing had been standing outside the Lord's mansion, and after everyone's discussion, he waved to Chu Tian. Miss Hui Qing, what can I do? You can call me Qing Qing. It's all thanks to you that Luntai City was successfully rescued this time. Although my brother doesn't seem to be very grateful. I know that without your efforts, it would not be that easy for the defenders who besieged Luntai City. Leave. If you want something in return, you can mention it to me. It's fine. Hua Qing mustered up his courage and thanked Chu Tian. Repayment between men may be different from what you imagine. Chu Tian knew that although Huan had not expressed anything, he estimated that if Chu Tian's sphere of influence expanded to the western regions, Huan would soon surrender as long as he made a promise to Huan. Chu Tian could obtain the western region protectorate without any effort and save several years. This pays off in the long term. In Hua Qing's opinion, he thought Huan didn't know how to repay, so he was worried that Chu Tian would be angry because of it. Really? Miss Qingqing, please don't mind. Your brother knows exactly what's appropriate. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave. Chu Tian knew that the Western Region Protectorate needed time to recuperate, and only Huan's influence could quickly restore the rule of the Western Region Protectorate. Hua Qing felt a little disappointed when he saw Chu Tian leaving, after repelling the allied forces of Temujin, Shagatai, and Ajadai. Heavy snow fell, and Luntai City was rarely peaceful. Chu Tian returned to his temporary residence in Luntai City, and found that Huan had placed Yekaterina's residence next to his residence. Chu Tian couldn't help but frown. Huan was really a good brother. A tightly wrapped little boy was walking behind Sophia. Maozi's offspring are really strong. They are so young, but they are not afraid of the cold winter. Is this your child? Chu Tian was familiar with Catherine's adjutant, and Sophia once came to the Eastern Han Dynasty to send Don stallions. Sophia stared at the Oriental man, feeling a little amused. She picked up the little boy who fell down from time to time and said, "This is the Duke's child. Ekaterina's child." Chu Tian looked at this boy and found that his eye color was the black of an Easterner. His hair color was also darker, and his skin was fairer than a Westerner. No way. Could this be it? Chu Tian didn't hear that Ekaterina had agreed to anyone's proposal. The Grand Duchy of Moscow also did not want its territory to fall into the hands of outsiders due to marriage. This is my illegitimate child with someone else, and it has nothing to do with you. Yekaterina originally came out to look for her son, but when she saw Chu Tian and thought of Xiao Liang's provocation, she became very angry. His age. Chu Tian was not so easily deceived. He carefully calculated the time and the age of this little kid. It matched the time he and Ekaterina spent together near the end of the Third National War. If I say no, I won't. Sophia, please bring Peter Tianlovichu back to the house later. Ekaterina turned and left. Chu Tian was speechless for a moment. This name couldn't be more obvious. I think we need to talk. Chu Tian entered the mansion. If this little boy is really his son, then things will be more troublesome. Harold, you lead the Varangian guard to guard the gate. No one is allowed in. Sophia ordered the burly Viking warrior leader Chu Tian saw to guard the gate of the mansion. Harold, the last Viking hero, led a group of Viking berserkers, blocking the gate like iron barrels. This is not your son. No. No. Ekaterina denied it. However, in the end, Ekaterina still gave in because she could no longer hold back and pushed Chu Tian. Sophia is still outside taking the little duke to learn to walk in the snow. Chapter 598 5 Major Civilizations A. This is Luntai, the seat of the Duhufu in the western regions of the Eastern Han Dynasty? The Duhufu must have lost a lot of soldiers and horses in order to block the Mongolian Empire and several khanates. The city walls here seem to have been bombarded by counterweight trebuchets. A group of lords wearing Persian silk robes came to Luntai City and looked around. The situation in Luntai City was so similar to that of the city where the Persian Empire was attacked that the lords of the Persian Empire felt as if they had experienced the Battle of Luntai City. Huan, the protector of the western regions. The Parthian Imperial Guard Commander Artisil. Two lords belonging to the Han Empire and the Second Persian Empire met. Although the Han Empire and the Persian Empire were mortal enemies in the Third National War, they could only join forces at this time for the common interests of both parties. The situation of the Persian Empire was not much better than that of the Han Empire. Or even worse. Half of its territory fell, and it had to bring the Arab Empire with it to resist the Ilkhanate's offensive. Now, the Han Empire and the Grand Duchy of Moscow advocate that the five countries attack Temujin. And this is the beginning of a real national war. The pressure on the Persian Empire was too great. So when the lords of the Persian Empire received the invitation to the Luntai Conference, after the war eased slightly, they immediately came to Luntai City to hold a conference with the Han Empire, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and the Arab Empire. At the Luntai Conference, the 5 empires gathered. Although the Grand Duchy of Moscow is still a Grand Duchy in name, it is actually no different from a real empire. It is a civilization with a population of tens of millions, and a population larger than that of the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire, the Han Empire, the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, the Persian Empire, the Arab Empire, and the Seljuk Empire simultaneously faced the offensives of the Mongol Empire, the Ilkhanate, the Chagatai Khanate, and the Golden Horde. This is the battlefield of the Eastern continent, involving 9 major civilizations in the war. I heard that the Khorasan region of the Parthian Empire was completely occupied by the Ilkhanate, and that the Ilkhanate is on an expedition to your capital. I wonder what the pressure is on you. Huan faced Ardashir, the first lord of the Persian Empire, without fear. The Persian Empire had a population of 20 to 30 million, and Huan's Western Region Protectorate also had a large population. If it weren't for the Ajadai Khanate and Chagatai Khanate occupying part of the territory and carving up part of the population of the Western Region Protectorate, the population of Huan would only be slightly smaller than that of the Persian Empire. When Ardashir mentioned the war with the Ilkhanate, his expression was not good-looking. The war was very tragic. 3 cities have been massacred by thunder, and dozens of cities have been captured. Is the Ilkhanate so powerful? They have a general who can provide a lot of bonuses to siege equipment, and a 9th-level siege equipment, the Xiangyang Cannon. Unless it is the most advanced fortress, it will be difficult to stop his offensive. I heard that your Luntai city is in Wokou under the siege of Taiha Yeludashi. We held on for nearly 3 months. However, if the Ilkhanate group were allowed to arrive, they might fall quickly. Ardashir mentions an Ilkhanate siege general. Huan knew that there were some heroes who could provide huge bonuses to siege equipment. Some generals are specialized in attacking cities, and I am afraid that even Luyi is not as good as them. The city walls during the Song and Yuan dynasties were close to the peak of the cold weapon era, and the intensity of sieges was also greater. Part of Li Yi's siege capabilities were also distributed to the entire army. The Chagatai Khanate and the Ili Khanate had a group of generals serving their great khans. Only the unlucky Ajadai Khanate was destroyed early, and not many famous generals were born. Huan couldn't help but feel lucky to have eliminated the Ajadai Khanate ahead of schedule. Both the Chagatai Khanate and the Ili Khanate gave birth to many famous generals. In the Ajadai Khanate, except for Ajadai, I have not heard of any powerful generals. Those people from the Arab Empire, they haven't arrived yet? Not yet. While Huan was responding to the lords from the Persian Empire, the teleportation array in Luntai City suddenly flashed white light again, and a group of Arab Empire lords dressed differently from other lords appeared. This group of lords seems to be familiar with Ardashir of the Persian Empire, and they are both allies and enemies. If there was no Il Khanate, perhaps the Arab Empire would have fought to the death with the Persian Empire. In the Han Empire, we were enemies during the Third National War. The Arab Empire nobles headed by him took the initiative to talk to Huan. In the Third National War, the Han Empire indeed severely damaged West Asian civilizations such as the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire. One moment. Another. Now we have a common enemy. Huan took the lords of the 2 empires to the protectorate of Luntai City. Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Su Fengnian, Yekaterina and other lords are already waiting in the mansion. The lord of the Arab Empire also has a number of famous generals under his command. The Arab Empire had a glorious history during the Tang dynasty. The Arab conquest extended its territory to Spain in the west, and the Anxi protectorate of the Tang dynasty in the east. Coupled with the characteristics of civilization, not many civilizations dare to underestimate the Arab Empire. 2 of the 3 powerful civilizations in West Asia participated in the Luntai City Conference. Attack the Mongol Empire and the 3 major khanates at the same time? This suggestion is very attractive to us. The lord of the Arabian Empire tapped on the wooden table. Behind him, there were 2 personal military generals with resolute faces. One of them made Chu Tian feel a little threatened. These people may be allies now, but in the future, they may become enemies, which is normal. Huan sat in the main seat. The location of the Western Region Protectorate was very special. It was close to Central Asia and was barely in the middle of Asia. So Huan was temporarily in charge of the cooperation. Why hasn't Tughril Sultan of the Seljuk Empire arrived yet? The appointed time has passed. Lao Qin seems to hate people who are late. Ardashir of the Persian Empire said. It is said that Tughril was defeated by Chagatai and Ajadai in the Battle of Ili Valley. The loss of cavalry exceeded 100,000. The Seljuk Empire was divided into the main war faction and the compromise faction. Among them, The compromised faction even wanted to pay tribute to the Chagatai Khanate in exchange for peace. Paying tribute can never buy peace. Chu Tian thought of the Northern Song dynasty, and it didn't take long for the country to fall into ruin. The Sultan of Tugrul from the Seljuk Empire has arrived. The cavalry outside the Lord's palace reported that soon a sultan came to the governor's palace with several Seljuk generals. The sultan didn't look very good. After all, the Seljuk Empire lost more than 100,000 people in the Ili Valley. The population of the Seljuk Empire was less than that of the Han Empire of hundreds of millions. So the loss of 100,000 cavalry was a heavy blow to the Seljuk Empire. The Seljuk Empire was the same as the Mongol Empire, because the monarch was too strong. The Sultan of Tugrul ruled the empire. The defeat in the Ili Valley put the status of Sultan Tugrul in jeopardy. Tugrul was troubled by this. I am honored to accept your invitation and join forces with you to deal with the punishment from God. Sultan Tugrul also believed that the coming of the Mongol Empire and the four great Khanates was God's punishment for the Eastern continent. There were many alien races coming to the Eastern continent, and the Mongol Empire and the four great Khanates were the biggest threats to the original civilization. The population of the Eastern continent is already larger than that of the Western continent, so it faces greater pressure. The prairie of East Asia is also a house of monsters, and powerful nomadic civilizations are born from time to time. How many more cavalry can the Seljuk Empire send? Huan stared at Tugrul Sultan. If not for the arrival of the Chagatai Khanate and the Ajadai Khanate, which defeated the Seljuk Empire and the Kingdom of Khwarezm, then it would have been Huan's army of the Western Region Protectorate that would have fought a decisive battle with Sultan Tugrul. Sultan Tugrul's eyes were sharp, and he was still a great hero. As long as I give the order, the entire empire can be mobilized, and we can get 200,000 cavalry. It is indeed a nomadic civilization with an astonishing mobilization rate. Chu Tian, Lao Qin and others all lamented the amazing mobilization rate of the Seljuk Empire. The population of the Seljuk Empire should be less than 10 million. However, after losing more than 100,000 cavalry in the Battle of Ili Valley, it still has the ability to recruit 200,000 cavalry. Such a mobilization rate is even higher than that of the Mongol Empire, and may also be consistent with related to the beliefs of the Seljuk Empire. However, Chu Tian and others did not know the combat effectiveness of the Seljuk Empire's 200,000 cavalry. After all, the Seljuk Empire's hundreds of battles must have suffered many casualties in the Ili Valley. It is very likely that they were temporarily mobilized. The ones were newly recruited cavalry or herdsmen. I will join forces with you to expedition against the Chagatai Khanate in the Ili Valley. The Persian Empire and the Arab Empire will join forces to attack the Ilkhanate. Ekaterina, your Grand Duchy of Moscow coalition will deal with the Golden Horde. As for the princes in the pass, expedition to Mabe, and completely destroyed Temujin's royal court. In this way, the Fourth National War in the Eastern continent has come to an end. According to the idea provided by Catherine, Huan divided the tasks to the sultans or lords present and agreed on a time to march together. In the Eastern continent, with the exception of the Indian Mughal Empire, which has no idea what it is doing, the obscure Kushan Empire, and Japan, which is still attacking the Ezo people in Hokkaido. Almost all civilizations in the Eastern continent, the Grand Duchy of Moscow is considered a small half of the Eastern civilization. Volume into this huge war. The 5 major civilizations joined forces to deal with an empire and 3 khanates. A total of 9 powerful countries were at war, with more than millions of troops fighting in the main world. The main world has never organized such a huge offensive, and it has the flavor of a national war. As for the barbarians in the Western continent, Chu Tian and the others would not pay any attention to them. The Western continent probably also formed an alliance, and Alexander joined forces with Constantine, Caesar and others to suppress the barbarians. After the death of Sultan Suleiman, the civilized Ottoman Turkish Empire in West Asia was in a state of disarray due to internal divisions and barbarian activities. The barbarians in the Western continent have a systematic 50% bonus. After the Whip of God, Attila's cavalry has been strengthened. Both offense, defense and speed have been improved, and the front is pointed directly at Rome. On the American continent, the indigenous civilizations that have been systematically strengthened 100% are fighting with the United States in various valleys. The lords of the United States are deploying troops to suppress these counterattacking indigenous civilizations. The overall national strength of the United States is not weak, and it has more firearms than other civilizations. However, the power of the United States is decentralized, and the number of lords is quite large, equivalent to that of the Federation. So there is no particularly outstanding lord. A culture of decentralization puts the United States at a certain disadvantage. Marshall, the first lord of the United States, sent a musketeer militia to attack an indigenous tribe. As a result, they were ambushed and thousands of people were annihilated. Marshall angrily dispatched more troops to encircle and suppress the indigenous tribes. We need to unite to become a more powerful civilization. Instead of fighting separately, Marshall tried to persuade other nearby lords to join his alliance. Chapter 599 5 Major Civilizations B. Next year's war may involve a difficult siege battle, and we need special siege heroes. Chu Tian realized the difficulty of attacking the city. Wokuotai and Yeludashi possessed Xiangyang cannon and a large number of other siege equipment. It took nearly 3 months to almost capture Luntai City. For this attack on Mabe or Ili Valley, Chu Tian believed that he needed a dedicated siege hero. Lu Yi can provide bonuses for siege troops, but cannot provide bonuses for siege equipment. If there is a dedicated hero that can provide bonuses for siege equipment, then the destructive power of siege equipment can be increased. The order is sent back to the pass, and the Lord's Mansion is recruiting special heroes. We can reuse any talents who have research on siege equipment. Chu Tian sent people back to Shuzhou and other places to issue recruitment orders, specifically looking for talents who could provide bonuses for siege equipment. Such talents must exist. It's just a matter of improving the siege equipment. According to the lords of the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire, in the Ilkhanate, among Tolei's subordinates, there was a general who was extremely good at siege. He could not only provide bonuses to the siege troops, but also provide bonuses to the siege equipment. Chung, one of the top siege generals, had destroyed dozens of cities in the Persian Empire. The city defenses built by Arab craftsmen were as weak as paper in front of the siege troops led by them. A powerful siege general is undoubtedly fatal to the defender. This also makes Chu Tian pay attention to the discovery of special talents in this area. After a new recruitment order is issued, as for whether anyone is willing to take the bait, it depends on whether there are talents in this field in the territory. In the school grounds of Luntai City, Yekaterina's General Herald competed with Chu Tian's guard Dian Wei for strength. They fought hand to hand with their strong bodies, punching to the flesh. As a powerful Viking warrior king, Harold's martial arts display was also amazing. According to Ekaterina, Viking warriors have the characteristic of violence. After entering the violent state, their force value will increase. Harold's Varangian guards have a great background. They were the imperial guards of the Emperor of the Lost Empire, the Byzantine Empire, Eastern Rome, equipped with the most sophisticated armor and the sharpest weapons, and were powerful infantry in the Middle Ages. The Byzantine civilization, because it is difficult to divide, belongs to West Asian and European civilizations, so its heroes are scattered between West Asian and European civilizations. Harold was a commander of the Varangian Guards and made great military exploits for the Byzantine Empire. If this group of Viking warriors is trapped in the enemy's formation and then activates the Berserk effect, it will probably raise all the enemies in front of them to the ground. But the violent characteristic also has a weakness. That is, it is easy to attack indiscriminately. In other words, this Viking violent heavy step is the explosive barrel of the cold weapon age. Ekaterina has boy cavalry, Cossack cavalry, Polish hussars, Viking battle axe heavy infantry, Varangian guards, and other units under her command. If she is her enemy, it will undoubtedly be quite a headache. After all, not many people are willing to go and fight the Berserk Viking battle axe infantry. Chu Tian still informed Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc and others about Yekaterina. I knew she wasn't just here to join forces. Otherwise she wouldn't have brought that Peter. Xiao Liang saw through Yekaterina's little thoughts. If she just came to jointly attack Temujin and the Golden Horde with the Han Empire, then there was no need to bring the little duke. I don't like that woman. Hua Mulan also expressed her views. Joan of Arc saw that both her sisters had expressed their opinions, so she could only choose to take sides. However, as long as she doesn't move into the Lord's mansion, I will turn a blind eye. And that little duke, what are you going to do? The summer is brutally cold. Currently, Hua Mulan has a daughter, and Chu Tian has 2 sons. If they compete for power, Xu Wu's position may not be stable enough. The young Duke of the Grand Duchy of Moscow will of course inherit the territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, it is still Wu. Chu Tian can still figure out the importance. The territory established by Ekaterina had little to do with him. Humph! Xiao Liang was slightly satisfied. But then his eyes changed.
And sister seems to have some thoughts about you. If the territories of the Western Region Protectorate and the Grand Duchy of Moscow are taken over through marriage and added to our territory, wouldn't our territory be larger than the territories of Temujin and the three major khanates?
Xiao Liang began to think about a larger layout again. Generally speaking, expanding territory through marriage is a method used by Western nobles. For example, the famous European Habsburg dynasty almost relied on its own lower body to unify Europe. But it doesn't mean that the East can't use this special method to conquer the world.
Stop it!
Chu Tian thought his body couldn't bear it. Annexing a place requires a marriage. Who can withstand this? Chu Tian ordered the local governments in Shuzhou and other places to recruit talents for siege. At the same time, various aristocratic families and talents could recommend relevant talents. Talents in the late Han dynasty mainly came from aristocratic families, and some aristocratic families might be able to discover hidden or reclusive talents. Lu Su was in Bingzhou at this time, recruiting troops for Yu Fei's Bingzhou army. The Invincible Legion was severely damaged by monk Wan Yinchin's Zhongxia army, so they recruited wolf cavalry in Bingzhou to make up for the losses of the Invincible Legion.
Talent for siege engines.
When Lu Su heard about this, he thought of someone.
I wonder where he is at this time.
Lu Su sent a servant to the Huainan area, in Ping'e County. Huainan, a scholar who went to Lujiang to seek refuge, came to his hometown. Since the last battle in Hefei, no war has broken out in the Huainan region, and it has been relatively peaceful. A carriage came specially from Shouchuan City, the new government seat of Zhejiang County, to visit.
Lu Zijing, please ask me to serve as an official? The general needs siege talents, and I have some interest in trebuchets.
When Lu Yi learned that Lu Su had sent his servants to ask him to come out of the mountain, he couldn't help but feel a little moved and wanted to come out of the mountain. Chu Tian has climbed to the position of general and prince in the Han Empire. It is basically easy to recruit a person from a noble family in the late Eastern Han dynasty, unless the other person is not compatible with him.
Go back and tell your master. I will go see him right away. Lu Zijing and I have not seen each other for a long time.
Lu Yi thought that it was Lu Su who invited him, so he immediately prepared to leave. I heard that because Lu Su took the initiative to join Chu Tian in the early days, he now has a high status in the Chu Tian camp and can serve as deputy military advisor. In Luntai City, the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire, the Persian lords, and the Arab lords were preparing to return to their respective territories after deciding to attack Temujin's forces at the same time as the lords of the Han Empire. Ardashir, the lord of the Persian Empire, was followed by the Holy Fallen Cavalry, the top special force of the Persian Empire. This kind of cavalry, like the Zhongxu army, will fight until death. Moreover, it is a high-level armored cavalry with amazing destructive power and can destroy all enemies encountered in front of it. Ardashir brought such a small group of cavalry probably because he wanted to show his strength to his temporary allies and prove that the Persian Empire was capable of cooperating with other empires. In addition to the Holy Fallen Cavalry, there is also a group of masked undead infantry who serve as the escort of Ardashir. Obviously, the first lord of the Persian Empire in front of him, like Chu Tian, can already recruit the 8th level and 9th level characteristic troops of their respective civilizations. The 8th level and 9th level special units are already the ace legions used in decisive battles on the battlefield. During the Third National War, a war broke out between the Han Empire and the Persian Empire. At that time, Ardashir had not been able to recruit the Holy Fallen Cavalry. But in Luntai City, the princes of the Han Empire could have a quick glimpse of the Holy Fallen Cavalry. It is precisely because of the Holy Meteor Cavalry and the Undead Army that generals such as Tuol Lei and Hulagdu of the Ilkhanate will use rat weapons. If in the Third National War, Ardashir had such destructive armored cavalry, perhaps the outcome would have been very different.
I hope that after this cooperation, we will not become enemies.
Chu Tian was somewhat wary of the Holy Meteor Cavalry from the Second Persian Empire, Parthian Empire. As a representative unit of Persian civilization, the Holy Meteor Cavalry has the same destructive power as the Zhongxu army, but its number is larger than that of the Zhongxu army. The upper limit of the number is probably about 10,000. After all, Persian civilization is also an extremely ancient civilization. It has gone through several imperial periods, and each imperial period has different elite troops. It is somewhat similar to the Qin, Han, Song, and Ming dynasties, except that the Persian civilization has a smaller population.
No, we will definitely become enemies in the future.
Unexpectedly, Ardashir, the first lord of the Persian Empire, said bluntly,
destroy the Ilkhanate and Chagatai Khanate. Our spheres of influence are bordering each other, and sooner or later there will be an outbreak. Conflict. We'll talk about it later after annihilating the Ilkhanate and Chagatai Khanate.
Chu Tian even doubted whether the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire could destroy the Ilkhanate if they joined forces. The Arab Empire seemed to be less willing to contribute, and wanted to let the Persian Empire consume the Ilkhanate and then reap the benefits. The relationship between the 5 major civilization coalitions is quite complicated. The lords of the Persian Empire led a small group of Holy Meteor cavalry and the undead army into the teleportation array, and then left Luntai city. The lords of the Arab Empire led a group of Mamluk warriors, saluted Chu Tian and others, and then left.
When the ice and snow melt, I hope the Western Region Protectorate can send troops as agreed. Otherwise, with only the cavalry of our Seljuk Empire, we may be defeated by Chagatai again, and the entire army will be annihilated.
Before leaving, the Sultan of Tughril of the Seljuk Empire repeatedly confirmed that Hun would send troops to help. His last ally, the Sultan of Khwarezm, had been captured alive by Chagatai and then killed. He did not want Hun to let go of his dove when the time came.
Although we are enemies, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Please believe me, Sultan Tughril. The Protectorate of the Western regions will use relatively fair means to win or lose with you, and will not abandon allies.
Hun assured the Sultan of Tughril.
Be careful of the Mughal and Kushan empires in India.
Chu Tian was not sure what the Mughal Empire in India and the Kushan Empire located between Central Asia and South Asia were doing at this time. The Mughal Empire in India was the only empire with a population equal to that of the Han Empire. The internal wars within the Han Empire were too brutal, and a war broke out with Temujin's forces, so the population declined. However, the Mughal Empire in India faced relatively little pressure during this national war. Chu Tian was always wary of this neighbor of the Han Empire. Chapter 600 Thunderbolt Kar Lu Yi.
When the time comes, we will meet in Ili Valley. This time I will definitely take Chagatai's head to avenge the shame of the more than 100,000 cavalrymen who died in Ili Valley.
Tughril Sultan of the Seljuk Empire led a group of Seljuk Guards cavalry into the teleportation array, and disappeared into the teleportation array with a flash of white light. Chu Tian and Huan captured a group of Seljuk cavalry from Chagatai and Ajadai respectively, and Sultan Tughril did not ask for these prisoners. Sultan Tughril was still too arrogant and believed that the Seljuk soldiers captured by the Mongolian cavalry in the Battle of the Ili Valley were considered dead.
Ekaterina, the plan to attack the major Khanates next year has been determined. Are you not going to return to the Grand Duchy of Moscow?
Xiao Liang stands side by side with Ekaterina, trying to annoy her.
Why should I return to the Grand Duchy of Moscow? The cold winter has arrived, and even the Golden Horde will not be willing to attack Moscow and St. Petersburg covered in ice and snow. The cold winter will stop the beacon fire.
Ekaterina tasted the sweetness and planned to stay in Luntai city. Although the cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow have a certain ability to withstand the cold winter, it does not mean that they like to march and fight in the cold winter. At present, the war between various civilizations has basically come to an end. All civilizations are recruiting troops and waiting for the weather to warm up before fighting to the death. Therefore, Ekaterina planned to spend the winter in the relatively warm Luntai city. At this time, the little duke was grabbing Chu Tian's trousers, looking a little clumsy.
A dirty woman doesn't even want a name.
Xiao Liang still dislikes Ekaterina. Ekaterina is a little out of her control. If it were Mulan or Joan of Arc, it would be easy to win over. Ekaterina didn't care.
What do you want a status for? My territory cannot be taken away by others. Then don't come to Donlan again. I won't.
Ekaterina originally planned to refute, but at this moment, she was still staying in Luntai city in the Eastern Han dynasty, and she seemed unconvincing. Ekaterina found that Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc were hostile to her. It was obvious that Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc and Xiao Liang were on the same side. She discovered a serious problem. If she doesn't try to win over other women, she may not be able to get close to Chu Tian in the future. Among these people, only Joan of Arc has long golden hair like her.
Joan Arc, our hometowns are similar. You should be on my side. I think we can become good friends.
Ekaterina had to show weakness a little, trying to draw Joan of Arc from Xiao Liang's camp to compete with the combination of Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan. Joan of Arc is a Western hero, and she should be on her side no matter what. Joan of Arc looked at Xiao Liang, then at Ekaterina, shook her head, and still stood on Xiao Liang's side. Moreover, the heroes of Western Europe and the lords of Eastern Europe don't seem to get along very well.
Never mind.
Ekaterina couldn't win over her. So she became angry and simply held Chu Tian's arm. She has begun to learn to be shameless. At this time, Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, and Joan of Arc all had opinions and protested one after another.
Dot!
Chu Tian felt a headache, and a little son was grabbing his trousers. As the adjutants of Xiao Liang and Ekaterina, Li Xiaoning and Sophia have a pretty good relationship. After all, it was their superiors who were fighting, and they were just watching from the sidelines. Li Xiaoning said coldly from the side.
Your lord is really not honest enough.
Sophia said.
Your head seems a bit strong. Each other.
Because of the war between several women, Chu Tian had to find a way to avoid it, and brought the young duke back to his mansion. After all, he could be regarded as his own son. From now on, this younger son will probably grow up in St. Petersburg. In fact, it is very convenient to meet each other. Luntai City is a world trade node. People from St. Petersburg can reach Xia City through Luntai City.
I didn't expect that this little kid turned out to be my son.
With Chu Tian's force, it was still a bit surprising that he could lift his youngest son up effortlessly. This youngest son is also a master when he is born. He will be a little duke directly. He can inherit the vast territory of Eastern Europe in the future. Chu Tian found that his status was somewhat similar to Temujin, and he could conquer the world with his son. Hua Mulan arrived with a piece of information, and found that Chu Tian was carrying his youngest son. She felt unspeakable. She didn't like Ekaterina very much. Chu Tian knew that Hua Mulan had something serious to do. So he called the guards and handed his youngest son over to them.
My lord, Lu Su from Moning came to report. He recommended to my lord a talent from Huainan who can improve the power of the trebuchet. Who? Lu Yi. Lu Yi. This person finally appeared.
Chu Tian inquired about Lu Yi's whereabouts, and only knew that he had taken refuge in Lujiang River. It was not until now that Lu Su found Lu Yi and asked him to come out. Lu Yi is not only a trebuchet boss, but also a counselor.
Let him come to Luntai City to meet me.
Chu Tian couldn't wait to see Lu Yi's panel. He doesn't have a special hero who has special bonuses for siege equipment. But Lu Yi does.
Yes.
Hua Mulan was about to go down, but when she saw no one around, she suddenly pushed Chu Tian to the ground. Chu Tian's strength was not as high as Hua Mulan's, and he was unable to struggle for a while. Why does Hua Mulan also like to push back? While Xiao Liang was still arguing with Ekaterina, Hua Mulan stole the house. While Joan of Arc watched Xiao Liang and Ekaterina quarreling, Shagatai Khanate, Ili Valley, Temujin rested here, and Wokuatai, Shagatai, Yeludashi and others trained troops. Monk Wanyanshan was captured, which was a huge loss for Temujin, who valued Monk Wanyanshan. The Roman hero Crassus trained the Roman legions, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw the only Roman eagle flag. Every Roman legion had an eagle flag, but Temujin captured this eagle flag and established a Roman legion as a servant army. For the proud Romans, it was unacceptable for the Roman legions formed by Roman citizens to become servant armies.
No matter what, try to bring this Roman eagle flag back to Rome. Maybe the Senate will forgive my defeat.
Crassus knew that Rome valued every eagle flag, and as long as it took the eagle flag back, it might be able to make up for its mistakes. There are also 2 eagle flags that fell into the hands of Chu Zimu, the lord of the Han Empire, and they probably cannot be retrieved.
Lord Crassus, the great Khan has summoned you to attend the meeting of kings.
A cowardly army of hundreds of soldiers came to inform Crassus, an important figure in the Mongol Empire.
I see.
Crassus could only carefully save his life, and then try to go back. The climate in Mobe and Tian Shan is too cold. For Crassus, who lives in a Mediterranean climate, cold winter is torture. A Luntai conference was held in Luntai City to gather the forces of the 5 major civilizations to attack Temujin and his Khanate. Temujin noticed the trouble, so he secretly held a meeting of kings. The meeting of kings covers the Mongolian Empire in Mobe, the heroes of the 3 great Khanates, and the remnants of Ajadai. This is the Eastern continent, a conflagration between the 2 camps. Except for the French civilizations, no civilization can avoid this war, with only 1 million troops.
My lord has an order. Mr. Lu Yi, please go to Luntai City.
Lu Yi was visiting Lu Su in Taiyuan County, Bingzhou. Chu Tian directly issued an order in Luntai, asking Lu Yi to go to Luntai City.
Unexpectedly, the general is really thirsty for talents. Once Sijing recommended me. He recruited me to Luntai City.
Lu Yi was a little surprised. Chu Tian's reaction speed seemed to catch him off guard. Lu Su smiled slightly.
My lord is always thirsty for talents. Whenever someone asks for an interview, he will be summoned soon. This time, I will accompany you to Luntai City to pay homage to your lord. By the way, I will report some matters to your lord. Very good.
Lu Yi was accompanied by Lu Su. So he immediately went to Luntai City. After the Heshi corridor, which was the choke point, was opened, the teleportation arrays within the Han Empire's customs and the teleportation arrays in the western regions were opened and unimpeded. Soon, Lu Su and Lu Yi came to the ice and snowy Luntai City to pay homage to Chu Tian.
Ding! King-level Counselor Lu Yi pledges his allegiance to you.
Lu Yi did not show any pretense and directly pledged his allegiance to Chu Tian without any hesitation.
Temujin has the Xiangyang cannon, and I have Lu Xiying. Now, Temujin is going to feel uncomfortable.
Chu Tian gained Lu Yi's allegiance and almost absorbed Cao Cao's civil servant team, as well as some of Jiangdong's team. Chu Tian could already see Lu Yi's panel. Name, Lu Yi. Talent, King-level Counselor. Level 50. Identity, Counselor under Cao Cao in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 57. Force, 68. Intelligence, 94. Politics, 73. Charm, 69. Phasiality, calm. Favorability, 58. Feature 1, Thunderbolt Chariot, S-level feature. Siege equipment destructive power plus 12%. Trebuchet type siege equipment destructive power plus 23%. Characteristic 2, Information, S-level trait. Easy to make proposals. Easy to see through the enemy's reality. Characteristic 3, Knowing people, A-level trait. Easy to detect rebellion and report to the Lord. Sure enough, Lu Yi's Thunderbolt car feature can enhance the destructive power of the trebuchet, raising the power of the trebuchet to a higher level. In addition to having special bonuses for siege equipment, Lu Yi is also an excellent counselor. In the future, Lu Yi will be brought into the army, just like Chao Gui. In addition to being a tool, he may also be able to make suggestions. It is also a good choice to assign Lu Yi to the Li Legion to strengthen the Li Legion's city-breaking ability, and at the same time add a strategist to the Li Legion. Lu Yi provides an attack power bonus for the siege troops, and Lu Yi provides a bonus for the siege equipment. If the two of them cooperate to attack a strong fortress, the time required will be greatly reduced. The Mongolian army attacked strong passes and cities, directly using a large number of siege equipment to destroy the cities and save the time required for siege. The Mongolian army would also massacre the city to intimidate the defenders of the remaining cities, forcing them to give up defending the city and then surrender. Now Chu Tian has heroes like Lu Yi and Lu Yi, and ordinary trebuchets are powerful enough. If the Xiangyang cannon can be obtained, Chu Tian will have a siege capability that is almost the same as that of the Mongolian army, etc. Chu Tian is considering setting up a corps that specializes in manufacturing siege equipment and building fortresses, mainly craftsmen and auxiliary soldiers. Special craftsmen such as Li Jie can join this corps to be responsible for civil work. If you need to attack the fortress in the future, if you directly pull this army over, it will be invincible, and there will be no need for a long siege. Chapter 601, Meeting of Mongolian Kings. Temujin sat in the main seat, with gauze tied on his shoulder that was shot by the Shinji battalion. The injury has not fully recovered. Below, Ajidai and the leaders of the three major khanates are arranged on the left and right, each with their own tribes. When Ogdi's khanate fell, he simply returned to Temujin's tent as a general. Temujin trained him as his successor and was responsible for the internal affairs of the empire and the three major khanates. Yelu Dashi was assigned to Ajidai by Temujin to assist the future second great Khan. Below, the two sons, Shuqi and Tuolei, who had never appeared on the battlefield in the western regions, were fighting in Eastern Europe and West Asia. At this time, they used the teleportation array to arrive in the Ili Valley to participate in the king's meeting. In the cold winter, each khanate stopped fighting. If there were any changes in their territory, they could use the teleportation array to return as soon as possible. After Joki's death, his son Batu, who had more terrifying military talents than Joki, commanded the eldest son's army. In addition to Batu, there were also generals from the Golden Horde. Behind Tuolei, his sons Mengu, Kublai Khan, Hulagu and others, as well as other generals of the Ilkhanate, also showed their talents. Talyui's son inherited Talyui's talents, and there were so many talents that the Persian Empire suffered heavy losses and had to cooperate with the Arab Empire. After Shagatai's death, Timur, the cavalry hero discovered by Chagatai, became Chagatai's most important confidant. Chagatai was not even willing to introduce Timur's talents to Temujin, but kept him in the Chagatai Khanate to serve him. Chagatai did not know that Timur's attributes had not yet reached their peak at this time. And Timur was also a great conqueror. Historically, the great conqueror Timur learned that the Han Wu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang defeated the Mongolian Yuan dynasty and established the Ming dynasty. He led 200,000 troops to march eastward, intending to destroy the Ming dynasty and re-establish the Mongol Empire. However, Timur died of illness on the way. The expedition to the Ming dynasty was terminated. Otherwise, the battle between Tamerlane and his later successor, Mingchen Zhuzhudi, would be a battle between dragons and tigers. If he introduced Tamerlane to Temujin, maybe something could change. But there is no if.
Second brother, who is this?
Tolui noticed that Timur stood behind Chagatai, and he seemed to have an energy that was not ordinary.
A brave one who fought in the Luntai kingdom. As a Qianhu, he killed more enemy soldiers than he lost and was promoted to Wanhu.
Chagatai is only mentioned briefly.
Oh!
Tuolei still looked at Timur one more time and gave him a look. Timur, who was standing behind Chagatai, seemed to feel Tuolei's solicitation, and felt a little shaken in his heart. Among Temujin's disciples, Tuolei has the strongest military ability, but Chagatai is still one level behind Tuolei. At present, the Chagatai Khanate has suffered heavy losses, but the Ilkhanate has a better development momentum. If it takes refuge with the Ilkhanate, it may have a better future. Yeludashi stood behind Wakwatai and looked at the people attending the king's meeting. Temujin's 4 sons each have their own teams and elites. Almost every son is assisted by famous generals. If this force is gathered into one, it will be really invincible. In the decisive battle between the Luntai Kingdom and the Han Empire's expeditionary force, Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate only used part of their forces. Of course, because it was an expedition, the Han Empire only used a small number of troops. Even so, it can be seen that the Mongol Empire and the 3 major Khanates were terrible after joining forces. From the 12th to the 14th century, almost all powerful cavalry heroes were at the top of the king's assembly. Temujin himself still has the most luxurious lineup of generals. Subutai, Mawali, Zibi, Borshu, Shi Lawan and others are still alive. The various Khanates still obeyed Temujin's orders.
According to the reports from the scouts we posted in Luntai city, the Han Empire summoned the Seljuk Empire,
the Persian Empire, the Arab Empire, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow in Luntai city. Their intention is obvious, and they want to destroy us. We cannot sit still and wait for death.
Temujin noticed that the 5 empires had decided to join forces to deal with him. This is not just a war between him and the Han Empire, but a decisive battle for the entire eastern continent. At the beginning of the 4th National War, Temujin and the 4 major Khanates were on the offensive. Now, the 5 major civilizations are on the offensive, and they are on the defensive. Chagatai snorted coldly.
The Sultan of the Seljuk Empire is my defeated general. This time, I will kill the head of the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire and use it as a drinking vessel. Don't underestimate the enemy. The Western Region Protectorate is very close to your territory. The Western Region Protectorate of the Han Empire may send troops to assist the Seljuk Empire. You will face attacks from the east and west.
After Temujin was defeated in 3 battles, he changed from being arrogant at the beginning to being cautious. The Mongol Empire and the 3 great Khanates cannot be defeated one after another. Otherwise, the national destiny will be ruined.
Father, please rest assured. If the Seljuk Empire comes with 100,000 cavalry, I will swallow it up. If 200,000 cavalry comes, destroy it. If 300,000 cavalry comes, it will be rejected.
Although Chagatai could not defeat the Han Empire's expeditionary force, he was confident of defeating the Seljuk Empire's army. Joki and Tolui remained silent, waiting for Temujin's deployment. The war between the Chagatai Khanate and the Seljuk Empire had little to do with the 2 Khanates. Unless Temujin sends a message asking the Golden Horde and Ayal Khan to support the Chagatai Khanate, they will not easily send troops to help. The Golden Horde and Ilkhanate also had their own enemies. Joki and Tolui were not so generous as to use their own Khanate's troops to relieve other Khanates.
Wakwatai, you and Yeludashi will stay and recruit soldiers and horses in the Chagatai Khanate. The country of Khwarazm will be your new territory. Rule Khwarazm and form an army of servants there.
Temujin finally spoke. Yes. Ajadai was suddenly overjoyed. Temujin divided Khwarezmo into his territory, and he could legitimately recruit troops from the Chagatai Khanate. In this way, he and Yelu can get a Khwarezmian cavalry. Chagatai was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to refute his father Khan's decision. Here is not only Chagatai, but also Joki and Toliai. They restrain each other and only obey Temujin's orders. If someone disobeys, his territory will be taken back by Temujin and given to others. Temujin hoped that Ajudai and Chagatai could recreate the epic victory in the Ili Valley and defeat the invading enemy again.
Juchi. Tulei. You use the teleportation array to quickly gather troops and destroy the enemy. Don't feel bad about the gold and silver consumed by the teleportation array. Only by conquering these resisting civilizations can we obtain a steady stream of tax revenue every year. And our war horses can obtain the most rich soil.
Yes.
Be the first to destroy the Seljuk Empire.
Temujin suddenly pointed his troops at the Seljuk Empire.
Then, there's the Persian Empire and the Protectorate of the Western regions.
At the meeting of kings, everyone felt awe in their hearts. Temujin plans to defeat the 5 major civilizations one by one before they join forces to advance. Among the 5 major civilizations, the Seljuk Empire, which was defeated in the Ili Valley, was the weakest, followed by the Persian Empire, which suffered defeat with the Ayal Khanate. Temujin finally gave up on confronting the most powerful Han Empire head-on, and instead chose to attack in order from weak to strong. Weak first and then strong. This strategy is also very common. After conquering the weak, Temujin could obtain a large number of expeditionary troops for the expedition against the Han Empire. In the battle with the Han Empire's expeditionary force, Temujin realized that with his current strength, directly going to war with the Han Empire was undoubtedly a wrong decision. Perhaps the Han Empire should not have been annexed in one fell swoop from the beginning. The Han Empire was simply too huge.
A giant python cannot swallow an elephant. Tulei leaned forward slightly.
Father Khan, when will we send out troops? Send troops in the dead of winter to catch the enemy unawares and attack them unprepared.
Temujin's words made everyone participating in the king's meeting even more horrified. Temujin actually planned to launch an offensive in the cold winter.
Our cavalry can gallop even on cold plateaus. The cold winter is not an obstacle to our conquest of Central Asia and West Asia, but is actually beneficial. The cavalry in Central Asia and West Asia are adapted to the heat, but in winter, they are not used to it.
In the meeting of kings, spies from the Han Empire mingled in and found out Temujin's strategic intentions, which made him shocked. The Han Empire must be informed of Temujin's movements.
You can retreat. Joki, Tulei, Chagatai, and Ajudai. The 4 of you will stay.
At the end of the meeting of kings, Temujin called everyone back, leaving only his 4 sons, Subutai, Mawali, Yeluchukai, Krasu, Yeludashi. Timur and others left one after another. Among them, Yeludashi and Timur accidentally looked at each other, and they could tell from each other's eyes that they were not ordinary people.
Insya Yeludashi, I didn't expect that after I left the Chagatai Khanate. The Khan discovered a fierce general.
Yeludashi believed that it was necessary to make friends with Timur, who was following Chagatai. Both men recognized each other's abilities. The young Timur looked at Yeludashi. Yeludashi had a personality that was no less charming than Chagatai's.
I am Tamerlane, and I have managed 10,000 households for Chagatai Khan. This winter battle may not be that simple. You should have participated in the battle with the Han Empire's expeditionary force. What is their strength?
Yeludashi has not yet competed with the main force of the Han Empire's expeditionary force. He mainly dealt with the troops of the Western Region Protectorate. Therefore, he had some ability to defeat the Han Empire's expeditionary force that defeated Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate coalition.
Interested? Timur replied. The troops qualified to participate in the expedition are all the Han Empire's hundreds of battles. But they are not invincible. If all the generals and troops of the King's Conference are gathered, they can easily annihilate the Han Empire. Expedition. Assemble the forces of the King's Assembly.
Yeludashi thought that there were many generals participating in the King's Conference. With the strength of 1 empire and 3 khanates, they could indeed annihilate the Han Empire's expeditionary force in the western regions. However, each khanate still has its own enemies, so it is impossible to devote all its strength to the eastward expedition. In order to defend against the Seljuk Empire, the Chagatai Khanate did not mobilize all its cavalry to assist Temujin. After all, it had to leave a relatively strong force to defend the hinterland of the Chagatai Khanate.
That's why the Great Khan chose the tactic of defeating them one by one.
Yeludashi speculated on the reason why Temujin held the meeting of kings. It was obvious that Temujin changed his tactics.
These two generals are Ajadai Khan and Shagatai Khan. They are highly used and must be outstanding talents. How about we go to your residence to talk?
A Mongolian noble stopped the two of them and planned to make friends with them. Yelu Dashi and Timur looked at this person. But it was Tuolei's eldest son, Mengu, the fourth great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Chapter 602 The Fighting Spirit in the Cold Winter. A Wusun soldier came to Luntai city and secretly reported something to Huan. When Huan heard about this, his face changed slightly.
If this is Temujin's strategy, then Temujin will act one step faster than us. One step faster will take the initiative every step of the way. Come here. Summon all the lords immediately.
Huan hurriedly sent out guards to summon Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Su Fengyan, and even Ekaterina. Chu Tian rested in Luntai city and sent some wounded soldiers back to the pass. The main force was still stationed in Luntai city. Wei Qing, Xuerengui, Lui, Chen Qingji and others were training soldiers. And Chu Tian was also happy to be a hands-off shopkeeper. He rarely accompanied the girls to wander around Luntai city. And at the same time, he bought fabrics and clothes for his unborn son or daughter. Luntai city is an important node on the Silk Road. This place has fabrics from the Guan'ai, the western regions, West Asia, and even the West. There are all kinds of goods. The variety is even more complicated than the Xia city located in the Guan'ai. Xia city is located in the east, while Luntai city is in the middle. Although Yekaterina was verbally reluctant, she still wandered around Luntai city with Chu Tian and his party. She also bought a batch of fabrics, which was said to be used by the young duke. Xiao Liang and others protested against Yekaterina's coming, but were eventually forced to accept it. But now, it is obvious that Ekaterina alone has become one camp, and the other three women have become another camp.
If you hadn't begged me to come, I wouldn't have wanted to come. This place is far worse than St. Petersburg.
Ekaterina was still defending herself. But then she excitedly took her son to pick out some gadgets.
General, as well as the Duke, our Lord Protector has invited you. What happened?
It was rare for Chu Tian to enjoy a relatively comfortable life. Huan suddenly looked for her and found Ekaterina. It was obvious that Huan was not looking for the two of them for personal matters. But something happened.
General, please go to the Protectorate and let us know. Lead the way.
Before Chu Tian left with Yekaterina, he greeted Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc and others, and at the same time left the young duke to Xiao Liang's care.
Dot!
Xiao Liang pouted and looked at Yekaterina's son. Now Yekaterina's son fell into her hands. However, as a smart person, Xiao Liang would not use such means.
In a sense, Ekaterina is really amazing. She was able to have a child in such a short time.
Xiao Liang remembered that he had occupied Chu Tian for a long time and had only one son. And Ekaterina was really powerful in this regard. Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc also came over and were quite interested in the mixed race. Joan of Arc thought about her own child, who seemed to be of mixed race.
Although that woman is very annoying, she is not as guilty as the child.
Hua Mulan teased the little duke with soft eyes.
You can ask Emperor Rufu to pick up Wu and Xiner.
Xiao Liang thought about how his son had to establish his elder brother's position in front of the little duke. And after all, even Hua Mulan's daughter is the little duke's sister. Chu Tian and Yekaterina arrived at the Protectorate's mansion. Lao Qin, Su Fengyan, and Muku had already arrived in advance.
What happened? The spies I deployed in the Mongol Empire reported to me an important piece of information. Temujin plans to destroy the Seljuk Empire first in the cold winter, and then the Persian Empire.
Huan's tone was heavy. Temujin's strategy destroyed the 5 major civilizations' plans to conquer the Mongolian Empire and the 4 major khanates next year. If Temujin is allowed to take the first step, the 5 major civilizations will be in a passive situation. What surprised Chu Tian even more was that Huan actually planted a chess piece in the Mongolian Empire. And this chess piece also had the ability to detect Temujin's strategy, which showed that this scout status was not low. When facing Temujin, Huan tried his best to deal with it. After all, if the response to Temujin is unfavorable, the Western Region Protectorate will suffer the greatest loss. Chu Tian didn't care who Huan sent to collect information in the Mongolian Empire.
Is the information correct? I'm not sure, but it has certain reference value.
Huan was not absolutely sure. He sent scouts to spy on Temujin's strategy in the Mongol Empire. But there was no guarantee that the scouts would be loyal. Out of caution, Lao Qin said,
No matter what, I would like to remind the Seljuk Empire and the Persian Empire to be careful to guard against the Chagatai Khanate and the Ili Khanate.
Chu Tian was also helpless.
Originally, according to our plan, we could send the expeditionary force back to the pass one by one. But now it seems that not only can we not send the main force of the expeditionary force back so quickly,
but we also have to station here and wait for the situation to change. The Western region capital is the food and grass for the Guardian House enough?
Huan replied.
I have sent troops to recover the Luan Kingdom, Yuli Kingdom and other places, and collect grain and grass from these vassal countries, as well as from the farming areas in Luntai and other places. However, the grain and grass may still be a bit difficult and need to be purchased from Guanlong, a batch of food and fodder for the war.
Su Fengyan stared at the map on the wooden table and pointed at the Wusun Kingdom north of the Tianshan Mountains.
We cannot passively wait for the situation to change, but should be prepared to take the initiative to attack. Attack is the best defense. The Western Region Protectorate is not waiting for opportunities. Recover the Wusun Kingdom north of the Tianshan Mountains? Why not take advantage of this opportunity to send troops to the Wusun Kingdom, and let the Wusun Kingdom return to the control of the Western Region Protectorate?
Huan's eyes lit up. A battle in the cold winter was not impossible, but the parties involved would use less troops.
The Wusun Kingdom to the north of the Tianshan Mountains is the headquarters of the Subutai tribe. If Subutai can be defeated and its cattle, sheep and population captured, the Western Region's Protectorate will regain most of its territory. Next year, the expedition to the Chagatai Khanate will have a chance of success. A little more. But the cavalry in the Western Region Protectorate is not enough. I need more cavalry generals to go out of the Cheshire Kingdom and attack Subutai from the north, all the way to the southern foot of the Altai Mountains.
Huan borrowed troops from Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Su Fengyan, and others to attack Subutai north of the Tianshan Mountains. Lao Qin was reluctant. He found that even if the Western Region Protectorate was restored, Chu Tian seemed to have a greater advantage, and the Western Region Protectorate had no share of him.
Wei Qin can go with Witsubing to sweep north of Tianshan Mountain. With their cooperation, Subutai should be hard to resist.
Chu Tian can lend Wei Qin to Huan for the campaign north of Tianshan Mountain. The combination of Wei Qin and Witsubing formed a double wall for the Han Empire. Their cavalry cooperation was almost unsolvable in an era, unless there are two Emperor-level cavalry system commanders who are good at light cavalry and cooperate tacitly on the opposite side.
Inform the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire that his situation seems to be a little bad. I have sent people to inform the Seljuk Empire that he alone may not be able to stop Temujin's offensive. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is relatively close to the Seljuk Empire. If the Golden Horde sends troops to attack the Seljuk Empire, then the Grand Duchy of Moscow can definitely send troops and put pressure on the Golden Horde to force them to retreat. No problem.
Ekaterina quickly agreed. The 5 major civilizations join forces. If any civilization is timid, then the coalition is destined to fail.
In addition to sweeping Mabe, we can wait for an opportunity to sneak attack on the Chagatai Khanate. Let me see the route.
Several big lords looked at the map, and it seemed that a war sweeping Central Asia would suddenly come. This time, Temujin once again started the war. Chu Tian and others were planning to use the expeditionary force to raid the Chagatai Khanate, sweep north of the Tianshan Mountains, undermine Temujin's strategy, and completely destroy Temujin's layout in the western regions and Central Asia. When the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire received Huan's reminder, he was immediately furious and ordered the Seljuk Empire to assemble 200,000 cavalry. Various tribes in the Seljuk Empire responded to the Sultan's call and came to gather with weapons, food and grass. They were defeated by the Chagatai Khanate in the Ili Valley and became enemies with the Chagatai Khanate, intending to avenge their previous humiliation. There is heavy snow in Central Asia and the Tianshan Mountains, and troops from both sides are rapidly gathering. In the cold winter, there is a fierce battle. Timur led a group of cavalry to approach the border of the Seljuk Empire. Strong winds and heavy snow covered the hoof prints of the horses,
and the battle flag sounded in the cold wind. In the Khorasan region in eastern Persia, there was a large city. Tolai, Mengu, Kublai Khan and others came out of the teleportation array with sharp eyes.
Give me the order to seal off all the cities. All strangers will be concentrated in one area and no unauthorized activities are allowed.
Tuolai issued an order to close the city. The system that the foreigners have in the city can easily transmit information. So the tow mine directly closes the city, making it impossible for players to transmit messages from the Ilkhanate. For a time, all the players of the Ilkhanate were in panic. Although most players fled to the remaining territories of the Parthian Empire, There were still a small number of players living in areas controlled by the Ilkhanate. These players realized that the Ilkhanate was going to make big moves.
The Xianbei tribes in Yunzhong County and Yunnan County are under the control of the Central Xianbei Lord. The Central Xianbei Lord is Bu Dugan. But it seems that Bu Dugan has become a puppet. Someone is manipulating him behind Bu Dugan to attack the Xianbei tribe in Bingzhou, trying to unite the Central Xianbei tribe into a kingdom.
In Monan Longcheng, Shuiyu, who was in charge of intelligence, noticed something was wrong with Xianbei in Bingzhou. After the death of Shan Yu Tanchuhui, Xianbei was divided into three major Xianbei tribes: Western, Central and Eastern Xianbei. Among them, Bingzhou Xianbei belonged to the Central Xianbei. Xianbei in Central China suddenly became active. Although they were cautious, they were still noticed by Chutian's intelligence department. The Chutian forces controlled Bingzhou for a very short period of time. In less than a year, there was no time to rectify the order of Bingzhou. In Bingzhou now, various forces are mixed. Barbarian tribes such as the southern Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Jia tribes are entrenched. And there are also various rogue bandits roaring in the mountains. The battle between Huma and Zhao Long left many hidden dangers to Bingzhou, so that Huma had no time to rectify Bingzhou. The chaos of Bingzhou was also one of the reasons for Huma's failure.
Miss Shuiyu, are you looking for something important from Yu and Chao?
When Yu Fei and Chao Chao saw that Shuiyu, who was in charge of intelligence, was looking for them, they knew they must have some orders. Chapter 603 Xianbei Rebellion. Shuiyu was one of the first group of lords to join forces with Chu Tian. She had been secretly responsible for intelligence, and would not usually find the Legion commander easily. If there is, then it means that something important has definitely happened.
Master Bu Dugan of the Central Xianbei annexed the Xianbei tribe in Taiyuan County, Yunnan County and other places, with a population of more than 200,000, and secretly forged iron tools, thinking that we had not noticed yet. But they still alerted our intelligence department. Invite 2 generals. One of them will lead the Bingzhou soldiers and horses to suppress the Xianbei tribe in Bujijin and scatter their tribes to various places so that they cannot be unified. The other general is still stationed at Longcheng in Monan. This is my lord's military order.
Shuiyu gave Chu Tian's decision to Yu Fei and Chao Chao, asking them to suppress the Xianbei tribe in Bingzhou. The Xianbei tribe seems to be very weak, but this is on the premise that their tribes are scattered. If they were allowed to become a unified kingdom, the threat would be no less than that of the Shisha kingdom. Yu Fei and Chao Chao were not too worried about the Xianbei tribe. With their ability, they could recruit soldiers and horses from Bingzhou, which should be enough to suppress the Xianbei tribe, who were prone to rebellion.
Perhaps we can take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Xianbei in Bingzhou to reorganize the order in Bingzhou and establish the majesty of the government. So which general is willing to send troops to surround the Xianbei tribe in a snowy day?
Shuiyu looked at Yu Fei and Chao Chao. No matter which one of them, they could easily deal with the Xianbei tribe.
General Yu Fei is in charge of the Bingzhou army. It is better to leave the matter of Bingzhou to General Yu Fei. As for me, Chao Mingde,
I will guard Monan for the general.
Chao Chao found that Chu Tian's status was much higher than his, reaching a position that even Chao Chao could not reach. General, the highest official position in the Han Empire after the royal family, could not be higher.
Request to transfer the Black Mountain Legion stationed in Jizhou. They are good at mountain warfare. If the Xianbei tribe hides in the mountains, the Black Mountain Legion can assist in the battle.
Yu Fei really wanted to deal with the Xianbei tribe, but he did not take it lightly. On the contrary, he thought that more troops should be deployed.
Let me ask for instructions.
My lord. Shuiyu left. Yu Fei made preparations for an expedition against the Xianbei tribe in central China and commanded some of the Bingzhou troops to station in Taiyuan and Yunnan counties. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they only announced it to the outside world and mobilized troops normally. At the junction of Taiyuan County and Yunnan County, the Bujijin tribe and the Xianbei cavalry flags were fluttering. A Xianbei leader raised his arms and stopped everyone's movement. All the Xianbei cavalry looked at this person. The Xianbei tribe has been in a state of division and has become a vassal of the Han Empire. The Xianbei tribe needs to become a kingdom and no longer rely on the empire's face to act. Bu Dugan was also impressed by this man's charm and decided to follow him. The tribal system is no longer suitable for Xianbei. In Taiyuan County, Zhang Yan led the Black Mountain Legion to Yunnan County to join the Weiwei Legion stationed in Mai. Zhang Liao was from Mai in Yunnan County and was familiar with the local terrain. He was transferred to Yunnan County by Yu Fei to gather troops to suppress the Xianbei tribe. The mobilization of the Weiwei Legion was discovered by the Xianbei people in the Mai area. At Juju Mountain in Yinmen County, Zhang Yan led the Black Mountain Army to pass by here, preparing to join Zhang Liao. The Montenegrin army was originally a legion prepared for mountain operations. It was also a legion established to accommodate Zhang Yan and other Montenegrin army generals. Zhang Yan led 100,000 Montenegrin troops to surrender to Chu Tian. Chu Tian ordered elites to be selected from them to form the Montenegrin army. Xianbei. How dare the weak Xianbei tribe betray our Han Empire? Zhang Yan learned that her goal was to suppress the Xianbei tribe in Yinmen County, and scorned the Xianbei tribe's attempt to betray the Han Empire. Zhang Yan did not believe that the weak Xianbei tribe had the ability to betray the control of the Bingzhou government. Although the main force of Yufei's Bingzhou army was transferred to Monan, they could return to the army at any time. Zhang Baiqi, Li Damu and other Montenegrin army generals were all in Zhang Yan's Montenegrin army. They were armed with weapons such as spears or broadswords. They were physically strong and had a strength of more than 70%. After becoming officers and soldiers from the Montenegrin army, these generals lived a pretty good life. A war eagle was hovering over the Montenegrin army, which stretched for 20 or 30 miles. Zhang Yan was riding a war horse and noticed this war eagle. Strange. Why are the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry here? Are there Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry delivering important information? After Zhang Yan joined the Chutian camp, she learned about the existence of Iron Eagle Scout. This is the War Eagle of Hua Mulan Special Unit. The Iron Eagle Scout. It is used to convey important information or battle conditions in the wild. It is extremely practical. Zhang Yan was only slightly confused, but he didn't care much because this was an investigative method used by his own cavalry. There may be friendly forces nearby. On a hillside of Juju Mountain, the War Eagle fell, but it landed on the shoulders of a Xianbei general. Defeat this legion, boost our morale, and sweep across Yinmen County and Taiyuan County. The other tribes will help us. The Xianbei general commanded the Xianbei cavalry to attack Zhang Yan's Black Mountain army. A group of Iron Eagle Scout cavalry followed the Xianbei generals and galloped down the hillside. The Xianbei cavalry hidden in Juju Mountain appeared, and their number exceeded tens of thousands, or even more. Cavalry. Suspected enemy cavalry. A Montenegrin army cavalry came back to report to Zhang Yan, Zhang Baiqi and others. Seize the hilltop and defend with all your strength. Zhang Yan has experienced hundreds of battles and has been active in the Black Mountain area. He participated in the war between Zhaolong and Huma, and also participated in the battle between Zhaolong and Chu Tian. At this time, he knew that the enemy was most likely to be good at using cavalry tactics. So he ordered his subordinates to legion, occupy a hillside and resist the attack from unknown cavalry. There were 40,000 people in the Montenegro army. Zhang Yan lacked the characteristics of running an army, and it was difficult to command for a while. Some of them followed Zhang Yan's Montenegro army and successfully retreated to the mountains. The army, that stretched for 20 to 30 miles, could not react in time. Thousands of people fell into chaos, and tens of thousands of infantrymen in the rear were converging on the hillside where Zhang Yan was. Quick! Zhang Yan urged a group of Montenegrin generals under his command. The general characteristics of Montenegrin army generals are high force value, low command value, and low intelligence. When facing battle, their reaction is far worse than that of Zhou Yafu and others. For a while, some troops fell into chaos. The Black Mountain Legion had not been formed to begin with, and the general's commanding ability was quite average. It was regarded by Chu Tian as a legion that was only considered for use in mountainous terrain. At this time, it encountered an unprecedented attack. I just took refuge with the general, but he has become like this. How should I meet the general when I see him again? Zhang Yan's palms were sweaty. Chu Tian valued him and appointed him as the commander of the Black Mountain Army, commanding 40,000 soldiers and horses, and basically did not send any supervisors. If the Black Mountain Army was completely wiped out in the Yinnan Pass area, then Zhang Yan would have betrayed Chu Tian's trust in him. No matter what, guard the hillside here. Zhang Legong, you lead a group of cavalry and go to Mai to request reinforcements from Zhang Liao's army. Zhang Yan saw that there seemed to be water sources on the hillside here and could hold on for a while. So he sent a general of the Montenegrin army to find Zhang Liao, who was stationed in Mai, to request reinforcements. He led the main force of the Montenegrin army to hold on to Goju Mountain. The Black Mountain Legion has additional bonuses for fighting in mountainous terrain, all thanks to Zhang Yan's characteristics. Juju Mountain is not far from Mai,
and the enemy chose to launch a surprise attack when Zhang Yan was relaxing. The main force of the Montenegrin army is mainly mountain infantry. If they run away, they cannot outrun the four-legged cavalry. They will soon be overtaken by the cavalry and then beheaded. Using the terrain to hold on is an effective way for infantry to deal with cavalry. The premise is that there are enough food, grass and water sources. Reinforcements. The Xianbei cavalry came quickly. Budugan led a team of Xianbei cavalry to attack the chaotic Zhang Baichi troops. The Xianbei cavalry shot Zhang Baichi's troops in chaos with random arrows. Hundreds of Montenegro army infantry lacked effective command and were penetrated by random arrows. Subsequently, the Xianbei cavalry put on spears and sabers and broke into the Montenegrin army. The low-level light infantry could not stop the Xianbei cavalry's assault. When hundreds of light infantry fought with the Xianbei cavalry, they were killed by the Xianbei cavalry with spears and sabers, and fell under the hooves of the Xianbei cavalry.
Brothers, break out with me!
The Black Mountain Army General Zhang Baichi brandished his sword and beheaded an incoming Xianbei cavalryman off his horse. The Xianbei cavalry fell to the ground. Zhang Baichi was a platinum-level general with a strength of over 70 after all. Among the Black Mountain Army, the one with the highest military strength is Zhang Yan. And then, there are a group of platinum-level generals. Although their ability to command the army is not very good, their military strength is still passable.
Kill him!
The central Xianbei master Budugan discovered that Zhang Baichi's counterattack was fierce and killed several Xianbei cavalry. So he ordered the Xianbei cavalry to go and kill Zhang Baichi. The Eastern barbarians have the smallest bonus, but they are also strengthened by 25%. The capabilities of the Xianbei cavalry are enhanced. The low-level Montenegrin troops were all killed with sabers and spears. About 100 Xianbei cavalry attacked Zhang Baichi, intending to take Zhang Baichi's life. The Montenegrin army guards beside Zhang Baichi were of a higher level and better equipped than the ordinary Montenegrin army soldiers. They fought with the Xianbei cavalry in a tug-of-war. In order to protect Zhang Baichi, the Black Mountain army guards kept falling next to Zhang Baichi.
General, Zhang Baichi is surrounded by Xianbei cavalry.
Li Damu, the general of the Montenegrin army, was panicked when he saw Zhang Baichi being surrounded by many people on the hillside. There was a good relationship between these Montenegrin generals. However, Zhang Baichi was surrounded by Xianbei cavalry and narrowly escaped death. If someone comes to save him, he still has a chance to survive. Otherwise, it's just a dead end.
You guys, follow me to rescue Zhang Baichi.
Zhang Yan saw that his former subordinates were in a bitter battle, so he and a group of subordinates went to rescue him. He only brought 2 generals and 200 cavalry. Zhang Yan jumped on his horse with a spear, led 200 cavalry, and charged from a high position. At the moment when the Montenegro cavalry and the Xianbei cavalry were fighting, the spear in Zhang Yan's hand shot out of the air and stabbed a Xianbei cavalry under the horse. Chapter 604 Xianbei Warriors. The Xianbei cavalry did not expect that Zhang Yan would launch a sudden attack and break into the groups of Xianbei cavalry to save Zhang Baichi. Zhang Baichi fell into a tight siege by the Xianbei cavalry. The shadows of the Xianbei cavalry were everywhere. They stabbed with spears and slashed with sabers. Zhang Baichi was injured in at least 7 places on his body. The Xianbei cavalry seemed to want to capture Zhang Baichi alive. Capture him, and then sacrifice him to Budugan. Zhang Baichi was, after all, a passable infantry general. Suddenly, a cold light burst out, killing 2 Xianbei cavalry in a row and joining up with Zhang Baichi.
Brother!
Zhang Baichi couldn't help but be moved when he saw Zhang Yan, who looked like a bloody man. Zhang Yan risked his life and broke into the Xianbei cavalry to rescue him. This kindness was enough to make Zhang Baichi grateful.
Good brothers, let's break out!
Zhang Yan and Zhang Baichi joined forces and broke out towards the hillside. The Black Mountain Legion has established a foothold on the hillside. As long as they retreat safely to the hillside, they can avoid the Xianbei cavalry's pursuit.
Shoot him!
Zhang Yan, Zhang Baichi and others were all familiar with fighting in the mountains and forests. So they retreated so fast that the Xianbei cavalry was caught off guard. Budugan had a feud with the Montenegrin army, so he had no choice but to shoot at the Montenegrin army, hoping to avoid future troubles forever. The Xianbei cavalry fired a hail of arrows, covering the fleeing Black Mountain army Zhang Yan and Zhang Baichi. One of the Xianbei generals was holding a strong bow. His strength was so strong that the unusual strong bow was trembling. A stream of light shot out, pointing directly at Zhang Yan. In the view of this Xianbei general, Zhang Yan's status in the Black Mountain army is far superior to Zhang Baichi. If Zhang Yan can be shot and killed, the Black Mountain Army will suffer even greater losses.
Brother, be careful.
Zhang Baiqi knocked down Zhang Yan, and the stream of light penetrated his calf. The heartbreaking pain came from his calf, and Zhang Baiqi was nailed to the ground. This leg could not withstand the astonishing force of the arrow, and was already useless.
Zhang Baiqi!
In Zhang Yan's panic, he didn't care much and almost dragged Zhang Baiqi to retreat up the hillside.
I didn't expect that I would stop it with my life.
The Xianbei general put down his strong bow. His archery skills were amazing. He could have killed Zhang Yan with one arrow. But Zhang Baiqi planned to sacrifice himself and saved Zhang Yan's life. Zhang Baiqi was dragged to a relatively safe mountain top by Zhang Yan, and doctors were asked to stop the bleeding, leaving Zhang Baiqi disabled. A general who was following him in Wuthering Mountains descended with force. Zhang Yan hated the man who shot and wounded Zhang Baiqi. The Xianbei cavalry at the foot of the mountain were still attacking and killing the Montenegrin infantry, who had not had time to join Zhang Yan. The opponent's commanding level seems to be higher than that of the Montenegrin army, and the Montenegrin army led by the generals of the Montenegrin army is no match for the Xianbei cavalry. When there is a lack of terrain for defense, the light infantry encounters the light cavalry, forming a one-sided situation. Soon, tens of thousands of Montenegrin troops were killed by Xianbei cavalry. Some Montenegrin soldiers were killed, some were injured, and some fled. Budugan led the Xianbei cavalry to the foot of the mountain, and then only the troops of Zhang Yan, leader of the Black Mountain Army, were left huddled on the mountain. If Zhang Yan can be killed, it will definitely cause a major earthquake in Bingzhou, and all counties in Bingzhou will be terrified.
Capture this mountain!
The Xianbei cavalry dismounted and turned into infantry archers, attacking the Black Mountain Army along the mountain road. At this time, the Montenegrin army was finally able to withstand the Xianbei cavalry's offensive by virtue of its terrain. The Black Mountain Army's arrows rained down like rain, and hundreds of Xianbei cavalry were shot and killed and retreated. Budugan's own commanding skills were not very good, and he did not get much benefit from attacking Zhang Yan's Montenegrin army in a strategic location. Bujijin soon discovered that he was far behind the real famous generals.
Next, leave it to me to command. Destroy this Black Mountain Army, and let other Xianbei tribes in Taiyuan County, Yinmen County, and Yunzhong County believe that we have the ability to rule Bingzhou and rise up.
A Xianbei commander replaced the mediocre Budugan, commanded the Xianbei cavalry, and stormed the Montenegrin army. The Xianbei archer who almost shot Zhang Yan before also joined the attack on the Black Mountain Legion. He was holding a strong bow that was so powerful that it could shoot through a tree trunk. One by one, the Montenegrin soldiers died under his arrows. After the Xianbei cavalry changed its commander, the pressure on Zhang Yan, who occupied the hilltop, suddenly increased. The Xianbei fierce general led a team of Xianbei sharpshooters, trying to suppress the arrow rain of the Black Mountain Army, and then dismounted the cavalry to attack the Black Mountain Army on the hilltop. Due to the mountainous terrain and snow, the Montenegrin army struggled hard and hundreds of soldiers died. In Mai, Yinmen County, the Weifang Legion was able to replenish its losses during this period. Zhang Liao, Hu Sanyang and others were training soldiers and horses. After the Mongol Empire's sphere of influence withdrew from Hatao and Monan, the Weifang Legion rarely had time to rest and recuperate.
Today, I had a disturbing premonition.
Hu Sanyang challenged Zhang Liao to a duel, but Zhang Liao was distracted. Zhang Liao had a certain premonition of the coming danger.
General Zhang, don't ignore me!
Hu Sanyang noticed that Zhang Liao was in a daze, and the attack speed of the two swords in her hands increased, and she quickly struck at Zhang Liao. The two short knives were like butterflies in Hu Sanyang's hands. Each sword was gorgeous and deadly, enough to kill high-level soldiers. However, Zhang Liao's view of Hu Sanyang's martial arts was not very good. Zhang Liao's halberd struck hard, and Hu Sanyang's wrist was paralyzed. A short knife had been knocked away and stuck on the ground, with the blade shaking.
Sure enough, no matter how hard I train, I still can't match your strength.
Hu Sanyang turned pale and picked up the dagger that had been knocked away. Zhang Liao, however, did not understand Feng Qing at all, and instead focused on several galloping horses. Several of them had already anxiously dismounted before the horses stopped, almost rolling down.
Are you from the Black Mountain Legion?
Zhang Liao had some impressions of the Montenegrin Legion. Each legion has its own separate mark.
The last general is Zhang Legong of the Black Mountain Army. On the orders of General Zhang Yan, he asked General Zhang Liao for support. The Black Mountain Army is trapped in Juju Mountain and is in critical condition. If General Zhang Liao doesn't come to rescue, tens of thousands of our brothers will die.
Zhang Legong's voice was like thunder, but his tone was extremely anxious. Among the besieged Black Mountain Legion, most of them are brothers of Zhang Legong, and they are brothers and sisters.
Maybe the Xianbei tribe has noticed our actions. San Yang, please notify the entire army immediately. Gather troops and horses, and go to support the Black Mountain Army.
Zhang Liao knew there was no time to hesitate. If time is wasted here, it is very likely that Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Army will be completely annihilated, as Zhang Legong said.
Yes.
Although Hu Sanyang has been following Zhang Liao, the situation is extremely urgent at this time, and she must gather troops and horses as soon as possible to go to the rescue.
I am a pioneer.
Wen Yang, the vanguard general of the Majestic Legion, led 1,000 Bingzhou Wolf cavalry as the vanguard and took the lead. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan defended the city, while Zhang Liao and Hu Sanyang raised troops to rescue the Black Mountain Legion. Zhang Yan is also an important general of Chu Tian and must be saved.
Hold the mountain!
Zhang Yan picked up a spear from the ground and threw it forward. The sharp spear roared out, fell hard, and penetrated the chest of a Xianbei cavalry. The Montenegrin army and the Xianbei cavalry fought in Juju Mountain. The number of casualties on both sides exceeded thousands, including the Montenegrin army soldiers, who were chased by the Xianbei cavalry at the foot of the mountain. The Montenegrin army's losses amounted to thousands, or even tens of thousands. The Xianbei cavalry wanted to completely annihilate the Montenegrin army and surrounded it heavily. The Montenegro army was unable to advance or retreat. Enter. Below are densely packed Xianbei cavalry, and the light infantry of the Montenegrin army are besieged by a group of Xianbei cavalry, and will most likely be defeated. Retreat? There is no way to retreat.
General, the mountains are covered with snow. It's extremely cold at night. Brothers may freeze to death here.
Li Damu was worried as he spoke. The Black Mountain Army is usually active near Wei County. At this time, it arrived in Yan'an County further north. It was cold and freezing, and it was surrounded by Xianbei cavalry on the mountain. Just the low temperature at night will cause the unprepared Montenegro army to suffer non-combat attrition due to frostbite and frostbite.
According to the itinerary, Zhang Liao's army will arrive tomorrow. Let brothers support us. Our Black Mountain Army has not made any achievements since its establishment. This time, our Black Mountain Army cannot be completely wiped out. In that case, wouldn't we become a joke in the eyes of other legions?
Zhang Yan was worried about being ridiculed by other legions.
We can't afford to lose this person. The Montenegrin army is not someone who is greedy for life and afraid of death.
Zhang Yan tried his best to encourage the Montenegrin army, which had low morale. The Xianbei cavalry piled up bonfires at the foot of the mountain and continued to besiege Zhang Yan. At night, hundreds of people in the Montenegrin army froze to death and lost their combat effectiveness. And the Xianbei cavalry attacked again. The arrows stored in the Montenegrin army's quiver are about to run out. At this moment, the Qian Bingzhou Wolf cavalry led by Wen Yang resisted at the southern foot of Goju Mountain and fought with the ambushed Xianbei cavalry. The Xianbei general buried a cavalry force at night. When Wen Yang rushed to rescue the Black Mountain army, ambushes of Xianbei cavalry appeared everywhere. Wen Yang held a spear and rushed into the enemy's formation, intending to forcefully break through the Xianbei cavalry's formation. Dozens of Xianbei cavalry stood in front of Wen Yang's war horses, and were all killed by Wen Yang. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry in the rear were also eager to attack. The horses never slowed down, but gathered into a sharp blade to cut through the ambushing Xianbei cavalry.
This person's martial arts is so high!
A Xianbei military general in charge of the ambush found Wen Yang brave and killed dozens of Xianbei cavalry by himself. And the number was still rising. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. According to this trend, Wen Yang can kill hundreds of knights in one battle. Killing 100 people is already a sign of a fierce general. The ambushed Xianbei cavalry was broken through by Wen Yang. After losing 300 cavalry, Wen Yang broke through the Xianbei cavalry formation and led the remaining cavalry to support the Juju Mountain and Montenegro legions without paying any attention to the Xianbei generals. Reaction. Because, in the rear, the main forces of Zhang Liao and Hu Sanyang followed up. Like wolves and tigers,
the general is really fierce.
Zhang Bai was riding among the vanguard cavalry to guide Wen Yang. He couldn't help but be horrified when he saw Wen Yang forcefully break through the ambush of the Xianbei cavalry. This vanguard general was much more brutal than Zhang Yan, the leader of their Black Mountain Legion. Chapter 605 Wen Yang is fierce.
The ambush has been broken, and the vanguard of the Han army has arrived.
General Xianbei took off the note brought back by the War Eagle and found that Zhang Liao's regiment stationed in Mai, Yanmen County had moved, and the vanguard cavalry of Zhang Liao's regiment directly broke through the ambush he had set, and came non-stop to support the besieged Heishan Legion. Couldn't help but shake his head.
I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to annihilate a Montenegro Legion. The Montenegro Legion is just one of the weakest legions. Now that the mighty Legion has moved, our siege of the Montenegro Legion has lost its meaning. Withdraw our troops?
The Xianbei general ordered the withdrawal of troops. Budugan, the leader of Xianbei in the central region, had to obey the orders of the Xianbei general. Seeing that the Black Mountain army was about to be completely annihilated, he received an order to withdraw his troops. He asked in confusion.
The situation is very good. Why withdraw our troops? The reinforcements of the Black Mountain army have arrived. If we don't withdraw, we will be surrounded by the Han army. You have offended the general of the Han Empire. If you don't leave and stay here, once you are captured by the Han army, what will happen to you? Just behead him.
Dugan was frightened by the words of the Xianbei general. He has been forced to betray the Han Empire. As the Xianbei general said, if the Han Empire captured him alive, he would be killed as a warning to the monkeys, and become a dead soul of the Han army.
Retreat!
Thinking of this, Budugan's neck felt cold, and he led his trusted cavalry to follow the Xianbei general and leave here.
You two are responsible for breaking up the queen.
The Xianbei tribe will leave one archer and one cavalry commander, leading thousands of Xianbei light cavalry to break up the rear. With the speed of the Xianbei light cavalry, they can easily leave the battlefield after a short resistance, unless Zhang Liao and others are willing to risk being ambushed and chase the retreating Xianbei cavalry.
Brother, the Xianbei people seem to have retreated.
The Montenegrin regiment was tired, hungry, and had thousands killed. When they saw the Xianbei cavalry retreating to the rear like a tide, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the Xianbei people had not taken the initiative to retreat, they might have been completely wiped out by the Xianbei cavalry here, becoming the first legion of the Chutian forces to be completely wiped out.
Our reinforcements must have arrived. All the cavalry, mount up and go hunt down these Xianbei people.
As the leader of the Black Mountain army, Zhang Yan originally looked down on the scattered Xianbei tribe. At this time, he suffered a big loss at the hands of the Xianbei people. He was so angry that he immediately gathered all the Black Mountain army cavalry to join the incoming reinforcements.
Wen Yang, the vanguard general of the mighty army, is here. But where are the Xianbei cavalry?
Wen Yang held a long spear and led hundreds of surviving Bingzhou Wolf cavalry to fight non-stop until they reached the foot of Juju Mountain. However, the Xianbei cavalry had already retreated for several miles.
General Wen Yang, follow me to pursue the enemy cavalry. They have not escaped yet.
Zhang Yan thought of the seriously injured Zhang Baiqi and all the Montenegrin soldiers who died in the battle, and her chest was full of anger. So she called Wen Yang to go hunt down the retreating Xianbei cavalry.
Good.
Wen Yang, a newborn calf, is not afraid of tigers. He joins forces with Zhang Yan's more than 1,000 Black Mountain army cavalry and follows the horse-hoof prints left by the Xianbei cavalry to pursue them. In the rear, 2 Xianbei military generals were ordered to break off the rear. The Black Mountain army, which originally thought it had suffered heavy losses, did not dare to catch up. But Zhang Yan and Wen Yang's actions exceeded their imagination. Zhang Yan and Wen Yang actually dared to join forces to hunt them down.
Act recklessly.
The Xianbei cavalry general saw that Zhang Yan and Wen Yang's troops were not large, only about 2,000 cavalry. So he led thousands of Xianbei cavalry to fight against them. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry fought with the Xianbei cavalry, and the Xianbei cavalry's bonus to the cavalry was actually higher than that of Zhang Yan and Wen Yang. This is a cavalry hero of Xianbei civilization. However, what Wen Yang brought was Zhang Liao's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry was a 6th level light cavalry. It was slightly strengthened in the battle in Bingzhou, making up for the gap in the bonus of the heroes on both sides to the legion. Wen Yang discovered that among the Xianbei cavalry, there was a cavalry general commanding the Xianbei cavalry. So he held a gun and attacked the Xianbei general.
Die!
Wen Yang's spear shook, and he knocked 2 Xianbei cavalry off their horses at the same time. Bingzhou Wolf cavalry followed Wen Yang and charged fiercely.
I'll stop this group of cavalry. You kill them!
Zhang Yan understood Wen Yang's intention and led the Black Mountain cavalry to intercept and kill the Xianbei cavalry, creating an opportunity for Wen Yang to kill the general. A force-type cavalry hero faces a commander-type hero. When both sides have few troops, the importance of force is highlighted. When Yang intends to kill the enemy's general directly among thousands of troops, so that the enemy can defeat himself without attacking. The Xianbei cavalry general also noticed Wen Yang's intention, so he ordered the cavalry on the left and right to step forward to stop Wen Yang. Bingzhou Wolf cavalry died next to Wen Yang. But Wen Yang didn't care much because he knew that if he knew to kill the opponent's general, he could win this battle. That's all. How crazy. Zhang Baiqi followed Wen Yang, who was charging all the way, and lifted an oncoming Xianbei cavalry off his horse. Realizing how ferocious Wen Yang was, Wen Yang's fighting style is to use force to rush forward and carry out beheading tactics. The Xianbei cavalry general seemed a little surprised by Wen Yang's force. Many of the Xianbei cavalrymen who stepped forward to stop Wen Yang were killed by Wen Yang. One by one, the Xianbei cavalry fell under the spears of Wen Yang and Bingzhou Longqi.
What a lunatic! He fights but then retreats.
The Xianbei cavalry general knew that Wen Yang was brave, and with the help of the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry, he was likely to kill him. As the general, if he is killed by the opponent's fierce general, the morale of the entire Xianbei cavalry will be greatly reduced.
The thief will leave.
Wen Yang kept a close eye on this Xianbei general. The opponent's cavalry was almost as strong as Zhang Liao's bonus cavalry. However, this Xianbei cavalry general did not have a suitable high-level unit, so Bingzhou Wolf cavalry could compete with him. Wen Yang wants to kill him. Suddenly, a stream of light accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air shot towards Wen Yang, as if the air was exploding due to the speed of the arrow. Among the Xianbei cavalry, there is an arching general with amazing arching skills. Wen Yang had seen Shuerigui, Li Guang and other archery masters, and knew that the Xianbei general who released this arrow was definitely an ordinary person. So he immediately waved his spear to block this fatal arrow. With a clang, Wen Yang's iron gun blocked the inevitable arrow. The arrow shaft broke at the moment of impact, and the entire arrow was destroyed. The impact from the gun blade actually made Wen Yang's tiger's mouth numb slightly, which shows how powerful it is. If Shuerigui and Li Guang's archery skills are superb and can pierce the yang with 100 steps, then the archery skills of this Xianbei archer basically have one obvious feature. That is, huge strength. The bow used by the opponent must be a strong bow that ordinary people cannot pull. Otherwise it would be impossible to shoot such a powerful killing arrow. This arrow is enough to sink into the stone. Wen Yang didn't dare to say that he could pull the opponent's strong bow. This was a Xianbei general with natural supernatural power. In fact, without a little bit of divine power, it would be difficult to become an archery master who would go down in history. And the cost of training a skilled archer would be much higher than that of an ordinary infantryman. In order to prevent the Xianbei archers from being killed or wounded by one arrow, Wen Yang slowed down his pursuit, allowing the Xianbei cavalry to fight and retreat.
The master of archery among the Xianbei cavalry was the one who shot Zhang Baiqi.
Zhang Yan recognized the sharpshooter among the Xianbei cavalry. The arrows he shot were so powerful that Zhang Baiqi's calves were almost crushed to pieces. Wen Yang tightened the reins of his war horse, and a total of 700 or 800 Xianbei cavalry fell under his spear and the saber of Bingzhou Longqi. If it weren't for the formidable power of the Xianbei Bao general, perhaps Wen Yang could kill the Xianbei cavalry general.
One is good at commanding cavalry, and the other is amazing at archery. Is such a combination really true of the originally weak Bujijin Xianbei tribe?
Wen Yang was not completely reckless. After calming down, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If the central Xianbei master Budugan had such two generals, during the early melee between various lords, Budugan could rely on these two generals to lead the Xianbei tribe's cavalry and accomplish great things. It is even possible to take advantage of the chaos to unify all the central Xianbei tribes, and possibly even the eastern and western Xianbei tribes, establish themselves as the Xianbei Chanyu, and establish a civilization similar to the Xiongnu. Zhang Yan looked at the equipment of the Xianbei cavalry who died in battle.
There is no doubt that these Xianbei cavalry are the cavalry of the Xianbei tribe who migrated to Bingzhou. But their combat power under Budugan is completely different from that under the command of other Xianbei generals.
Soon Zhang Liao also killed the ambushing Xianbei cavalry and joined Zhang Yan, Wen Yang and others. After listening to Zhang Yan and Wen Yang's descriptions, he personally inspected the battlefield. Hu Sanyang said,
"Perhaps it is the new barbarians that the Lord's Mansion has warned us about. They are different from the Xianbei cavalry, who normally live in Bingzhou. And some powerful heroes will be born. It's very possible."
Zhang Liao carefully considered Hu Sanyang's opinion and became more firm in his guess. Bujijin Xianbei tribe would probably have a hard time attacking the southern Xiongnu. let alone come up with such crazy methods as ambushing and annihilating the Black Mountain Legion. Bujugin's tribe was also unable to defeat the Montenegrin army. The Xianbei cavalry in front of them could achieve the result of severely damaging the Montenegrin army and almost annihilating the Montenegrin army. This shows that the leader of this group of Xianbei cavalry may not be Bujugin. Zhang Yan thought of something strange.
On the way to Juju Mountain, I saw the War Eagles of Iron Eagle Scout following the army. Could it be that your army used the War Eagles?
Zhang Liao shook his head.
That would be really strange. Unless the Xianbei people can control the War Eagle.
Zhang Yan and Zhang Liao were suddenly startled by Zhang Yan's unintentional words. The Xianbei cavalry seemed to have the foresight to retreat calmly before Zhang Liao's reinforcements arrived, which may have something to do with the War Eagle seen by the Black Mountain Legion, in addition to the Iron Eagle Scouts. Maybe some other scout cavalry can also use War Eagles for reconnaissance, such as Tan Maki of Mawali in the Mongolian Empire.
If your guess is correct, then we need to report this matter to the Lord's Mansion, mobilize more troops, and eliminate the Xianbei cavalry. We cannot allow it to grow bigger.
Zhang Liao found that it seemed that his tens of thousands of cavalry might not be able to easily destroy the Xianbei cavalry with vision. Cavalry generals and archers.
General, there is an urgent report from Mai that it was looted by another group of Xianbei cavalry.
Chapter 606 The Origin of Xianbei. At Mai, where the Weiwei Legion was stationed, Zhang Liao left Zhang Ba and Sun Guan to defend and personally sent troops to rescue Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Legion. After Zhang Liao's cavalry left Mai, a War Eagle landed on the arm of a Xianbei general, and the Xianbei general smoothed the eagle's wings.
The main force of the Weiwei Legion has been led away. Mai is open to us. We can capture Mai and take away the weapons and food.
After waiting for Zhang Liao to leave, the Xianbei general suddenly attacked Mai at night. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan did not expect that the Xianbei cavalry had the advantage of vision. Under the fierce offensive, Mai fell. The Xianbei cavalry looted Mai's weapons and supplies, and then set fire to the city. The city was engulfed in flames. Zhang Ba, Sun Guan and the Xianbei cavalry fought hard in the alley. The opponent's cavalry was so fierce that the two veterans Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were defeated and had to withdraw from Mai.
The enemy's cavalry is extremely ferocious. How can there be such generals among the Bujijin tribe?
Zhang Ba's eyes turned red. He had fought with all his strength, but his commanding talent was like a ceiling. The opponent was at least a king-level cavalry commander, while Zhang Ba was a diamond-level infantry commander. There was a big difference in the actual command capabilities and characteristic bonuses between the two sides.
This group of Xianbei cavalry cannot be the commander of Bujugin. Bujugin does not have this ability. We are temporarily withdrawing to the Yin Pavilion. The loss of Mai is acceptable. If the Yin Pavilion is lost, the teleportation array in Yunnan County will be out of control, and it will be dangerous.
After Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were defeated, the first thing they thought about was not seeking death. Seeking death will not solve any problems. They still need to retain their troops and retreat to the Yunnan County headquarters.
You guys, go immediately and tell the general that a powerful Xianbei cavalry has captured Mai. Please be careful, General.
Zhang Ba also recruited a dozen cavalrymen to send information to Zhang Liao. There will always be one cavalryman among the dozen or so cavalry who can find Zhang Liao and inform Zhang Liao about the fall of Mai. Otherwise, Zhang Liao would not know about the fall of Mai and might fall into the trap of the Xianbei cavalry. This Xianbei cavalry is extraordinary, and it is impossible to judge the intelligence of its generals.
All the people we sent to approach the Xianbei tribe were killed. Yes, this group of Xianbei cavalry knows each other's looks and manages them in households. Once strangers try to approach, they will be shot. There are 3 things that can be confirmed at the moment. First, this Xianbei people seem to be the Xianbei tribe living in Yunnan County. But they are one of the barbarian civilizations that came. They mix with the native Xianbei and secretly annex the surrounding Xianbei tribes, which is difficult to detect. Secondly, the central Xianbei master Bujugin and his tribe have been controlled by this new Xianbei tribe, and Bujugin was encouraged to follow its rebellion. Thirdly, they are training soldiers and horses and forging weapons. And according to the observations of the scouts, War Eagles fall among their tribes from time to time. The breed of Warhawks is not the same as the Red Cavalry of Tanma, but is very similar to the Iron Eagle Scouts.
In front of Shuiyu, the scouts who were sent to investigate the Xianbei tribe came back and reported that more than a dozen scouts were discovered by the Xianbei people and died unexpectedly. However, the scouts still obtained a lot of useful information.
Iron Eagle Scouts Cavalry.
Shui Yu paced, lost in thought. Iron Eagle Scout is Hua Mulan's cavalry. From the beginning until now, Chu Tian has entrusted it with important tasks, providing Chu Tian's army with a broader field of vision during the day. Its value is no less than a halo for the whole army. At this time, the War Eagle of Iron Eagle Scout was seen in the Xianbei tribe, and the amount of information revealed was enough for Shui Yu to capture a lot of useful information.
The full name of Iron Eagle Scout, a special 6th level light cavalry, is Iron Eagle Scout of the Northern Wei dynasty. Could it be that this group of Xianbei are the Tuoba Xianbei who established the Northern Wei dynasty?
After Shui Yu realized that she was close to the correct answer, she was slightly startled by her own speculation. Hua Mulan and Yang Dian were both heroes of the Northern Wei dynasty during the Northern and Southern dynasties. Although Hua Mulan and Yang Dian were both Han Chinese, the founder of the Northern Wei dynasty was Tuoba Xianbei. Later, Emperor Xiaowen of the Northern Wei dynasty carried out reforms, expanded Xianbei to synthesize, moved the capital to Luoyang, and replaced Xianbei's surnames with Han surnames. The royal family's Tuoba surname became the Han surname, Yuan. The Northern Wei dynasty was not weak in the early and middle periods. It attacked the southern dynasties to the south, Liangzhou and the western regions to the west, and Ruren to the north. Tuoba Xianbei, Murong Xianbei, Yuan Xianbei. These are all relatively famous Xianbei tribes with many talented people.
If my inference is correct, then Bingzhou will be plunged into bloodshed again. Moreover, Tuoba Xianbei seems to be in the form of a tribe, without a capital. Fortunately, we have been aware of it half a step in advance. Yu Fei's Beiwei army should have already assembled in Dingxiang County, and Yang Ye's invincible army is recruiting troops and obtaining supplies in Taiyuan County.
Shui Yu was frightened for a while. If the information obtained was delayed, or if the Tuoba Xianbei tribe was not realized at all in the place where various tribes were mixed in Bingzhou, then the entire Bingzhou might fall into chaos, and even the most important Taiyuan County would be captured by Tuoba Xianbei. Tuoba Xianbei is not a creature that the weak Bujijin tribe can compare to. The main force of the Bingzhou army was originally deployed in Monan to guard against the Mongolian cavalry coming from Hebei. But Bingzhou's troops were empty.
This is probably why Tuoba Xianbei chose to attack at this time. But after all, they were half a step too late.
After Shui Yu understood Tuoba Xianbei's strategy, she finally became less afraid of Tuoba Xianbei.
Urgent report. Mayan Yunnan County was attacked by a group of Xianbei cavalry. General Zhang Ba and Sun Quan led the remaining troops to retreat to the Yin Hall of Yunnan County.
A scout found Shui Yu.
Isn't Mai defended by Zhang Liao? The situation is unknown. Explore again.
After about a few hours, the scouts collected information in the wild and connected all the information together.
A group of Xianbei cavalry besieged the Black Mountain Army. General Zhang Liao led the main force to rescue. Another group of Xianbei cavalry made a sneak attack at night and captured Mai. Tell Yu Fei and Yang Yi to set out from Dingxiang County and Taiyuan County respectively to encircle and suppress these two Xianbei cavalry. Yes.
Shui Yu mobilized troops one after another, just making a rough deployment. As for how to fight specifically, it still depends on how the two main generals Yu Fei and Yang Yi, who attacked the Xianbei cavalry from the north and the south, deploy. If it was Tuoba Xianbei and the Iron Eagle scouts of the Northern Wei dynasty, it may explain how the Xianbei cavalry gained an advantage on the ever-changing battlefield. The Northern Wei dynasty's Iron Eagle scouts coupled with the mobility of the cavalry are extremely terrifying in themselves. Chu Tian took advantage of his vision and carried out several attacks in the past few years. When this kind of enemy appears, things get a little troublesome.
By transferring Yu Fei back from Monan, Li Mu, Cao Cao, and Zhou Yafu should be able to defend against the pressure from Hebei.
Shui Yu knew that Tuoba Xianbei was not easy to deal with, so she could only place her hope on Yu Fei and Yang Yi. Yu Fei's Beiwei army was aware of Tuoba Xianbei's movement in advance because of Shui Yu, and quietly assembled in Dingxiang County. More than 30,000 Yu family troops were ready to go, with morale, military equipment, and horses all in the best condition. Zhang Xian and Niu Gao, two fierce generals of the Yu army, led the Yu army's infantry, crossbowmen, and cavalry to follow Yu Fei's Beiwei army and march toward Yunnan County.
Mai was unexpectedly captured by the Xianbei cavalry.
Yu Fei was a little surprised when he heard the news. This group of Tuoba Xianbei, active in Yunnan County and Taiyuan County of Bingzhou, seems to be not just reckless men who can use force, but their leader is quite strategic. If he was just a reckless man, then Yu Fei would be easy to deal with. If the other party is wise and brave, It may take a little time.
Niu Gao, come with me to attack Yunnan. Zhang Xian, you lead a large force and follow up later. Take orders.
Niu Gao excitedly followed Yu Fei to his left and right, with 8,000 Wei troops galloping southward. Even if this back Wei army can compete head-on with the Ninth Order cavalry, with its numerical advantage and Yu Fei's bonus, it is no less powerful. Zhang Xian was left behind by Yu Fei, commanding the less mobile infantry and crossbowmen, who were seen retreating with the Wei army behind. There is no doubt that Wei's army will go to support Yunnan County.
We can't fall behind.
Zhang Xian urged the Yu army to speed up their march. In Taiyuan County, father and son Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao received the order to attack Tuoba Xianbei in Yunnan County. They stood up and led the invincible army to set off. The Invincible Legion was once attacked by monk Wan Yanqian's Zhongxia army and suffered heavy losses. For Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao, this incident is actually a shame. The characteristics of the Zhongxiu army and monk Wan Yanqian really made the Han army very difficult. It is said that the Lord captured monk Wan Yanqian alive in the western regions, which caused a headache to the Han army. However, Yang Yi thought that he could not take revenge. He could not help but feel regretful for avenging his previous shame.
Our invincible army has replenished too many new recruits. This time the crusade against Tuoba Xianbei should be treated as a training exercise for our invincible army. However, even if it is training, we cannot repeat the shame of last time. Otherwise, our father and son will be I don't have the face to face other legion commanders.
Before leaving, Yang Yi warned Yang Yanzhao. Yang Yanzhao nodded vigorously.
2 generals, please wait.
When Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao led the invincible army and were about to set off, a man arrived and blocked them.
Su Yu?
Yang Yi knew this arrogant guy. After the Hebei War ended, Su Yu served as the magistrate of Yeqing and Jizhou. How could he end up in Taiyuan County in Bingzhou at this time?
Could it be that you came to Taiyuan County to serve as the governor? No. I was ordered to come here this time to serve as the military advisor of the Invincible Legion. It is said that Tuoba Xianbei was extremely cunning and attacked Mai. The Lord is worried that the Invincible Legion will be lost. So I must come here to ensure the Invincible Legion not ambushed. Snort.
Yang Yi found that Su Yu's tone was a bit arrogant. However, Su Yu did have some resourcefulness. So Chu Tian asked Su Yu to temporarily serve as the military advisor of the Invincible Legion. In addition, Chu Tian temporarily dispatched the Wei Wuzu Corps in Shandong County, Bingzhou, to defend against the old Qin dynasty. If the war in Yunnan County was unfavorable, they would enter Yunnan County and clear out the Tuoba Xianbei with Yu Fei, Yang Yi, Zhang Liao and others. Chapter 607 Wei Qing and Witsubing go to war. In Luntai City, Chu Tian learned from Shuiyu that Tuoba Xianbei was in Bingzhou and was trying to take advantage of Bingzhou's lack of military strength to annex Bingzhou. So he hurriedly mobilized troops. Chu Tian's power is not short of civil servants and generals. So even if Chu Tian is not in the pass, he still has enough manpower and material resources to suppress the tribes that appear within his sphere of influence. Chu Tian's annexation of Zhou, Atao, Monan and other places was equivalent to Mingguan's annexation of Fuyu State and the Heilongjiang River Basin. In this national war, part of the territory brought trouble to itself. However, Chu Tian cannot do without Bingzhou, Atao, and Monan, and it is impossible for Chu Tian to sit back and watch Tuoba Xianbei establish a Dai or a Wei state in Bingzhou. They must suppress them before establishing a kingdom. Shuiyu has mobilized the 3 legions of Beiwei, Wudi, and Weifeng from Yu Fei's Bingzhou army to suppress Tuoba Xianbei. With Yu Fei's ability, coupled with Yang Yi and Zhang Liao, 2 cavalry generals who are good at cavalry raids, it is enough to give Tuoba Xianbei a headache. According to the agreement of the 5 major civilizations, when the ice and snow melt next year, they will simultaneously send troops to attack Temujin's forces. And Temujin seems to want to get the upper hand before the coalition forces of the 5 major civilizations take action. One of the Western Region Protectorate is actively looking for opportunities and taking the initiative to break the situation. Huan planned to use cavalry raids to quickly sweep north of the Tian Shan Mountains in the cold winter, forcing the tribes under Subbatai's jurisdiction to withdraw from the western regions. Chu Tian lent Wei Qing's Yulin Legion to Huan to participate in this surprise attack. Wei Qing's Yulin Legion has approximately 50,000 cavalry. Huan took advantage of Temujin and the 2 great Khanates' invasion of the western regions, and the fact that some nobles from the 36 kingdoms of the western regions betrayed the protectorate. He purged the nobles who were dissatisfied with him in the protectorate of the western regions, and sent officials to replace the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. The nobles of the country collect taxes and recruit soldiers, as long as they have the power of taxation and military power. The nobles of the 36 countries will be equivalent to having most of their power removed by the officials of the protectorate. The current relationship between the nobles of the 36 countries and Huan is similar to the relationship between the aristocratic families and the state pastors, who control the military forces in the Central Plains. Huan recruited soldiers from the Tunshan area directly controlled by the Western Region Protectorate and various vassal states to make up for the losses of the Western Region Protectorate in the war with Temujin and the two major khanates, allowing the Western Region Protectorate to quickly restore its troops. Currently, the Western Region Protectorate has forcibly recruited 200,000 soldiers, most of whom are new recruits and servants. Huan selected 50,000 relatively elite troops from these cavalry and gave them to Huatsubing to regain the Wusun Kingdom north of the Tian Shan Mountains. The remaining recruits and servants defended various cities, focusing on defense. The Wusun Kingdom has a larger population and stronger military force. It should have been an important source of troops for Huan. However, now that King Wusun is controlled by Ogutai, the Wusun Kingdom has become a vassal state of the Mongolian Empire, providing servant troops for the Mongolian Empire. Recovering the Wusun Kingdom and putting it back under the control of the Western Region Protectorate is equivalent to allowing the Protectorate to regain this important tax and military service vassal state. The vassal states of both sides increased and decreased, which had a significant impact on the war situation. Huatsubing's 50,000 and Wei Qing's 50,000 are enough to defeat Subutai. Although Subutai has the title of King of Field Combat, it is difficult for him to defeat four hands with two fists. What's more, Subutai has a fatal weakness. Huan received help from Wei Qing and his confidence soared. This is the double wall of the Han Empire, with 100,000 light cavalry on an expedition, which is equivalent to the dream lineup of the Battle of Mabe. Moreover, this lineup is, in a sense, more luxurious than the Battle of Mabe. The Wei Qing army was also assisted by the fierce General Shui Wanshi. In Huatsubing's army, in addition to Zhao Ponu, Huan asked Chen Tang to help out. Chen Tang is a ruthless person. Anyone who offends our great man will be punished no matter how far away he is, because this is the mouth of this man. Although the Xiongnu during Chen Tang's period were no longer as powerful as those under Huatsubing and Wei Qing, Chen Tang and Gan Yinshou used 40,000 Western Region Guardsmen to kill the northern Xiongnu Jiji Chanyu, and their ability was beyond doubt. Lu Bu, Zhang Xiu, you two will lead 10,000 cavalry to assist the two generals. Although Zheojiang Lao Qin had no interest in the Western Region Protectorate, he still sent 10,000 cavalry and the fierce General Lu Bu to help. Lu Bu should be good at light cavalry raids, and his own force is enough to protect Wei Qing and Huatsubing. Here, although Lu Bu was somewhat reluctant, he still had to follow Wei Qing and Huatsubing on the expedition. It seemed that his status was inferior to Wei Qing and Huatsubing. In terms of pure force, Wei Qing and Huatsubing would be killed by Lu Bu if they teamed up. However, if we talk about large cavalry operations and thousands-mile raids in the western regions, then Wei Qing and Huatsubing would have beaten Lu Bu by 18 streets. 3 people, different types. Chu Tianzi was curious about what Huan had not finished saying just now. Subutai's cavalry is almost invulnerable. What other fatal flaws does he have? Temujin's Mabe simply can't support that many people. So you should know what it means to ask Subutai to move 2 million tribes to the Altai Mountains and Tian Shan Mountains. Subutai, he needs to protect these tribes. After the war, the Western Region Protectorate lost hundreds of thousands of people. If Wei Qing and Huatsubing can capture the population guarded by Subutai, they can make up for the population loss of the Western Region Protectorate. Subutai faced such a light force as a cavalryman. He has to protect the tribe's population, which will be quite uncomfortable for him. Huan told the reason. In short, Subutai was the passive party this time when faced with Wei Qing and Huatsubing's attack. The Han Empire was at an advantage and entered the counterattack stage. So the Han Empire naturally took the initiative, while Temujin and his men were passive at every turn. That's why Temujin wanted to open up the situation in Central Asia or West Asia and regain the initiative. However, Huan and others would not let Temujin gain the initiative so easily. Temujin actively put himself on the offensive, and the princes of the Han Empire were also planning to take the initiative. I see. Chu Tian thought that if the Western Region Protectorate could annex the 2 million people brought by Subutai to the Western region, and there were many herdsmen among these tribes who were good at riding and shooting, then the Western Region Protectorate could completely make up for the lost population. Huan probably has long been interested in Subbutai's population. In an era dominated by cold weapons, population is a resource. Not to mention, Subbutai's population is a qualified source of cavalry troops.
This expedition must be done with caution.
Seeing the white snow, Chu Tian sent Wei Qing, Gong Sunao, Shui Wanche and others on the expedition, and couldn't help but worry about the safety of Wei Qing and others. Carrying out a 1,000-mile raid in the dead of winter is quite risky.
My lord, please don't worry. Wei Qing will definitely come back victorious.
Wei Qing put on a white robe and blended in with the snow. When fighting in the cold winter, white robes can more easily deceive others.
Zilong followed General Wei Qing.
Chu Tian was still worried, and sent the relatively calm Zhao Yun to protect Wei Qing. As the commander of the cavalry under Chu Tian, Wei Qing was different from Wu Xubing in that his military strength was not high. If Wei Qing was defeated, Chu Tian would probably cry without tears. Shui Wanche, as a fierce general in the early Tang dynasty, had a strength of 95, and should have been able to protect Wei Qing. But Wei Qing's Yulin army needed a pioneering general. And Emperor Taizongli Shimon's evaluation of Shui Wanche was very classic, either a big victory or a big defeat. In other words, as a strong general, Shui Wanche's performance is very unstable. It is precisely because of this that Chu Tian Duo sent a calm Zhao Yun just in case. Bai Maitsong followed Zhao Yun and acted together, serving as Wei Qing's escort and cavalry reserve. The military strength and combat power of the Wei Qing army were strengthened. In this way, the lineup for the expedition north of the Tian Shan Mountains will be even more luxurious. Wei Qing, Zhao Yun, Gong Sunao, Shui Wanche, Wu Xubing, Zhao Ponu, Chen Tang, Lu Bu, Zhang Xiu. Almost all are cavalry heroes. The cavalry is an army that performs miracles.
Wu Xubing, you must be careful and come back to see me alive. Preferably with Subbutai's head.
Huan warned Wu Xubing before he left. Wu Xubing said cheerfully,
I can't guarantee that I can capture Subbutai's head. But I can promise my lord that I will defeat Subbutai and take his population. Cattle and sheep. Okay. Wei Qing will be the commander this time. And we will obey Wei Qing's command in everything.
Before setting off, Huan confirmed that Wei Qing sent by Chu Tian was the coach. Wu Xubing was the deputy coach. And Lu Bu was the vanguard. Relatively speaking, Wei Qing's character is calm, while Wu Xubing is still more adventurous. So if the relatively calm Wei Qing is appointed as the coach, the probability of the expedition failing will be relatively reduced.
My lords, take your leave.
Wei Qing, Wu Xubing and others bid farewell to a group of dignitaries from the Han Empire, got on their horses, and embarked on an expedition to the northern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains.
The bright moon of the Qin dynasty passed the Han dynasty, and the people who marched thousands of miles have not yet returned.
Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw the 110,000 troops marching on the snow, gradually receding, and only the military flags could be seen, although both sides of the Han Empire joined forces to attack. For Wei Qing and Wu Xubing, this was probably their most difficult battle. Subbutai could select herdsmen from a tribe of 2 million people to be converted into cavalry. At the same time, Subbutai would definitely be an imperial-level cavalry commander, on par with Wei Qing and Wu Xubing. Subbutai also has a 25% system bonus, and the Mongolian cavalry is not afraid of fighting in the cold winter, because they have adapted to the cold winter climate of the Mongolian plateau, and the cold winter of the Tian Shan Mountains is nothing more to them. Wei Qing and Wu Xubing also had to bypass the snow-covered Tian Shan Mountains, march from the southern foot to the northern foot, and fight all the way to the Altai Mountains. Therefore, for Wei Qing and Wu Xubing, this was a hard battle, no less than the Battle of Mabe. Their opponents were much stronger than the Xiongnu's Yazixi Chanyu.
Wei Qing, Wu Xubing, and Lu Bu are going on an expedition, so we can't relax. The King's conference held by Temujin is a big threat to us.
After Zhuojiang Lao Qin watched Wei Qing, Wu Xubing, and Lu Bu's 110,000 expeditionary force leave, he did not relax. Wei Qing and Wu Xubing went on an expedition. With their mission, they once again defeated powerful enemies for the Han Empire. Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Huan, Su Fengyan, Nyuk and others also had a bigger plan to attack Alimari, the capital of the Chagatai Khanate. Chapter 608, War in Central Asia. In the Sir Darya River Basin in Central Asia, the Seljuk Empire Sultan Tughril learned that Temujin planned to attack him. After being greatly angered, Sultan Tughril assembled 200,000 cavalry to resist the incoming troops in the Turan Plain. The offensive of the Chagatai Khanate, and waiting for an opportunity to attack the Chagatai Khanate. As a big figure in the Seljuk Empire, Sultan Tughril has unequivocal authority in the Seljuk Empire. He needs an epic victory to re-establish his prestige. 200,000 Seljuk cavalry, many of them herders, were deployed on the edge of the Turan Plain. The neighing of war horses and the echoing of trumpets demonstrated the power of the Seljuk Empire to the Chagatai Khanate. Even after experiencing the disastrous defeat in the Battle of the Ili Valley, Sultan Tughril was still the overlord of Central Asia.
Your Majesty, the Khwarezm people have surrendered under Temujin's iron heel under the pressure of the Ilkhanate and Chagatai Khanate. They are located to the southwest of us. They must be careful to guard against the Khwarezm cavalry. If the Khwarezm cavalry takes the opportunity to attack our empire, we will be attacked from both sides.
A young Seljuk nobleman, Alp Arslan, reminded his uncle, the great Sultan of Tughril.
I have deployed 50,000 troops at the border to guard against the Khwarezm people.
Sultan Tughril tried his best to control the slightly irritable warhorse, and asked doubtfully,
Strange. Why is this little guy so restless recently?
The Sultan's nephew, Arp, looked across. At the end of the Turan Plain, a cavalry arrived through the snow. The battle flag of the Chagatai Khanate was torn by the cold wind. Currently, the Chagatai Khanate, the Ili Khanate, and the Golden Horde have all issued city closure orders, creating a fog of war for the 5 major civilizations, which must be dealt with carefully. The 5 major civilizations also began to block news, forming a fog of war effect on Temujin. In other words, the 9 empires/khanates are divided into 2 camps, testing each other, and at critical moments, they reveal their sharp fangs and devour their opponents. In the 4th National War, the battlefield in the eastern continent is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die and the country will be destroyed. Unlike previous national wars, you can withdraw from the national war battlefield even if you lose. The battlefield of the 4th National War is the main world. There is no way to retreat but to fight to the death.
Your Majesty, they are the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate.
Alp, a young Seljuk nobleman, reminded Sultan Tughril, who was taming his war horse. Sultan Tughril was already old, and his beard was as white as snow. He squinted his eyes, and it took him a while to see clearly a thick black line on the horizon. The strong winds that swept across the Turan Plain from time to time tore the shirts, and the snow flew. Countless cavalry faced each other, and the battlefield was filled with deathly silence.
Tughril, he is probably going to be buried, but he still dares to lead a military expedition. How can we continue to provide food and grass when so many cavalry are dispatched at once?
Timur led 30,000 cavalrymen of the Chagatai Khanate out of the Ili Valley to expedition against the Seljuk Empire. Chagatai began to reuse Chinhu Timur, who had emerged in the Luntai War. Now, Timur is already one of the 10,000 households in the Chagatai Khanate and the commander-in-chief of the Chagatai Khanate's expeditionary force. Originally, Chagatai planned to give Timur 50,000 cavalry, but Timur only asked for 30,000 cavalry. According to Timur, even if Chagatai gave him 50,000 cavalry, in the cold winter and lack of city supplies, it would be difficult for him to feed so many cavalry. So 30,000 was just right. Moreover, the Chagatai Khanate needed to leave a large number of troops to defend against the threat from the Western Region Protectorate. There are various indications that the expeditionary force of the Han Empire did not leave Luntai, and was still peaking at the royal city of the Chagatai Khanate. The cavalry of the Seljuk Empire and the Chagatai Khanate faced each other in the plains, with both sides looking at each other eagerly. However, Timur did not take the initiative to launch an attack, but was as cunning as a fox, wearing down the patience of the Seljuk Empire army.
The Seljuk warriors defeated this group of cavalry from the east, and used their blood to commemorate the soldiers who died in the Ili Valley. After winning this victory, everyone can be rewarded.
Sultan Tughril drew his sword and commanded the army to attack Timur's cavalry. In his opinion, Timur came to provoke the Seljuk Empire with only 30,000 cavalry, which was simply an insult to the Seljuk Empire, unless Timur thought that the Seljuk Empire could be destroyed by relying on 30,000 cavalry. The strong wind swept away the scattered snowflakes, and the mighty Seljuk cavalry charged at Timur's cavalry. The troops were divided into 3 groups to encircle Timur's cavalry.
Withdraw!
Seeing that the situation was not good, Timur led the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate and retreated without fighting.
Catch them! Kill them! And use their heads to ask for a reward from me.
Sultan Tughril hated the Chagatai Khanate so much that he ordered his cavalry to hunt them down. Just in case, He only sent his nephew Arp to pursue Timur's cavalry, leaving tens of thousands of cavalry to protect himself. Even in his old age, he still maintains a tinge of caution. In the kingdom of Khwarezm, Sultan Mahmud was captured by Yeludashi in the Battle of Ili Valley and was killed. Wokuatai and Yeludashi took over this place, and the kingdom of Khwarezm surrendered to Wokuatai and Yeludashi. In order to preserve their status and interests, the nobles of Khwarezm surrendered. But it still didn't matter. Changing dynasties is the emperor's business, as long as Ajadai recognizes their interests.
Yeludashi, I will share the Khwarezm with you, and you will be the deputy king.
After Ogdi was attacked by Huan and destroyed the Khanate, he finally regained his strength after receiving the land and population rewarded by Temujin. Khwarezm was sandwiched between the Ilkhanate, Kushan Empire, Seljuk Empire, Chagatai Khanate, and the Protectorate of the Western regions. Its position was actually quite embarrassing. Therefore, Wokuatai needs Yeludashi's talents. In the stage of power expansion, no one will reject a general with the ability to lead. Yeludashi was assigned to Wokuatai, and no one knew his true thoughts. Like Timur, Yeludashi was not an ordinary person.
Open the teleportation array in Khwarezm as soon as possible and defeat the Seljuk Empire. Otherwise, we will be passive.
Yeludashi was not that excited, but suggested that Ogdi act according to Temujin's orders as soon as possible.
Yes, that's true. It was Ben Khan who regained his fiefdom. He was too arrogant.
After all, Wokuatai was not an ordinary prince. He quickly restrained his excitement, respected the Yeludashi, and then activated the teleportation array in a large city in the kingdom of Khwarezm according to the plan. Mengu of the Ilkhanate, leading 12,000 captains, came out of the teleportation array and glanced at the group of Khwarezm soldiers in front of him.
It turned out to be Brother Ming. I thought it would be Hulagu.
Wokuatai knew that the sons of his fourth brother Tuolai had inherited Tuolai's military talents, and that the Mongol Empire was founded by force and advocated conquest by force. Among Tuolai's sons, Zulagu should have the strongest military ability.
Ajadai Khan, I will bring victory.
Brother Ming was not shaken by Ajadai's words.
This general should be the one who captured dozens of Persian Empire cities. If he attacks the Seljuk Empire, he can easily destroy it with the Seljuk Empire's city defenses.
Wokuatai looked at the siege generals brought by Mengu. Unless it is a top-level fortress, siege generals must cooperate with Xiangyang artillery and siege towers.
In 3 days, we can set off to attack the Seljuk Empire. Chagatai's troops have already restrained that old man Tugril. Tugril thought that deploying tens of thousands of people at the border of Khwarezm would be enough to hold on to his empire. However, he was just wishful thinking.
Wokuatai and Yeludashi gathered the Khwarezm cavalry, while Mengu brought the Persian Khorasan servant army.
Recently, I've been feeling a little uneasy.
After Wei Qing and Huitsubing started their expedition, Chu Tian had a vague premonition that a storm was coming. It's not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Man-made disasters are more terrible than natural disasters.
What's wrong with you?
Ekaterina rubbed her eyes. She was honest in her current state.
I can't sleep anymore. I have a bad feeling today.
Although Chu Tian wanted to make up for his debt to Ekaterina, he was vaguely aware that an uneasy atmosphere was brewing.
Snort.
Ekaterina suspected that Chu Tian's real motive was to escape oppression.
The Sultan of the Seljuk Empire claimed that a cavalry of the Chagatai Khan entered the eastern part of the Turan plain controlled by the Seljuk Empire.
However, Chu Tian's premonition was real, and Temujin began to organize an offensive, trying to find a breakthrough in Central Asia and regain the initiative.
Did he really have a premonition of danger?
After Ekaterina changed her clothes, she was surprised to find that Chu Tian had guessed correctly. But in fact, Chu Tian just said it casually. Although it is relatively leisurely in Luntai City, the territory is governed by civil servants, and the soldiers and horses are trained by generals. But apart from the inconvenience of Joan of Arc, Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, and Ekaterina take turns in the battle, and everyone is competitive. Chu Tian couldn't bear it at all, so find an excuse to run away. But this time things are really bad. The Seljuk Empire is destroyed, and the 5 major civilization coalitions will be left with 4 civilizations.
Temujin plans to be weak first and then strong. It's time to put appropriate pressure on the Golden Horde, Chagatai Khanate, and Ilkhanate. We can also weaken first and then strengthen, and comprehensively compress the territory of the 3 major Khanates. The Persian Empire and the Arab Empire urge them to send troops. Ekaterina, You may want to return to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Command your army. Test the attack on the Golden Horde. And contain the strength of the Golden Horde. If there is a chance, with your power, you may be able to push directly the Golden Horde. Chu Tian discovered that Yekaterina's family background was deeper than he thought. Yekaterina not only had the heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but also Polish heroes, Viking heroes, etc. And the population in the territory was definitely quite large. Maybe, as long as the main force of the Golden Horde leaves, her army can push the Golden Horde flatly. Chapter 609 Expedition to Central Asia. Hey, I think we might be able to. Yekaterina packed her luggage and returned to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Before leaving, she took the initiative to negotiate with Xiao Liang. She also gradually understood that Xiao Liang had won over Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc, and she might have to compromise with Xiao Liang in exchange for a chance to be alone with Chu Tian. Call me when he's sama. Xiao Liang found that he seemed to be a month or two older than Ekaterina. I don't want this. Ekaterina couldn't speak. Then there's no need to discuss anything. You don't need to come to the Eastern Han Dynasty anymore. Xiao Liang wants to take advantage of this opportunity to make it clear that the status of the palace is unshakable and force Catherine to compromise. I am the Duke of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. My reputation reaches as far as the Baltic Sea in the west and the Siberian Plain in the east. Then do you want to see Chu Tian in the future? Sister, Yekaterina murmured in a low voice. At first she couldn't bear to call Xiao Liang like this, but for some reason, she felt like she was being ordered by Chu Tian, and she wasn't so disgusted. What a strange guy. Xiao Liang was quick-witted and noticed Yekaterina's excitement. But since Yekaterina was already willing to give in, Xiao Liang didn't force her to do anything more shameful. Then I can come over anytime from now on. Ekaterina seemed to have put down her burden. For some things, as long as there is a first time, there will be a second or third time. I didn't promise you. I just allowed you to come over a limited time. Xiao Liang is still hostile to Ekaterina. Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc saw the two people fighting openly and secretly, and it was difficult for them to intervene. They just watched from the sidelines. At least Xiao Liang limited the number of times Catherine came to the Eastern Han Dynasty, which was beneficial to the two of them. Chu Tian ignored the quarrel between a few people because he found that his son and daughter in Xia City had come to Luntai City. Also arriving at the same time was the young Ma Yunlu. Ma Yunlu has become the eldest sister among several people. Chu tried to pick up the little duke because he was older than him, but he still didn't have enough strength. Ma Teng was overjoyed when he heard that his daughter had come to Luntai City, but when he saw that his daughter was giving orders like a big sister, his face suddenly turned ugly. Fortunately, Chu Tian didn't have any objections. Otherwise, he would just bully the general's son. For this crime, Chu Tian might try to find trouble for Ma Teng in the future. You send Wu, Xian, and Ma Yulu back to Xia City. Chu Tian just saw a pair of children living in Xia City and shook his head again. Luntai City is still not safe at present, and the war may burn to Luntai again. Xiao Liang did not expect that the war would rekindle in the western region so soon. Moreover, the scale of this war would sweep through many civilizations, and many people would be killed. I will have them sent back right now. Dad and brother, aren't you going back? Ma Yunlu hugged Ma Teng's trousers. Ma Teng picked up Ma Yunlu and said, Dad and your brother will go to fight against the enemy. After the enemy is defeated, he will go to Xia City to find you. During this period, please do not cause trouble for the general. Lure knows. Ma Yunlu nodded seriously. Ma Teng put Ma Yunlu down, and Ma Yunlu hugged Xiao Liang again. Sister Xia. So good. Xiao Liang is obviously in a good mood. Then Ma Yunlu waved his hand to Chu Tian. Uncle General, come back alive. Dot. Ma Teng was going crazy. He could already see Chu Tian's face turning pale. Xiao Liang suppressed a smile. Chu Tian discovered that Ma Yunlu had always called him uncle. Was he really old? Chu Tian touched the stubble on his beard. He had been fighting in the western region and had forgotten to shave it off. Although Chu Tian felt a little sad, he still focused on the next battle. First, Catherine led Sophia, Harold and others, as well as the Boyar cavalry and the Varangian guards, and left Luntai City with the young duke. After Yekaterina let go of her arrogance, she could come to Xia City from time to time. She also had her own enemies to deal with. The powerful Golden Horde. Expedition to the Shagatai Khanate to see if there is a chance to capture Alimari. Chu Tian temporarily checked the current points ranking list. First place, Han Empire. Chu Tian, with 620,000 points.
The second place is Han Empire, Huan, with 570,000 points. Third place, Marshall, United States, with 510,000 points. Fourth place is Alexander, Kingdom of Macedonia, with 490,000 points. Fifth place, Persian Empire, Ardashir, with 480,000 points. Sixth place, Constantine, Roman Republic, with 450,000 points. Seventh place, Han Empire, Mingwan, with 450,000 points. Eighth place, Han Empire, Laoqin, with 430,000 points. Ninth place, Ekaterina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 370,000 points. 10th place, Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, 350,000 points. The ranking of lords of the United States began to rise significantly, indicating that the American battlefield was very tragic. In the European battlefield, the points of Macedonia, Rome, and the Holy Roman Empire increased rapidly, indicating that they were dealing with the Western barbarians. Because Ekaterina was dealing with the Golden Horde and no war broke out, her points did not increase much and her overall ranking dropped.
There's something about the United States.
Chu Tian suspected that the characteristic of the United States was to suppress the natives. Otherwise Marshall's points would have risen too quickly. Her arrangement was ranked second because he had 1 point to destroy the country. At the same time, Huan's Western Region Protector's mansion killed many soldiers, and Wu Zubing helped Huan increase his points. Thinking of maintaining the first place, Chu Tian thought it was not safe enough. The United States and Macedonia might become competitors. Therefore, an expedition against the Chagatai Khanate was necessary.
This expedition, because of the cold weather, mainly consisted of cavalry, infantry equipped with war horses, and crossbowmen, along with some craftsmen, and captured towns and tribes along the way to obtain supplies. When we arrived at the Chagatai Khanate, we needed to attack when he conquered the city. He recruited servants from the Chagatai Khanate to participate in the siege.
The expedition plan planned by Chu Tian and others was unusual. In harsh weather and terrain, the number of expeditionary forces is not better, but smaller and better. Otherwise, logistics will be quite difficult. Therefore, the expeditionary force only consisted of elite troops, with 50,000 troops from Chu Tian, 30,000 troops from Laoqin, 30,000 troops from Huan, and 10,000 troops from Yuk, for a total of 120,000 troops. This time, all expeditionary force soldiers must be equipped with war horses. Heavy infantry and heavy cavalry even need 2 to 4 war horses or pack horses to facilitate rapid attack and rapid retreat, saving time. Otherwise, the long march will be a kind of torture, and it will also give the Chagatai Khanate enough time to respond.
Wei Qing, Wu Zubing, and Lu Bu used 110,000 cavalry to sweep north of Tian Shan Mountain, and we used 120,000 troops to sweep west of Tian Shan Mountain.
The number of troops mobilized by Chu Tian and the Western Region Protectorate and others reached an astonishing 230,000 people. It is unimaginable to use such troops in the cold winter. Most of them will have to rely on the cattle and sheep of the Chagatai Khanate to successfully complete the supply. When necessary, a large city with a teleportation array must be captured, and the teleportation array can be used to carry out a complete supply. This is the simple tactic used by Chu Tian and others. Chu Tian specially brought 2 people, Lu Yi and Li Jie. Lu Yi can improve the power of siege equipment, especially the trebuchet, while Li Jie can quickly build various buildings or fortifications, shortening the construction time. The abilities of these 2 people are indispensable to the expeditionary force. In addition, Chu Tian also brought Zhu Chongji, as well as the compass and the miracle Dr. Hua Tu. These special talents have their own special roles.
The White Robe Army, the Black Armor Army, the Night Army, the Shinji Camp, the Tiger Bin Army, and the Yin Armor Army.
Chu Tian counted the elite troops who went to attack the Chagatai Khanate. The supplies of the expeditionary force are limited, so only the most elite troops are eligible to participate in the expedition. They cannot go out according to the size of the legion. The elites of each legion can only be selected separately and then reorganized into a legion of 50,000 people. Chu Tian personally served as the commander of the army. The signs of Joan of Arc's pregnancy were already obvious. Chu Tian asked her to return to Xia City to rest, and was determined not to let her join the army. In addition to Joan of Arc, there were also heroes such as Li Xiaoning and Liang Hongyu who inspired morale. So Chu Tian was not panicked at all.
Zhejiang Lao Qin selected 30,000 people from the elites of the Guangzhou Legion, mainly Qin Rui Shi and Sanha cavalry. Huan's 30,000 people were mainly servants, with Ban Chao, Gao Xianji, Li Sai and other generals as deputy generals. Hu Qing also asked to follow him on the expedition, probably learning from this lesson and wanting to cultivate a candidate who could help him manage the Western Region Protectorate at a critical moment. Hu had agreed for the first time to let his sister go on the expedition together. Wang Xuanzi was left in the Western Region Protectorate by Huan, responsible for suppressing the 36 countries in the Western region and providing logistical supplies. With Wang Xuanzi in Luntai, it was difficult for the nobles of the 36 countries in the Western regions to rebel after their power was gradually removed. The main generals of Miu's Nanzhong army were still Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu, with White Pole soldiers and Rattan armor soldiers as the main force. With only 10,000 soldiers, almost all of the war elephant troops she brought were killed in the Battle of Luntai Kingdom, so they were not included in this expedition. The expeditionary force seemed to have shrunk in size, but because of the reduced number of people, its actions were not so clumsy. The Chagatai Khanate wants to recruit hundreds of thousands of troops to stop the expeditionary force, and it also depends on whether it can raise enough food and grass for the hundreds of thousands of troops. In addition, Chutian's, Khan of Heaven, Trait and Huian's, protector of the Western regions, Trait can recruit and disband servant armies in enemy countries, reducing the consumption of supplies and troops. So in theory, there is no need to carry too many low-level for military units. Just bring the elite. At the northern foot of the Tianshan Mountains, there was also the 110,000 expeditionary force of Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. According to the assumptions of the princes of the Han Empire, if Wei Qing and Hu Xubing successfully defeated Subutai at the northern foot of the Tianshan Mountains, then Wei Qing and Hu Xubing would go to the Chagatai Khanate, join forces with the Han Empire's expeditionary force, and drink from the Ma Yili River. Chapter 610 Xianbei survives in the cracks. The Han cavalry is coming! The Xianbei cavalry in Bingzhou saw a group of high-level heavy cavalry in full armor charging towards them. The ground was shaking, and the Wei army behind them raised their battle axes, relying on the inertia of the charging horses. The Wei army broke into the Xianbei cavalry, and the battle axe easily chopped down the Xianbei light cavalry in front of them. The Xianbei light cavalry hardly had much decent armor, and at most they only had half-length armor. Facing the Beiwei army, which had strong hand-to-hand combat capabilities, they were unable to kill many Beiwei army cavalry in hand-to-hand combat with the Beiwei army. Instead, they themselves were killed by the Beiwei army. The cavalry was killed by the horse. Niu Gao's mace hit the chest of a Xianbei light cavalryman. The sternum was broken in an instant. The Xianbei cavalryman fell off his horse and lost his breath completely. Niu Gao relied on his own force to charge through a group of Xianbei cavalry. He blocked and killed the Xianbei cavalry with 2 iron maces. At least dozens of Xianbei cavalry died under his fierce offensive. Yu Fei's spear swept across and killed 2 or 3 Xianbei cavalry at the same time. He did not feel how powerful the Xianbei cavalry was. Obviously, this is just an ordinary Xianbei tribe cavalry. They were not cavalry attacking Mai. They were probably just herdsmen. Yu Fei and Niu Gao easily defeated more than 1,000 Xianbei cavalry, but found that they were just herdsmen from the nearby Xianbei tribe, who took advantage of the chaos to plunder things. When Yu Fei and Niu Gao led the Beiwei army to Mai, the Xianbei cavalry that attacked Mai had already left, and the local weapons, food and grass were plundered. The equipment of the Beiwei army was too heavy, and was slower than the light cavalry of the Xianbei tribe. The situation that Yu Fei and Niu Gao are facing now is a bit similar to encountering horse thieves on the grassland. Their whereabouts are unpredictable. If you want to defeat them, you must first find this group of Xianbei cavalry. Zhang Liao returned to Mai and frowned slightly when he found that the station was burned down. This group of Xianbei cavalry made Zhang Liao murderous. According to the information provided by Miss Shuiyu, this group of cavalry has the Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle, so they can detect our movements in advance. It is not easy for us to encircle them. Yu Fei informed Zhang Liao about the information about Tuoba Xianbei. Iron Eagle Scouts were originally a special unit of the Northern Wei dynasty. Therefore, other Northern Wei generals may also have Iron Eagle Scouts. When facing this kind of enemy, both Yu Fei and Zhang Liao felt deeply troubled. The opponent is mainly light cavalry and has vision. It is not easy to find and destroy the Tuoba Xianbei cavalry. It's better to try to find their tribe. They currently have a population of more than 200,000, or even more. They may be able to hide in the mountains of Yan'an County. Send a large number of scout cavalry to follow the Xianbei cavalry to see where they are going.
Although Yu Fei had the ability to defeat Tuoba Xianbei, Tuoba Xianbei's cavalry had been able to avoid Yu Fei. In other words, Yu Fei was unable to fight.
Two generals, Miss Xueyu had judged that the Xianbei tribe may have migrated to Shihe County and the Hatao Plain area.
While Yu Fei and Zhang Liao were discussing, Xueyu's scouts had already heard the whereabouts of the Xianbei tribe. Generally speaking, under the premise that the princes of the Han Empire have divided their territories, if a force wants to rise, it can only choose to survive in the cracks. To expand Xianbei, the place chosen was the Shihe County and Hatao areas where Chu Tian and Lao Qin forces intertwined. If Yu Fei and Zhang Liao attack Tuoba Xianbei, they can escape to Lao Qin's territory. And if Lao Qin attacks, they can escape to Chu Tian's territory. Moreover, they can also attack unstable counties such as Yunzhong County and Shuofang County.
These Tuoba Xianbei are really cunning. It seems that they have done this intentionally. Exactly. Come forward immediately and chase.
Yu Fei and Zhang Liao speed up their march, join the Wei army and the Wei Feng army on their back and march quickly. Tens of thousands of Xianbei cavalry protect the population of the Xianbei tribe and head to Shihe County. The Beiwei army and the Wei Feng regiment caught up with the real Tuoba Xianbei cavalry. There were thousands of cavalrymen responsible for cutting off the rear. The Beiwei army and the Bingzhou Longqi immediately launched an assault. Zhang Liao rushed into the Tuoba Xianbei cavalry with a halberd. His characteristics caused the morale of the Tuoba Xianbei cavalry to drop rapidly. Hu Sanyang used her 2 swords to kill several Xianbei cavalry. The Beiwei army relied on their impact to break into the enemy's formation, and then fought hand to hand. With their thick iron armor, they basically attacked with all their strength and didn't pay much attention to defense. When Yang led a small group of Bingzhou Wolf cavalry to penetrate from the flank, directly causing thousands of Xianbei cavalry to collapse, which was like the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Keep chasing!
Yu Fei and Zhang Liao's army had no time to clean up the battlefield and pursued them all the way to the edge of the Yellow River. Yu Fei ordered the map to be laid out.
The troops and horses along the way can attack along the Yellow River along Yunzhong County, Wuyuan County, and Shuofang County. Outflank the rear route, and wait for opportunities to attack. The troops and horses can directly pursue the Xianbei troops from Yan'an County and attack Shihe County.
Zhang Liao asked.
The west of the Yellow River is the territory of the Guanzhong army. They have troops stationed there. Will they allow us to enter Shihe County to hunt down Xianbei? That's where the trouble lies.
Yu Fei looked at the map. Zhou Bo's army of Zhejiang Lao Qin was stationed in Shihe County and faced off against Bingzhou. They would not easily allow Bingzhou's army to enter Shihe County, and a big war would break out. As expected, Tuoba Xianbei survived in the cracks.
If the Guanzhong army does not allow us to cross the river, they may breed tigers.
This was exactly what Yu Fei was worried about. At present, the Guanzhong army of Zhejiang Lao Qin has captured Shangjuan and Shihe County in Bingzhou because of the close distance, and controls the territory to the west and south of the Yellow River, while Chutian occupies the territory to the east and north of the Yellow River. The two sides use the Yellow River as the boundary. During the National War, there was a temporary truce. Tuoba Xianbei deliberately provoked a war between the two major forces in order to benefit from it. The matter became quite troublesome because it involved the interests of two princes.
Let the civil servants go to Chang'an City to negotiate.
Finally, Yu Fei and Zhang Liao stationed troops on the edge of the Yellow River, waiting for Xianying City's reply. If the Guanzhong army allows them to pursue the Xianbei tribe, they can cross the Yellow River and pursue Tuoba Xianbei. If the Guanzhong army does not allow them to pursue Tuoba Xianbei, then they can only choose to retreat and give the Guanzhong army a headache for Tuoba Xianbei. Although if Tuoba Xianbei becomes bigger, Chutian's Bingzhou will inevitably be affected eventually. But the first one to be affected will definitely be the Shihe area. Shihe County, the leader of Tuoba Xianbei, organized hundreds of thousands of Xianbei tribes in advance to enter the Shihe area and seize the Ordos Plateau. They would not leave, grazing here and peaking at Shuofang County, which lacked garrison.
Ask Chang'an City to become a vassal. We need time to recuperate.
The leader of Tuoba Xianbei discovered that the cavalry behind them had failed in the battle with Yu Fei, and judged that he was no match for Yu Fei. So he retreated to the Ordos Plateau and rested here. Chapter 611 The Central Asian War begins. In Luntai City, the 120,000 expeditionary force embarked on an expedition again. This time, their expedition goal was farther away from Alimari City in the Ili Valley.
Temujin won't let us rest. So we can only defeat him, destroy the Chagatai Khanate, and force Temujin to return to Mabe.
Chu Tian ordered a legion of 50,000 people to bring horses and camels to participate in this expedition.
Call!
Hui Qing followed Huan, feeling excited because of the upcoming expedition to the Chagatai Khanate.
This time we are not going to have fun, but to fight. The Seljuk Empire will not last long, and we must set off as soon as possible.
Huan mounted a war horse.
I have participated in the expedition to Luntai. Don't underestimate others.
Hui Qing protested that she could easily ride a war horse. After all, she had lived in the western regions with Hua and for several years, and had some strength of her own. The Western Region Protectorate sent 30,000 troops. Ban Chao, Gao Xianji, Li Sai and other generals of the Western Region Protectorate all mounted their horses almost at the same time. Ban Chao is good at commanding the servant army in combat, and he can greatly enhance the combat capability of the servant army. Gao Xianji and Li Sai were partners in a team, and they both belonged to the military generals of the Anqi Protectorate of the Tang Dynasty. Historically, Gao Xianji was also Li Sai's boss. Gao Xianji's unit is the Anqi Legion of the Tang Dynasty, and Li Sai is the elite Modeo team of the Tang Dynasty among the Anqi Legion. The relationship between the two is equivalent to that of the Yuejiao army and the Beiwei army. The troops of Gao Xianji and Li Sai suffered heavy losses in the previous battles. Huan immediately recruited new soldiers for them after the Battle of Luntai Kingdom. This time, they can only hone this group of new recruits into a warrior capable of hundreds of battles through brutal battles.
Gao Xianji's army marches very quickly in the mountains, which can reduce the adverse effects of the mountainous terrain.
Huan temporarily mentioned Gao Xianji's ability to Chu Tian. Gao Xianji, Xin Liangyu, Zhang Yan, and others have the ability to fight in mountainous areas. Many generals have their own characteristics, such as Ban Chao's control of the servant army, Gao Xianji's mountain marching ability, and Li Sai's Modeo heavy infantry.
Everyone must be careful, otherwise the whole army may be annihilated.
Zhoujiang Lao Qin took Wang Jian, Yang Dian, Meng Tian, Li Ju, Guisi, Zhu Jun, Gao Shun and others on the expedition. The 30,000 Guanzhong Legion seems to be somewhat unadapted to the cold winter south of the Tian Shan Mountains, but they have to carry out expeditions in the cold winter. Otherwise, the Seljuk Empire will be destroyed by Temujin.
With this expedition, we may be entering Central Asia.
Only then did Chu Tian realize that the expedition to Central Asia was really not something that ordinary empires could do. The expedition would need to pass through deserts, gobis, wastelands, mountains, plateaus, heavy snow, and rivers. Generally speaking, the capabilities of the Han and Tang empires to conduct expeditions to Central Asia were already quite astonishing, reaching the limits of agricultural feudal empires.
It's time for us to set off.
Chu Tian and many generals led 50,000 elite troops. Some of the cavalry marched quickly, and a few cavalry stayed behind to escort the grain carts. The 120,000 Han Empire Expeditionary Force left Luntai City under the banner of the Han Army. This time their target was Alimari City, the royal city of the Chagatai Khanate located to the west of the Tian Shan Mountains. In Cheshire Kingdom, a 110,000-strong Han Empire Expeditionary Force began to march towards the northern foot of Tian Shan Mountain. Wei Qing and Hui Yubing prepared to fight Subutai at the northern foot of Tian Shan Mountain. The Han Empire's Expeditionary Force was actually divided into two legions. The Northern Legion was 110,000, and the Western Legion was 120,000, for a total of 230,000. These 230,000 troops were elites selected from all the expeditionary forces of the Han Empire and the Protectorate of the Western regions, and were used to expedition against the Chagatai Khanate and regain the territory at the northern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains. In the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Catherine returned to the front line of confrontation with the Golden Horde. Due to heavy snowfall and supply difficulties, Catherine also chose elite tactics and selected 150,000 elite infantry and cavalry to launch a test attack against the Golden Horde. The three major khanates issued orders to close the city, and it was difficult for the scouts to convey the news, so patient testing was required. The Viking warrior Harold led the Varangian Guard and served as the vanguard. At a critical moment, Ekaterina can even order this group of Varangian Guards composed of battle-axe Viking heavy infantry to use the Furious characteristic to destroy the surrounding enemies. At the border between the Persian Empire and the Ilkhanate, the lords of the Persian Empire assembled about 200,000 troops to attack the Ilkhanate. Unlike Catherine and the Han Empire, the Ilkhanate occupied the eastern region of Persia. The Persian Empire was equivalent to fighting within its own territory. So even if it assembled 200,000 troops, it was relatively easy to supply.
Why did the Arab Empire only send 30,000 people? And almost all of them were infantry. Didn't we promise to provide reinforcements with food and fodder? They don't have to worry about food and fodder at all.
The Persian lords were unhappy with their allies. As one of the 5 major civilizations participating in the war, the Arab Empire worked together with the Persian Empire to deal with the Ilkhanate. But the Arab Empire only sent 30,000 people to support the Persian Empire. A Persian lord said,
"The lords of the Arab Empire think that their Arab war horses are not suitable for fighting in cold places, and they would like to let us and the Ilkhanate continue to consume them. But they don't know that our Persian Empire can't stop them. Could it be that their Arabs can the Empire stop the Ilan Empire? We cannot rely too much on the Arab Empire. If we, the Persian Empire, want to defeat the Ilkhanate, we can only rely on ourselves."
The lords of the Persian Empire understood this truth. In the final analysis, if the Arab Empire wants to sit back and watch the fight between tigers and tigers, they will only be really anxious if the Persian Empire is destroyed by the Ilkhanate.
With my holy meteor cavalry and undead army, I should be able to defeat Tolay.
The first lord of Persia had a group of mighty generals from the Persian Empire under his command, and they came from the first, second, and third empires of Persia. 200,000 Persian troops, led by Persian lords, launched an offensive against the Ilkhanate. In the Ilkhanate, Tolay discussed with Kublai Khan, Hulagu and others to resist the attack of the Persian Empire.
Mengu has gone to assist Chagatai and Ajadai to destroy the Seljuk Empire. We need to block the offensive of the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire's so-called 500,000 troops. Do you think their so-called 500,000 troops are the real strength? How many?
Tolay looked at Kublai Khan, Hulagu and other sons. Hulagu said,
"At least cut it in half. Remove some auxiliary soldiers and new recruits. And then cut it in half. The elite number will only be around 100,000. And the high-level troops may be even less. It's not far different from what I imagined. The Persian Empire has many generals and elite legions. If they can be controlled to become servants, the power of our Ilkhanate will be greatly strengthened, and the destruction of the Arab Empire will be easy."
Tolay cast an approving look at Hulagu.
"Father, please give me 80,000 cavalry, and I will go out of the city to defeat them."
Hulagu took the initiative to ask for troops from Tolay and annihilated the 200,000 troops of the Persian Empire.
"For the time being, we will focus on defense. According to the Great Khan's plan, we will first be weak and then strong, and defeat them one by one."
Although Tolay was impressed by Sulio's ability, he still did not agree with Sulio's somewhat risky approach. Hulagu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. A large city in the Seljuk Empire was attacked by Xiangyang cannon and siege towers. The power of the huge rocks and fireballs thrown by Xiangyang cannon was far greater than the bombardment of Luntai City and Yumen Pass. Heroes with siege systems provide huge bonuses to siege equipment. The defenders looked up at the sky in despair and saw terrifying boulders and fireballs falling like meteorites. Boom! Boom! Huge boulders suddenly fell down. The city walls were shaking, and the city was wailing. The power of the Xiangyang cannon is already very strong. And with the bonus of siege heroes, it can almost level the cities of the Seljuk Empire.
Could it be that the demon who destroyed dozens of city walls in the Persian Empire came to attack our Seljuk Empire in person?
The defenders of this city had long heard the legend that frightened the Persian Empire. There was a famous siege general in the Ilkhanate, and no fortress could hold out against his attack. And now, the Ilkhanate has sent some troops to attack the Seljuk Empire. Only Temujin had enough prestige to personally coordinate the military coordination among several khanates. The 50,000 cavalry deployed by the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire at the border of Khwarezm were vulnerable to the Khwarezm cavalry commanded by Yeludashi and the Persian servant army commanded by Mengu, and were quickly defeated by Yeludashi. At this time, the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire led 200,000 cavalry, and was being led by Timur's 30,000 cavalry. The old Sultan of the Seljuk Empire realized that he had brought too many cavalry, which were too many but not good enough. Many horses froze to death due to the cold weather. The problem of food and fodder for 200,000 cavalry is even more difficult to solve. If we cannot catch up with Timur, the end of the war will be far away. Timur's delaying tactics worked wonders, and the Seljuk cavalry were hungry and cold. To make matters worse, news from the rear claimed that the cavalry of the Ilkhanate and Khwarezm were launching a massive attack on the Seljuk Empire.
"Retreat! Retreat! There is no room for loss in the rear!"
The old Sultan was about to issue an order to retreat, But in a flash he thought that if he retreated like this, Timur would definitely take advantage of the situation to pursue him and lead to a great defeat.
Use part of the force to pursue them, and the rest to retreat to the Sir Daria River.
The old sultan was still quite iron-fisted and decided that he would rather sacrifice a group of cavalry than preserve the main force to return to the royal city of the Seljuk Empire. If they lose the royal city, they will be assimilated into the Khanate like the Khwarezm people. Timur led the 30,000 cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate to lure the Seljuk Empire cavalry into pursuit, dragging down their morale and physical strength. Then he led the cavalry to counterattack, and relied on his powerful bonus to the cavalry to defeat the Seljuks, who were pursuing him. Imperial Cavalry. The Chagatai Khanate, led by young Timur, won its second victory over the Seljuk Empire. But this time, Timur was a little younger after all. He found that the Seljuk Empire cavalry he defeated was only about 20,000 people, not the main force of the Seljuk Empire.
Sure enough, Jiang is still old and hot. Would the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire be willing to sacrifice 20,000 cavalry to keep the royal city?
Timur was not very satisfied with this result, because the main force of the Seljuk Empire returned safely. Chapter 6:12 Lu Bu and Wu Liang joined forces.
Sir, our tribe was attacked by Han cavalry, and part of the cattle, sheep and population were plundered.
In Subatai's temporary account at the northern foot of Tian Shan Mountain, 10,000 households came to Subatai to complain. Each 10,000 household or 1,000 household has a population under its jurisdiction. A cavalry raided the ranch of 10,000 households and took advantage of the heavy snow to plunder almost all the cattle, sheep and people. One who led the cavalry to break through and escape by chance, and immediately came to see Subatai.
The spies from the Cheshire Kingdom reported that a group of cavalry has indeed entered the northern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains. Notify all households to assemble in the West Kimi Kingdom.
Subatai immediately dispatched troops and horses for a decisive battle with Wei Qing and Hutsubing. Even Subatai realizes that those who come are not good, and those who are good never come. Since the Han Empire Expeditionary Force and the Western Region Protectorate chose to send Wei Qing and Hutsubing for the expedition, they must have confidence in them. All the tribes living north of the Tian Shan Mountains and governed by Subatai began to recruit cavalry and herdsmen. Some weak vassal states in the western regions north of the Tian Shan Mountains were alarmed, and the army of the Western Region's Protectorate appeared again to conquer these places. Some of the vassal states that were forced to surrender to Subatai were shaken and took the initiative to send people to contact Wei Qing and Hutsubing to request to return to the rule of the Western Region Protectorate. They have been ruled by the Western Region Protectorate for a longer period of time, so they are more likely to accept the rule of the Western Region Protectorate. The heavy snow fell, and a group of cavalry chased the retreating enemy soldiers along the northern foot of Tian Shan Mountain. The red rabbit horse galloped, traveling thousands of miles a day, and easily caught up with the cavalry who fell behind. Fong Tian slashed his halberd down, and a cavalryman fell into the snow like a sandbug and was killed immediately. Lu Bu's cavalry was running rampant north of the Tian Shan Mountains. Before a 10,000 household could react, Lu Bu broke into their formation and beheaded them. Their troops were immediately disbanded. There are only 3,000 Bingzhou Wolf cavalry around Lu Bu. As for the other cavalry, they are low-level light cavalry. 10,000 cavalrymen were at the northern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains, as if they were in an uninhabited country. Some ordinary small countries, with all their national strength, don't know if they can piece together 10,000 cavalry. But Lu Bu's 10,000 cavalry were nothing more than that in the eyes of the princes of the Han Empire.
These cavalry are vulnerable.
Lu Bu killed dozens of knights one after another without even taking a breath. Wei Qing and Hutsubing advanced and successively recovered 6 or 7 small countries north of the Tian Shan Mountains. The 36 kingdoms of the western regions are known as the 36 kingdoms. But in fact, there are more than 30 countries. The number of small countries in the western regions is more than imagined. Often one city dares to call itself a small country, similar to the city-states of ancient Greece. Through these small countries, which may have a population of only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, the cavalry of Wei Qing and Hutsubing can obtain supplies to sustain the expedition. The light cavalry advanced, and the 2 cavalrymen were less affected by the adverse effects of the terrain, so they marched very quickly. In the cold winter, the Mongolian Wanhu who were stationed in the small country north of the Tian Shan Mountains for supplies were quickly defeated by Wei Qing and Hutsubing with their devastating troops. Before the decisive battle with Subatai began, Wei Qing and Hutsubing captured more than 100,000 people and more than 200,000 cattle and sheep, all of which were sent to Cheshire Kingdom and other rear cities. These people and cattle and sheep can make up for the losses of the Western Region Protectorate in the previous war.
Where is Subutai?
Lu Bu couldn't wait. He wanted to kill Subutai, gain military merit, and then become a marquis from thousands of miles away. He has even thought of his own name. Whoa! Suddenly, Lu Bu saw the eagle exploring Machi soaring over the Tian Shan Mountains with awe-inspiring eyes. Where Tan Machi appears, it often means that the main cavalry of the Mongol Empire is about to appear.
General Lu, why don't we retreat temporarily and deal with Subutai together with Generals Wei Qing and Hu Yubing?
Although Zhang Xiu hated the Mongolian army that killed Zhang Ji, it did not mean that Zhang Xiu dared to use 10,000 cavalry to deal with Subutai's army. According to the views of the princes of the Han Empire, Temujin left Subutai in charge. Subutai must be an imperial-level cavalry commander, no less powerful than Wei Qing and Hu Yubing. Moreover, Subutai was in charge of a population of 2 million. Based on the astonishing war mobilization rate of the Mongol Empire, it is not difficult to imagine that when Subutai summoned all the cavalry, he could recruit 100,000 to 200,000 cavalry.
Is it possible that this general is not as good as Wei Qing and Hu Yubing?
Lu Bu had no intention of retreating. His arrogance made it unbearable for him to be under Wei Qing and Hu Yubing. It's okay to say that Zhejiang Lao Qin was a chariot and cavalry general, but the nominal official positions of Wei Qing and Hu Yubing may not be as high as Lu Bu's current official positions. Zhejiang Lao Qin held the emperor hostage and generally gave generous salaries to his senior officials. Therefore, Lao Qin's generals had higher official positions than the generals of other forces to win people's hearts. Players don't care much about official positions, but more about real power. However, the native-born Lu Bu really cared about the size of his official position. A cavalry appears on the western horizon, and the Mongol Empire's Grey Wolf and White Deer battle flag made according to the player's suggestion appears. Thousands of horses galloped, and the Mongolian cavalry armed with spears, horned bows, and bones roared in. The north wind was cold, and the snow was shattered. Subutai, the legendary hero who has the characteristics of
Green Wolf and White Deer,
an expedition to Europe. His cavalry finally appears. The son of Subutai, Wu Liang, joined the stage, and the Mongolian bow was full of strings and shot out. A loud arrow made a sharp sound in the air, then fell and stuck on the ground, 2 arrows away from Lu Bu's cavalry. The 2 arrows here are twice the distance of the bow and arrow. Tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry then stopped. They were skilled in horsemanship. Such a large number of cavalry troops stopped moving without any confusion. Lu Bu carried the cold Fong Tian painted halberd and looked at the Mongolian generals, who dared to confront him head-on. He was not frightened by the arrow fired by Wu Liangatai. In addition to using Fong Tian Huaji, Lu Bu was also very skilled in archery. He knew that Wu Liangitai's arrows could not hit him, so he was confident and allowed the ringing arrows to fall. When Wu Liang joins forces, they planned to show off their power. Wu Lianghitai also looked at the vague generals opposite him.
There are thousands of households in the Mongol Empire, and Wu Lianghitai is here. Are they Wei Qing and Hu Yubing? General Lu Fengxian of Zhenbei. Take your dog's life. Who is Lu Fengxian? He dares to bark like a dog. Court death.
Lu Bu saw that the Mongolian generals only knew Wei Qing and Hu Yubing, but not himself. So he led 10,000 light cavalry to attack. Zhang Xiu had no choice but to follow Lu Bu and fight fiercely with Wu Liang's cavalry. Wu Liang waved his hand on the stage, and tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry threw a rain of arrows. The sky was filled with arrow rain, covering Lu Bu's cavalry. Fong Tian waved his halberd and knocked away the random arrows, but none of them could hit Lu Bu, unless a sharpshooter like Li Guang makes a sneak attack. It is possible to injure Lu Bu. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry was affected by the cold winter, and their combat power was weakened. They still followed Lu Bu and broke into the Mongolian cavalry. Fong Tian drew his halberd and scolded him, and a Mongolian household was easily killed by Lu Bu. Zhang Xiu had a feud with the Mongolian Empire, and his spear was so sharp that he even stabbed several enemy riders to death. With one charge, Lu Bu's army killed hundreds of people, and the Mongolian cavalry fled.
The combination of bad guys and bad guys is nothing. Let me come and fight with me!
Lu Bu took advantage of the situation to pursue him, and the Red Rabbit horse drove straight in, and easily caught up with the retreating Mongolian cavalry. Lu Bu's Fong Tianhua halberd waved, unparalleled among the Mongolian cavalry, and killed dozens of people. Wu Liangatai knew that Lu Bu was brave, but he just followed his father's instructions and deliberately angered Lu Bu. Wu Lianggetai's own force was not low. He used the horse-turning arrows that Mongolian cavalry were generally good at. As soon as the tight Mongolian bowstring was loosened, an armor-piercing heavy arrow shot at Lu Bu, who was slaughtering the light cavalry.
Little tricks.
Lu Bu's Fang Tian painted halberd struck hard and knocked away the armor-piercing arrow. Although Fang Tian's painted halberd was shaken by the impact of the armor-piercing arrow, Lu Bu seemed to take it lightly. Wu Lianghetai was galloping, and like other Mongolian cavalry, he turned around and shot arrows from time to time to interfere with Lu Bu's killing of the enemy. Lu Bu had to deal with dozens of arrows being fired at him, and sure enough, his killing efficiency was greatly reduced. The horse-returning arrow is a common skill of the Mongolian cavalry.
No end.
After Lu Bu killed hundreds of cavalry, he chased him for more than 10 miles before he knew it. At this time, Wu Lianggetai and his cavalry shot loud arrows into the sky. Subbatai's more than 100,000 cavalrymen have gathered, divided into two groups, like a black torrent, outflanking Lu Bu.
Kill the enemy, general!
Subbatai's voice was low and firm. Together with Wu Liang, he is good at the classic tactic of luring the enemy deep. Lu Bu killed dozens more cavalry, and found enemy cavalry appearing on the left and right wings. Subbatai's cavalry attacked from both wings, quickly destroying Lu Bu's cavalry. Wu Lianggetai commanded the Mongolian cavalry to counterattack. Subbatai and his son joined forces to teach Lu Bu a lesson at the northern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains. As the commander of the Imperial Cavalry, Subbatai provided astonishing bonuses to the cavalry. Chu Tian has the
green wolf and white deer
trait, so he knows how strong Subbatai's cavalry is. Gray wolf and white deer. Cavalry march speed plus 10%. Speed during forced march plus 15%. Cavalry all attributes plus 15%. Light cavalry damage plus 25%. Heavy cavalry charge plus 25% impact. Defeat the enemy morale of troops plus 25%. Moreover, a cavalry commander can have at most one army-wide aura and two cavalry-type characteristics. In other words, in addition to the
blue wolf and white deer
trait, Subbatai also has an army-wide aura and another cavalry-type characteristic. Except for Temujin and Chu Tian, in the state of national war, there may not be many generals who have cavalry capabilities similar to Subbatai. Lu Bu's cavalry was drowned among more than 100,000 Mongolian cavalry. There were rain of arrows shooting from everywhere, killing Lu Bu's cavalry. Some Mongolian cavalrymen carried spears and carried out hand-to-hand assaults, killing the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry and quickly devouring the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry.
This man will definitely be killed by my cavalry.
Subbatai was not stupid enough to compete with Lu Bu in terms of force. In Lords, no matter how powerful the military commander is, it is impossible to kill all the more than 100,000 cavalrymen added by the Emperor's cavalry commander. Not to mention that Subbatai's cavalry can be considered experienced in hundreds of battles. If there were just some mediocre cavalry generals commanding more than 100,000 peasant army cavalry, Lu Bu could lead thousands or even hundreds of cavalry to defeat them. But what he faced was a famous general in the Mongol Empire second only to Temujin.
General, Tan Ma Chi War Eagle found two cavalrymen making a detour. It must be Wei Qing and Huitsubing. They are using this vanguard cavalry as bait? Withdraw the troops?
Subbatai can already see the Iron Eagle scouts War Eagle. Temujin assigned a small group of Tanmachi to Subbutai, and Chu Tian also assigned a small group of Iron Eagle scouts to Wei Qing. Both sides have almost the same field of vision. Wei Qing, Huitsubing, and the Han Empire joined forces to attack, using Lu Bu as bait to attract Subbatai, Wu Lianggetai and his son, and then try to annihilate them. The Yulin cavalry and the Han Empire hussars were divided into two groups and galloped across the northern foot of the Tian Shan Mountains, outflanking the Subbatai and Olianghetai legions from the south to the north. The white shirt rustled due to the cold wind. Zhao Yun led the white horse Yi Song to fight with Wei Qing. Beima Yi Song is a cavalryman in western Liaoning, and his combat effectiveness will not be weakened by the cold winter in the Tian Shan Mountains. Shui Wanche, as Wei Qing's vanguard, held a horse in his hand and directly attacked Subbatai's handsome flag. Subbatai could see that the Han cavalry formed a second encirclement outside the Mongolian cavalry. The cavalry commanders of the Mongol Empire and the Han Empire broke out in a battle in the Zakimi Kingdom north of the Tian Shan Mountains. More than 200,000 cavalrymen fought. The earth-shattering shouts of killing made the snow on the Tian Shan Mountains tremble, and actually triggered a mighty avalanche. Chapter 613 Xiaochua.
Most of the city in Xuantu County has been captured by the Khitans.
Yao Guangxia personally came to Xuantu County to resist the Khitan cavalry offensive. It snowed heavily in Liaodong, and the 8 banners of the Han army and the Korean servant army of the Liaodong army were locked in a bitter battle with the Khitan cavalry. The two sides saw each other back and forth in Schwanta County, repeatedly competing for the city and food. The Liaodong army had Imperial Counselor Yao Guangxu, and there seemed to be think tanks behind the Khitan cavalry to provide advice. Yao Guangxu could not gain too many advantages. It is extremely difficult to just defend the 2 or 3 remaining cities in Schwanta County. Fortunately, the Khitan cavalry did not have the Xiangyang artillery of the Mongolian cavalry. Otherwise, Schwanta County would have been completely captured by the Khitan cavalry. The Khitan cavalry captured the Schwanta County headquarters defended by Li Chunggui and Gong Sun Kong within 10 days. Li Chunggui and Gong Sun Kong led the remaining troops and retreated to Liaoyang County to join up with the arriving Yao Guangxu. Just like Chu Tian and Lao Qin have special arms, Mingwan also has its own special arms. The 8 banners of the Han army have been guarding the towns in Liaodong. After the Tianqiong army was completely wiped out, Mingwan could only let the 8 banners of the Han army guarding Liaodong city go to resist the Khitan cavalry offensive. The deputy general of the 8 banners of the Han army was Kong Yue, a second-rate general.
The military advisor, a Khitan, announced the establishment of the Liao Kingdom in Schwanta County, deposed King Fuyu, and regarded Fuyu Kingdom and Schwanta County as territory. A scout from the Mingwan forces reported the latest information about the Khitan forces to Yao Guangxu. Within the sphere of influence of Mingwan, 2 forces, the Great Jin Kingdom and the Great Liao Kingdom, appeared at the same time. Yao Guangxu looked solemn. If the Jin Kingdom and the Liao Kingdom joined forces, the Liaodong army would be extremely troubled.
Alji Wendy went to recruit the Goguryeo army. How is the progress? Alji Mundiak has recruited 50,000 Goguryeo troops, but most of these 50,000 people are new soldiers. Alji Mundiak believes that they need to be trained for half a year before they can go into battle. The situation is extremely urgent, and we cannot sit back and watch the expansion of the Liao Kingdom. We order Alji Mundiak to immediately lead an army of 50,000 Goguryeo troops to join us. Murong Ba. Taduan. How about it? Murong Ba obtained 20,000 cavalry from the Xianbei tribe, and Taduan recruited 30,000 Wuhuan cavalry. Murong Ba has ambitions and must be careful. Taduan is willing to lead the Wuhuan tribe's cavalry because his father Qiao Liju is still under our control, and we promised him to support him as the new Wuhuan lord. Help us! Yao Guangxu was taking risks and used 100,000 other barbarian cavalry who were not under the direct control of the Liaodong army to deal with the Liao Kingdom. The main force of the Liaodong army in Mingwan is still in the Heilongjiang River Basin, fighting with Wanyan Agu. Wanyan Aguda was suppressed by Mingwan. However, the cold winter made it difficult for the war to continue, and Wanyan Aguda was licking his wounds. The 8 banners of the Han army, Schwanta County soldiers, Goryeo servants, Murong Xianbei cavalry, Goguryeo soldiers, Wuhuan cavalry, and Yao Guangxu gathered nearly 200,000 troops to suppress the Liao Kingdom. In Schwanta County, the Liao Kingdom was established. Yelua Baoji claimed to be the king of Liao and conferred hundreds of officials. He focused on the daughter of one of the generals. Xiao Siwen, your daughter was the one who planned the most in the battle to annihilate Tianqiong's army and capture Schwanta County. Whatever reward she wants, just speak out. Minister Xiao Siwen leaned forward and said, my little girl does not seek any official position. Yelua Baoji was a little surprised. But now that the Liao Kingdom was established, the most important thing was not to confer hundreds of officials, but to defeat the officers and soldiers organized by Yao Guangxu. In Yao Guangxu's view, the Khitans forcibly occupied Fuyu State and Schwanta County and established themselves as kings, which was similar to the leader of a peasant uprising army and must be suppressed as soon as possible. Xiaochua stood up and said in a clear voice, Your Majesty, the top priority is to defeat Yao Guangxu's army and occupy Liaodong County, so that the Liao Kingdom can prosper forever. That's true. Yao Guangxu claims to have an army of 800,000, and he sends troops to Schwantu, with his troops pointed directly at this city. Who can be the general who can resist me? Your Majesty, Brother Yelxiu invites you to fight. Yelu Xiezhen is willing to fight Brother Xiao. 2 famous Khitan generals came out in high spirits. The Liao Kingdom was established, and was in a period of rising national power. Brother Yelxia and Yelu Xiezhen, you 2 divided your forces into 2 groups to defeat Yao Guangxu's vanguard. I personally led the main force and marched southward with soldiers and horses from Fuyu State and Schwanta County. Xiaochua, you are Yelexiu. Brother, the military advisor of Yelu Xiezhen will direct the battle. Yelu Abaoji started the Liaodong strategy. Tens of thousands of Khitan cavalry and 100,000 servant troops conquered by Yelu Abaoji in Fuyu State and Xuantu County were preparing for war. The young Xiaochua has sparkle in his eyes, and his ability is one of the best in the Liao Kingdom. Xiao Liang once obtained Xiaochua's SS-level characteristic.
The female lead comes to court. Liao Guangxia is not that easy to deal with. But we can attack the vassals and servants of the Liaodong army.
As the military advisor of the former army, Xiaochua took the initiative to make suggestions to brother Yel Xiu and Yelu Xiezhen. The combination of brother Yel Xiu, Yelu Xiezhen, and Xiaochua was also a dream lineup for the Dalian Kingdom. The Northern Song dynasty's crusade against the Dalian Kingdom was defeated by these people. The famous General Yang Wudi was killed in battle, and the Song Emperor Zhao Guangyi was completely defeated. The Liao Kingdom was established in a hurry, but it showed its sharpness. The kingdom of Goguryeo has been conquered by the Liaodong army in the past few years. The kingdom of Goguryeo straddled Dongnan district and Goryeo district, and had a large population. Goguryeo General Yulji Mundiak chose to join the Liaodong army after the death of Lord Choi Jae-sun. This Goguryeo general who once repelled the Sui dynasty army in history was actually a pretty good general. Among the famous generals of Goguryeo, there are also famous generals of the Tang dynasty such as Gao Xianji and Heiji Changji. Otherwise, Goguryeo would not have been regarded as a force that must be eliminated by the Sui and Tang dynasties. 50,000 Goguryeo soldiers, led by Yulji Mundiak, marched towards Liaoyang County where Yao Guangxi's Liaodong army was located.
If the Daliao Kingdom can be eliminated, Yao Guangxi promises me to reduce the tax revenue of Goguryeo civilians by more than 10%.
Yulji Mundiak's willingness to surrender to the Liaodong army was not unrelated to the Liaodong army's compromise with him. In the eastern Xianbei tribe, Murong Ba borrowed 20,000 cavalry from the Murong tribe, and his ability has reached its peak. Murong Ba was a fierce general at the imperial level during the southern and northern dynasties. He had high command and force values. He once killed Liu Yu, the shepherd of Yuzhou, in a surprise attack and defeated Liu Bei from the Wuhuan tribe. Taduan, son of the Wuhuan Lord Qiu Liju who was sent back, led 30,000 Wuhuan cavalry to respond to Yao Guangxi's call. Taduan also has some military capabilities. According to Yao Guangxia's promise to him, Yao Guangxia is willing to support him as the new Lord Wuhuan. After Taduan consolidates his position in the Wuhuan tribe, he will release his father, now Lord Wuhuan, Qiu Liju. Yao Guangxi's psychological manipulation of Taduan made Taduan unable to help but feel moved. Even the prince is thinking about ascending to the throne as soon as possible. And the same is true for the Wuhuan tribe. Yao Guangxi secretly supported him to replace Qiu Liju. With the support of the Liaodong army, Taduan could take over early and become the new Lord Wuhuan. The condition for Taduan's payment was to participate in the Liaodong army's war to suppress the Dalian Kingdom.
The Khitan cavalry, no matter what, is no match for our Wuhuan cavalry.
Taduan had never heard of the power of the Khitan cavalry, nor did he know the famous generals of Daliao. So he looked down upon Daliao. Yao Guangxi learned that 200,000 troops were gathering in Liaoyang County, and the situation was not that dangerous for the time being. However, Yao Guangxi soon learned about the candidates for Dalia's expedition.
Brother Yel Xiu, Yelu Xiezhen, and Xiaochua. These people are not easy to deal with at all, especially this Xiaochua. With her presence, the threat from Liao will undoubtedly increase.
The Goguryeo army, Goryeo army, Murong Xianbei cavalry, and Wuhuan cavalry were rapidly approaching, while the Liao cavalry began to move south, intending to annex the last 2 or 3 cities in Xuantu County and attack Liaodong County. Xiaochua sat on the carriage, looking boredly at the snowy fields outside the city and the marching Liao army. The Pishi army of the Liao Kingdom was the elite imperial guard of the Liao Kingdom, similar to the existence of the Qixue army. The more than 1,000 Pishi army of Yelu Abaoji were the real imperial guards. However, after the number of Pishi army expanded, their combat effectiveness declined, and the Pishi army could not be compared with Qixue army. In addition, the Liao Kingdom also had servant armies, such as the Bohai Navy.
I heard that the largest prince in the Han Empire is not the governor of Liaodong, but the General Chu Zimu. If there is a chance, I really want to compete with him.
Xiaochua knew that the enemy she had to deal with, Mingguan, the governor of Liaodong, was not even the most powerful prince in the Han Empire. Brother Yelu Xiu and Yelu Xiezhen are both famous generals, who are willing to obey Xiaochua's orders. Under her command, they can display more powerful combat capabilities.
A sneeze.
Chu Tian, who was on an expedition to the Ely Valley, shuddered, as if someone mentioned him. The Han army is crossing the mountains. The expedition against the Chagatai Khanate was not as easy as imagined, but rather dangerous.
When can I go to the pass? I've been staying in the western region, and I haven't been to the pass yet.
Hui Qing often comes to Chutian recently. The soldiers and horses of the Han army are marching in the snow-capped mountains. If they are not careful, they may fall into the valley.
Of course you can. That's really nice.
Hui Qing was a little excited. He stepped on the ground and almost fell under the cliff. Fortunately, Chu Tian grabbed her hand and pulled her up easily. Chu Tian's martial strength is over 80. And it is quite easy to mention a woman.
Don't be so rash. Otherwise, if you don't react in time, you will be in danger.
Chu Tian discovered that Hui Qing had not experienced many dangers because he was protected by Huan. Hui Qing's status in the Western Region Protectorate is almost the same as that of the eldest lady.
Oh.
Hui Qing nodded repeatedly.
If Qingqing is sent out for marriage, wouldn't the Western Region Protectorate be as stable as Mount Tai?
Huan saw Hui Qing taking the initiative to find Chu Tian and couldn't help but think about it. The Western Region Protectorate needs support from within the pass to reach its peak. With the support of Chu Tian, it seems that it will be easy to sweep through Central Asia in the future.
Huan, what are you thinking about?
Nyuk knocked on Huan's helmet, but ended up getting frostbite on his little hands.
Don't make trouble. I'm thinking about very serious family and country matters.
Huan muttered. Chapter 614 The Han Army Crossing the Tian Shan Mountains. In the Ely Valley, Ali Mari and Temujin received unfavorable news one after another.
Heavy snow in Mobei froze to death hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep. The Zibi tribe who returned from Monan to Mobei froze to death tens of thousands of people. The Golden Horde was attacked by the Eastern European Steppe Allied forces. The Eastern European Steppe Allied forces numbered about 150,000 people. The Persian coalition forces launched a massive attack on the Ilkhanate, claiming to have an army of 500,000 people. The Seljuk Sultan retreated to the royal city and defended it with all his strength. Menggood, Oghodiai, and Timur's cavalry were occupying various cities in the Seljuk Empire. Lebwokuatai and Ming could not attack every city, but only need to capture large cities with teleportation arrays and cities where supplies can be obtained. Great Khan, the Subutai tribe north of the Tian Shan Mountains is being attacked by unknown Han cavalry. Lord Subutai fought with them, causing an avalanche. The fighting and avalanche resulted in the death of tens of thousands of cavalry. The Han Empire's expeditionary force in Luntai City is missing.
News from various places reached Temujin in Ali Mari, and the 5 major civilizations were determined to wipe out the 3 major khanates that had arrived. The territories of the 3 major khanates overlapped with the spheres of influence of the 5 major civilizations, and they also posed a threat to the 5 major civilizations. So the 5 major civilizations wanted to get rid of them quickly. What alarmed Temujin the most was the disappearance of the Han Empire's expeditionary force. The Han Empire's expeditionary force stationed in Luntai City still had not returned to the pass. At this time, it suddenly disappeared. The target may be the Chagatai Khanate. The Han Empire had already eliminated the Ajadai Khanate, and the Chagatai Khanate might be their next target.
Instruct Zibi to lead 100,000 cavalry and teleport from Mabei to Ali Mari.
Temujin couldn't help but worry about the purpose of the Han Empire's expeditionary force. He and Chagatai lost nearly half of their troops in the battle with Luntai, and needed to obtain a batch of supplies.
In addition, if we try to move a group of people to Central Asia, Mobei will not be able to feed that many people. If they stay in Mobei, they will starve to death next year. Great Khan, do you need to brave the cold winter to move them here? Mobei is not that safe anymore. Scatter the population around. Chagatai, you will find that it is the best choice for our tribe. Gather troops from all over and come to Ali Mari to expedition to the disappeared Han Empire. Army, the target is here.
Chagatai showed an expression of disbelief.
The expeditionary force of the Han Empire dare to cross the Tian Shan Mountains and attack Ali Mari? Don't underestimate them. Subutai has encountered a crisis. Mu Huali, go and assist Subutai to deal with Wei Qing and with Xubing. If you can't win, move the population to the Chagatai Khanate, north of the Tian Shan Mountains. It's not safe anymore.
Temujin had a very strong premonition. Among the 4 brave Shui, Muhuali, who had the strongest ability to command the army, led the cavalry to support Subutai on Temujin's order.
Chagatai, strengthen patrols on various mountain passes in the Tian Shan Mountains. and report immediately if any traces of the Han Empire's expeditionary force are found. The routes that the Han Empire's expeditionary force may take include the Xiata Road, the Wusun Road, the Qiuzi Road, and the North Tianshan Road.
Chagatai spread out a parchment map. On this parchment map, various ancient Tianshan roads were marked, intertwined with each other. The Tianshan mountains are extremely steep, but among these intertwined mountains, there are still some mountain roads that can be traveled.
Wei Qing and Wu Yubing who attacked Subutai took the North Tianshan Road, so the Han Empire's expeditionary force may miss them and take the Wusun Road.
Temujin moved his finger above Wuzendeo. The wind was howling. Wusun said. The Han Empire's expeditionary force was forcibly crossing the Tianshan Mountains. Along Wusun Road, you can also see forts and beacons that have been in disrepair. In order to unite the Wusun Kingdom and deal with the Xiongnu, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty set up forts and beacons with Xiata Road and Wusun Road as the main military routes. Originally these forts had been abandoned, but Huan served as the protector of the western region and needed to control the Ili Valley, Darim Basin, Yungar Basin, Dewan Kingdom, and other places at the same time. He renovated these fortifications and became a supply point for the Han Empire's expeditionary force to cross the Tianshan Mountains.
It's hard to imagine that such a passage was opened in the Han Dynasty in such a harsh environment. The wisdom and courage of the ancients cannot but be admired.
Su Fengnian led the war horse, and the Han Empire's expeditionary force had reached the end of Wusun Road and was about to enter the Ili River Valley.
The area of
Lord
has expanded, and the width of Wusun Road has also increased. Otherwise, marching will be more difficult, let alone passing 110,000 soldiers and horses. As long as we capture Alimari and restore the teleportation array of Luntai and Alimari, there will be no need to cross the Tianshan Mountains in the future. If Alimari was not captured by the Chagatai Khanate, why would we have to work so hard?
Huan was also a little tired. In order to attack the Chagatai Khanate, the 110,000 expeditionary force of the Han Empire used the most primitive way of marching on foot and forcibly crossed the Tianshan Mountains. The 110,000 expeditionary force was commanded by generals, with the characteristics of forced march and mountain march, to speed up the march. For example, Tang General Gao Xianji has a great bonus to the army's mountainous march, which can increase the marching speed and reduce non-combat casualties.
Although it is dangerous, in order to destroy the Chagatai Khanate and regain Alimari,
Su Fengnian gasped.
Someone seems to be sick at Chu Zimu's side.
The expeditionary force sent by Chu Tian was the largest, with 50,000 people, because Chu Tian had the characteristic of
stealing the wolf and living in Su,
which could also reduce the negative effects of unfavorable terrain. So far, only a few hundred people had been lost during the march. But Chu Tian was not in a good mood at this time, because Xiao Liang was ill. Among the girls, Xiao Liang has the weakest constitution and cannot withstand the difficult mountain march. At this time, it was very fatal.
Put me down.
In Xiao Liang's days, she found Chu Tian carrying her on his back, marching on the mountain road, her cheeks burning.
According to Huan's estimation, we can leave Wuzendeo in about 2 or 3 days. No matter what, you can't die.
With Chu Tian's force, it is not difficult to carry a person on his back. But Chu Tian did not expect that his force would be used in this place.
Xiao
Liang leaned on Chu Tian's back and fell asleep again in a daze.
Is Miss Xia okay?
Wu Qing and Hua Mulan were walking behind with their horses, a little worried. It is obvious that Chu Tian attaches great importance to Miss Xia. If something happens to her while crossing the Tianshan Mountains, Chu Tian may think that the expedition is a huge failure even if Alimari is captured.
Sister Xia, nothing should happen.
Hua Mulan was also a little worried. The Han army rested and reorganized at the last garrison on Wuzendeo. There were only 30 Han soldiers in the garrison. They were loyal to Huan, the governor of the western regions, and guarded Wuzendeo for Huan, becoming the night watchman in the Tianshan Mountains. But when they saw the arrival of Huan, the governor of the western regions, they burst into tears. They thought that all the cities in the western region had been captured by the Chagatai Khanate. The Han army was able to rest and recuperate here. There was not much space in the fort, so Huan took the initiative to give up the fort considering that Chu Tian's eldest wife was sick. It's cool in summer, and I still have a high fever.
If you march further, you will enter the Ili River Valley, and then after marching 700 to 800 miles, you will reach Alimari. The rest of the journey is relatively easy.
Huan pointed at the crude map.
This damn terrain. I don't want to do it again.
The situation of Zhejiang Laoqin is not very good. Crossing the Tianshan Mountains is also a torture for Zhejiang Laoqin.
As long as Olimari is back in our hands, and there is a teleportation array in the future, we can directly gather troops in Olimari City and then attack Central Asia. Originally, I planned to use the Wusun Kingdom and the Dewan Kingdom as strongholds, divide the troops into 2 groups, and occupy the entire Central Asia. Now the Wusun Kingdom is controlled by Chagatai, and the Dewan Kingdom.
I don't know what the situation is. Maybe it will be destroyed by the moon. The Kushan Empire, that is, the Kushan Empire, occupied the Dayuan Kingdom. In the future, if we reconquer the Dayuan Kingdom, a war will break out with the Kushan Empire.
Huan also had a headache.
How is the situation over there at Chuzimu? It's probably not bad. Don't let anything happen to his eldest wife.
Su Fengyan and Huan were also a little worried when they mentioned this matter. Xiao Liang Shinji Camp also played a big role in this expedition. Moreover, if something happens, it will be a huge blow to Chu Tian. Li Xiaoning put one hand on the hilt of her sword and looked at the snow-capped Tianshan Mountains with a heavy heart. She has been friends with Xiao Liang for several years, and she doesn't want anything to happen to her. But this time, the Han army rested for a night at the last fort and continued on their journey. The expedition would not be delayed just because one person was sick. Now, 110,000 Han troops are in the Tianshan Mountains. There is no teleportation array nearby. One more day of delay will mean less food and grass, and they must pass through Wusun Road as soon as possible. In the Ili River Valley, Chagatai deployed a large number of scout cavalry to patrol at Wusun Road, Xiata Road, and other entrances to prevent sneak attacks by the Han Empire's expeditionary force. Although in Chagatai's view, it was unimaginable that the Han army would choose to cross the Tianshan Mountains in the cold winter, he still erred on the side of caution. A Mongolian family led its cavalry to rest in a village below the Tianshan Mountains.
Han Army. Han Army's battle flag. They actually dare to march in the cold winter? Go to Olimari immediately and inform the Great Khan.
Hundreds of households in the Chagatai Khanate hurriedly summoned their cavalry to investigate. In the gap at the foot of Tianshan Mountain, a group of Han infantry appeared first and attacked the garrison where the Mongolian cavalry was stationed. Lu Jin and Zhu Yi led the deadly attack. The Han Empire Expeditionary Force knew that if they did not establish a foothold here as soon as possible, they would all freeze to death in Wuzendao. Lu Jin and Zhu Yi risked their lives, and under the cover of the crossbows of the deceased soldiers, they and a group of Yin Jia broke through the fort and drove away the defenders inside. The Han army opened the way out of the mountain. For a time, the news that the Han Empire's expeditionary force appeared in the Ili Valley spread throughout the Chagatai Khanate. The expeditionary force stationed in Luntai actually crossed the Tianshan Mountains and attacked the Chagatai Khanate. The Chagatai Khanate invaded the southern foothills of the Tianshan Mountains, where the Western Region's Protectorate is located. This time, the Western Region's Protectorate retaliated with the expeditionary force from the pass and invaded the Chagatai Khanate. Chapter 615 Ili Valley. In the Chagatai Khanate, every city fell into panic and closed its doors. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire is rapidly marching towards Olimari, the royal city of the Chagatai Khanate, and breaks through a city on the way to obtain supplies. Chu Tian used the Khan of Heaven, and Huan used the Protector of the Western Regions characteristics to forcefully recruit servants and expand the scale of the Han Empire's expeditionary force. After crossing the Tianshan Mountains and reaching the Ili River Valley, supplies are no longer that difficult, and the scale of the expeditionary force can be expanded. Chagatai, Borshu, Zelmiai, Kublai Lai, and Crassus, follow me to attack this Han army. They have come over the Tianshan Mountains, and there must be not many soldiers and horses. Temujin, who was temporarily living in Olimari, had to raise troops to fight because the Han army invaded the Chagatai Khanate's sphere of influence. If the Chagatai Khanate is destroyed, then only 2 of the 4 great Khanates will be left. Temujin's judgment was undoubtedly correct. The Han Empire's expeditionary force marched on the difficult Wuzendao Road and forcibly crossed the Tianshan Mountains. Only 110,000 elite troops came from the hundreds of thousands of expeditionary troops. During the march, they lost thousands of soldiers and horses. There are still 200,000 cavalry in Olimari that can be used. If they dare to attack the boys' Khanate, they will never come back.
Chagatai was very angry. He did not expect that the expeditionary force of the Han Empire would dare to march into the Ili Valley and attack his Khanate after repelling him and Temujin's army. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire was obviously looking down on Chagatai.
Recall your cavalry. Mengge and Ogodai are enough to deal with the Seljuk Empire.
Temujin asked Chagatai to recall Timur's 30,000 cavalry who attacked the Seljuk Empire.
Yes.
Chagatai knew that Timur was no ordinary hero, and that his 30,000 cavalry could play a huge role in dealing with the Han Empire's expeditionary force. However, Timur had already invaded the Sir Daria River basin of the Seljuk Empire, and Chagatai did not know whether Timur could return in time. According to the news reported by Tanmachi, the expeditionary force of the Han Empire quickly marched towards Alimari after crossing the Tian Shan Mountains. The tactical intention of the Han Empire's expeditionary force is very obvious, to go straight to Alimari. If Alimari is occupied by the Han army, the security and public sentiment of the Chagatai Khanate will drop significantly, and various tribes will rebel, making it basically difficult to rule and exist in name only. The Ili River Valley will also be recovered by the Western Region Protectorate. A Mongolian general carrying a bow and arrow came from Mabe and paid homage to Temujin.
Great Khan. Gibi followed your orders and came here from Mabe to serve you. Zibi, the Han army should not dare to risk the entire army to attack Mabe in the cold winter. You can rest assured to deal with the Han army in the Ili Valley. This time your goal is to shoot Chuzemu, the first prince of the Han Empire.
There was murderous intent in Temujin's eyes. The most powerful prince in the Han Empire suffered a lot of losses in the battles between the Cheshire Kingdom and the Luntai Kingdom. Temujin found that his army might not be able to defeat Chutin's army. If he could let the divine arrow shoot Chutian, the next battle would be extremely easy. Even if he attacks the Han Empire's frontier fortresses and the central plains in the future, his army will be able to conquer the enemy with overwhelming force. When Zibi learned of his goal, his eyes flashed.
I will try my best in the end.
The allied forces of Temujin and Chagatai once again gathered forces in Alimari, preparing to annihilate the Han army that penetrated deep into the Chagatai Khanate. After the Han army entered the Ili Valley, it rapidly expanded its territory. The Ili Valley was originally the territory of the Wusun Kingdom. Later, Huan defeated the Wusun Kingdom and briefly ruled the area. Therefore, when some Wusun tribes heard about Huan's arrival, they betrayed the Chagatai Khanate and became loyal to Huan. Huan was also very helpless towards this group of Wusun tribes. The Wusun Kingdom is composed of various Wusun tribes. These tribes were forced by Chagatai's military strength and chose to surrender to Chagatai in order to protect the entire tribe. They cannot be completely considered to be mere wallflowers. Otherwise, when the Han army entered the Ili Valley, these tribes would have been destroyed by Chagatai. These tribes will listen to whoever has the bigger fist.
I need 10,000 Wusun soldiers.
Huan asked for 10,000 servants from the Wusun nobles, who came to seek refuge. And these Wusun nobles all obeyed. The Han Empire originally had an expeditionary force of 110,000, but they forced 20,000 servants. Huan asked for another 10,000 servants, bringing the number of troops to a respectable 140,000. The Han army once again captured a city less than 500 miles away from Alimari.
Well?
Xiao Liang curled up her delicate body and lay in Chu Tian's arms. When she woke up, her clothes were soaked with sweat. Chu Tian also woke up, and the two looked at each other, while Xiao Liang blinked and seemed to be in much better spirits. Chu Tian couldn't help but be a little surprised, so he asked people to prepare ginger soup and find the miracle Dr. Huatul.
Congratulations,
Lord. Miss Xiao's high fever has basically subsided, and there should be no danger.
Huatul, the miracle doctor, quickly judged that Xiao Liang's condition had improved, and he actually escaped death.
Reward the whole army.
Chu Tian's mentality recovered, so he simply rewarded the entire army, and at the same time restored the physical strength and morale of the entire army, preparing for another decisive battle with Temujin and Chagatai in the Ili Valley. After the miracle Dr. Huatul left, Chu Tian personally took care of Xiao Liang, who was recovering from a serious illness.
I thought you couldn't survive it. Next time, you don't need to participate in the forced march. You can just use the teleportation array to march.
Chu Tian found that the eldest wife's physique was the weakest. It seemed that she was only suitable for using the teleportation array to march and fight. Hua Mulan, on the other hand, has gone through hundreds of battles and traveled over mountains and ridges. But she is still full of energy.
Am I useless? If you are useless, how many generals will be embarrassed?
Chu Tian didn't think so. After all, Xiao Liang killed Zhao Long with an ambush in the battle with Zhao Long. Later, in the Battle of Luntai Kingdom, he seriously injured Temujin with the Shinji Battalion. There are not many generals who dare to say that they can achieve such military exploits. No matter what, Xiao Liang's condition improved, and Shinji Battalion had another leader when it dealt with Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces for the second time. Hua Mulan was a little surprised when she heard that Xiao Liang had recovered from her illness. So she personally took care of Xiao Liang with Wu Qing. Xiao Liang seemed to notice something about Wu Qing's initiative to show his kindness to him. But he didn't say anything. With Hua Mulan and Wu Qing taking care of Xiao Liang, Chu Tian focused on attacking Alimari.
Trebuchet. We need a trebuchet to capture Alimari. Now Lu Yi, Zhu Chongji, and others can come in handy. Alimari must be captured as soon as possible. Otherwise Temujin will summon the troops of Mabe and the other two Khanates. Then something bad will happen.
Chu Tian is on the map, pointing directly at Alimari. In 2 days, the Han army advanced more than 100 miles while recruiting servants, and was less than 400 miles away from Alimari. A war is brewing across the Ili Valley, and the nobles of the Wusun Kingdom begin to take sides. Most of the nobles of the Wusun Kingdom chose to side with King Wusun, who surrendered to Temujin. Temujin could get about 80,000 Wusun Kingdom cavalry. A small number of nobles sided with Huan, the protector of the western regions, and got close to the Han Empire, deciding to overthrow the old king. The Han Empire's expeditionary force obtained 40,000 Wusun cavalry, increasing its strength to 150,000. Temujin and Jeeb's Mongolian cavalry numbered approximately more than 100,000. Chagatai's Mongolian cavalry numbered tens of thousands, and the Central Asian servants numbered tens of thousands. Together with King Wusun's cavalry, the army was once again organized into an army of more than 300,000. After all, the Ili Valley is the hinterland of the Chagatai Khanate, so the Chagatai Khanate can organize a large number of troops. This is under the premise that Chagatai lost some troops and horses in the Luntai War. Otherwise Chagatai could have more cavalry. In the Seljuk Empire, the royal city on the banks of the Sir Darya River, Mongolian cavalry troops approached the city. Ogodiai's Khwarezm cavalry, Mengji's Persian cavalry, and Timur's Mongolian cavalry heavily surrounded the Seljuk royal city. Xiangyang artillery and siege towers were raised, preparing to capture the last city of the Seljuk Empire. The offensive organized by Temujin was extremely powerful. In less than a month or two, 3 groups of troops marched straight in and attacked the royal city of the Seljuk Empire. The Seljuk Sultan was defeated by the Chagatai Khanate twice in a row. Once he met Chagatai Khan, who owned the Yell Stone, and once he met Chagatai Khan, who owned Timur. Both Yeludashi and Timur were heroes, which frustrated the aging Sudan soldiers.
Chagatai Khan ordered me to return to Chagatai, and the expeditionary force of the Han Empire crossed the Tian Shan Mountains and invaded the Ili Valley. Timur said goodbye to Ajadai and Mingda, and led 30,000 cavalry from the Chagatai Khanate back to the Chagatai Khanate day and night. Timur once fought against the Han army in the Great War of Luntai. Timur, whose attributes had not yet reached their peak, was struggling. At this time, he learned that the Han army had invaded the Chagatai Khanate, and knew that if he did not return as soon as possible, the Han army would be destroyed. It is possible to destroy the Chagatai Khanate.
This person is unusual.
After Wakuatai received help from Yeludashi, he discovered the thousands of households around Chagatai. Brother Meng looked at Timur, who was leaving. His eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking.
Brother Meng, it's just you and me to attack the city. The Great Khan has asked us to attack this city within a month, capture its sultan, and then support Alimari. Alimari can hold on for at least 3 months.
Wakuatai looked at his nephew and always thought that Mengu was not a simple person. In other words, Tuolei's sons are not fuel-efficient lamps. Wakuatai's son is much worse than Tuolei's son.
Within a month, we will definitely be able to eliminate the Seljuk Empire and make the Seljuk people our servants.
Mengu looked towards the royal city of the Seljuk Empire. In the Seljuk royal city, after the old sultan was defeated by the young Timur, although he preserved his main force and returned to the royal city, the royal city was besieged by the armies of Ogodiai, Manga, and Timur. He was so anxious that he lay in bed.
The Mongols recruited cavalry from Khwarezm and Persia, and built large trebuchets and siege towers. I heard that a general who is good at sieges has also arrived. I am afraid that our royal city will not be able to hold it for even a month.
The young royal nobleman, Arp, knelt in front of the old sultan's bed and expressed his judgment to the old sultan. The old sultan coughed violently.
We have encountered unprecedented opponents. They are like demons. If the royal city falls, then you take my will. Escape from the royal city and wait for an opportunity to rebuild the empire. You will be the next sultan.
Arp was in disbelief.
Me? We Seljuks are not easily defeated. You can use the power of other civilizations to avenge me.
On the battlefield between the Persian Empire and the Ilkhanate, 200,000 Persian troops besieged the large city of the Ilkhanate, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. After Tualay massacred 3 cities, the Persian Empire and the Ilkhanate were already fighting to the death. The Persian Lord Ardashir watched his national war points continue to rise, but his heart was bleeding. These points were obtained in exchange for the lives of the Persian army.
Let Tualay lead the cavalry out of the city to fight with me.
Ardashir couldn't wait and wanted to use the Holy Meteor cavalry to destroy the Mongolian cavalry. But this time, Tualay adopted a defensive tactic, which resulted in a 200,000 Persian army being delayed by the fortified city and unable to fight decisively. The Persian army advanced slowly. Tualay held on, while his son Hulagu gathered cavalry in another city, preparing to attack the 200,000 Persian army. The battlefield in Central Asia is in chaos. More than 1 million troops are fighting, and all civilizations are swept into it. Dewan Kingdom is still nominally a territory controlled by the Western Region Protectorate. When the Western Region Protectorate was attacked by Temujin, Chagatai, and Ogodai, the nobles of the Dewan Kingdom deposed the Dewan king supported by Huan and established a new king, breaking away from the rule of the Western Region Protectorate. The Dewan Kingdom belongs to the true Central Asian civilization and does not belong to the Eastern Han dynasty. It is far away from the Western Region's Protectorate and has a relatively shallow relationship with it. Therefore, the Dewan Kingdom is prone to rebellion. While the nobles and players of the Dewan Kingdom were celebrating this, the Kushan Empire, which had been silent all this time, suddenly sent a large army to invade the territory of the Dewan Kingdom. The new king of Dewan and the player hurriedly led the army to fight. However, under the offensive of the Kushan Empire's army, the Dewan army was defeated and completely defeated. The Kushan Empire's army took advantage of the situation to capture the capital of Dayuan and took control of the country. The Kushan Empire became the only one among the 3 major empires/kingdoms in Central Asia to benefit from this national war. Khwarezm was destroyed and became the territory of Oghidai. There is only one royal city left in the Seljuk Empire, and it is not far from being destroyed. The Kushan Empire established by the Yushur people quietly annexed the Dewan Kingdom. The Dewan horses of the Dewan Kingdom and the grain they produce are important resources for the Kushan Empire. The emperor of the Kushan Empire walked into the palace of Dewan Kingdom. The king of Dewan and many nobles were all trembling with fear. Not long ago, they were conquered by the Western Region Protectorate, and now they were conquered by the Kushan Empire. Chapter 616 The Fall of Dewan Kingdom. 150 miles east of Alimari City, on the banks of the Ili River, the cavalry of Temujin, Jibi, and Chagatai gathered here, as well as the Mongolian and Wusun cavalry, choosing to have a decisive battle with the Han Empire's expeditionary force here. This was the second large-scale battle between the two sides. Temujin and others were on the defensive, while the Han Empire's expeditionary force crossed the Tian Shan Mountains and were on the offensive side.
Great Khan, the 80,000 cavalry of the Wusun Kingdom are at your disposal.
King Wusun bowed respectfully to Temujin and was full of fear of this great Khan from Abe. Temujin has the characteristic Genghis Khan, which has a suppressive effect on the kings of many tribes. Wusun Kingdom is one of the most powerful kingdoms among the 36 kingdoms in the Western region. Some small countries in the Western regions may only have one medium-sized city in lords, with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. But the Wusun Kingdom's territory, from the Ili River Valley to the Yungar Basin, also has a lot of cities, second only to the Western Region's Protectorate. The original Wusun Kingdom was defeated by Huan, and the old Wusun king was executed. Huan established a new Wusun king, but this Wusun king was defeated by Wakuatai and Yeludashi and was captured and turned to the Mongolian cavalry.
This Khan heard that many Wusun nobles chose to support the Han army and sent cavalry to support the Han army. As a result, the Han army became very powerful in the Ili Valley.
Temujin looked at King Wusun in front of him sternly. Sweat dripped from King Wusun's forehead.
Huan, the governor of the Western regions, once ruled here and was kind to many nobles. Therefore, for their own benefit, they will naturally choose to support the Han army. Please rest assured, Khan, more nobles will support me. There are already 80,000 cavalry, willing to follow me and help the Great Khan win. I hope you won't disappoint me. If you defeat the Han army, you will be the deputy king of the Chagatai Khanate. Yes!
King Wusun couldn't help but be overjoyed. In one fell swoop, he became the Chagatai Khanate, a person who was under one person and over 10,000 people. His power was almost the same as that of King Wusun. The Han Empire's expeditionary force advanced rapidly and was less than 200 miles away from Alimari. The Han army broke through the Forest City, captured a group of craftsmen and servants, and expanded its size. The surrounding Wanhu and Wusun nobles fled to Alimali one after another, and the legions of Chu Tian and others received less and less loot. All the sergeants of the expeditionary force knew that the decisive battle with Temujin in the Ili Valley was approaching. According to what the prisoners told them, Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate had assembled millions of cavalry in the front, preparing to annihilate this in-depth expeditionary force on the banks of the Ili River. Although Temujin claimed to have an army of 1 million, the princes of the Han Empire knew that generally this claim was just an imaginary number, and the real strength was reduced by at least half, possibly less than half. Despite this, Temujin and Chagatai were fighting in their home turf, the Chagatai Khanate, and the overall situation was not favorable to the Han army. The 110,000 Han troops and the 40,000 Wusun troops were like entering a barrel of explosives, and they might be shattered to pieces together with Temujin and Chagatai at any time. Because Huan once ruled the Ili Valley, Huan could obtain the map of the Ili Valley and was fairly familiar with the place. Temujin and Chagatai did not occupy an absolute advantage. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire knew that they were going deep alone and were determined to fight to the last ditch and sink the ship, so they could barely be considered to a peace.
If we fight Temujin and Chagatai in the Ili Valley, what are the chances of winning?
Jiujiang Lao Qin stared at the map and fell into deep thought. With Lao Qin's caution, he would consider his own side's winning rate before the war begins. The battle between Luntai Kingdom and Temujin and Chagatai was fought in a place directly controlled by the Western Region Protectorate. The Han army even occupied the right time and defeated Temujin in one fell swoop. This time, there may not be the right time. The main force of the 110,000 strong expeditionary force was 10,000 from the hot Nanjong region. The combat effectiveness of the vine-armed soldiers and white-pilled soldiers was greatly reduced due to the cold winter. Most of Chutian's 50,000 troops came from the Central Plains or Qilu, and the climate here was unbearable. Old Qin's Guanzhong army is almost the same as Chu Tian's Central Plains army. Su Fengnian's remaining troops can barely accept this climate. The weather was favorable. The place was favorable. And the people were favorable. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire seemed to be at a disadvantage in terms of favorable weather. The 40,000 Wusun cavalry, who came to rely on them, were adapted to fight here because they originally lived in this area.
If we fight under normal circumstances, 3-7, Temujin will have more cavalry, so it will be 7.
Huan just finished speaking, and then said,
but under abnormal circumstances, we will be 7.
Both Chu Tian and Lao Qin were slightly moved.
Abnormal situation? Probably so. I see.
This time Chu Tian and Lao Qin were finally relieved. You can now fight Temujin and Chagatai in the Ili Valley.
Part of the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate went to attack the Seljuk Empire. Before the news was lost, the Seljuk Sultan once sent envoys to contact us. In all likelihood, the royal city was besieged, so the Seljuk Empire may be very soon to be destroyed.
Huan is also paying attention to other battlefields. The 5 major civilizations agreed that when the ice and snow melted, it was time for the war drums to beat. But Temujin launched an offensive in the cold winter. Among the 5 major civilizations, the Seljuk Empire, currently the weakest, was beaten until it was about to perish. If the Han army had not penetrated deeply into the Chagatai Khanate, perhaps Temujin could have occupied Central Asia and scrupulously and strengthened his own power. A captain from the Western Region Protectorate came over and was responsible for contacting the Duan Kingdom. He came to Huan's ear and whispered the news from Duan. Huan's expression changed one after another. Because the Han army broke through the city of the Chagatai Khanate, some of the player systems could be activated in the city. So Huan could learn about the changes that had taken place in the Western Region Protectorate and the vassal states of the Western Region Protectorate. Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Su Fengnian, Nyuk and others saw the change in Huan's expression and knew that something might have happened to Huan's territory.
What happened?
Huan's tone was solemn.
You should know that the Dayuan Kingdom was under my control before the start of the 4th National War. Now the nobles of the Dayuan Kingdom have killed the king I appointed. The Kushan Empire has invaded the Dayuan Kingdom again and occupied the Dayuan Kingdom. The Dayuan Kingdom became a vassal state of the Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire is really making a fortune in silence. Chu Tian couldn't help but admire the Kushan Empire's forbearance. When the 5 major civilizations fought against the Mongolian Empire and the 3 major Khanates, they quietly occupied the vassal states of the Western Region Protectorate, expanded their power to Songling and other places, and directly fought with the Khwarezm and Chagatai Khanates. The Western Region's Protectorate and other civilizations border Huan suffered heavy losses in this national war. Originally, Dayuan and Wusun were his territories, but now he wanted to reoccupy these places, and a war broke out with the Kushan Empire. What famous generals are there in the Kushan Empire? I don't know. There are too few records about the Kushan Empire in history books. Even if the Kushan Empire has famous generals, they are probably some original generals. Everyone thought for a while, and found that the records in the Eastern Han Dynasty and Europe were quite detailed. But it seemed that there was really a lack of records for a civilization like the Kushan Empire that was once a flash in the pan. No matter how powerful the Kushan Empire is, he took away the vassal country controlled by our Western Region Protectorate. This revenge will be avenged sooner or later. Huan was angry with the Kushan Empire, who sent troops to occupy Dayuan, Dawan Kingdom, because it is located in the Fergana Basin and is rich in fine horses and grain, is an important vassal state for the Western Region Protectorate. In order to ask for the blood-earned horse from the Dayuan Kingdom, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty did not hesitate to send General Li Guangli to lead the Han army on 2 expeditions to the Dayuan Kingdom, beheading its king and establishing a new king of Dayuan. This can be seen from this. Huan's approach was somewhat similar to that of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. In order to appease the Dayuan Kingdom as soon as possible, he chose to kill the king of Dayuan and establish a new king who was close to the Western Region Protectorate. However, Huan still underestimated the power of the Dawan nobles. After the influence of the Western Region Protectorate shrank, these nobles joined forces to overthrow the king established by Huan and elect a new king to represent Dawan, the interests of the nobles of Huan Kingdom, not the interests of the Western Region Protectorate. In general, it will be very difficult for the Western Region Protectorate to conquer the Central Asian civilization whose civilization is incompatible with its own. Compared with Dawan, civilizations such as Chaisher, Yanqi, Luntai, and Chioti that had been ruled by the Western Region Protectorate for a longer period of time were more able to accept the culture of the Han Empire. In the future, we must use the teleportation array to change the way of ruling Central Asian civilization. It is best to forcefully implement our culture and Chineseize it. After the repeated rebellions in these vassal countries, Huan has been thinking about establishing a new order. It is obvious that during the period of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, the strategy of establishing a new king could not achieve long-term control over the subject countries. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty's measures were based on the premise that the Western Region's Protectorate was strong. Once the influence of the Western Region's Protectorate was weakened, or a civilization more powerful than the Western Region's Protectorate appeared, these places would rebel one after another. Replacing the old culture with a new culture and suppressing it with force may be the long-term solution. We don't have to think about the affairs of Dayuan and Kushan Empire for the time being. Defeat Temujin and Chagatai and recover the Ili region. Sooner or later, the civilization of Central Asia will be taken care of by us. Chu Tian and others turned their attention back to the Ili River Valley. The Dayuan Kingdom was annexed by the Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire obviously knew that the Western Region Protectorate was beyond the reach of the Dayuan Kingdom at this time. The Western Region Protectorate would at most condemn it, but could not send troops to attack it. So it acted unscrupulously. But this bridge is finally settled. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire believed that Huan had a 70% victory rate and marched along the Ili River, preparing for the second battle of the Ili Valley with Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate in the Ili Valley. However, this time the protagonists were from China. The Asian Alliance Army became the expeditionary force of the Han Empire. The Han Army actually chose to fight in the Ili Valley. Their troops are only more than 100,000. Are they really confident that they can defeat our more than 300,000 troops? Temujin still couldn't believe it on the eve of the second battle of the Ili Valley, when he learned that the Han army was advancing instead of retreating. Temujin could not bring out the so-called million-strong army, but 300,000 cavalry were more than enough. When the Han army crossed the Tian Shan Mountains, they were not many in number, and did not receive many servants. But they dared to fight head-on. There is a big problem here. Great Khan, they only have confidence in themselves, so they dare to fight us. This time, we will use absolute force to destroy them, and let their blood stain the Ili River red.
Chagatai stroked the wings of a war eagle. The Ili River had frozen over for thousands of miles. But the cavalry from both sides had to engage in an unprecedented decisive battle in this climate.
Farewell. The war has begun. You lead a cavalry to ambush in a snow forest in the north of the mountain. Raid the rear of the Han army, and shoot Chu Zima dead.
Temujin believed that Chutian's cavalry was no less than his own, and was an opponent that must be eliminated. So he ordered Zibi to ambush troops in complex terrain for surprise attacks. Zibi's goal was to shoot Chu Tian, who was the greatest threat to Temujin.
The last general takes command.
Zibi took away 8,000 cavalry. Among these 8,000 cavalry, there were about 1,000 timid Shui troops. In order to kill Chu Tian, Temujin even did not hesitate to use the few veterans of the Shui army. Temujin has asked people to recruit new Chishui troops in Mobei to make up for his losses. However, Mobei's recently recruited Chieshui's new army is generally of a low level and cannot go into battle yet. Even if it goes into battle, its combat power is much lower than that of veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles.
In this war, we must kill Chu Zimu. Otherwise, he will become a nightmare that has always threatened us.
Temujin became increasingly wary of Chu Tian. Chagatai said to a 10,000 household next to him,
"When will Timur's cavalry return?" "Not more than 3 days. It's too late. But Timur only has 30,000 cavalry, which will not be of much use in the war. Jabei's 8,000 ambush troops, plus our army of more than 300,000, are enough to defeat the Han army. This time the Han army only has more than 100,000 people still came over the Tian Shan mountains, and the people and horses were tired."
Although Chagatai was a little regretful that Timur's cavalry was still on the way. A war could break out at any time. The Han army was advancing at an unimaginable speed. It was obvious that the target was directly at Alimari, and would not give Temujin and Chaga its time for Taiwan to gather more troops. If the Han army surrounded Alimari, then Alimari's teleportation array would be ineffective, and Temujin and Chagatai would have to gather forces elsewhere to lift the siege of Alimari. Generally speaking, the Han army was on the offensive. Temujin and Chagatai's forces seemed to be huge, but they were passive and could cope with the rapid offensive of the Han army. Timur's 30,000 cavalry were still on the way, and he received new orders from Chagatai.
"The Khan asked me to teleport directly to Alimari, and then immediately go to support the battlefield and be responsible for harvesting the Han army. It would be best if the Khan can defeat the Han army. Everyone, speed up the march."
Tamerlane limped to his horse and climbed aboard. Like the injured Sun Quan, Timur was only like a normal person when on a war horse. However, he was born with a disability and was nicknamed Lame Timur. Timur's 30,000 cavalry, with the bonus of their characteristics, accelerated their marching speed, trying to catch up with the decisive battle between the Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces and the Han Empire's expeditionary force. Chapter 617: The Decisive Battle in Ili. The Betrayer. In the Ili Valley, nearly 500,000 infantry, crossbowmen, and cavalry faced off. The Han army once again fought against Temujin and Chagatai forces. This war broke out in the Chagatai Khanate, the original Wusun country, to determine the ownership of the Ili Valley. 110,000 Han troops crossed the Tian Shan mountains for this moment to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Chagatai Khanate. If they win, the Chagatai Khanate will face the danger of annihilation, and the Han army will most likely regain the territory in the Ili River basin. If they lose, the 110,000 Han army and 40,000 Wusun cavalry will be wiped out. There may not be a few people who can cross the Tian Shan mountains and escape back to Luntai without supplies. The Wusun kingdom will also be attacked by Temujin and Sha. Cleaning of the joint table. For both sides, there are reasons why this battle must be won. No one wants to lose. Chutian's army is in the middle army, while Lao Qin is in the left army. Huan and Nyuk are in the right army, and Su Fengnian's remnants of Shiliang and Wusun cavalry serve as reserves and can go into battle at any time. The cavalry of the Wusun kingdom is relatively weak in combat effectiveness. It was originally intended that the Wusun kingdom's cavalry serve as the left and right wings. However, I don't know whether the Wusun kingdom's cavalry will be defeated by the Mongolian cavalry when they encounter the Mongolian cavalry. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it is better to let the Wusun kingdom's cavalry serve as the left and right wings. The Wusun cavalry serves as the reserve team. Huan sent the famous General Ban Chao to lead the Wusun cavalry. Ban Chao has the effect of taming and strengthening the servant army. So the Wusun cavalry commanded by him may be more powerful than the Wusun cavalry commanded by King Wusun. The expeditionary force of the Han Empire faced off against the coalition forces of Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate. War eagles from both sides soared on the battlefield, and the atmosphere was solemn. Lui, Muguing and other infantry regiment soldiers in the front grasped their halberds or spears tightly. Slightly behind, the Jianyan crossbowmen, Shinji Battalion, Shisheng Battalion, and other long-range troops were preparing crossbows and black powder to harvest Temujin and Chagatai's cavalry through long-range attacks.
The opposite side is not Wakuatai and Yeldashi.
Su Fengnian led the remnants of the Xiliang army on the high ground behind, overlooking the entire battlefield. He wanted to avenge Wang Taijiang and others who died in the battle. But unfortunately, the one who resisted the Han army in the Chagatai Khanate was not Wakuatai and Yeludashi who besieged Luntai city, but Chagatai. Ma Chao followed Su Fengnian with overwhelming hatred. Even if the opposite side was not Wakuatai or Yeludashi, Ma Chao could still recover some interest.
Cheng Yi died under the hooves of the cowardly Shui army. Generals, avenge Cheng Yi!
Su Fengnian's subordinate, Han Sui, however, harbored hatred towards Qiao Shui's army because Qiao Shui's army killed his general Cheng Yi. A group of Wusun nobles who followed the Han army were commanding the cavalry of their own tribes under Ban Chao. However, when they found that the Mongolian cavalry and the Wusun king's servant army on the opposite side were twice as many as the Han army in them, their faces changed. He turned pale and regretted his decision to join the Han army when it emerged from the Tian Shan Mountains. Originally they thought that the Han army could conquer Alimari directly with overwhelming force. But now it seems that Temujin, Chagatai, and King Wusun have stronger troops, and more grain, grass and arrows. The Han army's food and grass had basically been exhausted, and they relied almost entirely on forcibly collected food and grass from the Yili Valley to maintain supplies. This is also the disadvantage of the expeditionary force, which must be taken from the enemy. For the left army, Lao Qin relied on Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi and Zhu Jun's 5 schools of the northern army as the main force, while the cavalry generals such as Meng Tian, Li Ju, and Guisi led the cavalry to protect the flanks, and Yang Dian and Gao Shun served as reserves. In the right army, Huan relied on Li Sai's Mo Dao team, Qin Liangyi's white pole soldiers, and the protruding rattan armor soldiers as the backbone. Huan personally led a team of cavalry with Gao Xianji as the offensive force. On the eve of the decisive battle, Huan greeted Chu Tian in advance and asked Chu Tian to take care of his sister if something happened to him, so that Chu Tian was confused.
We have traveled thousands of miles to win this battle.
Chu Tian was in the center of the army, with Sun Bin as his military advisor, and his cavalry reached its peak. As for the infantry and long-range units, they mainly rely on the bonuses of Li Xiaoning, and Liang Hongyu. Chu Tian has almost no bonus to the infantry and long-range units. The White Robe Army is special and directly receives Qin Qingji's bonus.
If Monk Wan Yanchun and his Zhongxiu army and Helagi army surrender to me, then our chances of winning this battle will increase a lot.
When Chu Tian saw the mighty Mongolian cavalry and Wusun cavalry on the opposite side, he couldn't help but think of Monk Wan Yanchun, who was captured by him. Monk Wan Yanchun's troops are indeed very deadly, and can be used to defeat the generals of the Mongolian army.
Defeat the Han army, take the head of the Han army leader, and then sweep the Western Region Protectorate and the Heshi Corridor again to conquer the Han Empire.
This time, in addition to cavalry, Temujin also used a lot of light infantry and heavy infantry. Learning from the experience and lessons of being defeated by the Shinji Battalion, Temujin had people build a lot of carriages and order the infantry and archers to push the carriages. Defend. Chagatai and King Wusun's cavalry on both wings remained motionless, waiting until the Han army attacked and found a flaw, and then decided the outcome in one fell swoop. In this battle, the Han army was on the offensive, while the Mongolian army was on the defensive. Temujin wanted to use the defensive counterattack tactics that the Han army was most proud of to defeat the Han army.
The left army attacks. The right army attacks. Chinese army attacks.
Soon, the Han army issued an order for the 3 armies to attack. All infantry, archers, and cavalry moved forward, intending to defeat the armies of Temujin and Chagatai Khanate in one fell swoop.
As expected, the Han army came from afar, worried that the situation would change, and eager to fight. We won this battle.
Faced with the Han army's attack, Temujin not only had no worries, but was overjoyed. The Han army was eager to fight. Playing into Temujin's plans, This is also the disadvantage of the Han Empire's expeditionary force. It is eager to win at the home ground of the Chagatai Khanate. Otherwise, the supply of the Han army will eventually be problematic, and Temujin and Chagatai will continue to increase their troops, and finally end up in the Ili Valley. Be wiped out. 100,000 Han troops advanced, while 300,000 Mongolian troops held firm. The dismounted Mongolian cavalry and Wusun cavalry served as archers, firing thousands of arrows. The rain of arrows covered the sky and cast shadows. Qin Liangyu's spear danced in the air, knocking away the rain of arrows aimed at her. The soldiers with white poles held up their shields, and from time to time arrows shot through the shields, killing the soldiers with white poles. Fight back! The long-range troops in the Han army also fired arrows one after another, and both sides used bows and arrows to harvest. Wind! Wind! Gale! The Qin Ruishi Legion of the left army fired crossbows and arrows, and fiercely fought back against the Mongolian archers. On horseback, Qin Ruishi could not compare with Mongolian archers. But on the ground, fighting on foot, Qin Ruishi's crossbow damage was quite astonishing. We can't show weakness either. Liang Hongyu commanded Jinyan's crossbowmen to use the divine arm bow to fire fiercely at the enemy troops in front of them. At the same time, the Shisheng battalion was also shooting. The rain of arrows shot by the Zhimu longbow, and the divine arm bow broke through the air and roared down. In the hail of arrows, at least hundreds of enemy soldiers in front were killed. There is no movement in Shinji camp yet. The unit of troops that Temujin was most afraid of had not yet moved, making Temujin extremely defensive. So much so that when he thought of the Shinji battalion, his wounds ached. After 3 rounds of arrow rain, the infantry from both sides approached and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. During the Han Empire's expedition, many arms were specialized high-level heavy infantry. Therefore, the Han army had an advantage in hand-to-hand combat with heavy infantry. The right army's Tang Modeo team, Vine armor soldiers, and White Pole soldiers are all life-threatening high-level infantry. After forming a square formation, they fiercely attacked the infantry and cavalry on the opposite side. The fierce General Li Sai took the lead, holding a Mo Dao, and cut a Wusun cavalryman and horse in 2 with one knife, which shocked the enemy's morale. Li Sai, like heroes such as Zhang Liao and Zhang Fei, also has the effect of reducing enemy morale. Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu, and Li Sai were all generals who dared to rush to the front. They set an example and attacked the enemy head-on. One person could kill hundreds of people. As the sharp blade of the legion, they cut through the enemy's square formation and tried to penetrate it. Enemy formation. Huan and Nyuk were dealing with King Wusun's cavalry. Order Li Sai, Qin Liangyu, and Wu Tugu to slow down their offensive. Otherwise, they will become a protruding part and be attacked by the Mongolian cavalry and the Wusun cavalry. When Huan saw that Li Sai and others had cut down thousands of Wusun cavalry, he not only did not allow Li Sai, Qin Liangyu and others to attack all the way, but asked them to retreat slightly. Li Sai, who was fighting bloody battles at the front, couldn't help but be a little confused when he learned Huan's order, but had to slow down the offensive in accordance with Huan's order. In the Chinese army, Lu Yi, Mu Guiying, Liang Hongyu, Li Xiaoning and others advanced relatively steadily. The heavy infantry relied on their strong defense and braved the rain of arrows to rush to the front of the Mongolian army, fighting side by side with Yanjia, trying to destroy the opposing defense line. The left army faced greater pressure. Chagatai personally dealt with Zhejiang Laoqin and concentrated the elite cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate in an attempt to engulf Zhejiang Laoqin's 30,000 Guanzhong army. Although the defense power of the Guanzhong army and the ability to maintain military formations are amazing, this time, Chagatai personally commanded 100,000 elite cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate, intending to defeat the cavalry of Laoqin, and then make a detour to attack the Han from the flank or rear. Army. Win in one fell swoop. Although Timur is not here, I am not bad at Chagatai. This time, I must avenge the Luntai War. Destroy this Han army for me. Chagatai ordered 100,000 Chagatai Khanate cavalry to attack and launch a continuous attack on Laoqin's Guanzhong army. Most of Laoqin's 30,000 Guanzhong army were infantry, leaving only 10,000 cavalry. Chagatai's purpose was simple: destroy Laoqin's 10,000 cavalry, attack Laoqin's Guanzhong army from the flanks, or go around to the rear, assault the rear of the Han army. Laoqin used the Ili River as a barrier and originally wanted to prevent the Mongolian cavalry from detouring. But the cold winter caused the Ili River to freeze, and the Mongolian cavalry could completely detour.
Order Zibi's 8,000 cavalry to dispatch and kill Chu Zimu. Taking advantage of the chaos of the Han army, the whole army counterattacks.
Temujin's tone was serious. The outcome of this battle was related to the life and death of the Chagatai Khanate. He could not be defeated again. Otherwise, he would lose the Chagatai Khanate. Only the two major Khanates and the Mongol Empire were left, unable to withstand the offensive of the five major civilizations. In this battle, we can only win, not fail. In the snow forest to the north of the battlefield, a war eagle fell. The Mongolian general hidden in the snow forest. Jijia, farewell. Received Temujin's order.
Xie Shui's army and the warriors on the grassland killed the first prince of the Han Empire. Everyone will be rewarded. 1,000 households will be promoted to 10,000 households, and 100 households will be promoted to 1,000 households.
Zibi led 8,000 Mongolian cavalry, and quickly made a surprise attack towards the rear of the Han army. His target is Chu Tian, who is commanding the overall situation of the Chinese army. As long as he uses cavalry to carry out a sudden attack, the Han army will definitely collapse. The death of the coach is extremely fatal to one side on the battlefield. 8,000 cavalry galloped in the snow-covered river valley. The hoofs of the war horses broke the snow. The elite cavalry from Mabe were basically not affected by the cold winter, and still maintained strong combat capabilities. At the forefront of the 8,000 cavalry, 1,000 Shui troops belonging to Temujin closely followed the General Zibi. Zibi was Temujin's most powerful general, and only Zibi could use his archery skills to kill Chu Tian. For the central army of the Han army, Chu Tian looked at the two sides fighting fiercely on the battlefield. The average combat strength of the Han army was higher than that of the Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces. But the strength of the Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces was twice that of the Han army, with more than doubled. The two sides fought hand to hand, and arrows covered the sky.
Artoria!
Chu Tian suddenly summoned King Arthur.
Lord, please give me your instructions. Your knight army is ready to attack Chishua's army. Yes.
Artoria was a little surprised. She had to deal with the Chishu army, one of the strongest cavalry units in the east. Chishua's army is rampant in the east, unless it is a special military unit in the west. It can stop Chishua's army.
Chun Qingji, Shuarengui, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin. You will act together with Artoria. Temujin wants to kill me, which is easier said than done.
Chu Tian had actually learned about Temujin's ambush of a cavalry group when Zibi led 8,000 cavalry to appear in the rear of the Han army. King Arthur's Western Knights, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's Xuanjia army, and Qin Qingji's White Robe army were already ready, and Shuarengui had already targeted Zibi. Zibi is the number one marksman under Temujin, and Shuarengui is the number one marksman under Chu Tian. The Han army had already noticed Zhibei's ambush in advance.
How can it be?
Zhi, don't turn around and run away. The Han army had already discovered his ambush, and if they charged forward, they would just die. A war eagle hovered from Subatai's shoulder, warning Temujin, because Subatai discovered that things were not that simple. Temujin was directing the battle from the rear, and suddenly saw the warning eagle set by Subatai.
How could Zibi be discovered in advance?
Temujin looked at the generals around him. It seemed that someone had informed the Han army of Zibi's whereabouts.
Could it be?
Temujin suddenly looked at King Wusun's servant army. King Wusun, who was fighting Huan, suddenly led troops to attack Temujin's central army. Li Sai, Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu and others who were fighting against the Wusun cavalry were stunned. Even some of the Wusun cavalry were a little confused and could only follow King Wusun and a few nobles to attack the Mongolian cavalry. Huan looked in the direction of the Wusun cavalry, who suddenly betrayed him.
This King Wusun is my trusted confidant. How can he surrender to you so easily?
Chapter 618 Lame Tamerlane's counterattack. The Mongolian army was in chaos. Among the more than 300,000 troops, 80,000 Wusun cavalry rebelled. King Wusun killed the supervisor sent by Temujin and ordered the Wusun cavalry to attack the Mongolian army. Temujin reduced his cavalry by 80,000, while the Han army increased its cavalry by 80,000. The two sides were evenly matched in strength. What's more serious was that the Wusun cavalry suddenly changed their positions, which exposed Temujin's central army to the Wusun cavalry and Huan's western region capital, under the offensive of the guarding corps.
Don't be dazed. Attack Temujin!
Huan urged Li Sai and other infantry to attack, while he and Gao Xianji led the light cavalry to attack. Hui Tsubing was sent by Huan to deal with Subatai north of the Tian Shan Mountains, so he had no choice but to fight against Gao Xianji himself. Huan himself also has a player's panel with good characteristics.
He and Gao Xianji's more than 10,000 cavalry rushed out from the right army and attacked the Mongolian cavalry. Qin Liangyu was alarmed by the sudden change and was stunned for a while. But he quickly realized that the enemy Wusun cavalry suddenly attacked Temujin, most of whom were his own men. So he led the White Pole soldiers, taking the lead, and flanked the Wusun cavalry. Other side, the fierce general Wu Tugu's IQ was insufficient. But Wu Tugu knew that Qin Liangyu's reactions and various abilities surpassed his own. So he immediately led his vine armor soldiers to follow him. As long as you follow Qin Liangyu forward and retreat, you will be right. Wu Tugu's simple logic allowed him to make the right decision. And he actually led the vine armor soldiers to attack the Mongolian cavalry in the middle. I seem to understand a little bit. Li Sai, who had just cut down Wusun cavalry with Mo Dao, understood why Hua had ordered to slow down the attack on Wusun cavalry. He was cutting down his own friendly troops. King Wusun was ruthless enough to use the lives of some soldiers as bargaining chips in exchange for Temujin's trust. Temujin's central army was attacked by two armies at the same time and began to retreat steadily. Even if the timid Shui army entered the battlefield again, it would not have much effect. Wu Tugu relied on his huge body to wield a mallet weighing dozens of kilograms, killing dozens of cavalry in a row. The height of the protruding bones was taller than the cavalry on the war horses. He was like a giant. With one blow, not only the cavalry, but also the war horses were killed instantly. The Chinese army began to collapse. Bokuatai was besieging Lao Qin's Guanzhong army. After discovering that the Chinese army was defeated, he fell into despair. King Wusun's rebellion was undoubtedly fatal. Temujin's central army collapsed because of the rebellion. The cavalry on Shagatai's side became a protruding part and could be attacked by the Han army's central army and left army at any time. Retreat! Retreat! Although Shagatai was angry, it was of no use at this time. His cavalry alone could not turn the tide. Li Yi's Yanjia and Mu Guiying's heavy infantrymen cooperated with Liang Hongyu's Jianin crossbowmen to attack Temujin's main formation with the right army. The motorized infantry of the detachment of women and Shinji battalion once again relied on light infantry, and the mobility of the matchlock gunners separated from Li Yi and Mu Guiying, and attacked Shagatai's cavalry from the right. The current situation on the battlefield is that Temujin's Chinese army is retreating, and Li Yi, Mu Guiying, Huan, and Muke's armies are attacking Temujin. After Temujin retreated, the Chinese army left enough space, allowing the detachment of women and the Shinji battalion to rely on their own mobility to form a pincer attack with the left army on Shagatai's cavalry. The matchlock gunners of the Shinji battalion had loaded black powder and lead bullets, and under the protection of the detachment of women, launched a three-stage attack on the cavalry of the Shagatai Khanate. The white gunpowder smoke produced by the burning of black powder filled the battlefield, and the firearm arms that terrified the Mongolian cavalry once again exerted their power. Under the intensive shooting of the Shinji battalion, hundreds of Shagatai's cavalry fell. What frightened the Shagatai Khanate army the most was the sound and smoke produced by the Shinji battalion's volleys. Both horses and cavalry were afraid. Detachment of women. Attack! Li Xiaoning personally led the infantry of the detachment of women with guns, attacked the Mongolian cavalry from the side, and used a phalanx of spears to cooperate with the Shinji battalion to advance. The 5th School of the Northern Army, Wusun Cavalry, stepped forward to kill the enemy. Chu Tian directly invested in the two reserve teams, suppressing Temujin tightly and not giving the opponent any chance to make a comeback. The coalition forces of Temujin and Shagatai are now in a state of chaos. King Wusun's betrayal has severely damaged the morale of the coalition forces. If Temujin and Shagatai are allowed to react, then Temujin and Shagatai will still have a trace of the possibility of a comeback. After all, Wusun's cavalry is not considered powerful in the eyes of Chu Tian, the Han Empire princes, or Temujin. However, Wusun's cavalry is huge in number, with a strength of an astonishing 80,000. This only then did he get Temujin's attention. The 5 tigers of the Northern Army will attack again, defeat Temujin, and once again make great achievements. When the Wusun nobles who originally surrendered to the Han army saw their king standing on the side of the Han army, they roared with excitement and launched an attack on Temujin's Mongolian army. The relationship between the Wusun kingdom and the Western Region Protectorate is quite special. Since they have chosen to support the Western Region Protectorate, they must show their loyalty to the Western Region Protectorate and the princes behind the Western Region Protectorate through this battle. The second Ili Valley is the Wusun Kingdom certificate of surrender. The army was defeated like a mountain. This time the Shagatai Khanate is finished. Send an order to Meng Tian, Li Ju, and Guasi to pursue them all the way to the gates of Alimari city, and not give Temujin any chance to revive his army. Lao Qin witnessed the defeat of the Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces, beat the fallen dog with a stick, and tried to maximize the victory. The second battle between the Han army and the allied forces of Temujin and Chagatai broke out less than 150 miles away from the Alimari city. It only took 1 or 2 days of forced march to catch up, especially with the cavalry. You can arrive in 1 day and night and cut off Alimari's teleportation array. The teleportation array can reverse the situation. Generally, when a war breaks out between two sides, they will often think of besieging the other side's large city, forcing it to fail, and then slowly collecting the remaining troops of the other side. Otherwise, it is entirely possible to rely on the teleportation array to make a comeback. The Han Empire had the opportunity to regain the land lost by the Protectorate of the Western regions, because the Cheshire Kingdom's teleportation array could be used. The Han army attacked across the board, and the cavalry chased Temujin and Chagatai all the way, intending to completely inflict heavy losses on their cavalry. Target: Alimari! Chu Tian didn't have much time to worry about, and sent troops to pursue him. The Han army had no time to adjust its formation, and Temujin had no time to adjust its formation. The cavalry from both sides chased in the Ili Valley. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Temujin and Chagatai gathered the remaining soldiers as much as possible and then retreated. In Alimari city, Timur led 10,000 cavalry and teleported back from the Seljuk Empire, only to find that Temujin and Chagatai had left the city to fight. Although there are only 10,000 cavalry, it is best to go and join the battle as soon as possible. The teleportation array can only transport a limited number of troops every day. Only 10,000 of Timur's 30,000 cavalry returned. After resting, he immediately led 10,000 cavalry out of the city to catch up with Temujin and Chagatai's army to see if there was any chance participate in the war. Timur was confident that if he could have a chance to perform in front of Temujin, Temujin might appreciate him and give him more troops and a higher status. I hope the war is not over yet. After fighting in the Seljuk Empire, my cavalry's capabilities have been enhanced. Tamerlane urged the cavalry to march faster. 10,000 cavalry marched quickly, changing horses from time to keep their horses strong enough to fight. However, about 50 miles after leaving Alimari, Timur had already seen the fleeing Mongolian cavalry. Timur frowned. He could probably deduce what happened. The Great Khan has been defeated. Hold on to Alimari immediately. King Wusun betrayed us. The defeated cavalry were in panic all day long. But Timur raised his eyebrows and said to his subordinates, "We will ambush here to see if we can achieve victory." Yes. Tamerlane led 10,000 cavalry in ambush, while other Mongolian cavalry were eager to run for their lives and fled back to Alimari. Alimari is a royal city after all. Maybe it can be held for a while. Soon Temujin and Chagatai's armies retreated to this place. Fighting and retreating, they passed by the snow forest where Timur was. But Timur did not appear. I didn't expect that the Great Khan and the others would fail. They were defeated like a mountain. I'm afraid it will be difficult to come back, but I may be able to gain some military exploits to make up for the losses. Timur is like a wild fox in the forest, patiently waiting for an opportunity. The fastest pursuers were the Wusun cavalry and the flying bear army of Li Ju and Guasi, because Temujin and Chagatai retreated too quickly. Some Mongolian cavalry fell behind and were attacked and captured by cavalry such as King Wusun, Li Ju, and Guasi. Now Li Ju and Guabang also knew that King Wusun was the scout left by Huan, and that the two groups of cavalry were actually a group of people. So they cleared up their previous suspicions and pursued and killed him. They are coming. They are approaching. All soldiers, draw your sabers and kill the enemy generals. Timur pulled out his saber, exhaled a breath of white mist, clamped the horse's belly, and led 10,000 Chagatai Khanate cavalry out of the snow forest. The cavalry who were chasing Temujin and Chagatai were suddenly ambushed and raided by Timur and collapsed immediately. Timur's current status is that of an imperial-level cavalry commander. Tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry destroyed Li Ju and Guasi, leaving only the Flying Bear army of less than 2,000 men. The combat power of the Flying Bear army was offset by the special bonus of the cavalry commander. The Chagatai Khanate cavalry charged, with their high-speed galloping horses. Their sabers were raised high, and then fell. Hundreds of Flying Bear army cavalry were killed by the shining sabers. Behead the traitor King Wusun. Timur went straight to King Wusun, who had betrayed Temujin and Chagatai. If the traitor's head could be taken back,
Temujin might make him a general of the Chishua army, or a deputy king, or even a deputy king. He is the new king of Wusun Kingdom. It is not impossible to appoint a non-Wusun noble as the king of Wusun, as long as he has the military strength to make Wusun fearful. Wusun will have to recognize this new king.
The Mongols ambushed the cavalry?
King Wusun commanded the Wusun cavalry and assisted the Han army in defeating Temujin and Chagatai coalition forces. He immediately led the light cavalry to pursue them in the front. At this time, he was suddenly attacked by Timur's Mongolian cavalry, and his liver and gallbladder were broken. He betrayed Temujin and Chagatai. After all, Temujin and Chagatai could not see true loyalty. If he fell into the hands of Temujin and Chagatai, then he would be killed by Temujin and Chagatai. Chagatai executed them with cruel methods, such as being quartered by 5 horses, or being tied in a cowhide bag and trampled to death by 10,000 horses. In short, he cannot fall into the hands of Timur and be taken to see Temujin. King Wusun turned his horse and led the escort to escape. Behind, Timur relied on his indomitable momentum to defeat tens of thousands of Wusun cavalry and chase King Wusun all the way. Timur's troops were too small, and he had no time to expand the results of the battle. He mainly focused on defeating the enemy. He just wanted to kill King Wusun and achieve unparalleled military exploits. Therefore, his 10,000 Mongolian cavalry only killed about 1,000 Wusun cavalry. Tens of thousands of Wusun cavalry had been affected by the assault and Timur's passive characteristics and were defeated. In particular, King Wusun fled all the way, which aggravated the chaos of the Wusun cavalry. However, if King Wusun chooses to stay and fight to the death, and is attacked and killed by Timur's sudden attack, the Wusun cavalry may become even more chaotic after he dies in battle.
Kill King Wusun! Reward 500!
Timur swung his saber and chopped a Wusun cavalryman off his horse. Hot blood splashed on his helmet and flowed down. Timur could even feel its scalding temperature, which made Timur feel a little crazy. Color. Only when fighting on horseback. He is not a lame, but a terrifying cavalry commander. It was precisely because he was a lame that he climbed up desperately. Until one day, there was no one with a higher status than him, and no one would look down on him. This kind of ambition is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Timur's cavalry is approaching King Wusun. King Wusun's cavalry of Wusun is no match for him. He is about to take King Wusun's head, but at this moment, a group of cavalry came up from behind to pursue them. Huan, Gao Xianji, Bonchao's Han cavalry, and the cavalry of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions were galloping with 10,000 horses. Roaring, war flags fluttering, the snow shattered, and snowflakes splashed. Rise! The reason why Temujin and Chagatai did not counterattack King Wusun was because there were Han cavalry and mounted infantry chasing after King Wusun. Timur saw the appearance of the Huan cavalry. In a hurry, he took off his Mongolian bow and shot an arrow at King Wusun. Well, this arrow failed to kill King Wusun, but penetrated the throat of one of King Wusun's generals. A Wusun general was killed in battle.
What a pity!
Timur wanted to break his horn bow, but Huan's cavalry was approaching. So he led the Chagatai Khanate cavalry to penetrate the Wusun cavalry again and headed in the direction of Alimari.
That cavalry is hard to fault in terms of offense, defense, and speed. It may be one of the top cavalry generals.
Huan saw Timur's cavalry leaving and thought a little. He had seen many cavalry heroes and knew that Timur was considered a commander at the imperial level. That guy was an emperor of the same era as Zhu Yuanong and Zhu Di. He conquered Persia, defeated the Ottoman Empire, captured its sultan, and conquered the Delhi Sultanate in India. His descendants also established the Indian Mughal Empire in India. A conqueror, Li Ju and Guobang, 2 generals from Xiliang who belonged to Zhejiang Laoqin, were defeated by Timur's pig attack just now, and most of the Flying Bear army was killed or injured. If Timur hadn't targeted the king of Wusun, they might have been killed by Timur's cavalry. Although Li Ju and Guisi were considered second-rate cavalry generals in the late Han dynasty, they were still inferior to the founding emperor of a large empire. Not to mention, Timur's 10,000 cavalry attacked the Flying Bear army from the flank in a surprise attack, and their strength was far superior to that of the Flying Bear army. King Wusun saw Huan's cavalry arriving, and Temujin and Chagatai probably fled back to Alimari because of Timur's interception. So King Wusun dismounted and met Huan. After all, it was because of Huan's arrival that he was able to survive Timur's pursuit.
Master Protector, I have lived up to my expectations.
Chapter 619. Soldiers arrive at Alimari.
When I promoted you from a down-and-out nobleman to the new king of Wusun, I was indeed right.
Huan patted King Wusun hard on the shoulder. After King Wusun attacked the Wakuatai Khanate, he was captured by Wakuatai and Yeludashi. However, he did not betray Huan. Instead, he managed to inform Huan and turned over to the bright side at the critical moment. Almost the entire Wusun kingdom, under the governance of King Wusun, is a person close to the Western Region Protectorate. That is to say, several important figures in the Wusun kingdom, all members of the caste. From the moment, the Han army appeared in the Ili Valley and immediately received 40,000 Wusun cavalry to supplement the expeditionary force. We know that after Huan occupied the Wusun kingdom, he promoted a large number of small nobles who were close to the Western Region's protectorate to replace the previous big ones. Noble. King Wusun sighed with emotion.
If the protector hadn't provided shelter when the old king was chasing me, sent troops to defeat the old king, and made the villain king, where would I be today? We will reminisce about the past in the future. The most urgent task is to capture Alimari and restore the Wusun kingdom. You will still be the king of Wusun and enjoy some privileges.
Huan gave King Wusun special treatment. When the Western Region Protectorate was betrayed by many small countries in the Western region, King Wusun, as an actor, was undoubtedly a source of fresh air, helping the expeditionary army to win. With his contribution, he was enough to continue to serve as the king of Wusun Kingdom. Huan found an excuse to depose the kings of the remaining small countries in the western regions, and a large number of nobles were implicated. Only Wusun and Cheshire were exceptions. A drop of kindness must be repaid by a spring, and those who betray often die without mercy.
Chagatai, you are responsible for guarding Alimari city. When the reinforcements from Wakuatai and Mengu arrive,
join forces with me and cooperate inside and outside.
Temujin withdrew to Alimari, and after urgently replenishing supplies, planned to withdraw from Alimari, leaving Chagatai to stabilize people's hearts. There are no reinforcements from outside, and no matter how strong the city is, it cannot defend it. Temujin's strategy was to put pressure on the Han army outside the city, while Chagatai, leading the main force of the Chagatai Khanate, held on to Alimari and delayed the main force of the Han army.
Once the Khwarezm cavalry from Ajadai and Mengji's Persian cavalry arrive, combined with my cavalry, and with your Alimari army, it will be enough to defeat the Han Empire's expeditionary force. The number of this expeditionary force is less than 200,000. The Wusun cavalry's combat strength is only half of ours. So there is nothing to fear. Alimari must not be lost. Otherwise the Han army will immediately mobilize a large number of legions from the Western Region Protectorate, and even the pass if they have a teleportation array.
In a hurry, Temujin asked Chagatai for some analysis. His judgment was not wrong either. At present, the Han army has not occupied any large city in the Ili Valley. As long as there is no teleportation array, the Han army will undoubtedly struggle to supply supplies, especially without the ability to obtain reinforcements, because the Wusun Kingdom is a nomadic civilization. Unlike the Western Region's Protectorate that attaches great importance to city expansion, there are only 2 or 3 large cities in the Ili Valley. Among them, Alimari is the most important city. Only Chagatai, who rules here, has the ability to stabilize the people of Alimari and defend this royal city with 80,000 defenders. Sweat flowed down the veins on Chagatai's forehead. He actually had to defend the city alone. Despite some reluctance, Chagatai chose to stay. Temujin's strategy was correct. Someone had to guard Alimari. Not to mention that after Alimari was captured by the Han army, the Chagatai Khanate was wiped out. Most of the tribes rebelled, and every city surrendered to the Han army. Only the teleportation array in Alimari was controlled by the Han army. Tens of thousands of Han troops could be teleported from the Western Region Protectorate or the pass to the Ili Valley in one day. In half a month, the size of the Han army can be doubled. Chagatai could not imagine what would happen to the entire Ili Valley if Alimari was captured by the Han army.
Promise me with your life that you will hold on to Alimari for 3 months.
Temujin realized the seriousness of the problem and asked his second son Chagatai to provide him with guarantees. This was not only a crisis for the Chagatai Khanate, but also a crisis for the Mongol Empire. The 4 great Khanates have lost half, and there are still 2 Khanates that threaten the Western Region Protectorate. If the Ajadai Khanate and the Chagatai Khanate are destroyed, then the Western Region Protectorate will have almost no enemies. It can take the opportunity to restore its troops. Sit back and watch the Ilkhanate, the Golden Horde and other civilizations fight to the death, and then march into China, Asia, West Asia, judging from the fact that Huan has never given up his intention to fight for hegemony in Central Asia. This possibility is extremely high.
Hire is willing to guarantee with his own life that within 3 months, the Han army will not be able to capture Alimari. The ending of Wakuatai's Yamilai city will not happen in Boyar's Khanate.
Chagatai gritted his teeth. Temujin nodded and personally commanded the cavalry out of the city. All the cavalry were blocked in the city and could not play their role at all. Temujin knew this. So he divided his troops into 2 groups so that the Han army could not concentrate its main force to attack the city. The Han army needed to attack the city at the same time and send reinforcements at the same time, which increased the difficulty. Temujin personally led the Chishu army out of the city and happened to meet Timur's cavalry returning. His eyes lingered on this somewhat kind-faced cavalry general for a moment.
The last general almost killed King Wusun and avenged the Great Khan. But the Han army followed behind. So he returned in vain. Timur knew that his chance to gain Temujin's appreciation had come. Although the current Temujin has been defeated repeatedly, he still rules the most vast land.
Are you a member of one who under Chagatai's account?
Temujin was surprised when he heard that Timur dared to lead 10,000 cavalry to attack tens of thousands of Wusun cavalry and a small number of Han cavalry, and almost killed King Wusun. If Chagatai recommended such a general to him in advance and Temujin ordered this person to command a reserve army, then even if the Han army wanted to win the second battle of the Ili Valley, it might not be that easy.
Chagatai is responsible for defending the city. You are good at using cavalry. Next, follow Ben Khan.
Temujin also had the ability to discover talents. Yeludashi and Monk Wanyanshan, a Khitan and a Jurchen, were appreciated by Temujin and became important figures in the Mongol Empire. At this time, the Turkic-Mongolian Timur was discovered, and Temujin asked him to lead directly.
The last general has the honor to follow the Great Khan. I am willing to ride for the Great Khan and swear allegiance to the death.
Timur got Temujin's attention and his eyes sparkled with energy. Finally, he could continue to climb up again.
Bohu, the general of Chieshue, was my confidant and died in battle because of me. If your performance in the following battle is acceptable, then you will take over Boru's position and become one of the 4 great Chieshue.
Temujin's eyes darkened as he thought of Boru who died in battle. At this time, Shinjian Zibi was being hunted by the Han army, and there was a lot of danger. Temujin had no news about him. If Zibi was killed in battle, Temujin would suffer great losses. Monk Wanyanshan, Bohu, and Zibi. Even Temujin could not bear such a loss.
The Han army is approaching. Get out of here!
Temujin knew that the war was not over yet, so it was not time to hesitate. The Han army was marching towards Alimari and might arrive at Alimari at any time. Bang! The city gates of Alimari are closed tightly, and Chagatai is under martial law to defend the city to the death. The Han army pursued and approached Alimari. When the Han army came to the city's teleportation array failed, and it was besieged by the Han army.
Is this King Wusun?
Chu Tian looked at King Wusun, who was recommended by Hua, and King Wusun also knew that those marching with Hua and were the princes of the Han Empire. And they were also the great princes who supported the expansion of the Western Region Protectorate behind the scenes. He treated him respectfully. In the future, Wusun Kingdom will have to rely on the support of the Han Empire if it wants to have a stable life.
It is my honor to serve you all.
King Wusun was obviously a Wusun noble who was close to the Han Empire, so he was regarded as a confidant by Huan and supported him to the position of King Wusun.
Did you send someone to inform us about Temujin's deployment of Khanate troops to attack Central Asia?
Chu Tian probably knew that the scout placed by Huan in the Mongolian army was the Wusun king in front of him.
Exactly the villain. Working for the Western Region Protectorate from now on. Your life's glory and wealth should not be a problem.
At this time, Chu Tian could already use his superior status to make a promise to a king of the Western regions. The king of the Western regions may not have as much real power as the great general and the largest prince of the Han Empire. Chu Tian's power and population were dozens of times that of Wusun. King Wusun was Huan's subordinate, so Chu Tian didn't need to be too polite to him. Sure enough, King Wusun replied very humbly,
"This is what a villain should do. Lord Protector was once kind to the villain."
Chu Tian, Lao Qin and others were very satisfied with King Wusun's attitude. In their opinion, this was the attitude a king of a subordinate country should have. Chu Tian then looked at the majestic Alimari city, the largest city in the Ili River Valley, and the royal city of the Chagatai Khanate. If you can capture the royal city of the Chagatai Khanate, you will not only be able to remove the Chagatai Khanate, but you will also get rewards and extra points. no matter what the purpose is. Chu Tian and others must capture this city as soon as possible. Open up the teleportation array with Luntai Kingdom, Yinchi Kingdom, Chiosi Kingdom, Cheshire Kingdom, and the pass, and dispatch more troops to come. The Chagatai Khanate was pacified, and the Chagatai Khanate was returned to the Wusun Kingdom. In fact, the territory currently controlled by the Chagatai Khanate is larger than the original territory of the Wusun Kingdom. The Han Empire's expeditionary force did not hesitate to travel thousands of miles across the Tian Shan Mountains. Naturally, they did not care about the cost of the teleportation array. They then dispatched the second batch of expeditionary troops to the Chagatai Khanate. They could basically occupy the entire Ili Valley and drive away the Mongolian forces. Connected with the Seljuk Empire. The Seljuk Empire is the current ally, and the Western Region Protectorate can share the pressure with the Seljuk Empire. After the capture of Alimari, the rest of the matter was left to Huan and Sufingyan. The western frontier of the Han Empire no longer had to ask for reinforcements from the pass. Temujin's power has been reduced by at least one-third, making the expedition to Mabe less difficult. Making trebuchets, siege towers, and ladder carts. Chu Tian used the Mongolian army's siege method to treat others in their own way. The Mongolian army forced craftsmen to manufacture a large number of siege equipment, and use powerful 9th-level siege equipment, which caused many fierce generals to sink into the sand. Although Chu Tian does not have Xiangyang cannons yet, it can make ordinary large trebuchets, coupled with Liu Ye's 23% bonus to trebuchets. Trebuchets can also explode with powerful destructive power. We also need to detach a force to guard against Temujin, who is stationed outside the city. Temujin plans to cooperate from the inside out. I'll forcefully recruit an army of servants. Chu Tian used the God of Heaven characteristic to forcefully recruit some of the captured servants to surrender. The God of Heaven cannot surrender all the prisoners while the opponent's monarch and generals survive, but it can surrender some of them. Several hundred cavalrymen of the Qixue army were captured by Chu Tian. Chu Tian's God of Heaven characteristic was able to recruit and surrender about 250 Qixue troops. The proportion of surrendered troops was lower than that of ordinary Mongolian cavalry. After all, the troops were loyal to Temujin. That's how we got more than 200 9th-level cavalry. Chu Tian saw more than 200 cavalrymen of the Shui army. Did they get the 9th Order cavalry? Temujin had a dedicated Qixue army commander. Chu Tian did not. But Chu Tian believed that this Qixue army was built for him. Sky Khan, characteristic. The attack power of the servant army is increased by an additional 10%. Temujin's characteristic. Green Wolf and White Deer was also possessed by Chu Tian. Why can't you command Qieshue's army? In addition to Qieshue's army, there were tens of thousands of captured Mongolian cavalry, most of which were surrendered by Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian was hesitating whether he could use the surrendered Shui army to deal with Temujin. Although the Sky Khan attribute can strengthen the control of the servant army, the Qixue army is Temujin's bodyguard after all, and there is a possibility of betrayal. Just as Temujin had the ability to control the servant army, King Wusun was too loyal to Huan, and even after surrendering, he was not completely controlled by Temujin. Chu Tian had to guard against this. However, the Qixue army can be used to deal with other forces, or after the Mongol Empire is completely defeated. These captured Qixue troops may become Chu Tian's bodyguards. The captured servant army is equivalent to consumables and cannot be recruited, unless the Qixue army is turned into an exclusive unit. It can be recruited after being killed in battle. However, turning the 9th-level Qixue army into an exclusive unit is not easy. It may require special mechanisms or forcing Temujin to surrender. Temujin was different from Cao Cao, who had not yet developed. Cao Cao has not developed. At most, he has the ambition of a governor. But Temujin is already the Mongol Khan. At his peak, he ruled the Mobe Empire and the 4 major Khanates. It is almost unrealistic to make him surrender. Under the urging of Chu Tian and others, the Han army began to manufacture siege equipment. Some craftsmen and special talents and players of the Mahes school who had mastered mechanism took action, and trebuchets and siege towers rose from the ground. Li Jie, a civil engineer in the northern Song dynasty, used his abilities to build camps and fortifications for the Han army with a group of craftsmen. His special ability is to speed up the construction of buildings and increase the durability of buildings, which is equivalent to making the buildings he supervises stronger. If there are only 1 or 2 civilian buildings, the value of durability is not very great. After all, they can be repaired. But if it is a fortification such as a camp or an arrow tower, then the durability is very important. Chapter 620 The Destruction of the Seljuk Empire. The royal cities of the Seljuk Empire, Ogodai, Manga, and Yeludashi received battle reports from the battlefields of the Chagatai Khanate. Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate were actually defeated in the Ili Valley with absolutely superior force.
That guy King Wusun. He was obedient to us. And he contributed a lot when attacking Luntai City. 20 to 30,000 Wusun soldiers died. And many Han troops also fell under his hands. He was even the same as him. I didn't expect that my master Huan would become an enemy.
Wakuatai now regrets that he did not kill King Wusun immediately, but instead used King Wusun's influence to recruit Wusun's servant army. If he and Yeludashi had killed King Wusun in the Luntai kingdom, perhaps the coalition forces of Temujin and the Chagatai Khanate would not have been defeated by the Han Empire's expeditionary force. When the Han army crossed the Tian Shan Mountains, its strength would definitely not reach hundreds of thousands, because the mountain roads would not be able to transport the food and grass for hundreds of thousands of troops.
I'm afraid it will be difficult to avenge this.
When Yeludashi learned that King Wusun had betrayed him, he could only express his helplessness. King Wusun is now following Huan and the princes of the Han Empire. It is not easy to kill the rebellious King Wusun. King Wusun's acting skills were so good that he deceived many people at the expense of Wusun's cavalry.
Speed up the siege. The Great Khan is waiting for us to return.
Wakuatai looked a little anxious. The dense Xiangyang artillery and ballistae poured stones and ballistae into the royal city of the Seljuk Empire. A siege general provided bonuses to the already astonishingly destructive Xiangyang cannon, causing the royal city of the Seljuk Empire to collapse under the bombardment. Within the royal city, Alp Arslan, the hero of the royal family of the Seljuk Empire, led a group of Seljuk soldiers to defend the city. Faced with the fierce bombardment of trebuchets, he fell into despair. Boulders and fireballs fell. Hundreds of defenders were killed by trebuchets and ballistae. Cracks appeared in the city walls, and the morale of the defenders dropped significantly. Arp's helmet was bleeding, and his eyes were red. A huge boulder fell less than 20 meters away from him, killing a guard instantly. The damage of the trebuchet is too high.
They have a famous siege general.
As a marksman of the Seljuk Empire, Arp bent his bow and arrow and shot a Khwarezm soldier who was attacking the city. The royal city of Khwarezm was captured and was ruled by Ogadai. These servants of Khwarezm, driven by Ogadai, were like moths to the flame. Wolf smoke spread everywhere in the city, and the black smoke was mixed with the smell of paralyzing herbs, making the defenders miserable. As one of the top heroes of the Seljuk Empire, Arp is good at using bows and arrows. However, his archery skills alone cannot change the bad situation. The Mongolian army under the city has top siege generals, top cavalry commanders, and a group of famous generals from the Ogadai Khanate and the Ilkhanate. The Seljuk Empire alone may be able to deal with the Khanate, but it cannot stop it. The two Khanates joined forces. Not to mention, the Seljuk Empire lost 2 battles with the Chagatai Khanate, thus losing many of its main cavalry and generals.
If this continues, the royal city will soon be lost. Our city walls cannot stop the continuous bombardment of large trebuchets.
The Seljuk governor who was guarding the city came to Arp for help, his face covered with soot from the wolf's smoke.
If you can't hold it, you have to hold it.
Arp shot dozens of arrows in a row, killing dozens of Mongolian army servant soldiers, and his arms became numb. Under the command of Arp, the morale of the defenders was slightly boosted. This future candidate for the second sultan of the Seljuk Empire had great courage and dared to fight head-on with Ogadai, Minga and others, and defended the city. Let the last city in the Seljuk Empire with a teleportation array fall into the hands of Ogadai.
The resistance of the Seljuk people is very tenacious. It seems that in addition to Sultan Tughril, the Seljuk Empire has other tenacious generals. If they can serve us, then our military front will be sharper. Just like the grassland the eagle above.
Munda commanded the Persian servant army to attack the city. 10,000 people were killed under the city, but they were still unable to capture this strong city. The Seljuks regarded their royal city as the last pillar and held onto it to the death. Even though the old sultan is old, there is still a young member of the royal family, a young sharpshooter, leading the defenders to resist the Mongol offensive. Wakuatai didn't care. However,
if we had 10 more Xiangyang cannons and bombard them day and night for 3 to 5 days, the city will be broken. There are already cracks in the city wall.
Yeludashi is behind Wakuatai. Now both sides are buying time. If Ogadai and Minga quickly attack the most important city of the Seljuk Empire, they can take the Seljuk Empire's servant army and head to the Ili Valley to support Chagatai and Temujin. Both Ajudai and Munga have monarch characteristics. Although they are not as good as Temujin and Shutian, they can still control a group of servants and work for themselves. The offensives of the Mongolian army, the Khwarezm army, and the Persian army were repulsed by the hero of the Seljuk Empire, Arp. The siege army retreated slightly, but the siege of the city was not lifted yet. Instead, a large number of trebuchets, siege towers, and other siege equipment were built to increase the number of siege equipment used to bombard the city. Fireballs dragging black smoke crashed down from time to time, bombarded the city wall, and then exploded. The fire spread rapidly on the city wall. The defenders were busy putting out the fire and rescuing soldiers burned by the flames. The Mongolian army's siege equipment bombarded the city day and night. Almost all the buildings outside the city were demolished by the Mongolian army. Then the stones and wood were made into stones or combustion aids, and were thrown into the city by trebuchets, wreaking havoc on the city walls and all fortifications. Under a 12-meter-high Xiangyang cannon, a Han military general crossed his chest and looked at the smoke-filled city of the Seljuk Empire, with the flames reflecting in his eyes. According to his experience, this city will soon be unable to hold on, unless the city has a long-range firearms arm. It is possible to crack the Xiangyang cannon. However, no civilization has yet obtained the manufacturing blueprints for the bronze cannon. A Mongolian cavalry came over.
Ajudai Khan summoned General Yu to come over to discuss the capture of this city within 3 days.
The Han general turned and left. On the city wall, a fireball exploded around Arp, and rubble flew. Fortunately, Alp's guards blocked the rubble with their shields. The gravel hit the shield and made a sound, allowing Arp to avoid the splash damage caused by the trebuchet. Arp looked at the trebuchet standing outside the city wall and shook his head. Facing such siege equipment, the city wall would collapse sooner or later.
General, His Majesty the Sultan summons you and other generals to the palace.
Arp left the governor behind to guard the city, and then headed to the palace with a group of Seljuk generals. The Seljuk Sultan suddenly summoned them. There must be something important, and the matter may even be related to the defense of the city. Sultan Tughril of the Seljuk Empire lay on his bed and summoned Alp of the Seljuk Empire and dozens of generals. These generals range from diamond level to emperor level, in addition to having similar technology and requiring blueprints. Each civilization zone is in a different era. The Seljuk Empire was at the end of the reign of its first Sultan Tughril. All the generals looked at the ruler of the empire, the conqueror who was defeated by the Chagatai Khanate in his old age. If he had not encountered opponents like Yeludashi and Timur, or if the Sultan was young, he might not have been so passive. The gray-bearded Sultan said,
Arp, come forward.
Arp stepped forward.
Your Majesty, is there any way to defeat the enemy?
Sultan Tughril grabbed Alp's hand and announced to all the generals of the Seljuk Empire,
Bless Sultan Alp Arslan, the model commander of the armies. Shine his banner and help him achieve success. So will his rise be victorious and bright.
All the generals of the Seljuk Empire who heard the old Sultan's order were stunned for a moment, and then they all knelt down. The old Sultan is about to abdicate when the city is breached. Tughril continued,
Alp Arslan will lead the armies. Seek light in the darkness, and leave the city that will soon be reduced to a sea of fire.
Arp did not expect that Sultan Tughril would directly give up the Sultan's position to him, and took a few steps back. What the old Sudan meant was already obvious. The old Sultan wanted him, and the dozens of Seljuk Empire generals in front of him to escape from the city that was about to be captured by the Mongolian army, and save the last fire for the Seljuk Empire. Arp himself is a legendary hero with the characteristics of a monarch, plus dozens of court generals of the Seljuk Empire. As long as he is not captured by Ogdi, Minga and others, the Seljuk Empire can make a comeback at any time and regain the royal city.
Where are you? Your Majesty? It's no shame to die for a rotten body.
After the old Sudan finished speaking, he remained silent. Dozens of generals from the Seljuk Empire bowed their heads in deathly silence. The Seljuk Empire, as the lord and one of the three major powers in Central Asia, is facing the crisis of national subjugation. In the next 2 or 3 days, the Mongolian army organized more troops, Xiangyang artillery, and ballistae to launch an unprecedented fierce offensive against the most important city of the Seljuk Empire. Rumble. Under the Xiangyang artillery attack of a Han military general, the giant city wall in the south of the Seljuk Empire collapsed. Sand and dust rose up to 7 or 8 meters high. All the defenders covered their mouths and noses and looked pale. Even though the Seljuks were defending this important city, They still could not stop the fierce offensive of the Mongolian army and collapsed. The southern breastwork has been destroyed, and the main city wall has collapsed. The entire royal city's defenders are like sheep in a destroyed sheepfold, exposed to the wolves. All the soldiers of the Mongolian army, the Khwarezm army, and the Persian army are waiting for orders from their commanders, Ajadai and Mengu. As long as they allowed them to plunder or even massacre the city, they could obtain a large amount of gold, silver, and slaves from the royal city of the wealthy Seljuk Empire. Even the servant army hopes to get rich from the war, and they have been assimilated by the Mongol Empire.
Plunder the city for 2 days without massacring it.
In the end, Wakutai and Mengu punished the city that resisted tenaciously. The reason why the city was not slaughtered was just to facilitate future tax collection and to recruit the Seljuk Empire's servant army. The Seljuk soldiers were not that weak, but they encountered a group of troublesome opponents: the Mongolian army, the Khwarezm army, and the Persian servant army, who received the order to sack the city, frantically attacked the city. The Seljuk defenders, whose generals had fled, were unable to effectively organize street fighting and were destroyed by the Ajadai and Mongol coalition forces like a torrent. Suddenly, a group of cavalry broke out from the northwest gate. The newly appointed Seljuk Sultan Arp, armed with a bow and arrow, took the lead and led dozens of Seljuk generals and tens of thousands of cavalry to break through the Mongolian army besieging the city. 3 streams of light shot out, killing the Khwarezm cavalry in front of them. Arp, filled with hatred of his country and his family, broke out with force, and his shots were flawless. Behind Arp, dozens of Seljuk generals wielding Turkic knives, spears, bones, maces, and other weapons followed Arp and fought desperately. The Khwarezm servants guarding the northwest city gate did not expect that there were defenders in the city who would concentrate their main cavalry to break through. They were caught off guard by Alp, and thousands of Khwarezm cavalry were trampled by their horses. Arp fought a bloody battle with a group of Seljuk Empire generals, breaking through trenches and fences. He also lost hundreds of cavalry. After breaking through layers of layers, he looked to the northwest and fled. There are even more vast grasslands in the upper reaches of the Sir Darya River, as well as tribes loyal to the Seljuk Empire. As long as these tribes are controlled, the Seljuk Empire still has a chance to make a comeback.
Ogdi, Mengu, and Yeludashi, all of them, wait for me. I, the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire, Alp Arslan, will avenge the country's subjugation.
Alp breaks an arrow to show his will to die. General Khwarezm immediately came to report to Ajadai.
A cavalry broke out and fled along the upper reaches of the Sir Darya River. It is suspected that the main generals in the city have fled. Yeludashi, you lead an army of 3,000 households to hunt down this cavalry. It would be best if you could retrieve the head of its leader. Yes.
Yeludashi commanded 30,000 cavalry to hunt down the remnants of the Seljuk Empire. The remnants of the Seljuk Empire are like weeds. If they are not removed as soon as possible, they may become troublesome in the future. Wakutai and Mengu didn't want to leave any trouble in the future. With Yeludashi's ability and the strength of 3,000 households, it was easy to deal with the demoralized remnants of the Seljuk Empire.
How to divide the Seljuk Empire?
Ajadai and Mengu had a dispute over the territory of the Seljuks because of the division of spoils. The territory of Seljuk and Khwarezm is adjacent to each other. Logically speaking, it should be controlled by Ogdi, who ruled Khwarezm. But Mengu, who came from the Ilkhanate, also contributed in the battle to conquer the Seljuk Empire. The siege generals who provided bonuses for the Xiangyang artillery were also from the Ilkhanate faction. And the Ilkhanate should be able to get a share. A cup of soup.
Let me rule for the time being. When your father Tolai prepares to destroy the Persian Empire, I will lead the Khwarezm and Seljuk coalition forces to support Tolai. How about that?
Wakutai reached a deal with Mengu. Since the Tolai faction sent troops to help Ajadai capture the Seljuk Empire, the Ogdi faction will also send troops to help Tolai capture the Persian Empire. In the past, each Khanate overestimated their own strength and fought independently. But now, these Khanates realize that only by joining forces and defeating each civilization one by one can they conquer these civilizations.
Next, go and support the Great Khan.